At 7 in the morning, lights gradually flickered on in each room of the Liu family home. Soon after came the bustling sounds of daily life. Doors opened, people went to the bathroom, brushed their teeth, and children could be heard reading aloud. Liu Jia's second daughter-in-law, Wang Meijing, stepped out of her room and headed straight to the kitchen. Her daughter Manting always drank half a glass of warm water as soon as she woke up. She needed to prepare in advance, or else the little girl would throw a fit. She picked up the thermos, but immediately sensed something was off. Opening it quickly, she found it completely empty. The same went for the other two thermoses. Her patience worn thin. She frowned and raised her voice toward the hallway. "Did all of you finish the hot water last night?" Lin Yulan, the eldest daughter-in-law, also entered the kitchen just then. She glanced around and asked, "Didn't the second branch make any boiled water?" With over a dozen people living under one roof, there were only 3 thermoses, never enough unless everyone was careful and considerate. Someone had to remember to boil more whenever the supply ran low. Since the second daughter-in-law joined the family, she had taken full responsibility for meals and housework, and never once did the family run out of hot water. Who knows? Her door is still closed, and breakfast isn't ready yet. Thinking about how her daughter would throw a tantrum later without her warm water, Wang Meijing's mood soured further. Lin Yulan lifted the lid of the pot cold and empty. She sighed loudly. "It's almost 7:30. It's too late to start breakfast now. The kids will be late for school. What's wrong with the second branch? Why hasn't she gotten up to cook?" Just then, Liu Xingyao, the youngest daughter of the Liu family, rushed into the kitchen. "I have something important today. I need to get to the factory early. Why isn't breakfast on the table yet?" "Breakfast? What breakfast?" Wang Meijing snapped, clearly annoyed. Xingyou's eyes widened. "Where's the breakfast?" Lin Yulan replied with a meaningful smile. "No one made it." Had the second daughter-in-law finally grown tired of playing the perfect wife and servant? Didn't second sister get up to make breakfast? Xingyao asked doubtfully. Wang Meijing snorted. "Clearly not. What's all this shouting about so early in the morning?" Ji Yuanrong, dressed neatly, walked into the kitchen. "Mom, there's no breakfast ready. I'm going to be late for work," Xingyao complained. Ji Yuanrong scanned the kitchen. The second daughter-in-law didn't make breakfast? She turned to Lin Yulan. Lin nodded. Ji said simply, "Well, if there's none, then there's none." Lin hesitated. She had expected her mother-in-law to be upset, but instead, she responded casually as if it wasn't even worth mentioning. Ji Yuanrong turned to her daughter. "You're just standing here complaining because your second sister didn't make breakfast. Have you even considered that maybe she's unwell? You're not a child anymore, you work now. Do you really expect someone to cook for you and serve on the table every day? Don't you have hands? Don't you have feet?" Xingyao mumbled something, too afraid to argue back. Her mother rarely got angry, but when she did, no one could stop her. Ji cast a glance at both daughters-in-law and said nothing further. She grabbed her bag and left the courtyard. Wang and Lin exchanged glances. Though Jia's words were directed at her daughter, they both knew they were meant for them too. They weren't happy. After all, the second daughter-in-law had a young child and didn't work while they both had jobs, had to pick up the kid from school. What was the big deal if she did a bit more housework? Was it really necessary to keep score in such a large family? And besides, hadn't she been doing fine before? Seeing that her mother had already gone to work, Xingyao gave up and hurriedly changed clothes, grabbed her bag, and rushed out. She had no time to waste. Wang and Lin looked at each other again. They couldn't afford to walk away like mother and daughter, because they had husbands and children to take care of. With no choice, they quickly prepared some simple breakfasts in a panic. In the west wing of the courtyard, Zhao Jinshu had actually woken up long ago, but she had no intention of getting up, let alone cooking breakfast for the whole family. Zhao Jinshu had been reborn the night before, right before falling asleep. In her previous life, she had lived past 60. By then, her children were married and independent, and her grandchildren were already in school. After sending off her husband and mother-in-law, she thought her lifelong duties were finally done. She had planned trips with her old friends. But just then, Liu Jintai retired. Looking back, in her previous life, whether in her natal family or in-laws, Zhao Jinshu had always been envied. She knew why, because Liu Jintai earned well, and even after becoming successful, he never abandoned his wife. Indeed, in her past life, Zhao Jinshu had only struggled financially during the first few years of marriage when Liu was still working in exile, and they lived at her parents' home in the village. Back then, life was tough, but she had grown up that way. She didn't see it as hardship. When Liu returned to his official post, he received back pay, and he gave her everything. From then on, she never lacked money. Later, when Liu developed new research projects and earned even more, life became even easier. Zhao Jinshu had lived a long life. There were regrets, Yes, many years ago, but those were things of the past. Now, she had long since accepted them. Back then, she had been naive and stubborn. Once she fell for someone, she believed he was everything to her. She obsessed over him, believing herself noble in sacrificing so much for love, what modern people might call a classic love-struck fool. But by the time her children went to college, times had changed. Technology advanced, computers arrived, and books opened her eyes to new ideas. Her horizons broadened, and she realized that love wasn't essential. Life had many interesting things beyond romance. Slowly, she let go of her obsession. Now, having been reborn, she felt deeply grateful. The hardest time in her past life had been after Lu returned to the city. Back then, their son Lu Rue had just been born, and she was still recovering from childbirth, unable to follow him back. This led to gossip in the village, especially since Lu stayed away for nearly a year. Rumors spread that he had abandoned her. Other urban youths had indeed left their wives behind. Giving birth to Lu Rue, she had suffered greatly from those rumors, which made her even more anxious when she finally moved to the city. Afraid of making mistakes and embarrassing Lu's family, she spoke little and worked hard, hoping silence and diligence would help her fit in. Looking back, she suspected she had suffered from postpartum depression. Back then, facing Lu Jintai, she had felt inferior. Once in the city, meeting his family, she remained cautious, barely daring to speak a word, believing that less talk and more action would earn her acceptance. But now, in this new life, she wouldn't make the same mistakes. Never again would she live for others. This time, I will live for myself. Chapter 2. Daughter Lu Rue. Within the Lu family, two sisters-in-law and a younger sister-in-law subtly conspired against her, looking down upon her. Lu Jintai's two brothers had never shown any interest in family matters. Even her mother-in-law regarded her as insipid and lacking in distinction. She was acutely aware of this. At that time, arriving in an unfamiliar place and confronting unknown relatives left her utterly bewildered, uncertain of how to conduct herself. She was merely a rural daughter-in-law, unfamiliar with the county town, and despite having completed 2 years of high school, it proved of little utility. Surrounded by her husband's family, who were confident and assertive in their urban sophistication, she felt inadequate and increasingly self-conscious. Having been reborn, Zhao Jinshu reflected upon the events that would unfold. Observing the Lu family, who were, in truth, rather ordinary individuals without any significant stature. It is worth noting that although Zhao Jinshu hailed from the countryside, her father was the village head and her mother was a teacher. Thus, they enjoyed a relatively comfortable lifestyle. She possessed a charming appearance, though often plagued by illnesses in her youth, leading to a somewhat spoiled disposition and a sensitive nature. Even though her parents had other daughters, they showed her a particular fondness, hoping to alleviate her frequent ailments. Growing up, she lived a life more comfortable than many urban girls, garnering envy from the young educated women who had come from the village. Zhao Jishu had always taken pride in her appearance. Upon reaching the age to seek a suitor, she found no one among the local young men who captured her interest. It was then that a young professor, dispatched to the village, entered her life. Not only was he youthful, but he was also extraordinarily handsome. His looks far surpassed those of the actors depicted in the films shown in the village. Zhao Jinshu had never encountered anyone so appealing and compatible with her tastes. Crucially, she discovered that he was unmarried and unattached. Enchanted, she disregarded her family's objections and his status as an intellectual in a rural assignment, resolutely pursuing a relationship with him. Throughout her life, Zhao Jishu could never quite comprehend why Lu Jintai consented to court her and ultimately marry her. Was it, as the villagers speculated, that he sought a refuge from the hardships of his assignment? She doubted it. Lu Jintai did not seem to be a man afraid of adversity. Even after achieving financial stability, he continued to live a life resembling that of an ascetic. For 10 months out of the year, he sequestered himself in the laboratory. His dietary preferences were simplistic. He sought only sustenance to fill his belly, indifferent to the quality of his meals. As for clothing, he would not purchase new garments unless his old ones were torn or frayed. His requirements for food, shelter, and clothing were so minimal that as long as he was neither starving nor freezing and had a place to sleep, he was content. Rather than seeking a mere refuge to mitigate the struggles of his assignment, Zhao Jishu believed that Lu Jintai's methodical nature signified that he had reached an age suitable for marriage and family. It was ironic that he had been sent to the countryside and subsequently encountered her, an obstinate and determined individual who was undeterred by his circumstances and wholeheartedly desired his companionship. Finding him appealing enough to marry and start a family. "Mom, I'm hungry." A tender voice interrupted her reverie. Zhao Jinshu snapped back to reality. Looking down at her sleepy daughter and couldn't he help but caress her rosy, delicate face. The thought of her future daughter, who would grow to be a decisive and formidable presence, brought a smile to her lips. This child, in her early years, was delightful, but as she matured, she often scolded her mother, much to Zhao Jinshu's amusement. However, she expressed her gratitude towards her son and daughter. Had it not been for their efforts in providing her with various tasks and broadening her horizons, she might have remained ensnared in a web of self-doubt and emotional turmoil. In her youth, she was consumed with concerns, fixated on familial harmony, often at the expense of her children's well-being. Lu Rui rubbed her eyes and nestled deeper into her blankets, revealing her small face, drowsily voicing, "Mommy, may I have steamed egg custard?" Zhao Jinshu could not help but feel a surge of affection. When the children were at their grandmother's house, they were lively and carefree, indulging in whatever they desired without hesitation. Yet, upon arriving at the Lu family home, which was supposed to be their sanctuary, they became timid and hesitant to voice their needs. This was not solely due to the unfamiliar environment. She recognized her own shortcomings as a mother. Her excessive caution had inadvertently stifled her children, robbing them of the innocence and vivacity that should be theirs. "All right. I shall prepare steamed eggs for you," Zhao Jinshu said as she sat up, first donning her cotton jacket, then lifting another to drape over her daughter. Lu Rui, shivering slightly, suddenly became alert. "Mommy, it's so cold." "Once you're dressed, you won't feel cold anymore," Zhao Jinshu replied with a smile. "Then please hurry and get dressed." After putting on her clothes, Lu Rui added, "Brother also loves steamed egg custard. Grandma makes it for us every day." Yet, since arriving at their father's house, they had waited a long time for a single serving of egg custard. But Grandma clearly stated that our father's family is quite affluent. "This is the Lu family. You and your brother share the Lu surname. This is your home. Your father will earn a living for us, so you need not worry. Whatever you wish to eat, just tell me, and I shall prepare it for you," Zhao Jinshu gently clarified, assuring them that this was their home and they could freely express their desires. As she spoke, she picked up a comb to style Lu Rui's hair. In the Lu household, they could still afford eggs, yet all expenses were covered by her in-laws. Even though they were officials with salaries exceeding those of ordinary workers, sustaining such a large family on a daily diet of steamed egg custard proved challenging, especially considering the scarcity of eggs at that time. Moreover, since these were communal resources, it would be inappropriate for only their household to consume all the eggs. When they were at their grandmother's, following the reinstatement of the college entrance examination, her family not only raised chickens but also ducks and geese. Their grandmother doted on her grandchildren, ensuring that various eggs were never sold but reserved for them, allowing for a daily indulgence in egg custard. Lu Rui tilted her head, her eyes wide and bright. "Then I want to have steamed egg custard every day." Zhao Jinshu nodded, "Certainly. Let us venture out today to purchase a substantial quantity of eggs, ensuring you have your daily custard." She mused that in their hometown, steamed egg custard was a rarity. But upon arriving in the city, with the abundance of diverse foods, they would gradually lose their fixation on egg custard after sampling everything. Once dressed, Lu Rui declared, "Mommy, I will put on my own cotton shoes." "Go ahead," Zhao Jinshu encouraged. Having raised her children and now nurturing her grandchildren, she understood that children possess immense potential. Allowing them to accomplish tasks within their capabilities would significantly enhance their independence and self-reliance. Chapter 3. The confrontation. Lu Rui glanced at her mother, who was particularly agreeable and gentle today. She relished this version of her mother. Once the mother and daughter had dressed and arranged their hair, they finally ventured outside. Zhao Jinshu held her daughter's hand as they stepped outside. Lu Rui, delighted and beaming, had just admired her reflection in the mirror, appreciating how lovely her braided hair looked today, styled by her mother. Upon exiting the door, she raised her chin and asked her mother, "Should we wake brother?" Zhao Jinshu had no intention of doing so. He was aware of his kindergarten obligations and would rise on his own. Her son had always been sluggish, and even at an older age, he remained somewhat lethargic, lacking efficiency in his tasks. In his childhood, she had exerted considerable effort to rouse him from slumber, a trait that he had evidently passed down to his son. Having observed his methods with his own children, she resolved to adopt the same approach with him. She had no desire to expend such energy in this lifetime. He could manage his own affairs. Zhao Jinshu encouraged her daughter to play while she retreated to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Lu Rui meandered about, noticing her siblings engrossed in their studies, before taking herself to the yard to play. The youngest daughter of the third household, Lu Manting, lost her patience after a brief period of reading and soon joined her sister outside. Spotting Lu Rue's braids, she expressed her admiration and curiously inquired, Rue, did your second aunt style your braids? Lu Rue joyfully touched her braids and replied, they were done by my mother. Lu Manting examined them closely and declared, I shall have my second aunt braid my hair like yours later. Lu Rue responded, my mother is busy. Let us ask third aunt instead. Lu Manting frowned, recalling that her mother's braiding skills were not to her liking. I want my second aunt to do it. She dotes on me. Lu Rue pursed her lips, asserting, my mother loves me the most. Sisters have mothers too. However, Lu Manting disagreed, insisting, my second aunt definitely loves me the most. She always gives me whatever I ask for. Unlike at their grandmother's house, where she was frequently told to yield to her younger siblings. Her second aunt never made her do so, which made her prefer visiting her. The conversation frustrated Lu Rue, who, feeling disinterested, chose not to engage further. Lu Manting found her sister dull and unamusing, and thus retreated indoors. Lu Rue, unfazed, continued to play with her shuttlecock, relishing her solitary amusement. In the kitchen, Wang Meijing, upon seeing Zhao Jinshu, wore a displeased expression. You finally decided to show up. Which daughter-in-law dares to leave her in-laws waiting while she sleeps in with the children? Zhao Jinshu reflected on her younger sister-in-law, realizing that regardless of her age, her temperament remained rather irritable. When her sister-in-law later had a daughter-in-law of her own, the latter also exhibited a similar temperament. Their clashes often escalated to the point where even the in-laws were disturbed, leading to a chaotic household. What? Do I need your permission to rise? When did you gain the authority over this household? Even when they eventually separated, her sister-in-law continued to create considerable trouble for her. Living alongside the second household, any trivial matter in her home would prompt her sister-in-law to seek out their in-laws, often accompanied by her entire family to partake in meals, leaving Zhao Jinshu feeling irked yet unable to voice her discontent. Wang Meijing had never bowed her head in the presence of her in-laws nor endured any indignities. She never anticipated that her inconspicuous sister-in-law from the countryside would confront her so boldly, rendering her speechless and simmering with indignation internally. Indeed, no matter how one might perceive Zhao Jinshu, she was still the second daughter-in-law of the Lu family. They could harbor disdain for her in their hearts and belittle her with a few sharp words, but they could not overtly bully her, believing that being city dwellers granted them the upper hand. Otherwise, not only would the second son object, but even the in-laws would not approve. Although her in-laws might not be entirely satisfied with the second daughter-in-law, she had already married into the family and borne 2 children. Thus she had to accept her situation with resignation. Since she had accepted it, she would not allow her family to speak out, jeopardizing the harmony of the household. She truly dared not claim authority over her. Lin Yulan, standing nearby, attempted to mediate. What are you saying, sister-in-law? Meijing was simply anxious this morning to find the kitchen cold and empty, with no hot water prepared. The children need to go to school. And she has to go to work as well. Zhao Jinshu understood and nodded. Then she should have risen earlier to boil water and prepare breakfast. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been in such a rush. The elder sister-in-law consistently preferred to smooth over tensions. In truth, between the 2 sisters-in-law, she would rather engage with Wang Meijing. After all, Wang was genuinely proud and somewhat naive. The elder sister-in-law was typically reticent, yet when she spoke, her words were devoid of frivolity. Anyone who interacted with her without caution could easily find themselves ensnared. Zhao Jinshu herself had suffered losses in her dealings with her in the past. The smile on Lin Yulan's face nearly faltered, but she reminded herself of her status as the eldest sister-in-law of the Lu family, and thus felt entitled to speak. We all have jobs and are busy ferrying the children to and from school daily. You also need to eat. So it is indeed a bother for us, but we are family, and there's no need to be overly concerned about it, especially with the in-laws around. Zhao Jinshu smiled, recognizing that this was an attempt to leverage the authority of the in-laws against her. She replied, with a household of over a dozen people, even hiring a nanny entails considerable expenses. I can certainly help with the cooking, but I would appreciate it if the elder sister-in-law and the third sister-in-law could allocate half of my share when your salaries are disbursed, as I am currently unemployed and have daily expenditures to consider. The smile vanished from Lin Yulan's face as she realized she had misjudged this sister-in-law. Just months ago, Zhao had behaved impeccably, subtly ingratiating herself with the family and managing household chores with great efficiency, seemingly secure in her acceptance. Now, however, her true nature emerged too hastily. Who would only do half the work? Was she not concerned about what the in-laws might think? Wang Meijing scoffed. If you don't want to, then you don't have to. Why should we discuss salaries as a family? Do you think we don't need to eat? You're being overly calculating. What she refrained from saying was that, being from the countryside, Zhao Jinshu was driven by a mercenary mindset, brazen enough to demand a share of their salaries. Furthermore, although she and her husband were both employed, they had 2 children and social obligations, resulting in substantial expenses. Even with food and lodging provided by the family, their finances were tight. The notion that Zhao Jinshu had her eye on her salary was more disheartening than any betrayal of trust. How could she possibly grant her a favorable disposition? I had expected you all to agree. After all, this home belongs to us collectively. You take your salaries and pocket them, while all household expenses are borne by my in-laws. I assist in preparing meals, which facilitates your daily lives. Thus, it is only reasonable that you offer me some financial compensation. I did not anticipate your reluctance. Since you are unwilling, then so be it. Caring for the children daily is exhausting, and I have no desire to linger in the kitchen, lest I become a weary, haggard figure, Zhao Jinshu remarked. When she first arrived at the Liu family, they often brought up her lack of employment. She presumed that since they all had jobs and contributed to the household expenses, they frequently referenced her unemployment. She was not without funds and proposed contributing to the household expenses, but her mother-in-law refused. When Liu Jintai returned, she confided in him about the matter, and he informed her that neither the eldest brother nor the third brother contributed to the household expenses, and thus, there was no obligation for them to do so. The eldest brother and the third brother lived in starkly different financial circumstances. If one were to propose contributing, the others would surely follow suit, leading to dissatisfaction. Since none of them contributed, and the resources were provided by their in-laws, she should not be made to feel as though she was taking advantage of them. Chapter 4. Confrontation as life improved. Her son and daughter, feeling sympathy for her, insisted on hiring a housekeeper. Zhao Jinshu only needed to concern herself with meal planning and the well-being of the children and elderly. Even when the need arose to care for her ailing in-laws, her involvement was unnecessary. Her daughter stated that a caregiver would be more professional and knowledgeable in tending to sick elders. The household was not lacking in finances. If one caregiver was insufficient, they could hire 2, or even 3, as needed. Matters that could be resolved with money should not add to her burdens. Having grown accustomed to a comfortable lifestyle, she had no desire to return to hardship, nor did she wish to serve a large family. Not only were they unwilling to pay her, but even if they offered, she would refuse to cook for them. Lin Yulan felt awkward and momentarily uncomfortable. She and the third sister-in-law regarded themselves as urbanites, possessing familial resources, education, and respectable occupations, looking down upon the second sister-in-law from the countryside. To their surprise, she held her own thoughts. Wang Meijing maintained a stern demeanor, saying nothing as she served the prepared noodles, ensuring that nothing remained in the pot, thus signaling her stance through her actions. Zhao Jinshu paid no heed to Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing's sentiments. She understood their personalities all too well, and she herself was not one to be trifled with. Previously, she would have simply swallowed her grievances, but even with Liu Jintai standing before her, her attitude would not waver, let alone theirs. Zhao Jinshu cast a glance at the pot, devoid of any soup, and felt no surprise. Wang Meijing, being her mother-in-law as sister-in-law's niece, believed herself to be close to her mother-in-law and spoke with authority in the household. Having never faced adversity, she had developed a spoiled temperament. In the presence of her in-laws, she would exercise caution in her words and actions, but among her peers, she never considered their feelings and said whatever came to mind. Today, she had neither cooked nor boiled water, evidently inciting Wang Meijing's ire. Having prepared noodles, it was inconceivable that she would serve them to the second branch of the family. After decades as sisters-in-law, Zhao Jinshu was well aware of Wang Meijing's culinary skills, which merely extended to the basic act of cooking ingredients without any regard for flavor. Due to her lack of culinary skills, she endured subtle and overt disdain from her daughter-in-law after she moved in to assist during the confinement period. It wasn't merely that she did not save any noodles for them. Even if she had, she would not have wished to partake in them herself. Nor would she subject her son and daughter to the torment of her culinary disasters. She picked up a clean pot nearby and began boiling water to steam eggs, adding a touch of milk to enhance their tenderness and flavor. At that time, the family had already acquired a refrigerator, which she later learned was procured by Liu Jintai upon his return to the city. She opened the refrigerator but found no milk. Reflecting on it, she realized that the household had not been consuming milk lately, and thus she had to abandon the idea. She steamed 3 bowls of egg custard, planning to enjoy some for breakfast along with a few pancakes. Lacking milk, she decided to mix in her daughter's formula instead. She recalled that fresh milk could be ordered, and she intended to subscribe to it for herself, her in-laws, and the 2 children. During those times of scarcity, ensuring a daily meat supply was unfeasible, so she sought alternative means to supplement calcium and protein. Once the eggs were steamed and the pancakes prepared, she served the meal and discovered her daughter playing in the yard. At the dining table, her eldest son's family and her third son's family were consuming noodles, with the adults putting on a brave face, forcing themselves to eat. The children, however, were listlessly picking at their bowls, seemingly unaware that the noodles were not diminishing. Wang Meijing's face flushed with frustration. "Hurry up and eat. School starts soon." Lu Manting tearfully protested, "It's so salty. It doesn't taste good." Wang Meijing's son, Lu Kaifei, nodded in agreement, accustomed as he was to his second aunt's cooking. Indeed, his mother's noodles were difficult to enjoy, being both overly rich and excessively salty. "Drink some water if it's too salty," Wang Meijing retorted. Having just consumed a bowl herself, she could attest to its saltiness. Perplexed as to why it had turned out so briny despite her minimal use of salt, Lu Manting sulked in silence. But her eyes brightened upon seeing her second aunt bring out the egg custard and pancakes. She eagerly exclaimed, "Auntie, is that the steamed egg you made for me?" The other children, hearing this, quickly looked up at Zhao Jinshu. Zhao Jinshu responded, "Aren't you all eating already?" She held no grievances against her nieces and nephews. Despite their individual flaws, they cherished her as their skilled culinary aunt, often reminiscing fondly about her. As they grew older and earned their own livelihoods, they would occasionally visit her, grateful for the years she had spent cooking for them. Before Lu Rui's arrival, Lu Manting was the sole girl in the household and had been doted upon, raised with a certain level of indulgence, and was often oblivious to the feelings of others. Without a second thought, she declared, "Mom's noodles taste terrible. I don't want to eat them." Before Zhao Jinshu could respond, Wang Meijing shouted, "If you think the noodles are bad, then don't eat them. Go to school hungry." With that, she dumped the noodles from her bowl into the trash. Lu Jiaming, the eldest son of the Lu family, frowned but remained silent. Lu Hafeng, the youngest son, expressed his displeasure. "Why are you scolding the child so early in the morning? If she doesn't want to eat, let her be. You're not spending money on food, so why does it matter to you?" Wang Meijing's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her lips pressed tightly together in silence, feeling that the morning had unfolded unfavorably. At that moment, Lu Huayuan, the patriarch of the Lu family, emerged from his chamber, his expression notably grim. He cast a glance at them, uttering not a word, before striding out, clearly opting to forego breakfast at home. Lu Ming and Lu Hafeng exchanged uneasy glances as their father departed without a word. It was rare for him to display anger towards family members. The circumstances that could provoke such ire evidently crossed a line. Having endured hardship in their past, they valued sustenance as precious as life itself. Wang Meijing's act of discarding the noodles was deemed unforgivable in their father's eyes. Yet, oblivious to the gravity of her actions, she felt unjustly wronged. Zhao Jinshu's countenance grew pale as she chose to disregard the unfolding drama. She called for Lu Rui to brush her teeth and wash her face, then glanced at her son, who was still sluggishly nestled in his blankets, showing no intent to rise. "Lu Zhe, breakfast is ready. If you do not get up soon, you will be late for school. You will have to face the consequences. The breakfast will cool, and you cannot blame others for that. Your sister is already up. Yet you remain there," she admonished before stepping outside. Upon reaching the courtyard, she observed her daughter awkwardly brushing her teeth, prompting a soft chuckle from Zhao Jinshu. The child's tenacity had been apparent since her early years. She had always preferred to tackle tasks independently, growing into a self-sufficient individual who thrived in her endeavors. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe sat frozen in disbelief. Had his mother truly left without checking on him? After a moment of waiting, realizing she would not return, he let out a huff. The thought of being scolded by his teacher for tardiness compelled him to reluctantly rise from his warm cocoon and dress swiftly. When he finally made his way to the dining room, he found the others had already departed, leaving only his mother and sister at the table. "Mom, Rui, why didn't you wait for me?" he lamented. Zhao Jinshu replied, "Your time is your own, but my time and your sister's are equally precious. Time does not wait for anyone." Lu Rui, with a spoonful of egg custard in one hand and a pancake in the other, urged her brother, "Hurry and wash your face and brush your teeth, or you'll be late and get scolded by the teacher." Lu Zhe groaned. "If only Mom had called me up earlier." Zhao Jinshu observed his retreating figure and remarked, "Your father provided you with an alarm clock, if it cannot rouse you. I lack the ability to do so. Next time, You must awaken on your own. Reluctantly, Lu Zhe complied, feeling a sense of change in his mother-esque demeanor, as if she had grown indifferent towards him. With the looming threat of tardiness, he hastily washed his face and returned to the table, where he faced his sister's unsolicited praise. Brother, you washed your face quickly today. Zhao Jinshu, noticing his sullen demeanor, offered encouragement. Well done today. You got up on your own, dressed yourself, and washed your face quickly. Keep it up, and you will surely conquer your challenges. Lu Rui observed her brother with curiosity and asked, why are you not happy about mom praising you? Lu Zhe chose to ignore her, finding her peculiar. How could she rise so early on such a chilly morning? Did she not fear the cold? Did she not find the warmth and comfort of her blankets more appealing? Unfazed by her brother's indifference, Lu Rui continued to enjoy her egg custard and pancakes. After finishing the steamed egg custard and pancakes, she looked up and said, Mom, I'm full, and I've finished my milk powder. Zhao Jinshu smiled and replied, Rui is truly wonderful. Lu Rui beamed at the praise from her mother. Lu Zhe, dipping his head to savor the custard, looked up joyfully as soon as he tasted it, exclaiming, the eggs you steamed today are simply delicious, so fragrant, so tender, and so smooth. Zhao Jinshu chuckled to herself, thinking he certainly knows how to flatter. Delicious, isn't it? Lu Rui chimed in. I also think your steamed eggs are tasty. I want more tomorrow. Zhao Jinshu laughed. All right, I'll steam eggs for you again tomorrow. Cooking for herself and her children was a labor of love. Although she hadn't cooked for many years, the skills she had honed remained intact. The custard she prepared was naturally better than before, fresh and silky. With an authentic flavor enhanced by the aroma of sesame oil, it was simply delightful. After finishing his meal, Lu Zhe eagerly gulped down the milk powder, wiped his mouth, and squinted his eyes, deliberately announcing, so delicious, so tasty. Zhao Jinshu patted his shoulder. Stop being cheeky and hurry up. Let's get your backpack and take you to school. They resided in a compound belonging to a machinery factory, where a kindergarten was conveniently located just a 10-minute walk away. After dropping Lu Zhe off at school, Zhao Jinshu intended to take her daughter to explore the department store. Although times were more prosperous in later years, there were many things from this era that were worth reminiscing about. She touched her floral cotton jacket, which, though somewhat unfashionable, was warm. This was a special new cotton jacket and trousers made by her mother in anticipation of their city visit, along with several pairs of cotton shoes, so they wouldn't freeze upon arrival. In the cold weather, during this era, nothing was more warming than cotton clothing, apart from military overcoats. She had one of those as well, but found it somewhat cumbersome and wore it only occasionally. Therefore, they didn't need to purchase additional clothing. However, it would be prudent to buy the children and herself a couple of pairs of leather-lined cotton shoes to avoid wet feet in rainy or snowy weather. Yet, as soon as the mother and daughter entered the department store, they found it hard to leave. While resources were scarce at that time, there were still many items they needed to replenish. The styles of leather-lined cotton shoes from this era were limited and less attractive than those of later years. Yet they were made of genuine materials with real fur inside, which Zhao Jinshu found quite satisfactory. When she set out, her bag was filled with money, as it was a rare occasion to shop, and with the new year approaching in just a few days, she planned to buy a pair of leather shoes for each of the children's grandparents as a New Year's gift. Rui asked, Mom, is there enough money? We need to buy a lot of things, and Annie and Third Aunt say that since you don't have a job, you must not have enough money. Zhao Jinshu glanced at her and replied, Did I not tell you this morning that your father's earnings are sufficient for us? Have you forgotten? Rui shook her head. I haven't forgotten. Zhao Jinshu looked at her conflicted little face and chuckled. Are you still worried it won't be enough? Rui nodded. Zhao Jinshu gently patted her head. Don't worry, there is enough money. Your grandparents and your maternal grandparents work hard in the fields. They love you dearly. So we will buy each of them a pair of shoes, all right? In her previous life, her mother-in-law fell ill and became bedridden, displaying signs of senility. She often lamented that her children were raised with a sense of pettiness, feeling distant from them, as if they were tigers to be feared. Hearing this deeply unsettled her. Her son and daughter could only experience carefree days at their grandmother's home. Upon moving to the city, although life improved, it became less relaxed. Fortunately, both children excelled in their studies, spending considerable time at school. Distancing themselves from the Lu family's environment fostered a sense of superiority in their academic pursuits, gradually boosting their confidence and bringing them back to a brighter disposition. Rui nodded eagerly, saying, All right, let us buy it. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, Do Grandpa and Grandma really like me? Zhao Jinshu affirmed, Indeed, They not only cherish you but also your brother. The two children, being intelligent and diligent in their studies, would surely grow into successful individuals with happy families, and it was they whom their grandparents praised most. A radiant smile illuminated Rue's face as she replied, I like Grandpa and Grandma too. Reflecting on her sister's earlier words, she couldn't help but ask, Mom, who do you love more, me or my sister? Zhao Jinshu gently caressed her face, reassuring her, Of course, I love you the most. You are my daughter. While your sister is your third aunt's daughter who has her own mother to care for her. You are truly my little treasure. This delighted Rue even more. Indeed. Her mother loved her best, and she was her mother's precious darling. She puffed up her cheeks, declaring, Sister always tries to take you away. But she already has her own mother. Zhao Jinshu paused, saying, Rest assured, I would never allow her to take you from me. Satisfied, Rue ceased her inquiries. The children's delicate feet were well suited for soft cloth shoes. A pair of leather and cotton shoes sufficed for rainy or snowy days. As for herself, she intended to purchase 2 pairs to alternate. Given the substantial quantity of shoes acquired, they would need to be temporarily stored at the shoe store until they returned home. As valued customers, the staff were amiable and encouraged them to browse freely, assuring them that their shoes would be well looked after. After purchasing the shoes, the mother and daughter continued their shopping, eventually arriving at a stall selling hats and scarves. Zhao Jinshu paused and suggested, Don't you need a hat? Choose one. Rue remained still. Zhao Jinshu added, Rest assured, there's enough money. Feel free to buy whatever you wish today. While other children might demand items from their parents, Rue harbored a fear that there might not be enough money at home. This misconception stemmed from Zhao Jinshu herself, inadvertently fostering a sense of insecurity in her daughter. After all, Rue was not naturally frugal. She would spend lavishly if given the means. Chapter 6. The in-laws' attitude at last. Rue looked cheerfully towards the shop, pointing at a particular hat. I want this one. Zhao Jinshu glanced at it, not at all surprised. The child's taste closely resembled her own. As she grew, her choices in coats and down jackets tended towards pure white, red, or black, while she shunned pastel shades and vibrant patterns, having never purchased them. Such aesthetic preferences cannot be deemed good or bad. They merely reflect personal taste. Zhao Jinshu nodded, saying, Take it. Let us find a hat for your brother as well. Rue pointed to a black hat nearby, but Zhao Jinshu shook her head. Too dark. Your brother won't like that one. Let us go with the gray one instead. Rue fell silent and then noticed the scarf beside her, joyfully exclaiming, Mom, you bought a scarf too. Everyone has one except you. Zhao Jinshu smiled, acknowledging that she indeed lacked a scarf. Rue, help me choose one, she replied. All right. Rue giggled as she dashed over, pointing at a red cashmere scarf. Mom, let us buy this one. Red is festive for the new year. Zhao Jinshu agreed. Let us both wear red. We should get 2 since you also need a scarf. After purchasing hats, they effortlessly donned their scarves. Zhao Jinshu also bought undergarments and thermal wear for both herself and her child, as the clothing she had brought back from her hometown was worn and frayed. Once, she had been frugal, mending and patching what she could not bear to discard. Now, however, she felt there was no need for such restraint. After all, money earned was meant to be spent. They should eat well and dress appropriately, especially since Jintai was capable of earning. As winter winds swept through, the air grew dry, making skin susceptible to cracking. The two had previously used a type of facial oil from their hometown, greasy and versatile for both face and lips. Today, having applied some before heading out, Zhao Jinshu found it rather uncomfortable, having grown accustomed to better products. She felt spoiled and purchased 2 jars of snowflake cream and 2 jars of Meiji, planning to gift one to her mother-in-law. Despite her mother-in-law appearing well-dressed and respectable for work, her actual living conditions were quite rough. She had never seen her use skincare products, merely applying some facial oil when necessary. The mother and daughter resolved their lunch outside, enjoying a meal together, followed by purchasing snacks and eggs. Burdened by their numerous bags, they called a taxi to return home. Upon their arrival, neighbors observed them disembarking, laden with parcels, whispering amongst themselves. Zhao Jinshu could easily guess their gossip, undoubtedly discussing her extravagance, shopping too much, and needing a taxi to carry it all back. Yet, she paid them no mind. With no one at home, the mother and daughter, exhausted from their shopping spree, lay down to sleep for the afternoon. That evening, Zhao Jinshu felt disinclined to cook. Preparing meals for a dozen people was no small task. As the weather chilled, after picking up Luze, they opted to eat bowls of lamb soup accompanied by flatbread. Sated, they returned home to find darkness had fallen, and the household was bustling with activity. The kitchen was alive with the sounds of cooking. Lu Xingyao, observing the three of them, wore a disapproving expression. "Where have you been?" Zhao Jinshu met her gaze and replied candidly, "It was too cold. We went for lamb soup." She had no intention of hiding the truth. Lu Xingyu retorted coldly, "You seem to enjoy yourselves without a thought for your parents who are still hungry. Isn't there you too?" Zhao Jinshu countered, raising her eyes. "With three of us, married, working, and sometimes I take a day off from cooking. And you imply they would go hungry? How unfilial can you be?" We have jobs, not like you, just idling about." Lu Xingyu was taken aback by her boldness, staring incredulously, her tone faltering slightly. "The money you earn from your job doesn't come to me," Zhao Jinshu reminded her coolly. Lu Xingyao stared back, astonished, as if to say, "Do you really care about your sister-in-law's salary?" Zhao Jinshu raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Of course. You have not contributed to your parents or the household expenses, so what relevance does your job have to me?" "Well said." Ji Yuanyong emerged from the room, nodding in agreement upon hearing her daughter-in-law's words. Lu Xingyao, unable to believe her ears, exclaimed, "Mother, are you siding with her? Who exactly is her daughter?" "She is your second sister-in-law." Ji Yuanyong retorted sharply, "Even if your second sister-in-law is unemployed, it is not solely her responsibility to feed the entire household. Yes, you are working, but that benefits only you. It does not augment your sister-in-law's income. She should not be compelled to serve your group without compensation. If a daughter-in-law is willing to contribute, she is welcome to do so. If she is not, she should not be forced. Others who wish to impose should first possess the capability to do so. If they lack that ability, they should remain silent. No one shall have the authority to bully family members." Lu Xingyu bristled. "Aren't we family? Is it really necessary to quibble over such trivial matters? Besides, isn't it true that you are not entirely satisfied with your sister-in-law? Then why not allow her to receive some of your salary? You would not agree to that. You are magnanimous as long as your own interests are not at stake, but unwilling to concede when it might affect you." Ji Yuanyang's expression turned to one of disappointment. "Have I taught you to be this way? Only seeking advantages without a willingness to contribute? My children may not achieve great success, but they must never become selfish individuals who only think of themselves and refuse to make any effort." Lu Xingyu fell silent, feeling wronged. Even if her actions were misguided, her mother should not have reprimanded her in front of her sister-in-law. How would she face her sister-in-law in the future? Zhao Jinshu remained composed, having dealt with her mother-in-law for a lifetime, and knowing that as long as she was in the right, Ji Yuanyong would not say much. With a sister-in-law of such temperament, encountering a mother-in-law like this would only lead to trouble for her. With the presence of her mother-in-law, there was no need for her to intervene. Lu Xingyu would eventually comply. With a sense of amusement, she took out snacks for the group of children. The eldest among them was only 13, all at an age where they craved treats, and upon hearing the rustle of snacks, they eagerly gathered around. The children called out, "Second aunt, second aunt." Observing their innocent faces, Zhao Jinshu felt a warmth in her heart, realizing that children are indeed delightful. She placed the snacks on the table, saying, "Help yourselves." The children cheered and rushed over. Ji Yuanyong glanced at them briefly before heading to the kitchen. Lu Xingyu sat alone, watching her nieces and nephews joyfully surround their second aunt, her expression darkening. She silently lamented that they were ungrateful, swayed by mere snacks. She had often bought them treats. Yet they seemed to forget about their second aunt's feelings. In the kitchen, Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing, who were busy preparing a meal, naturally heard the commotion from the main room. The two sisters-in-law exchanged glances. Their mother-in-law had a habit of using the situation to reprimand the younger sister, which was not lost on them. The second branch was indeed formidable. The younger sister was already being chastised, and their mother-in-law was supporting the admonishment, leading them to once again reflect on their misjudgment. At that moment, Lu Huayuan returned from outside. Upon seeing her father, Lu Xingyu's eyes brightened. Her father had always been fond of her and was sure to side with her. With this thought, she approached him, albeit hesitantly. Lu Huayuan cast a glance at her and inquired, "What is the matter?" Lu Xingyu stammered, certainly unable to disclose the truth to him. Primarily, she felt uncertain. Although her father cherished her, it was under the condition that she had not erred. If she made a mistake, he would not let her off easily. Contemplating this, she gradually regained her composure, realizing that she could not inadvertently confess. Ji Yuangrong emerged from the kitchen, casting a cold glance at the father and daughter. Upon witnessing his wife's expression, Lu Huayuan understood that the situation was complex. He gently patted his daughter's head and advised, "Go lend a hand in the kitchen." Faced with her mother's frosty demeanor, Lu Xingyu reluctantly made her way to the kitchen. Who would believe it? The director of such a large factory could actually fear his wife? Chapter 7. Shoes. The children shouted joyfully upon seeing their grandfather return. Lu Rue boldly presented 2 candies to their grandparents, exclaiming, "Grandpa, Grandma, please have some candy. My mother bought it." Ji Yuangrong's gaze softened among the group of children. This youngest one was the only one who thought of them. At such a tender age, showing empathy was truly endearing. She gently replied, "Oh, Rue, you may eat it. Grandma will not." Lu Huaiyuan added with a smile, "Grandpa won't eat it either. You should enjoy it, Rue. Rue pointed to her own mouth, saying, "I have some. You should eat it. You work hard, and candy will make you less tired." Today, she had overheard her mother mention that their grandparents worked hard, and knowing they liked her, she wanted to offer them candy. Lu Huaiyuan scooped her into his arms, exclaiming, "Oh, you even know that your grandparents work hard?" Initially a bit shy, Rue, upon seeing her grandfather's smile, boldly burst into laughter, saying, "I know. That's what Mommy said." Ji Yuangrong, listening nearby, felt her heart warm further. As parents, they willingly devoted themselves to their children, expecting no reciprocation. Yet when their children understood their sacrifices, it brought them comfort. Regarding her second daughter-in-law, Ji Yuangrong could neither express full satisfaction nor dissatisfaction. After all, her son did not suffer much during those years in the Zhao family. However, to say she was content would not be entirely true. There was always a sense of regret lingering in her heart. At this moment, she understood why her somewhat wooden son was willing to marry her. It was not without reason. It seemed that this very sentiment was unmatched by others. Her own daughter had never considered whether she and her husband would tire from work, only thinking of coaxing more money from them to buy clothes. Today, Ji Yuangrong had purchased a chicken. After preparing the meal, even though Zhao Jinshu and her daughters had eaten, she insisted on serving them each a bowl of chicken soup. Ji Yuangrong divided 2 chicken legs between her 2 granddaughters. As for her grandson, there were too many to share equally. Lin Yulan, feeling envious, remarked, "It seems we must have daughters. Our parents adore their granddaughters so much." Among the 3 sisters-in-law, only she had given birth to 2 sons. In her family, if her sister-in-law bore 2 sons, they would be cherished. Yet in the Lu family, sons were not as prized. Any good fortune was first reserved for the granddaughters. Previously, when the second household was absent, each family in the house would receive a chicken leg. Now, it was first given to the second household's Lu Rue, leaving her 2 children with nothing. She loved both her grandsons and granddaughters, especially Lu Hui and Lu Xiang, as they were the eldest and received the most care from their grandparents. Ji Yuanyong cast a glance at her eldest daughter-in-law and remarked, "Moreover, those 2 boys of yours certainly indulged in the snacks bought by their second aunt before dinner. They are hardly at a loss." Initially, she had thought well of her eldest daughter-in-law, who spoke and acted with composure, but now she too had begun to exhibit jealousy. As the first to marry into the family and the mother of the eldest child, she had provided the most support over the years. If there were any grievances, it was clear that the second son had been relegated, with his marriage and children residing at his wife's family home. Even the financial assistance sent to them was limited. They had not spent much on the second son's family, and it was evident that they had not been treated fairly. Thus, showing them a bit more affection now would not be excessive. If others perceived favoritism, then their hearts were not right and they were merely seeking more. Those with unclean hearts who cannot self-regulate will only suffer themselves. As a mother-in-law, she could oversee their meals, yet she did not concern herself with their inner thoughts. Lin Yulan, noticing her mother-in-law's change in demeanor, realized her words were inappropriate and quickly amended, "I was simply envious seeing my sisters-in-law with daughters." Lu Jiaming chimed in, "Little Lin just wishes for a daughter." Zhao Jinshu, seated nearby, sipped her chicken soup, not taking the comment to heart. Wang Meijing laughed. "If you desire a daughter, then have one." Lin Yulan sighed. "Family planning is quite strict these days. I dare not act against the rules. I suppose I am fated not to have a daughter in this lifetime." In truth, she did not genuinely wish for a daughter and was quite fond of her 2 sons. Ji Yuanyong paid no heed to their subtle thoughts, fully aware of the personalities of her daughters-in-law. After dinner, Lu Huaiyuan specifically called upon Lu Xingyao to wash the dishes. Lu Xingyao grumbled, but dared not defy under her parents' authority. The children sat in a row, diligently working on their homework, while Lu Jiaming and Lu Hufeng engaged in conversation with their parents. The daughters-in-law busied themselves around their respective children. Even Lu Zhe, a kindergartner, had homework, yet he typically did not require her assistance. Ji Yuanyong retreated to retrieve the shoes she had purchased for her in-laws, along with a jar of meijing for her mother-in-law. Upon receiving the gifts, both Ji Yuanyong and Lu Huayuan were taken aback, followed swiftly by delight. Their workplace occasionally provided clothing, yet over the years, they had never received attire or shoes from their children. They promptly removed their slippers and donned the new shoes. Others were equally astonished. Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing ceased their focus on the children and approached. Wang Meijing glanced at her mother-in-law's shoes, her face filled with envy. These shoes were bought at the department store I visited last week. They were too expensive for me to consider purchasing. Lin Yulan observed silently, her feelings complex. Such a beautiful and stylish pair of leather and cotton shoes could only be costly. After many years of marriage, she had managed to buy only one pair for herself, which she had worn for many years, mended and patched, reluctant to discard. She had anticipated that the second son's family would be so generous, each grandparent receiving a pair. Were country folk truly so affluent and willing to spend? Ji Yuanyong touched the shoe's surface. They are quite comfortable and fit perfectly. How did Jishu know your father's shoe size? Lu Huayuan, also smiling broadly, remarked, these shoes are warm. They must have cost a pretty penny. In a previous life, Zhao Jinshu often bought shoes for her in-laws, and she naturally knew their sizes. With a smile, she replied, I asked Jintai for your shoe sizes. She didn't spend much. After all, it was all covered by Lu Jintai, so there's no need for you to feel concerned for him. She spoke candidly, admitting that she was unemployed. And if it wasn't Lu Jintai's money, whose could it be? If she were to use her family's funds, her in-laws would certainly refuse such gifts. By honoring her in-laws, regardless of whose money was spent, the gifts were hers to give, and her parents-in-law would surely remember her kindness. Moreover, given their nature, they wouldn't mind such trivialities. Lu Hufeng chuckled nearby, saying, our second brother is quite wealthy, so don't worry, Mom and Dad. He felt that this sister-in-law, though seemingly quiet, was indeed very filial and generous. Those two pairs of shoes were not inexpensive, which might make them appear unfilial in comparison. Ji Yuanrong cast a faint glance at him, inquiring, do you not have any money? She was uncertain about the second brother's financial status. But considering the first and third households had been living off the family's resources for an extended period, it was reasonable to presume they had saved a little from their earnings. If they were completely broke, that would be quite unbelievable. Lu Hufeng quickly fell silent, feeling somewhat guilty. The third household truly lacked funds. He feared their parents would not believe them if they spoke the truth. Their combined monthly salaries barely sufficed, leaving no room for savings. He had no idea how their money was spent, as it seemed to vanish by the end of each month. Lu Jiaming observed silently. Knowing his younger brother well, both he and his wife were quite extravagant, and even with the family's provisions for food and drink, their insatiable appetites on weekends would drain their finances. Chapter 8. Naturally beautiful mom. This is for the face. During the harsh winter, applying this after washing my face in the morning and evening prevents my skin from becoming dry and cracked. Zhao Jishu handed a jar of cream to her mother-in-law. Receiving the face cream from her daughter-in-law, Ji Yuanrong was even more astonished than when she had received the shoes. Yes, she was truly taken aback. While she had scarcely paid attention to her own appearance, this daughter-in-law she once deemed regrettable had noticed her skin's condition. A whirlwind of emotions swirled within her, a complex blend of feelings. Ji Yuanrong held the cream, saying, you should use it yourself. Zhao Jinshu replied with a smile, I bought one for myself too. I purchased quite a few items at the department store today. I wouldn't forget my own. No wonder I thought your complexion was quite fair. Do you apply this cream morning and night? I only wash my face in the morning and apply a bit, and it lasts the whole day. Wang Meijing sat next to Zhao Jinshu, glancing at her face and then touching her own. I used facial oil earlier, not cream. Zhao Jinshu was taken aback by Wang Meijing's words. She had never heard a compliment from her before. Then how is your skin so fair? Wang Meijing asked skeptically, feeling that this woman was trying to deceive her. She had seen plenty of rural people, most of whom had dark skin, unlike her sister-in-law, whose face was fair and flawless, evoking envy. Zhao Jishu looked at her with a hint of amusement. Could it be that I am naturally beautiful? Wang Meijing was momentarily speechless, while Lu Jiaming and Lu Hufeng could not help but laugh. Lin Yulan observed her younger sister-in-law, despite her own feelings of jealousy. She had to admit that among the three sisters-in-law, the second sister-in-law had the most radiant complexion, which undoubtedly attracted the discerning Lu Jintai. In the eyes of Ji Yuanyong and Lu Huayuan, there was a hint of amusement, surprised that the second branch of the family could exhibit such narrow-mindedness. However, It must be said that the appearance of the second branch's offspring was indeed remarkable, perfectly complementing their son. Good-looking parents invariably produce attractive children, and among their grandchildren, Rui and Zai were the most aesthetically pleasing. Wang Meijing snapped back to reality, incredulously regarding her. You have such a thick skin. Am I not speaking the truth? How does that equate to having a thick skin? Zhao Jinshu raised an eyebrow. Do you truly believe that applying that cream would transform me into this? If it's ineffective, why bother using it at all? What a waste. Wang Meijing pondered for a moment and realized the validity of her words. If that cream had such miraculous effects, everyone would possess a flawlessly fair and tender complexion. Zhao Jinshu smiled slightly. Of course it has its merits. It can help keep one's skin from becoming overly dry. With consistent care, even if one's skin doesn't achieve my level, it will gradually improve and become smoother. Using it is certainly better than neglecting it. Wang Meijing regarded Zhao Jinshu thoughtfully, surprised that this sister-in-law from the countryside possessed such knowledge. Her gaze involuntarily drifted back to Zhao Jinshu's face, despite being merely 2 years her senior. Standing next to Zhao Jinshu made her feel significantly older, casting a shadow over her spirits. She quickly turned to her husband. Once payday arrives, I must purchase a couple of bottles of that cream. I, too, shall apply it morning and night. I must maintain my appearance. Lu Hufeng, unconcerned, replied, spend your money as you wish. If you want to buy it, then do so. Lin Yulan could not help but feel envious. The third couple truly led a carefree life. Indeed, my third brother is generous. Lu Jiaming looked up. You can buy it too. Lin Yulan fell silent. That cream was far too expensive, and given their financial situation, what was the point in such indulgence? Her 2 sons faced considerable pressure. They ought to save money early on, as when her sons grew older and needed funds, she would be left with no recourse. She certainly would not buy such luxuries. Even a simple oil for the face would suffice. Besides, her sons were already grown. What need was there for such extravagance? Seeing his wife in silence, Lu Jiaming felt a tinge of frustration. His trousers bore patches upon patches. While frugality was the current trend, it should not manifest in such a manner. How many years had it been since he last had new clothes? He had hoped that if his wife agreed to buy the cream, he might request a new pair of trousers in return. Yet, now that he had consented to her purchasing the cream, she seemed to waver, leaving him at a loss for words. Zhao Jinshu listened to their conversation, secretly amused. Given the nature of his sister-in-law, she likely considered not only the purchase of face cream a waste, but would probably even regard the time spent applying it as frivolous, perhaps thinking that such time could be better spent on handiwork to earn some extra income. Lu Xingyao emerged from the kitchen after washing the dishes. Noticing the group engrossed in conversation and unable to suppress a sneer, she had expected her sisters-in-law to be so absorbed in their chatter, neglecting to offer her any assistance. After all, they were not her biological sisters. They did not empathize with her plight. With this thought, she silently sat beside her mother. Looking down, she noticed her mother's new shoes and exclaimed, Mom, you bought new shoes? They look beautiful. Why didn't you get me a pair? Ji Yuanyong scoffed. These were bought for me by your second sister-in-law. How is that possible? Lu Xingyu blurted out. Where would she have gotten the money? Zhao Jinshu gazed at her, saying, having been married to your brother for quite some time, it is only natural that I have saved some money. It may not be a substantial amount, but there is enough to purchase a pair of shoes for your parents. Lu Xingyao fell silent. Realizing that it was indeed her sister-in-law who had bought the shoes for their parents, she refrained from speaking, yet Ji Yuanyong was determined to press on. Did you not claim that upon starting work, you would honor our parents? When do you intend to buy them a pair of shoes? Rather than merely trailing behind me when I acquire something new? Lu Xingyu pouted. Mother, you know my salary is not high. Ji Yuanyong dismissed her attempt at justification. Enough. Go back to your room. Your presence is vexing. It is often said that daughters are their mother's little comforts, yet her little comfort had been breezy since childhood. Lu Xingyu hurried away, fearing that if she lingered, her mother would insist on her buying shoes. Ji Yuanyong shook her head in disappointment. Truly, raising this daughter felt futile. The 3 sisters-in-law remained silent. Despite their mother-in-law's apparent disdain for her daughter, they understood that any unwarranted reprimand towards their sister-in-law could elicit unpredictable thoughts from her. After all, they were a mother and daughter bound by blood. No matter the discord, it was of little consequence to them, while the daughters-in-law were best advised to remain uninvolved. Once Lu Zai completed his homework, Zhao Jinshu took them to wash their faces, feet, and bottoms before bedtime. During the chill of winter, the bed was not particularly warm, so she had preemptively placed hot water bottles in both beds. As soon as Lu Zai nestled into his covers, He was reluctant to emerge. Lu Rui beside him yawned repeatedly, not forgetting to check on his brother. Brother hasn't applied his lotion yet. Lu Zhe poked his head out, declaring, even without applying it, "My skin is soft and fragrant. Mother says I carry a milky scent." Lu Rui retorted, "If you don't apply it, you won't smell good. Enough chatter. Quickly go to sleep, or you will struggle to wake up in the morning." Zhao Jinshu interrupted the siblings. Lu Rui yawned again. "I want to sleep now." Lu Zhe added, "Then, Mother, please close the door. I will turn off the light myself." "All right." Returning to her room, the mother and daughter lay on the bed. Lu Rui clung to her mother's arm and quietly asked before drifting off, "Mother, when will father come back?" It seemed that all her friends had their fathers at home every day, while only she and her brother's father was absent. It made her unhappy. Zhao Jinshu tucked her in snugly. "He will be back in a couple of days." "Do you miss your father?" Exhausted, Lu Rui nodded and, reassured, soon fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 9. A Mother-in-Law's Compensation. Meanwhile, Ji Yuanyong and Lu Huayuan lay in bed, reflecting on the events of the day, and could not help but engage in conversation. Ji Yuanyong remarked, "The second daughter-in-law seems quite decent." Lu Huayuan chuckled, "Indeed, she has always been quite commendable." Ji Yuanyong, noticing the smile on his face, playfully nudged him, "You old rascal." After a brief moment, she remarked, "Her impulsive nature and blunt speech often offend others." The eldest and third daughters-in-law, along with Xing Yao, have all been on the receiving end of her sharp tongue. Lu Huayuan sighed. "Isn't it permissible for others to have a bit of temper?" As the children grow older, their thoughts and concerns multiply. They all perceive the second family's vulnerability. But they are about to learn a hard lesson. Once Jintai returns, we shall see them clash. Ji Yuangong snorted coldly. "They're ungrateful, expecting to receive sustenance without contributing a dime. A pack of ingrates, all fixated on their own families. I believe it's time for us two old folks to save some money. We cannot be their perpetual support." Lu Huayuan nodded in agreement, with grandchildren now grown. "It is indeed time for them to stand on their own feet. We cannot be their crutches for life." Ji Yuangong continued, "I am not concerned about the second family. The second son has been earning well these past 2 years and will continue to do so. The eldest need not worry excessively either. However, I fear for the third family. Both partners seem rather aimless." Lu Huayuan remarked, "The children are grown. Let them find their own way. If we separate them now, the situation has not yet become too dire, and the bonds of brotherhood remain intact." Ji Yuangong nodded. "Initially, I thought the second son had married a country girl and that life would be difficult for them in the countryside. But with the changes in national policy, he has resumed work. At first, they seemed somewhat petty, hesitant to express themselves. Now, after a few months, they have become familiar with their surroundings and are more outspoken, displaying a sense of social awareness and filial piety, which is commendable. It is quite possible that in the future, the second couple will have the best life." Lu Huayuan chuckled. "Everyone has moments of misjudgment. It is not surprising." Having learned from yesterday's lesson, Wang Meijing and Lin Yulan rose early to prepare breakfast before dawn. Last night, the mother-in-law had declared that from now on, each family would only need to prepare breakfast for themselves, while dinner would be a communal affair. Thus, the sisters-in-law prepared breakfast according to their own tastes, only for their respective households. Wang Meijing recalled that there were hardly any eggs left yesterday. Did mother buy eggs? She wondered, remembering her daughter's insistence on having steamed egg custard and deciding to make some for her. Upon lifting the egg basket, she was pleasantly surprised to find it filled with numerous eggs. Ji Yuangong had also risen early, sipping water outside when she overheard Wang Meijing's question. "I didn't buy any eggs. Could it be your second sister-in-law?" Lin Yulan, while washing vegetables, speculated, "It must have been her, yesterday morning." Her family consumed quite a few eggs. She had considered speaking up but hesitated, fearing her second sister-in-law's newfound assertiveness might lead to discord and displease their in-laws. So she remained silent. To her surprise, her sister-in-law was quite considerate, consuming the eggs and knowing to replenish their supply. Ji Yuangong nodded, acknowledging her understanding. After Zhao Jinshu sent Lu Zhe off to school, she took out the clothes bought yesterday to wash. With the afternoon free, she took her daughter to the department store to purchase several pounds of yarn. Yesterday, while doing his homework, Lu Zhe had complained about cold hands, so she needed to knit him a pair of gloves promptly. She sat in the sun at the end of the corridor, working on the gloves, while Lu Rui clumsily kicked a shuttlecock around. Since her rebirth, her spirits had been buoyant. After all, who wouldn't feel elated to regain youth? In the intervals of weaving gloves, a pot of steamed buns and a bowl of porridge were prepared. When they returned from work, They were pleasantly surprised to find not only the porridge ready but also the buns steamed. Wang Meijing joyfully remarked, "Is my sister-in-law planning to take over the cooking duties?" Zhao Jinshu shot her a glance. "What are you thinking?" "I simply wanted to eat buns. I feared you wouldn't have time to make them upon your return, so I prepared them in advance." Wang Meijing scoffed and fell silent. Ji Yuanyong retrieved a stack of money from her bag and handed it to Zhao Jinshu. Zhao Jinshu looked at her in confusion. "Why are you giving me money?" Ji Yuanyong smiled. "With the new year approaching, take this money to buy some clothes for the children. They have grown so much and haven't celebrated the new year with us, so this year, let us spend a little more on them." Zhao Jinshu declined. "They have clothes. There's no need to buy more." Ji Yuanyong insisted, pushing the money into her hands. "Just take it. Besides, you bought eggs yesterday, and this covers your egg expenses." Zhao Jinshu chuckled lightly. "But we need those eggs. There's no need for your money." Ji Yuanyong persisted. "That's different. They haven't contributed any money, and you don't need to either. Your father and I will not show favoritism." With such determination, Zhao Jinshu accepted the money, smiling. "With the winter break approaching, I'll take the two of them to buy clothes." Ji Yuanyong countered, "No need to wait for the break. When Jintai returns this weekend, let him accompany you all to shop. You should also buy yourself a New Year outfit." Zhao Jinshu beamed. "I will heed my mother's advice." Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing watched enviously from the side, their hearts heavy with bitterness. Particularly Lin Yulan, who had thought that her sister-in-law was considerate in the morning, was now taken aback by her mother-in-law's financial support for the second family. She scoffed quietly. The mother-in-law indeed showed no favoritism, openly providing for the second family without regard for their feelings, a true testament to her impartiality. Unable to contain herself, Wang Meijing remarked, "Mother, why only give sister-in-law money to buy clothes for her children? What about us?" Ji Yuanyong looked up. "You have none." Wang Meijing fell silent, turning back to chop vegetables. Muttering under her breath, "You claim not to show favoritism, but it is evident." Ji Yuanyong's expression turned serious. "Favoritism? Who do you claim I favor?" Wang Meijing glanced at Zhao Jinshu, and Ji Yuanyong sneered. "Since you married into the Lu family, you have consumed my resources without contributing a single penny. Have you ever calculated how much I've supported you over the years? The second family has only been back for less than 6 months, and they have already cost us so much. Would you like me to itemize it for you?" Lin Yulan's heart sank. If that were the case, the first family had indeed spent the most. She quickly added, "Mother, you truly show no favoritism. Those who claim you do are ungrateful." Wang Meijing couldn't help but pout. Her elder sister-in-law was quite adept at navigating the situation. Ji Yuanyong glanced at her and stated, "I do not provide clandestine support to anyone. Over these years, I have only been fair to the second family. I openly tell you that I will compensate them somewhat. Do you find that objectionable?" The two sisters-in-law dared not disagree, fearing that should they voice any dissent, their mother-in-law would promptly pull out a calculator to tally their accounts. It must be said that Zhao Jinshu was taken aback by her mother-in-law's actions. After all, there had been no talk of compensation in her previous life. It seems that her recent behavior has indeed influenced her father-in-law and mother-in-law. That evening, after returning to their respective rooms, Lin Yulan could no longer contain herself and remarked, "Today, Mother gave Zhao Jinshu a considerable sum of money. I'd estimate it to be several hundred yuan." Lu Jiaming sat up abruptly. "Several hundred? What made Mother think to give her so much? Is there an abundance of money to squander? She should be giving it to him. After all, he's her biological son. Wait a minute. When did Mother become so generous?" Lin Yulan shrugged. She said it was to make up for the years of neglect. However, Lu Jiaming disagreed. If there was neglect, it happened long ago. Why suddenly think of compensating them now? They certainly weren't planning on it before. There must be some reason behind our parents' decision to give money to the second brother and his wife. Lin Yulan's eyes widened in sudden realization. Yesterday, the second brother's wife bought shoes for our parents and even cream for Mother. She certainly knows how to curry favor with them, making us appear unfilial in comparison. Lu Jiaming let his shoulders droop. "I never imagined our parents would fall for such tactics. I had previously advised you not to be so stingy and to buy them little gifts. But you insisted that they had enough, and that it was unnecessary to waste money. Look where that got us." Lin Yulan, feeling dejected, lay back on the bed and suggested, "Shouldn't we also buy something for our parents?" Lu Jiaming retorted, "You're being an armchair strategist. Do you think our parents are fools?" Lin Yulan sighed in disappointment. Who would have thought the second brother's family would be so cunning? Lu Jiaming mused to himself that even if they were cunning, at least they were willing to spend money, while she seemed unwilling to part with even a single cent. In Chapter 10, Wang Meijing was discussing this matter with Lu Hufeng in their room. She felt a sense of injustice regarding her mother-in-law's favoritism towards her second sister-in-law. I am the niece of my mother's family, yet she shows bias towards the second sister-in-law. She believed that her relationship should grant her preferential treatment. And though her standing might not surpass that of the younger sister-in-law, it certainly shouldn't be inferior to that of the two sister-in-laws. Now, it seemed that even someone from the countryside was earning more favor in front of her mother-in-law, which naturally displeased her. Moreover, the money had all gone to Zhao Jinshu, leaving her feeling stifled with frustration. She couldn't help but think about it, and the anger within her bubbled to the surface. Seeing her face redden with indignation, Lu Hafeng remarked, "Mother mentioned that the money was for compensating the second household." Wang Meijing shot him an irritated glance. What is there to compensate for? They didn't force the second brother to marry and have children in the countryside, nor did they send him away. Lu Hafeng felt equally aggrieved. He too wished for a share of their parents' money, but there was nothing he could do if they refused to give it. After reflecting for a moment, he said, "Don't underestimate the second sister-in-law. Though she may appear meek and only busy with chores at home, she is indeed filial. That very quality is something you and the eldest sister cannot match. Our parents appreciate obedient children, and isn't that what pleases them? The second brother's marriage and family in the countryside left our parents feeling indebted, and the second sister-in-law's diligent nature surely elicits their sympathy, prompting them to offer a little compensation." Upon hearing his words, Wang Meijing's mouth nearly twisted to her ear. Unable to contain herself, she retorted, "You are honest and hardworking. Yet you have nothing to say? You hold her in such high regard. Have you been blind to her actions over the past few days? What are you shouting about?" Lu Hafeng gradually grew impatient, responding, "What good does it do to argue with me? Should I confront my parents? So what if they give a little money to my second sister-in-law? That is their money. She can give it to whomever she pleases. And it is none of your business." Wang Meijing looked at him incredulously. "Are you yelling at me?" Lu Hafeng frowned. "Don't create trouble for no reason." Wang Meijing suddenly stood up, hands on her hips. "How am I the one creating trouble? You are the one seeking it now." Lu Hafeng felt a surge of anger within himself. When you have nothing to do, reflect on your own faults rather than always picking on others. Second sister-in-law has done remarkably well. She has taken care of the household chores for months and has been kind to both of us, ensuring the family's children have not gone without provisions. How do you treat the children of your second brother? You know in your heart. Wang Meijing's eyes widened. So, in the end, it's still my fault? Lu Hafeng remained silent, clearly acquiescing to her assertion. Wang Meijing was bewildered, feeling a swell of grievance. Why is it my fault? Lu Hafeng looked at her. Do you truly want me to articulate it? I am curious to see what you could possibly say in your defense. Wang Meijing's eyes reddened with indignation. She had not anticipated her partner held such views of her. Among the sisters-in-law, their mother-in-law openly bestowed money upon the second sister-in-law, leaving no share for them, and she was expected to remain unperturbed, let alone the matter of compensation. The second brother had been back in the city for quite some time, while Zhao Jinshu had been hiding at her maternal home. And though she and the eldest sister-in-law resided in the same household, they had also tended to their in-laws. Why was this point never mentioned? Lu Hafeng glanced at her. "First and foremost, your temper is lacking." As he began to speak, Wang Meijing was already ready to explode. How was her temper lacking? Lu Hafeng quickly interrupted. "Please let me finish." Wang Meijing took a deep breath. "Fine, go ahead. I have been patient with you, and now I seek to hold you accountable." Lu Hafeng continued. "Your temper is indeed lacking. In terms of filial piety, you and the eldest sister-in-law do not measure up to the second sister-in-law. Over the years, we have lived with our parents without concern for household matters. You married into the Lu family, and you have not faced any grievances, have you?" With each of his words, Wang Meijing's expression grew darker. "How have I not faced grievances? Today is a prime example." Lu Hafeng replied. "If you consider today's incident a grievance, we could reach out to Aunt to discuss it and determine who is at fault. Aunt is not only our aunt, but also your aunt. Surely she will not side with the eldest sister-in-law or the second sister-in-law. Everyone has their little thoughts. Who does not love money? Everyone wishes for their parents' favoritism. In a family with 3 siblings, if parents favor one, the others will inevitably feel aggrieved. However, our parents have not shown favoritism. It is quite fair, yet you still perceive them as biased. What would our parents think?" Wang Meijing wanted to say that if they were to involve her aunt, then so be it. However, the words caught in her throat. If she truly made such a scene, she would surely offend her in-laws. Furthermore, it would be difficult for her to find her footing in the Lu household. They would consider her a troublemaker. She did not wish to disrupt her life. How could she dare to cause such an uproar? Lu Hafeng gazed at her with a meaningful expression. saying, "If you compare your second sister-in-law from your maternal family, you will realize how fortunate we are." Wang Meijing pursed her lips, falling silent. Her second sister-in-law was married to her second brother during his time as an educated youth in the countryside. Upon returning to the city, her second brother brought his wife and children home, yet neither of them had jobs or income, living off others. Naturally, the family was reluctant to support them, so they sought ways to find them work. Her mother insisted that her second brother and sister-in-law turn over half of their salaries. Not only that, but even her eldest brother and sister-in-law had to contribute half of their earnings. In comparison to her siblings, her life was indeed much better. Lu Hafeng continued to advise her, "It is good to find shade under a big tree. You should temper your impulsive nature and treat your parents kindly. Their compensation for your sister-in-law is limited. They won't neglect us. Besides, your second brother is capable. He can easily develop a project that brings in substantial bonuses. Your sister-in-law is dutiful and kind-hearted. She won't covet our parents' money." When your second brother resumed work, he received a considerable compensation from above, so they truly lack for nothing. If you maintain a good relationship with them, you will not lose out. Teaching children in public, guiding wives in private, he mused. His wife lacks foresight. With the speed at which they spend money, they would struggle to survive without parental support. It is unfortunate that he has a wife who neither plans nor considers, only throwing tantrums, which displeases both parents and sisters-in-law. I genuinely fear that if they anger our parents, they might be cast out, and then it would be too late to lament. Wang Meijing gradually regained her composure, sitting down to ask, "When my second brother resumed work, did he really receive compensation?" It was astonishing how her brother managed to keep things under wraps. Had it not been for the mention of the matter by a man, she would still be oblivious. Zhao Jinshu, that woman, surprisingly remained silent. Despite being criticized for her lack of work and income, she never spoke up. Judging by her spending habits, she surely had money, likely provided by her second brother. Lu Hafeng sighed. "Is that all you have heard?" Wang Meijing retorted, "Of course not. I'm not entirely unaware of this. I merely wanted to inquire." Lu Hafeng shot her a glance. "Whether you inquire or not has no bearing on you. Just ensure you get along well with them." Wang Meijing nodded absently. "All right, I understand." As for whether she truly knew or feigned ignorance, only she was aware. Observing her expression, Lu Hafeng realized his words had fallen on deaf ears. He collapsed onto the bed in exasperation. Chapter 11. Lu Jintai returns after the two children had fallen asleep. Zhao Jinshu found herself wide awake, preparing to remove her outer coat and read in bed before sleeping. As she felt in the pocket of her coat, she discovered money and instinctively took it out. When her mother-in-law had given it to her, she had not counted it, feeling its thickness. She assumed it wouldn't be a small sum. Upon counting, she was surprised to find it amounted to 1,000 yuan. Imagining the expressions of her two sisters-in-law. If they were to learn that her mother-in-law had given her 1,000 yuan, they would undoubtedly become even more incensed. She chuckled softly, placed the money in her bag, and lay down, embracing a book to read. The habit of reading was one she had developed after marrying Lu Jintai, a practice that followed her throughout her life and remained unchanged even after her rebirth. The next morning, Zhao Jinshu awoke to find both sisters-in-law looking haggard, with her third sister-in-law even sporting dark circles under her eyes. She could not help but inquire, "Did you not rest well last night?" Lin Yulan felt somewhat uncomfortable. Naturally, she could not disclose the truth. She cleared her throat and replied, "Perhaps I caught a chill and did not sleep well." Wang Meijing, however, felt no such discomfort. Throughout the night, she had pondered the extent of her second brother's wealth, though she remained unable to fathom it. Upon seeing Zhao Jinshu, she was tempted to ask, but in the face of Zhao Jinshu's vivacious demeanor, she found herself unable to voice her curiosity. Zhao Jinshu was no longer the same person she had once known. She had the audacity to reprimand even her sister-in-law, and Wang Meijing could easily anticipate the retort that would follow her inquiry. Nevertheless, she was unable to suppress her curiosity, reasoning that if she did not clarify the matter, it would linger in her mind, disrupting her peace. Thus, she approached Zhao Jinshu quietly, "Sister-in-law, I heard that when brother returned to work, he received a substantial compensation. Why have you never mentioned the amount?" Lin Yulan also perked up at this, her eyes widening. Had the second brother truly received a significant compensation? How had she not heard of it before? Zhao Jinshu paused and looked at her. "What concern is it of yours?" Wang Meijing's face flushed. Indeed, it was none of her business. Yet, her desire for knowledge was insatiable. What harm would it be to share? Could she possibly demand their money? Zhao Jinshu ignored her, focusing on boiling water for breakfast. Lu Zei's glove had already been completed. He could wear it to school. When he returned the previous night and received the glove, he was overjoyed and immediately donned it. This morning, she needed to hasten to finish the second one. It was Saturday, and Lu Zhe only had half a day of school. In the afternoon, she planned to take both children to the bathhouse. With time on her hands, she intended to knit a pair of gloves for herself and Lu Rue as well. Each of them had only one sweater, with no spare for changing. Although she was not employed, she was quite busy, lacking the luxury to engage in petty rivalries with them. Throughout the morning, she worked diligently and completed the gloves. Gathering the change of clothes, she took Lu Rue and set off to pick up Lu Zhe. She had no intention of returning home to cook lunch. They would dine out instead. After their meal, they strolled around to aid digestion before heading to the bathhouse. A new bathhouse had opened next to the department store, which Lu Jintai had enjoyed taking them to on weekends during his visits. It was clean and hygienic, with private rooms available. Lu Zhe had grown older, and Zhao Jinshu did not allow him to bathe in the communal pool with others, fearing for his safety. The three of them rented a private room. They first bathed Lu Zhe, placing a stool for him to sit at the door and read while she and Lu Rue went inside to wash. She had just purchased shampoo downstairs, along with 3 bars of soap and 3 towels for their individual use. After bathing, their faces flushed. With Zhao Jinshu and Lu Rue wrapping their heads in towels, Lu Zhe quietly remarked, "Mom, I just saw someone downstairs using that blow dryer to dry their hair. It dried in no time." Zhao Jinshu chuckled lightly. "What you mean is a hairdryer, and we can rent it, but it costs money. The bathhouse owner certainly knows how to make a profit." Lu Zhe suggested, "Then, Mom, let us rent one. You'll catch a cold with wet hair on the way home. It's freezing today." Zhao Jinshu nodded, acknowledging his words. As she listened to him, Lu Zhe's face lit up with joy. After renting the hairdryer, Zhao Jinshu first dried Lu Rue's hair. Lu Rue sat cautiously on the stool, exclaiming, "Mom, it's warm." Lu Zhe watched curiously from the side. How convenient. The hair dries in no time. Once her hair was dry, Zhao Jinshu ventured to a nearby store to purchase some biscuits and fruits before returning home. Upon entering the house, she intended to put her clothes away in her room but was taken aback to find someone seated in the chair. In a moment of surprise, Lu Rue had already dashed over, calling out, "Dad." Lu Jintai, adorned with a smile, set down the book he was holding and embraced his daughter, turning to Zhao Jinshu. "You're back." Zhao Jinshu replied with a soft placing the soap and shampoo in the bathroom and soaking the dirty clothes in a basin. Hearing his sister's voice, Lu Zhe rushed out from his room, exclaiming, "Dad," and promptly wrapped his arms around him. Lu Jintai had no choice but to release his daughter and embrace them both. Zhao Jinshu glanced at them before stepping outside to wash the clothes. While she worked, her thoughts wandered mischievously. At 60 or 70 years of age, Lu Jintai remained composed, reserved, and dignified. Even with wrinkles, he was still a distinguished gentleman, capable of captivating older ladies. Yet, the youthful Lu Jintai exuded an even more enticing charm, brimming with vigor and vitality, a quality that the older version could not rival. It was no wonder she felt a deeper allure towards the younger Lu Jintai. After finishing the laundry, she refrained from interrupting the tender moment between father and children, instead picking up yarn to knit gloves. This time, she was crafting a pair for Lu Rue, who had admired her elder brother's gloves with envy but had not demanded a pair for himself. Having experienced the future, she recognized the necessity of warm gloves for children in winter. Previously, it seemed normal that her 2 children lacked gloves, as did the children from the other 2 families. But that was no longer acceptable. The essential warmth for children must be provided. Lu Jintai spent over an hour playing with the children in the room. Upon emerging, he spotted Zhao Jinshu sitting in the corridor, knitting. She caught a glimpse of his figure from the corner of her eye, but chose not to lift her gaze, continuing her work. Despite Lu Jintai's enhanced allure in his youth, she no longer felt the flutter of her heart. He could simply stand there. Lu Jintai glanced at her before taking a seat beside her. Dressed in a black coat, his tall and imposing figure was quite striking. He remained silent, and Zhao Jinshu had no desire to engage him in conversation. The sight of the current Lu Jintai inevitably brought to mind the older version of him, who had often been a source of annoyance, overly concerned with her affairs, especially her attire. People often say that aging brings a certain charm. As she aged, she had maintained her appearance well, her figure remaining largely unchanged. In her 60s, she did not appear old, as others would say she retained her grace. During that time, she enjoyed purchasing beautiful clothes, owning several long red coats paired with ankle boots and styled with glamorous waves. She took great delight in her attire. However, he would often look disapprovingly, his gaze conveying that her choices were inappropriate. deeming them too flamboyant. Yet, she insisted on wearing them. Not only donning them, but also deliberately selecting the most vibrant pieces when shopping. Having purchased 2 white cashmere coats, she went out wearing them, only to receive compliments from his friends about her youth and beauty, while he remained sullen all day, which infuriated her. Chapter 12. Lu Jintai in the kitchen reflecting on this incident now brings her embarrassment. In her previous life, she was completely at his mercy. Why did it come to this? Upon reflection, she concluded that it was primarily because, in her youth, she cared too much about him, accommodating him in every way and prioritizing his needs above all else. This accommodation lasted nearly 2 decades, evolving into a habit where she grew accustomed to giving, and he grew accustomed to her obedience. Consequently, in their later years, any slight deviation from his wishes would provoke his admonishments. In this lifetime, she resolved to never again be under his control. She must take the lead to avoid being restrained by him in the future. Upon returning this time, Lu Jintai brought a considerable number of children's books for the kids, who were engrossed in reading in their room. The couple sat in silence, one lost in thought. The other focused on knitting gloves, without exchanging a single word for half an hour. As the sun began to set, Zhao Jinshu finished knitting one glove, tidied her things, and stood up to head inside. Lu Jintai watched her retreating figure, his composed and handsome face revealing a hint of confusion. When Zhao Jinshu emerged from the room, he approached her. It's getting dark. Shall we prepare dinner? Zhao Jinshu turned to him. You will cook? Lu Jintai looked at her, his lips moving slightly as a flicker of amusement danced in his eyes. After a moment, he replied, I will. You will? Do you know what ingredients we have at home? Zhao Jinshu asked, somewhat exasperated. Lu Jintai could indeed cook. Her father had taught him. After she gave birth to Lu Zhe, she struggled to eat, and with insufficient milk for the baby, both mother and child cried in distress. Her father, unable to bear it, had Lu Jintai learn culinary skills from him, so he could prepare meals for her. Despite being the village leader, her father had been a renowned chef for feasts in his youth, possessing exceptional culinary prowess. I know. I bought lamb and lamb chops, Lu Jintai replied gently. Zhao Jinshu shot him a surprised glance, having completely forgotten whether this had happened in her previous life. Then let's make lamb soup. It's almost 5 o'clock. Hurry up, she urged. Lu Jintai looked at her. You can help. Zhao Jinshu retorted, I can at most pass you some seasonings. Lu Jintai responded, all right. The household primarily used coal for cooking, but later, with the introduction of gas canisters, they equipped their home with one, though the family still preferred cooking with coal. They had 2 stoves, alternating their use. Lu Jintai began by boiling rice in a large pot and then stewing the lamb on the stove. Zhao Jinshu truly only assisted by passing him seasonings. Family members returned one after another. Upon entering the kitchen and seeing Lu Jintai cooking, they were utterly astonished. It was remarkable enough that even Ji Yuanrong, his mother, was unaware of her son's culinary talents. Lu Hufeng leaned against the kitchen doorframe, feigning disdain. Second brother, can your cooking be edible? You don't have to eat it, Lu Jintai replied, chopping potatoes without lifting his head. Lu Hufeng sniffed the air. I can already smell the aroma of lamb. It's been ages since I had lamb. No matter how bad it is, I can still eat it. Wang Meijing stood nearby. Today, we can finally enjoy a ready-made meal. After she finished speaking, noticing no one paid her any attention, she couldn't help but purse her lips. Observing her second brother once again slicing lotus roots, she remarked, Second brother, you may not be aware, but these past few days, second sister-in-law has gone on strike. She has stopped cooking and doing chores around the house. Zhao Jinshu, who was nearby, did not even blink, eager to see how Lu Jintai would respond. Lu Jintai rose, directing his gaze towards the couple. Haven't you 2 eaten at home? Wang Meijing, confused by his inquiry, paused before replying, Of course we have. If we weren't eating at home, where else could we go? Lu Jintai shot them a dismissive glance. Since you're both at home, why can't you manage without her? Wang Meijing's face flushed crimson. Your sister-in-law is not your servant. With that, he lowered his eyes and resumed chopping vegetables. Wang Meijing was taken aback by her second brother's defense of his wife. She understood they were a couple and a family. Yet she had always assumed he disapproved of her, wondering why he had left her in the countryside for so many years. Realizing the situation was turning against them, Lu Hufeng quickly took his wife away. In the kitchen, Lu Jintai continued to prepare the meal, while Zhao Jinshu assisted silently at his side. The dinner he crafted was lavish, and when the dishes were served, the family was filled with admiration. Lu Xingyo, sipping on lamb soup, cheerfully remarked, I never expected to enjoy a meal prepared by my second brother in this lifetime. Lu Jintai was preoccupied with serving soup to his children, leaving no room for conversation. Lu Huaiyuan chimed in, "This soup is truly delicious. Jintai, your culinary skills are impressive." Indeed, they were. The lamb was devoid of any gamey taste, and the broth was delicate. Ji Yuanrong praised him further, inquiring, "When did you learn to cook?" Zhao Jinshu glanced at Lu Jintai before returning to her lamb chop. Lu Jintai replied, "Father taught me when Lu Zhe was around." Ji Yuanrong, surprised, turned to Zhao Jinshu, "Is your father a good cook?" Zhao Jinshu nodded, swallowing a piece of lamb before stating, "My father was a chef." Wang Meijing interjected, "So he was a cook?" Zhao Jinshu frowned slightly, and Lu Jintai remarked coolly, "Without a chef, you wouldn't be enjoying lamb today." Wang Meijing fell silent. Lu Huaiyuan's smile faded. Ji Yuanrong addressed Wang Meijing, "If you're not going to eat, you might as well return to your room." Lu Jintai had purchased the lamb, prepared it, and served it at the dining table. Yet, she still dared to speak out of turn who indulged her. Wang Meijing's eyes glimmered with unshed tears. How could her mother-in-law send her back to her room in front of so many people, denying her even a meal? Anger surged within her, and, tossing her chopsticks aside, she stormed out. Lu Hafeng's brow furrowed deeply. He felt utterly helpless regarding his wife. The complexities of familial ties weighed heavily on him, and in that moment, he couldn't help but feel regretful. Lu Jiaming glanced at his wife, secretly relieved. Though she was frugal, at least she didn't stir up trouble and could manage their finances well, ensuring that their money remained secure. With that thought, he placed a piece of lamb into her bowl. "It's cold outside. Eat more lamb to stay warm." Lin Yulan shot him a glance, bemused. "What is wrong with you? Why are you suddenly giving me food?" He had used those chopsticks, and she couldn't discern their cleanliness. If she wanted to eat meat, why couldn't she serve herself instead of relying on his attentiveness? What was he scheming in his mind? Suddenly, she was jolted back to reality, wondering if he was plotting to purchase something to deceive her out of her money. With a stoic expression, she remarked, "The lamb prepared by Jintai is delicious. I can serve myself. You should focus on your meal." Lu Jiaming remained oblivious to her thoughts, feeling rather fortunate. Lu Huaiyuan glanced at his grandchildren, observing that the older ones were engrossed in devouring meat, completely unaware of the adult situation. The third daughter-in-law had departed, yet no one else seemed to react. Even the two children from the third household showed little concern. Shifting his gaze to the second household, he noticed that the little granddaughter, realizing her mother's bowl was empty, instinctively served her mother some meat. Such thoughtfulness and charm in a child are truly endearing. Meanwhile, sitting beside his second son, Lu Zhe noticed his father struggling to pick up a slice of lotus root and promptly stood to assist him, nudging the slice closer. Once his father successfully grasped the food, he returned it to its original place. Such a child is cherished wherever he goes, reflecting excellent upbringing. This observation suggests that the future in-laws are quite commendable. Chapter 13. Dining separately, Zhao Jinshu savored the lamb soup, relishing its flavor. Since returning to the city, Lu Jintai had not stepped into the kitchen, and she had not tasted his delicious lamb soup since. Drinking it again, she mused that his culinary skills were indeed commendable, and she could encourage him to cook more often in the future. Everyone was enthusiastically enjoying their meal, oblivious to Wang Meijing, who had retreated to her room. Lin Yulan thought of her but refrained from calling her, believing she was unwell and unable to grasp the situation. With Jintai back, she ought to have some decorum, if only for his sake. Yet, she expressed herself without restraint, lacking any consideration. Regardless of Zhao Jinshu's status as the second brother's wife, her disdain for her reflected poorly on him as well. Did she truly think everyone was oblivious to the distinctions? Upon returning to her room, Wang Meijing felt the sting of tears as no one came to summon her. The indifference from others, including men and children, left her feeling genuinely wronged. After the meal, Lu Xingyao and Lin Yulan took the initiative to clear the dishes. Lu Huaiyuan summoned his 3 sons to the study. Zhao Jinshu retrieved her knitting needles to make gloves. With no school the following day, the children lounged on the sofa watching television. Ji Yuanrong kept company with her grandchildren as they watched. Lu Rui sat by his mother, observing her knit gloves. Lu Manning joined her, enviously eyeing the gloves, saying, "Second it, I also want a pair of gloves." Before Zhao Jinshu could respond, Ji Yuanrong interjected, "If you want gloves, ask your mother." It was evident that she desired everything without regard for others' feelings. This habit needed correction. Lu Manting, displeased, retorted, "The gloves second aunt knits are beautiful." Lu Rui hugged his mother's arm tightly, asserting, "This is my mother, not your mother." Zhao Jinshu comforted her daughter with a gentle pat, thinking a pair of gloves was hardly a burden for her to provide. In the past, it was not worth mentioning, But after her rebirth, she resolved not to indulge Manting, even though she treated her aunt well. After all, she was not her daughter. Manting had a penchant for coveting what Rue possessed, and when Rue had something desirable, she would demand it. If her wishes were unfulfilled, she would throw a tantrum, and rather than feeling wronged herself, she would unjustly impose that on her own daughter. Naturally, she would not allow her daughter to suffer in such a way. Manting was indifferent to her. "Auntie, could you knit me a pair?" Had she ceased to heed her grandmother's words? Jianrong frowned. Finding the child's behavior utterly unacceptable, she demanded everything without reservation. Such habits, if left unchecked, might lead her to believe that as she grew older, she could demand whatever Rue had. It was imperative not to indulge this flaw. With her eyes slightly reddened, Manting felt that her grandmother no longer loved her, but only cherished her sister. Jianrong truly disdained her propensity to cry at the drop of a hat. She dragged Manting into the house and handed her over to her mother, wishing to disengage from the situation. Upon entering, Manting could not contain her tears upon seeing her mother. The two, feeling aggrieved, embraced and wept together. Lu Hufeng emerged from his study, sensing that the sky itself had fallen. In recent days, he had sensed something amiss with his parents, and his premonitions were confirmed. He returned to his room like a specter, only to find the mother and daughter locked in their sorrow, a throbbing headache overtaking him. He suppressed his anger and asked patiently, "What troubles you this time?" Wang Meijing wiped her tears. "This household cannot accommodate the two of us any longer. We are loathed by everyone. Who cannot tolerate you?" Lu Hufeng scoffed. "You, who fear neither heaven nor earth, spew forth your venomous words. Who could possibly compare? Should anyone dare to reject you, wouldn't you send them soaring into the sky with your tongue? Why are you shouting? I haven't even eaten, and you've done nothing about it." At this, Wang Meijing wept profusely, her tears and snot mingling together. "Still eating?" Lu Hufeng retorted despondently. "Whether there will be food in the future remains uncertain. What madness is this?" Wang Meijing could not bear his expression. "I'm still hungry." "What madness?" Lu Hufeng replied coldly. "From now on, we will cook for ourselves. You may eat however you wish without anyone to supervise you. Surely you will not complain about that." "Will you? You must be pleased." "What do you mean?" Wang Meijing was taken aback. "What do you mean by cooking for ourselves?" Lu Hufeng directed his gaze at her. "Just now in the study, Dad mentioned that we are to fend for ourselves. Tomorrow, we have a day to prepare, and by next Monday, they will no longer buy our groceries. Are you happy? Are you excited?" "That is impossible." Wang Meijing replied without a second thought. "Mom and Dad would never do that." "Initially, they had no intention of doing so," Lu Hufeng stated. Observing his expression, Wang Meijing's heart gradually sank. "Did Dad truly say that?" "I have no reason to deceive you," Lu Hufeng replied. "From now on, we are in charge. Are you pleased?" "You must be ill," Wang Meijing retorted angrily. "What is there to be happy about?" Lu Hufeng, feeling disheartened, remarked, "Whether you are pleased or not, prepare yourself for a diet of mere gruel. Our family has no savings whatsoever. If you wish to enjoy a good life, stirring up trouble will no longer be tolerated by your parents. Are you comfortable with that?" Wang Meijing contemplated this and clutched her husband's arm. "Even if we are to fend for ourselves, can we wait until after the new year?" Buffering. "Is it not possible that after the new year, if the in-laws are pleased, we could enjoy our meals together?" Lu Hufeng reclined on the bed. "Do you think I haven't said this before?" Father disagrees, stating that he will provide us with all the necessary cookware. The adjoining rooms where we stay with the second brother have small kitchens. His considerations are crystal clear, leaving no room for excuses. Wang Meijing, overwhelmed with emotion, could not restrain her tears, and even Lu Manting sensed something amiss, hesitantly inquiring, "Will I still have my gloves?" In her current state of turmoil, Wang Meijing could hardly give thought to her daughter's gloves. "Go play somewhere. I'm quite distressed." Lu Manting, with reddened eyes, dashed outside. Upon reaching the living room, she observed a group of people indulging in snacks and watching television, silently taking a seat beside them. Rue's gloves were already half-knit by Zhao Jinshu, who, recalling her daughter's fondness for red, took out some crimson yarn to weave a red heart onto the back of the glove. Rue cradled her face. "How lovely." "What is lovely?" A calm and melodious male voice came from behind, and Rue turned to see. "Father." Jintai embraced her and settled beside her mother. "What was just said about being lovely?" "Mother knitted it. The gloves are beautiful." Jintai glanced over and saw the half-finished glove, nodding. "Indeed, it is beautiful." The television drama reached a pivotal moment, and the children fell silent, engrossed in the show. Rue watched for a while before her head began to droop, signaling her fatigue. Zhao Jinshu noted this. I will fetch some water. Let her wash up before sleeping. Lu Jintai placed their daughter on the sofa. I will go. Zhao Jinshu ceased her knitting and called for Lu Zhe. When will you go to bed? Lu Zhe, fixated on the television, replied without lifting his gaze. After this episode. Zhao Jinshu nodded and took Lu Rui to their room. After helping her wash up, she tucked her into bed. She intended to retrieve an additional winter quilt from the cupboard for Lu Jintai, but as he stood behind her, watching her struggle to lift the quilt, he sighed gently. Let me do it. Zhao Jinshu stepped aside to allow him access. With a swift motion, Lu Jintai retrieved the quilt. Zhao Jinshu looked at him. Will you be sleeping in our son's room or here? Lu Jintai cast her a fleeting glance. What do you think? After placing the quilt on the bed, Zhao Jinshu noted. Chapter 14. The bathhouse. Once Zhao Jinshu confirmed their daughter was asleep, she exited to the main house. In the living room, a group of children remained engrossed in the television. She disregarded the others and turned to Lu Zhe. It is 9 o'clock. Time for bed. Lu Zhe, reluctant but compliant, stood up. I haven't washed my feet or face yet. Go wash now. Zhao Jinshu prepared water for him. And after he completed his washing and applied some fragrance, she watched him snuggle into bed before closing the door to his room. After completing her own washing and returning to their room, she noticed Lu Jintai was absent but thought little of it. She closed the door and climbed into bed, resuming her reading from the previous day. Half an hour later, the door creaked open. Lu Jintai entered, enveloped in moisture. He scanned the room and observed their daughter nestled in the center of the bed, with her mother on the other side. The two of them snugly wrapped together in a single quilt. Their bed was sufficiently spacious, with one half meticulously adorned with a thick cotton quilt, prepared specifically for him. He silently removed his coat and nestled into the quilt laid out for him. Zhao Jinshu paid him no heed, continuing to immerse herself in her book. After a considerable time, Lu Jintai's voice resonated in the room. Has something happened? Zhao Jinshu momentarily paused, then realized he was addressing her. She contemplated for a moment. Aside from her rebirth, nothing of significance had occurred. Everything was well with the child and her in-laws. She replied, no. Lu Jintai regarded her quietly, observing her calm demeanor, which indeed suggested that nothing was amiss. After a brief silence, he broached the topic of their respective meals. Zhao Jinshu finally lifted her gaze from the pages and asked, is this what you discussed in the study? Lu Jintai met her eyes. What are your thoughts? What are my thoughts? She mused. She found the situation quite favorable. In their previous life, they had not dined separately for many years. In this lifetime, even before she could make a move, her in-laws had already taken action, which surprised her. Zhao Jinshu stated, then let us eat separately. Lu Jintai nodded. What do we need? We can buy it tomorrow. Zhao Jinshu contemplated, setting aside other items. We need to purchase 2 thermoses. Anything else? He inquired. Zhao Jinshu momentarily struggled to recall. You mentioned pots, bowls, and stoves. My father will procure those. Whatever else we find lacking in the future, we can buy then. Lu Jintai acknowledged her words with a nod. Having concluded this discussion, Zhao Jinshu returned to her reading. Lu Jintai cast a glance at her, surprised by her tranquility in light of such significant matters. Checking his watch, he remarked, you should get to bed early. After I finish this, Zhao Jinshu replied, engrossed in a crucial passage. Lu Jintai furrowed his brows slightly, observed her for a moment, then lowered his gaze and fell silent. Half an hour later, with no sound of pages turning, Lu Jintai opened his eyes to find she had somehow drifted off to sleep. He gently rose, placed the book from her hands onto the table, tucked her arm into the covers, ensured she was snug under the quilt, and then returned to bed, turning off the light. Meanwhile, the couple in the main house was also deliberating the notion of separate meals. The thought of having to allocate a portion of their monthly salary for rice, vegetables, and oil drained Lin Yulan of her spirit. She felt a profound ache. She had never anticipated that her in-laws would so decisively detach themselves from their responsibilities. She had yet to save enough money. How could they simply cease to care for them? Lu Jiaming appeared despondent, akin to a wilted eggplant. These past few days, your second sister-in-law has been unwilling to cook. With all the commotion, our parents have begun to harbor thoughts. Lin Yulan lamented, had I foreseen their resoluteness, I would have persevered, even if it meant enduring the toil of preparing meals for the family. As long as I was not financially burdened, what was the harm in exerting myself? Why had she not been more discerning? She regretted her prior assumptions that everything should fall upon her second sister-in-law. She now felt a twinge of fear regarding her. Even the slightest action seemed capable of prompting her in-laws to sever ties, which she found admirable. The night passed in silence. As dawn broke, Zhao Jinshu opened her eyes to find that her daughter and husband were no longer in the room. She lay still for a moment before sitting up, dressing, arranging her hair, and straightening the bedding. Once she had tidied up, she stepped outside and encountered Lu Jintai. He looked at her and said, "Go wash up and have breakfast." Zhao Jinshu nodded and inquired, "Has Lu Zhe gotten up?" "He has," came the reply. After breakfast, the three households busied themselves, determined to clean the kitchen. Otherwise, they would have no place to cook. Lu Jintai surveyed the area around the side room and then approached Zhao Jinshu, asking, "There is a few square meters of vacant space next to the kitchen. Shall we build a bathroom?" Zhao Jinshu's eyes brightened at the suggestion. "That sounds wonderful. It's quite inconvenient to wash up in the room every day." A smile graced Lu Jintai's face. "I will hire someone to construct it." "Excellent." As for the bricks and tiles, Zhao Jinshu did not inquire further. She trusted that Lu Jintai would manage to procure them through his connections. Meanwhile, the other two households were busy cleaning the kitchen when they suddenly heard the sound of a vehicle outside and rushed out to see. Lu Hufeng approached and looked at Lu Jintai. "Why are they bringing bricks over? Did Dad ask for them?" Lu Jintai replied calmly, "No, I bought them." Lu Hufeng regarded him curiously. "What are you planning to do?" "Build a bathroom," Lu Jintai stated. Lu Hufeng could not help but feel intrigued each time they bathed. He had to carry water for them, especially during the summer when daily baths became a necessity. Glancing at his empty pockets, he couldn't resist asking, "Is there an extra supply of bricks?" If there were, he could borrow some, as his second brother likely wouldn't mind too much. "There's only this small cart," Lu Jintai replied. Lu Hufeng fell silent. That small cart was just enough to construct a bathroom. Wang Meijing felt a pang of envy, though she refrained from speaking up. It wasn't that she didn't want to say anything, but rather that she held her tongue, fearing that if she spoke too much, her in-laws would count on them for their previous living expenses, which she truly couldn't afford. Even now, she had to request an advance on her wages from the factory. Otherwise, their family would surely face hunger. Lin Yulan also felt envious, but she had no intention of building a bathroom, as they had managed to wash before and could continue to do so. With their in-laws no longer overseeing them, every penny saved counted. Lu Xingyu felt no envy whatsoever. She had a bathroom adjacent to her parents' room and was not at all concerned about having no place to wash up. Several construction workers arrived, and the bathroom was modestly sized, completed in just one day. That evening, Lu Huayuan and Ji Yuanyong returned with a cart full of items and, upon seeing the bathroom beside Lu Jintai's side room, expressed their astonishment. "You all work remarkably fast." Ji Yuanyong stepped inside the bathroom and noted it was far brighter than their own. Even Lu Xingyao, who had previously claimed not to envy, could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy upon seeing such a bathroom, contemplating that she would like something similar once she married. The items brought back by Lu Huayuan and Ji Yuanyong were distributed among the three sons. That evening, the family prepared a more sumptuous meal together, quietly enjoying what would be their last dinner together as a complete family. Even the children were unusually subdued. After the meal, Lu Huayuan gazed at his children and grandchildren with a serious expression, saying, "From now on, just take good care of your own little families. Your mother and I are still young and do not require your concern." Lu Jiaming, as the eldest, was the first to respond. "Dad, you and Mom needn't worry. We will take good care of ourselves. Though we dine separately, we reside within the same courtyard, allowing us to see one another daily. Should you require anything, simply call for us." As these words were spoken, tears unexpectedly welled in my eyes. Lu Huayuan could not help but scold. "How ungrateful." Lu Jiaming awkwardly wiped his eyes. "I am simply unaccustomed to this." In Chapter 15, Shopping, Lu Jintai displayed little reaction, having left home for studies at a young age. He later spent most of his time in the laboratory, often away from his family. Subsequently, he was sent to the countryside, only reuniting with his family in 1977 when he resumed work. He had long grown accustomed to separation from his loved ones. Lu Hufeng wore a pained expression, contemplating the hardships ahead, leaving him disinclined to speak. Lu Huayuan cast a glance his way, but said nothing. Whether life was good or bad, one must endure it. Each returned to their respective homes. Zhao Jinshu made her way to her small kitchen. The newly purchased stove was already lit, with a pristine pot boiling water atop it. "Mother, I want to sleep." Lu Rui followed her inside. "You and your brother should brush your teeth first. I will prepare warm water for you. After washing up, you may sleep," Zhao Jinshu said as she reached for the basin. Lu Jintai's voice sounded from behind her. "I will fetch the water." Zhao Jinshu turned to glance at him. "All right." As she attended to her daughter and son, she remarked, "We need to buy another pot. The one on the stove will be reserved for boiling water to avoid it getting greasy." Lu Jintai nodded. Is there anything else? Lu Zhe interjected. I know. While Zhao Jinshu was applying lotion to him, she playfully pinched his nose and chuckled. What do you know? Lu Zhe let out a few whimpers, then looked towards his father. Father, could you buy mother a hairdryer? That one is marvelous. It dries hair instantly. Upon hearing his brother's words, Lu Rui perked up. It blows warm air. Lu Jintai's lips curled into a smile. We shall buy it. Zhao Jinshu, with her long hair, found it troublesome to dry after washing in winter, thus had an urgent need for a hairdryer. Once the family had completed their evening routines, they each retired to bed. The night passed without incident. In the morning, upon awakening, Zhao Jinshu found herself meeting Lu Jintai's gaze. She hesitated. Aren't you going to work? Lu Jintai sat up. There is little to do before the new year. All tasks are complete. After decades, she had long forgotten when Lu Jintai was busy or otherwise. Of course, his current busyness or lack thereof did not weigh heavily on her mind. However, he being at home would delight the two children. If he was not busy, then so be it. Lu Zhe awoke and, upon seeing his father still at home, was overjoyed. Father, are you not busy today? Lu Jintai's eyes twinkled with amusement. This year, I shall not be busy at all. Lu Zhe wrapped his arms around his father's. Yea, when I have a holiday, will you take us to the zoo to see the little animals? Before Lu Jintai could respond, he added with a pitiful tone, Many of my classmates have been, but I have not. As he spoke, he nestled into his father's embrace. Zhao Jinshu cast a glance at them. Their son was approaching 6 years of age after the new year, having inherited his parents' height, making him the tallest in class, yet he still sought affection, wanting to be held by his father, who indulged him. Breakfast was prepared by Lu Jintai, who steamed egg custard and boiled noodles. To this, Zhao Jinshu felt somewhat surprised, astonished that in this lifetime, Lu Jintai appeared to be remarkably more diligent. After breakfast, they accompanied Lu Zhe to school, and the couple, along with their daughter, set out to shop. Upon arriving at the department store, Lu Jintai suggested, Let us purchase some items for your parents to send back. Zhao Jinshu replied, A couple of days ago, I already bought them each a pair of shoes and sent them off. Lu Rui interjected from her father's embrace. We also bought shoes for Grandpa and Grandma. Lu Jintai turned to Zhao Jinshu, who smiled and said, With the new year approaching, we should certainly buy something for my parents. My mother even gave me 1,000 yuan to buy clothes for the children. Lu Jintai, taken aback, inquired further, And you will buy some clothes as well? His tone carried a hint of inquiry. Zhao Jinshu nodded. In her youth, she was quite frugal, even when she had money. She was unsure of how to spend it, often reluctant to part with it. Even when Lu Jintai suggested buying her clothes, she would refuse, believing he worked hard for his earnings. Reflecting on it now, she realized she had indeed been rather short-sighted. If she did not spend money, how could Lu Jintai be motivated to earn more? She ought to spend more, allowing him to feel a sense of accomplishment, thus inspiring him to work even harder. Seeing her nod, Lu Jintai added, Let's also send some money back to your parents. Zhao Jinshu looked at him. Isn't that something we should wait for after your salary is paid? Lu Jintai smiled. Once I receive my salary tomorrow, I will give it to you. Busy with the bathroom renovation yesterday, he had not bought a thermos, so today they would purchase it together. After acquiring a pot, a hairdryer, and a thermos, Lu Jintai took the mother and daughter to look at washing machines. On the way, Lu Jintai attempted to explain, in winter, washing clothes can be quite cold on the hands, and with the thicker garments, having a washing machine would make things much easier for you. Then let us buy it. Zhao Jinshu interrupted him. Lu Jintai turned to her, and she continued, Once we purchase it, my parents can use it too. It would indeed be much more convenient. A smile graced Lu Jintai's refined face. Had it been the old Zhao Jinshu, she would have been utterly captivated, but now she seemed to understand. Watching the smile on his face, Zhao Jinshu gradually realized that her willingness to spend money seemed to please Lu Jintai, a realization that astonished her, as she had never noticed this in her previous life. After purchasing the washing machine, Lu Jintai led the mother and daughter to the overseas Chinese store. The clothing styles there were more contemporary, and upon entering, Zhao Jinshu's eyes were immediately drawn to a red cashmere coat. She cast a peculiar glance at Lu Jintai, her mind racing with thoughts. Unbeknownst to her, the affinity she felt for the red coat stemmed from a deeper understanding she later encountered that individuals of their era, having not worn beautiful garments in their youth, often sought to compensate themselves in their later years when they found financial stability. Pointing at the red cashmere coat, Zhao Jinshu declared, I adore this one. Lu Rui clapped her hands in approval. It looks great. Zhao Jinshu turned to Lu Jintai, whose expression revealed little, making it difficult for her to gauge his feelings. Lu Jintai suggested, why not try it on? Given that the department store did not carry such styles. Zhao Jinshu was eager to try it on. The staff, observing the man's attire, recognized that this family was no ordinary one. But knowing that patrons of the overseas Chinese store were typically affluent, she smiled as she retrieved the coat and handed it to Zhao Jinshu. Zhao Jinshu possessed a tall and slender figure, perfectly balanced and resembling a typical model. Upon shedding her cotton-padded jacket and donning a coat, her demeanor transformed instantaneously. This was an aura absent in the pre-rebirth Zhao Jinshu, one cultivated through the passage of time, exuding confidence and charm that was both enigmatic and captivating. Compelling glances from passers-by. The attendant marveled, remarking, "You look stunning. Many have worn this garment, yet none can achieve the effect you embody." Lu Jintai's profound gaze rested intently upon her, and he was certain that she was indeed his wife. He was even more convinced that she had experienced some significant change. Zhao Jinshu turned, her face radiant with a smile, and inquired, "Do I look good?" Lu Jintai nodded slightly, affirming, "You look exquisite." Lu Rui, standing nearby, chimed in, "Mom, you look wonderful." The attendant added, "Indeed, she looks splendid. With this coat, you two make an ideal couple. It's evident you are married." A smile graced Lu Jintai's face as he replied softly, "Is that so?" The attendant affirmed, "Absolutely." Lu Jintai then stated, "Then let us purchase it." Zhao Jinshu was taken aback, pondering if Lu Jintai considered her youthful enough to wear a red coat. Amused by the thought, she silently chided, "You old man. Just wait. When I grow old, I will wear red coats every day." Chapter 16. The first dinner after separation. This coat was not inexpensive. Yet Lu Jintai paid without a hint of hesitation. She noted another admirable quality of Lu Jintai, his generosity towards her family and his wife and children. Even amidst their marital discord, Zhao Jinshu never denied that Lu Jintai was an exceptionally fine man. Her judgment was sound. Zhao Jinshu scrutinized him and suggested, "Would you like to buy a coat as well?" "The company provides uniforms," Lu Jintai replied. Zhao Jinshu assessed the coat he wore, momentarily forgetting that he was indifferent to clothing. "Is your coat warm?" she inquired. "Warm," he confirmed. "That's all that matters." At this time, down jackets were available. But she believed that cotton-padded jackets were warmer, thus she had no intention of purchasing one. The styles at the overseas Chinese store were decent, and the filling was satisfactory. She had tried on a long black one, which looked quite nice for outings. "If you like it, buy it," Lu Jintai encouraged. Zhao Jinshu nodded, deciding to take it. Lu Rui, holding his father's hand, tentatively asked, "Dad, I want one too." Lu Jintai scooped him up, asking, "What kind do you like?" Lu Rui pointed to a black down jacket nearby, exclaiming, "That one. It has a hood, and I like it." Zhao Jinshu smiled, saying, "If you like it, let us buy it. Your grandmother gave us money to buy you clothes." Lu Rui joyfully responded, "Grandpa and Grandma like me." Zhao Jinshu laughed, "Yes, they do." The down jacket Lu Rui chose was unisex, available in larger sizes, so she purchased two identical ones, envisioning the siblings wearing them together, making it evident that they were a family. By noon, they naturally opted to dine out. After a morning of shopping, even with her rejuvenated spirit from her rebirth, Zhao Jinshu felt fatigued and longed to return home to rest. Yet, she had to cook, and with rice and cooking oil to procure. She couldn't go home just yet. They needed to visit the supply and marketing cooperative for daily necessities. By the time she returned home after shopping, it was already past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Upon arriving, Zhao Jinshu did not bother to unpack her belongings. Instead, she took her daughter for a nap. Lu Jintai was still waiting for the delivery of the washing machine. When Zhao Jinshu awoke from her slumber, she found that the items she had purchased were neatly arranged, and the washing machine had been delivered and installed. It was quite satisfactory, fitting seamlessly in the bathroom, making water access convenient. Zhao Jinshu felt content. Realizing that Lu Jintai was indeed quite capable, he handled many matters with diligence and thoroughness, sparing her any worry, and he spoke little. Having already separated for meals, Ji and Roan naturally would not be buying groceries for them anymore. Upon returning from work in the evening, she brought back a cabbage, and a simple pot of noodles would suffice for dinner. As for whether her daughter would adapt, she believed that over time, she would naturally acclimate. If not, she could always purchase her own groceries and cook. Zhao Jinshu had come to terms with the idea that children should be encouraged to become independent early on. Otherwise, it was the older couple who would suffer. Providing for their needs without allowing them to spend a penny would only lead to complaints. She anticipated that once they started living independently, they would no longer bicker. After awakening, Zhao Jinshu set about stewing the ribs she had bought that day and cooking rice. Upon seeing her mother-in-law return with just a cabbage, she called everyone to the table for dinner. Ji Yuanrong declined, thinking it inappropriate to separate for meals on the first day, believing that if their son and daughter-in-law could manage, surely she could too. Zhao Jinshu looked helplessly at Lu Jintai, who suggested that they serve some rib soup to them later. Zhao Jinshu nodded in agreement. The residents of the main house and the third house hurried back, knowing that there would be no one to cook for them in the evening, nor anyone to procure groceries. They had to return early. Lin Yulan, exhausted from a long day at work, also carried a large cabbage. Dinner would be simple tonight. Cabbage dumplings would suffice. This not only simplified matters but also saved costs, as it required no cooking oil. Lu Jiaming anticipated this and said nothing, waiting for his two sons to stir up some mischief. This woman might not care for him, but surely she would care for her own two children. Wang Meijing and Lu Hefeng had both advanced half their salaries at work today, and they returned with a considerable amount of groceries, even having purchased some meat. Wang Meijing was not particularly skilled in cooking, and Lu Hefeng, who could not cook at all, stood by directing her. Add a little less salt at first. Even if it's a bit bland, we can always add more later. Wang Meijing, already nervous, fumbled and accidentally poured half a spoonful of salt into the pot. Enraged, she tossed the spoon aside and glared at him. Well, how do you like this? If you think my cooking is poor, why don't you cook for yourself? Lu Hefeng, feeling guilty, replied, I can't cook. If I could, I certainly would. Wang Meijing scoffed. Your second brother is so capable and can cook. Can't you learn? Outside, Lu Kaifei shouted, Mom, is dinner ready? I'm starving. Almost done. There are some rice cakes. Have a few to tide you over. Wang Meijing replied, taking a deep breath. Get the meat out. We need to boil fresh water. Lu Hefeng, not daring to say much, hurried to help retrieve the meat. Today, upon returning home, Lu Zhu was greeted by his brother, Lu Rui, who eagerly pulled him into the house to show him the down jacket their mother had purchased. Lu Rui exclaimed, Brother, one for you and one for me. Now we both have one. Lu Zhu picked up the jacket, examining it with great delight, remarking, Some of my classmates have jackets just like this. As he spoke, he shed his cotton coat and donned the down jacket. Observing her brother, Lu Rui chimed in, Brother, I want to wear it too. Lu Zhu adjusted the zipper and looked at her, saying, I'll help you put it on. Although his sister could manage to wear shoes, she struggled with clothing, especially the thick garments of winter. All right, Lu Rui replied. While it was easy for her to dress herself, Lu Zhu found it unexpectedly challenging to assist his sister. The siblings, not wanting to seek their mother's help, spent quite some time figuring it out before finally getting her dressed. Lu Rui then added, Brother, we also need a hat and a scarf. With a sigh, Lu Zhu responded, You are quite troublesome. I want them, Lu Rui insisted. When her brother hesitated to assist her, she took a scarf and attempted to wrap it around her neck. Amused by her clumsiness, Lu Zhu quickly snatched the scarf and helped her wear it. Earlier that day, she had seen someone dressed similarly outside. Once the two children were dressed, they made their way to the kitchen, calling out for their mother. Zhao Jinshu, who had already prepared the meal, smiled upon seeing them, saying, Look at you both, all dressed up in your new clothes. Lu Rui asked, Mom, do we look good? Zhao Jinshu replied, You both look wonderful. Lu Rui then turned to her father, asking the same question. Lu Jintai graciously affirmed, You both look splendid. Zhao Jinshu retrieved a large bowl filled with pork ribs and radish stew, placing it on a tray, and instructed Lu Zhu, Take the soup to your grandparents. All right. Lu Zhu responded. Zhao Jinshu questioned, Can you manage it? With the tray, it's not hot, Lu Zhu assured her. I want to go too, Lu Rui added. Zhao Jinshu smiled at her and inquired, Are you eager to show off your new clothes? Lu Rui patted her outfit, declaring, Grandma gave me the money to buy it. I want to show her. Zhao Jinshu chuckled. Indeed, you should show it to Grandma. Go ahead, but be sure to return quickly for dinner. Okay. Chapter 17. Lu Rui's remarkable memory. The courtyard was illuminated, the ground paved with bluestone slabs, and the main house was merely a short distance away. Although Lu Zhu was not yet 6, he carried out tasks with considerable poise. Zhao Jinshu felt no anxiety for the siblings as she set the dishes on the dining table, and the couple began their meal without waiting for them. In the main house, Ji Yuanrong had prepared noodles, and they were already dining. Upon seeing the siblings carrying the tray with a large bowl of pork ribs and radish, she hurriedly stood to take the tray from Lu Zhu's hands, exclaiming, Oh my, you actually brought this over. Lu Zhu grinned. Mom asked us to bring it. Lu Huairan chuckled. You can eat on your own. Mom made a big pot, Lu Rui added. Lu Huairan laughed. Really? Lu Rui nodded. Really? This child was utterly delightful and endearing. Lu Huaran approached and took her hand, asking, "Would you like to join us for dinner?" Lu Rui obediently followed him, but shook her head, saying, "Mom is waiting for us to return." Lu Jia, smiling, turned to their grandparents. "Did you see our new clothes?" "Yes, we did. They're newly bought, aren't they?" Ji Yuan Rong brought the pork rib soup to the dining table and, with a smile, inquired, "Did your parents go out?" Lu Rui quickly replied, "Today's purchases were funded by Grandma." Ji Yuan Rong's face lit up with delight. "That's wonderful. Have your parents returned?" "Yes. They bought a great many things," Lu Rui replied, gesturing expansively with his hands. Lu Huayuan asked, "What did they buy?" Lu Rui pondered for a moment, counting on his fingers, and listed a hairdryer, laundry detergent, and, pots, clothes, Mom's clothes, my clothes, and brother's clothes, along with meat, rice, and noodles. Lu Huayuan could not help but exclaim, "You remember all that?" It was indeed impressive for the child not only to retain such details but to articulate them so clearly. Sensing her grandfather's admiration, Lu Rui felt a swell of pride and chirped, "I remember." Ji Yuan Rong chuckled, "That's quite a lot." "What do you mean by hairdryer?" "It's a device for drying hair quickly," Lu Zhe interjected. "Did your mother really purchase a hairdryer?" Lu Xingyao, who had been quietly listening, could not contain her curiosity any longer. Lu Zhe nodded. "Yes, Grandma can use it when she washes her hair." Lu Xingyao glanced at her nephew and asked, "Will you let me use it?" Lu Zhe turned to her, pursing his lips. "You should ask my mother. It belongs to her. And I don't have the authority to decide." "Such a rascal," Lu Xingyu laughed in exasperation. "You can decide if Grandma uses it?" Lu Zhe's expression grew serious. "Of course Grandma can use it. She is my beloved grandmother." Hearing this, Ji Yuan Rong felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This child had a way with words. Even sweeter than his father's. Lu Xingyu retorted, "I am your dear aunt, you little scamp." Ignoring her, Lu Zhe turned to his grandparents, "Grandpa, Grandma. My sister and I are heading back for dinner." Ji Yuan Rong nodded. "It's chilly. The food will cool quickly. Hurry back to eat." Lu Zhe grasped his sister's hand and, glancing back at Lu Xingyu, threw out, "Naughty aunt," before pulling his sister along and dashing off. Lu Xingyu's eyes widened in disbelief, brandishing her chopsticks as she stammered, This little rascal dares to insult me, lacking in respect." Ji Yuan Rong replied coolly, "The ribs in your bowl were served to you by that very little rascal." Lu Huayuan observed her. "When eating, consider whom you are eating for. And perhaps you won't harbor such grievances. If you still feel discontent, then have the fortitude not to eat. After all, this meal was graciously brought to honor your mother and me by your second sister-in-law." Lu Xingyu remarked, "The family in the main house is also having dinner. Their meal is simple and prepared in no time." They resided in the half of the house, and Lu Zhe had brought pork rib soup, which they all witnessed. Lu Hui was enjoying the noodle dumplings, appreciating his mother's excellent cooking. However, the thought of Lu Zhe, Lu Rie, and their grandparents feasting on pork ribs while they were relegated to noodle dumplings stirred discontent within him, and his mouth watered at the thought. Lu Xiong, with his lively disposition, began to complain, "Why do we have to eat separately? There's no meat." Lin Yulan paused, her chopsticks momentarily still, and retorted, "Even if you were dining with your grandparents, it wouldn't mean you could have meat every day." Lu Xiong grumbled, "Even without meat, there's rice, steamed buns, and stir-fried dishes." Lu Jiaming observed with amusement, eager to see if his son would indeed obtain meat after such a commotion. Lin Yulan, seated at the head of the table, turned to them and inquired, "Do you truly wish for meat?" Both boys nodded vigorously. Who wouldn't desire meat? Lin Yulan tightened her grip on the chopsticks and lowered her voice. "You two take your bowls and go for a little stroll. I assure you, you will be able to procure some meat." As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Jiaming's expression darkened. "You are not allowed to go." Lin Yulan was taken aback, perplexed by his sudden outburst. Lu Hui and Lu Xiong stared at their father in confusion. Lu Jiaming cast a stern glance at the trio and stated emphatically, "If my sons wish for meat, we shall simply buy some tomorrow. We are both working professionals and have saved quite a bit over the years. Affording a little meat is certainly within our means." Lin Yulan hung her head in silence, pondering the notion that if her son desired meat, they should simply purchase it. After all, her son had even expressed a wish for dragon meat. Would he buy that as well? Noticing Lin Yulan's expression, Lu Jiaming realized she had not absorbed his words. Frowning, he continued, "Our children must lead honorable lives. If they truly wish for meat, they should first approach their aunt, who is neither stingy nor unwilling to provide it. Scheming against one's own family is a misguided approach. Do not impart such petty calculations to the children. Lin Yulan felt her face flush with embarrassment, deeply unsettled by Lu Jiaming's grave tone. She was not oblivious to the implications of his words. He was insinuating that she harbored petty thoughts and schemes, which made her feel belittled by her own husband. Lu Jiaming then turned to his sons. If you want meat, you must speak up. Do not engage in any underhanded tactics. Should I discover such behavior, I will not hesitate to discipline you. Do you understand? The boys, rarely witnessing their father's anger, fell silent, nodding in agreement. Satisfied, Lu Jiaming addressed Lin Yulan. When I receive my next paycheck, I shall refrain from giving it to you. Lin Yulan abruptly turned to him, momentarily casting aside her sense of shame. Are you serious? Lu Jiaming was indeed serious, stating, during this growth phase, life should be more comfortable. If I give you my salary, would you truly allocate funds for meat? Lin Yulan felt no remorse for her desire to save money for their son's future wives, asserting, is it wrong to wish to save a little for their future? Lu Jiaming was not opposed to her saving, but remarked, there must be a balance. We are struggling now. What future are you envisioning? This is a misplacement of priorities. Lu Hui and Lu Xiang nodded in agreement, expressing that if securing a wife meant sacrificing their meals, they would be content to remain unmarried. Lin Yulan disagreed. Yet Lu Jiaming remained resolute. The salary was his, and thus he held the authority. Chapter 18. Left to dry for 2 nights, only the main house possessed a television. The day was still young, and the children were not tired. With nothing to occupy themselves, Lu Zhe nestled in bed with his parents, perusing picture books alongside his sister. Lu Rui, unable to recognize many characters, persisted in her inquiries. Brother, what is this character? Lu Zhe pointed to the character she indicated. This is you. It refers to you. Rui, my sister. Lu Rui giggled. You are you of my brother. Lu Zhe nodded. Indeed, I am you of your brother. Lu Rui blinked, half comprehending, but continued reading until she stumbled again. She nudged her brother with her arm. What about this character? Lu Zhe glanced over. Left, the left on the left. As he lifted his sister's left hand, he remarked, this is your left hand. Lu Rui looked at her own left hand, affirming, this is my left hand. Lu Zhe nodded in agreement. However, when Lu Rui encountered the next character, she hesitated once more, just about to inquire of her brother, when Lu Zhe swiftly interjected. Allow me to read it for you. Delighted, Lu Rui responded, okay. Zhao Jinshu sat on a chair, continuing her knitting of gloves. She had already completed one. And after finishing the second, all 3 pairs of gloves would be done. Lu Jintai occupied another chair, engrossed in a book, as the family members busied themselves in their respective pursuits. Half an hour later, the gloves were finished, and Zhao Jinshu put away the knitting needles and yarn. Lu Jintai moved to sit beside her, stating, my sweater yarn has run out. Zhao Jinshu turned to him. Let me have a look. As Lu Jintai handed her the sweater, Zhao Jinshu paused in surprise. You are still wearing this sweater? This was the very sweater she had knitted for him shortly after their marriage. To her astonishment, it had worn out, yet he continued to wear it. Considering his nature, she found it less surprising. Lu Jintai remarked, as long as it can be repaired. Zhao Jinshu nodded. We have no gray yarn at home. I shall check the department store for that color tomorrow. Lu Jintai remained seated, while Zhao Jinshu resumed reading. He looked at her. You each have a pair of gloves? Zhao Jinshu confirmed with a nod. Lu Jintai inquired, will my gloves be ready before the new year? Zhao Jinshu had not initially intended to knit him gloves. Yet since he had asked, she would not withhold a pair. She nonchalantly replied, they will be finished this week. Lu Jintai nodded. I will wait for your gloves. Zhao Jinshu acknowledged with an He then observed the sweater in her hands, asking, can a new sweater also be knitted? Zhao Jinshu lifted her gaze. Do not be too greedy. The gloves are not yet done, and now you want a sweater? Knitting a sweater takes far more time than gloves. How unrealistic. Lu Jintai did not press the matter further, a hint of a smile gracing his face. Very well. The two fell into a comfortable silence, the only sound in the room being Lu Zhe's reading voice. After a moment, Lu Jintai's deep voice broke the quiet. A friend is inviting us to dinner tomorrow. Would you like to go? Curiously, Zhao Jinshu asked, what will we be eating? If it suited her palate, she would be delighted to attend. If not, she felt rather lazy and preferred to stay home. Lu Jintai looked up. He did not specify. Zhao Jinshu thought for a moment before asking, who is it? Lu Jintai replied, Gu Qingye, my childhood friend. Upon hearing the name, Zhao Jinshu agreed, that sounds good. Lu Jintai looked at her. What is it about his name that made you readily agree? Zhao Jinshu responded, what do you mean? Lu Jintai pressed, do you know Gu Qingye? Zhao Jinshu shrugged. I have heard my mother mention him occasionally. Didn't she say he opened a restaurant? Indeed, her mother-in-law had brought it up. And both of her sisters-in-law had mentioned it as well. Lu Jintai confirmed. Yes. Zhao Jinshu added, since he runs a restaurant, he must be quite the foodie. Lu Jintai replied in a calm tone. His culinary skills are quite impressive. Zhao Jinshu was well aware. Otherwise, she would not have agreed to dine with him upon hearing his name. Lu Zhe, having finished the comic book in his hands, noticed that his sister had fallen asleep. He cautiously climbed to the head of the bed and whispered, Mom and Dad, Rue is asleep. Zhao Jinshu gently caressed his small face and replied, It's getting late. You should go to bed as well. Lu Zhe hesitated, holding the comic book. I finished reading this one. I have no more to read. Lu Jintai frowned. Have you read all 5 or 6 books you brought back? Lu Zhe protested. I can finish one in no time. It's simply not enough. Lu Jintai suggested, you can read them again. Lu Zhe fell silent. He enjoyed rereading his favorites, but naturally, he wished to delve into new stories rather than revisit those he found less appealing. Zhao Jinshu understood well. There were so few books suitable for children nowadays. Unlike in the future, where a plethora of picture books, both foreign and domestic, filled the market, leaving one spoiled for choice. Since her grandson was 2, she had taken him to explore picture books, and by the time he entered 1st grade, they had accumulated several large boxes of them at home. Zhao Jinshu reassured him. I will find time to visit the bookstore and see if there are more suitable books for you. Lu Zhe felt satisfied with this promise. By more, otherwise, I want to have enough to read. Lu Jintai added, during the holidays, I will take you to the library. You can borrow any book you desire. Zhao Jinshu had not thought of this. As in her previous life, they had never lacked money. If her grandson wanted a book, she would simply purchase it for him. No matter how expensive, as long as he liked it. Lu Zhe was astonished. There is a place where you can borrow books? Aren't they afraid of damaging them? He was reluctant to lend his own books to anyone, fearing they might be mishandled. Lu Jintai glanced at him. If they are damaged, you pay for it. Lu Zhe responded with an ah, then realized it made sense. That seems fair. Zhao Jinshu urged him. Quickly, go to sleep. You have school tomorrow. Lu Zhe acknowledged with an oh, climbed down from the bed, and shuffled out wearing his slippers, his little body wiggling as he went. Zhao Jinshu followed him, turning on the light for him. Upon reaching his room, she checked his bed, which was warm, and once he was settled, she closed the door behind her. Back in her room, she noticed Lu Jintai still seated there, engrossed in his book. He occupied the other half of her bed, effectively blocking her path. She would have to step over him to pass. Aren't you going to sleep? She inquired. Lu Jintai put down his book and stood up. Seeing him remain still, she furrowed her brow. Could you move aside? Instead, he grasped her wrist, and when she looked up, he asked softly, Are you ignoring me? What? Zhao Jinshu turned to him. Lu Jintai pulled her into his embrace. You've left me hanging for 2 nights. Zhao Jinshu responded, as his hand gently touched her flawless face. What do you mean? She removed his hand. What do you mean by what? Lu Jintai scrutinized her for a moment, then finally said, It's nothing. She didn't wish to elaborate, so he refrained from pressing further. Zhao Jinshu met his gaze. He remained silent, and she, of course, would not foolishly pursue the matter, simply stating, I'm going to sleep. At her words, Lu Jintai slowly released her. Chapter 19. The Scarf Lying in Bed. Zhao Jinshu's thoughts raced. She understood Lu Jintai's intentions. She did not intentionally ignore him, even in the absence of affection. It was quite normal for a couple to engage in certain activities. Lu Jintai, youthful and vigorous, had a strong demand in this regard. And as long as they remained married, a conjugal life would ensue. Having just returned, her mindset had yet to adjust, especially given her 60-something perspective. The sight of the young Lu Jintai often evoked a sense of disconnection. Moreover, for over a decade, they had maintained this peculiar state of existence, appearing as a couple while. In truth, they shared little in terms of conversation. She had long grown accustomed to this way of living, finding it challenging to alter, and she harbored doubts about any future changes. Upon first encountering her children in their youthful forms, she too experienced a sense of surrealism, as her memories were predominantly of them as adults. Yet, they were her own flesh and blood, raised by her own hands, and she swiftly adapted to this reality. After a dreamless night, she awoke to the breakfast prepared by Lu Jintai. By the time she rose, their son had already been taken to school by his father. Indulging in a leisurely morning, her daughter accompanied her in a late slumber. After the two of them refreshed themselves, they discovered buns and eggs warming on the stove. Zhao Jinshu prepared 2 cups of milk powder before ushering her daughter to sit down and enjoy a leisurely meal. when Lu Jintai returned. The mother and daughter had already finished breakfast. The day was still young, and there was no rush to visit anyone. The washing machine, recently acquired, had yet to be tested, prompting them to gather their dirty laundry for a wash. At that time, washing machines were not particularly advanced. It was a semi-automatic model requiring manual water filling, drainage, and spinning. The machine they purchased, however, was relatively comprehensive in functionality, though some models still required hand cranking. Lacking a spin-dry feature, Lu Jintai busied himself in the bathroom with the laundry while she tidied up the house, with Lu Rui following closely behind to assist. Once the home was in order, the mother and daughter began changing clothes. She donned a long black down coat purchased from an overseas Chinese store and dressed her daughter in a similar coat. Once they were appropriately attired, Lu Rui exclaimed, "Mom, don't forget your hat, scarf, and gloves." Zhao Jinshu shot her a glance, such vanity. Lu Rui, with a serious expression, countered, "It looks good. It's not vanity." Zhao Jinshu laughed. "All right, no vanity. I'll put them on for you." Satisfied, Lu Rui then touched her scarf and looked up at her mother. "Mom should wear one too." Listening to her daughter, Zhao Jinshu wrapped the scarf around her neck. Fortunately, the black down coat was versatile, making the red scarf a fitting accessory. She styled her hair into a high bun. Gazing at her youthful and beautiful reflection in the mirror, she felt an immense satisfaction. Even draped in a burlap sack, her figure would still be striking. Lu Jintai entered wearing a coat and, upon seeing the two of them, smiled warmly. Not bad. However, Lu Rui frowned. "Daddy doesn't he have a scarf?" They all had one, she had one, her mother had one, her brother had one, yet her father did not. Zhao Jinshu paused, glancing at Lu Jintai, who met her gaze with a flicker of amusement in his eyes. Lu Rui turned to her mother. "Mom, let us buy Daddy a scarf." Faced with her daughter's hopeful expression, Zhao Jinshu found herself without a choice. Lu Jintai, his eyes twinkling with mirth, remained silent. Zhao Jinshu, ever keen to fulfill her daughter's wishes, said, "We'll pass by the department store and buy your father a scarf, all right, little steward?" Lu Rui finally smiled. "All right." Lu Jintai replied with a faint smile, "Shall we head to the department store now?" "Let us go." With bicycles at home, the biting cold made the thought of riding unbearable, so the three opted for the bus. It was the peak commuting hour, yet the bus was sparsely populated. Upon arriving at the department store, Lu Rui eagerly took her father's hand and led him towards the scarf section. When they reached their destination, Lu Rui exclaimed, "All these scarves, Dad, you choose." Lu Jintai chuckled, "I'm not sure how to choose." Lu Rui's eyes sparkled, "I'll choose." Lu Jintai lifted her up. "All right, let us see what you pick." Zhao Jinshu silently followed behind. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Rui selected a red scarf, her favorite color. She said, "Mom and Dad, let's get the same one." Lu Jintai remarked, "Red, is that suitable?" A staff member approached with a smile. "This scarf can be worn by anyone. Many men have purchased red scarves." Zhao Jinshu mused that, after all, this was not a future where such choices were commonplace, and many men might not wear red scarves for themselves. Yet Lu Rui insisted, "Dad, try it on." After a brief hesitation, Lu Jintai glanced at Zhao Jinshu, who left the decision to him. Unable to resist his daughter's hopeful gaze, he donned the red scarf. Zhao Jinshu observed him, clad in a black coat and standing at 6 feet tall. Even with the red scarf, he looked quite striking, adding a vibrant touch to his appearance. The staff member remarked, "When the whole family wears red scarves, it's evident you are related." Zhao Jinshu thought to herself that the concept of matching family outfits hadn't yet emerged. Hearing this, Lu Jintai turned to Zhao Jinshu, gently asking, "What do you think?" Zhao Jinshu replied, "If you like it, then buy it." Lu Jintai inquired, "Do you find it appealing?" Meeting his gaze, she could not in good conscience say otherwise. "It looks good." A subtle smile graced Lu Jintai's lips. "If you say it looks good, then we shall purchase it." When did he become so compliant to her opinions? Zhao Jinshu said nothing further and proceeded to pay. The restaurant where Gu Qingye had invited them for a meal was a new establishment of his, just a few minutes' walk from the department store. The couple picked up some fruits and pastries along the way, meandering leisurely to their destination. At that moment, Zhao Jinshu had only been in Kyoto for a few months. Throughout this time, Lu Jintai had been occupied with work, not having taken her out to meet anyone. None of his friends had yet met her. In truth, she had seldom accompanied him to social gatherings out of fear of saying something inappropriate, not wanting to embarrass him. Upon entering the restaurant, Gu Qingye and his wife were momentarily taken aback. They were aware that Jintai had married a country girl, but nobody had mentioned that this country girl was so striking and dignified. Lu Minying, Gu Qingye's wife, stepped forward, unable to resist taking another glance at Zhao Jinshu, and smiled. Is this your sister-in-law? Oh my, you look so youthful. Zhao Jinshu returned a smile. You two look quite young, sister-in-law. Since they referred to her as sister-in-law, she naturally reciprocated with the term. In truth, she had not engaged deeply with Lu Minying in a prior life, having only interacted a few times during family gatherings. Leaving a positive impression, Lu Minying burst into laughter, exclaiming, as a plain-looking woman, I cannot compare to you. She then turned to Lu Rue, asking, Is this your youngest daughter? She is truly charming, having inherited the best traits from both of you. Zhao Jinshu smiled and inquired, Sister-in-law, have all your children gone to school? Lu Minying nodded. All three are enrolled. With that, she reached for some candies to offer Lu Rue. Lu Rue glanced at her mother, and Zhao Jinshu encouraged, It's from your aunt. Go ahead and take it. Lu Rue accepted it with a smile, saying, Thank you, Aunt. Lu Minying praised her. What a good child. Chapter 20. Lu Rue's character. Meanwhile, Gu Qingye observed Lu Jintai and could not suppress a chuckle. Lu Jintai handed him something, asking, What are you laughing at? Take this. Gu Qingye replied, Why bring something along? Lu Jintai smiled. It would be ungracious to arrive empty-handed. Gu Qingye shot him a knowing glance. You usually don't bring anything. It must be your sister-in-law's suggestion. Lu Jintai raised his gaze. This indicates that your sister-in-law possesses good manners. That's more than you do, Gu Qingye teased, unable to contain his laughter. Lu Jintai shot him a sidelong glance. What's your problem? Gu Qingye stifled his amusement, pointing at his neck. You're quite flamboyant. Lu Jintai, uninterested in his antics, glanced at his scarf, thinking. What do you know? Zhao Jinshu, ever perceptive, caught her husband's remark and shot him a disapproving look. Can't you choose your words better? There are children present. Gu Qingye rubbed his nose and invited them inside to converse. The outside was a grand hall. Passing through it led to the kitchen and further in. There was a courtyard, also adorned with a house. The courtyard was quite spacious and picturesque. Lu Minying explained, for those who prefer tranquility, they can opt to dine here, with one room featuring a single table. Zhao Jinshu laughed. So it's akin to a private dining area. Exactly, Lu Minying replied, pleasantly surprised by her understanding. Gu Qingye led the trio on a brief tour, glancing at Lu Jintai. What do you think? Not bad, right? Lu Jintai replied, It's acceptable. Gu Qingye turned to Zhao Jinshu, grinning, Sister-in-law, in the future, if you wish to eat anything, feel free to let me know. I'll personally cook for you. Lu Minying chimed in. His culinary skills are quite good. This place is close to the department store. If you come to shop, you can have lunch here. Gu Qingye added. Zhao Jinshu was taken aback by their warmth. She didn't believe they would invite her for a meal simply to profit from her meager sum. Given their relationship with Lu Jintai, they wouldn't charge her. Gu Qingye insisted, Sister-in-law, we're being sincere. Don't feel embarrassed. This restaurant is part of your family's business, funded by Jintai. In truth, Lu Jintai solely provided the funds while remaining uninvolved in other matters, simply expecting an end-of-year dividend. Zhao Jinshu paused, realizing this was news to her. She looked at Lu Jintai, her expression as relaxed as before. You never mentioned this. Her parents had repeatedly advised her not to interfere in Lu Jintai's work, believing that her ignorance would only complicate matters. She had always adhered to this notion, never meddling in his career. Reflecting upon it now, she realized she had misled herself entirely. Refraining from meddling in his career does not imply ignorance of his investments. Lu Jintai turned to her and asked, Do you wish to know? Zhao Jinshu replied, Of course. Lu Jintai nodded. From now on, I shall inform you. Zhao Jinshu smiled. Very well. At times, Lu Jintai could be quite obedient. Gu Qingye chuckled. You two make quite the interesting couple. He had not anticipated that his sister-in-law would be entirely unaware of such a significant matter. He assumed she would be upset, yet she accepted it with remarkable composure. This, in turn, prompted Jintai to promise to keep her informed of future developments. One cannot deny that this sister-in-law was not at all what he had imagined. She was indeed someone who commanded his respect. Zhao Jinshu smiled to herself, reflecting on how many had sought Lu Jintai's investment in various ventures in her past life. Perhaps having invested in some projects. Some she was aware of, while others remained a mystery. The group sat chatting in the private room, and around 11 o'clock, another wave of guests arrived. Lu Jintai glanced at Gu Qingye. Have you invited others? Gu Qingye replied, They are all friends from our childhood. Lu Jintai gave him a sidelong glance, remaining silent. Zhao Jinshu, however, was indifferent. She was there to enjoy a meal, and if conversation flowed, she would engage. But if not, she would simply savor the food. Gu Qingye and Lu Minying stepped out to greet the guests, while Zhao Jinshu and Lu Jintai sat at the table sipping tea and occasionally shelling sunflower seeds for their daughter. A throng of people burst into the private room, calling out Lu Jintai's name. He remained seated, smiling and acknowledging them without rising, and naturally, Zhao Jinshu did not stand either. At that moment, she discerned that this gathering might pertain to some matter requiring Lu Jintai's attention, and he likely had some awareness of it. She lifted her gaze and noticed a woman entering at the back, accompanied by a child. This woman was a childhood friend of Lu Jintai's, someone who had caused her considerable unease in her previous life. The woman was strikingly beautiful, with a melodious name, Lu Qingye. The mere mention of her name conjured images of a fresh, elegant young lady, well-read and virtuous, exuding both beauty and grace. In her past life, Zhao Jinshu had held a similar belief. It was rumored that she and Lu Jintai had shared a romantic connection, one he had not entirely forgotten. However, that was merely hearsay, as she had never heard Lu Jintai confirm it. Upon encountering her again in this life, she cast a glance and then dismissed her from her thoughts. Zhao Jinshu paid little heed to Lu Qingye, but upon her entrance into the private room, Lu Qingye's gaze immediately fell upon her. Seeing Zhao Jinshu in such a state, Lu Qingye could not help but feel surprised. After the initial shock, she found it quite normal. After all, a rural girl who could win Lu Jintai's heart must possess some noteworthy qualities, be it in appearance, family background, or education. Otherwise, what merit would she have to marry him? A smile graced Lu Qingye's face as she looked down at her daughter and said, "Go play with that young lady." Lu Rui looked up and met the gaze of Lu Qingye's daughter, offering a smile, but to her surprise, the girl turned her face away, ignoring her. Lu Rui was not offended. She continued to munch on her sunflower seeds. Zhao Jinshu observed this exchange but did not dwell on it. Her daughter had always been emotionally stable since childhood, though she certainly had her own temperament. She seldom harbors enmity towards others, yet once she deems someone irreconcilable, that individual will forever be disregarded in her eyes. Although she may appear calm at present, should Lu Qingye's daughter seek her company again, she will undoubtedly ignore her. Lu Jintai, attentive to his daughter, gently stroked her little head in a gesture of comfort. Lu Rui glanced at her father, beamed, and called out, "Dad." Lu Jintai softly inquired, "Would you like some water?" Lu Rui nodded. He picked up a cup, rinsed it, and poured half a glass of water for her. Meanwhile, Lu Qingye, seething with anger, turned to her daughter and chided softly, "What is the matter with you?" Her ire was not solely directed at her daughter. She was equally perturbed by Lu Jintai and that rural woman, as well as their child, whose every action irked her. She had not anticipated Lu Jintai would be so concerned about the child born to that woman. His expression betrayed him. Lu Qingye's daughter, Han Mingyu, felt wronged and teared up, surprised that her mother had scolded her. Lu Qingye, visibly impatient, thought it inappropriate for her to cry in front of so many, especially in the presence of Lu Jintai and that rural woman. What a disgrace. This child's temperament had indeed been spoiled by her family. At that moment, Lu Minying entered, noticing the child in tears, and quickly offered her some candy to console her. Han Mingyu, fearing her mother's wrath, ceased her crying, accepted the candy, and hid behind Aunt Lu. Lu Qingye expressed her frustration. "What a wretched child. I am her biological mother. Can she not even endure me?" Chapter 21. Not fighting. What purpose do you have in bringing her here? Lu Qingye's elder brother, Lu Jianjun, furrowed his brow. A flicker of irritation crossed Lu Qingye's eyes. She had heard that Lu Jintai might bring his wife and child along, so before leaving, she had taken Mingyu with her. Mingyu had always been sweet-tongued, charming everyone in her family, including her father, grandparents, and relatives, who were all delighted by her presence. She believed that taking her daughter would enhance her own stature. But to her dismay, upon arrival, she felt utterly humiliated. Regret washed over her for having brought her along. A group of people gathered around the table, chatting and laughing. "Jintai, why don't you introduce us?" "Yes, Lu Gu, please introduce your sister-in-law." Lu Jintai smiled and turned to Zhao Jinshu. "This is my wife, Zhao Jinshu. Just call her sister-in-law." Given his age among this group, addressing her as sister-in-law was perfectly reasonable. Zhao Jinshu greeted them with a smile. "Hello, everyone." "Sister-in-law, hello?" Lu Jintai continued. "This is Hu Wenbin." Zhao Jinshu nodded. Hu Wenbin smiled. "Sister-in-law, this is my wife, Li Wenli." He nudged his wife. Li Wenli quickly chimed in. "Hello." "Sister-in-law." Zhao Jinshu replied with a smile. "Hello." Lu Jintai then introduced. "This is Ji Minghua." Ji Minghua said, "Sister-in-law, hello. This is my partner, Wang Jiahui." Wang Jiahui glanced at Zhao Jinshu and softly said, "Hello, sister-in-law." Zhao Jinshu reciprocated, hello. Lu Jintai added, this is Lu Jianjun, and that is his sister, Lu Qingya. Lu Qingya greeted, while Lu Jianjun remarked, hello, Jintai's wife. Zhao Jinshu responded, hello. Lu Jintai cradled his daughter in his arms, declaring, this is my daughter, Lu Rue. Oh, what a charming child. She has inherited the good looks of her father and mother. The others gathered around to tease Lu Rue, who, undaunted, smiled and engaged in conversation with them. Lu Jianjun turned to Gu Qingye and inquired, when will the meal be served? Gu Qingye replied, we still need to wait a little longer. 2 main dishes are not yet ready. Lu Jianjun nodded, since we have some idle time. Shall we play a few rounds of cards? Gu Qingye waved his hand dismissively, you all play. I must keep an eye on the stove. Lu Jianjun glanced around the room. Even if you don't join us, we have enough players. The men can sit at one table, and the women at another. It's just right. Lu Qingya interjected, does Comrade Zhao know how to play cards? I doubt she does. Zhao Jinshu smiled, I can play cards. But I don't feel like it today. Lu Qingya paused, then said with a smile, see? I told you so. Noticing that no one responded, she continued, let's just play if we want. Those who prefer can enjoy tea and chat. There's no need to separate by gender. With that, she took a seat. At that moment, Lu Jintai stood with his daughter in his arms. Lu Qingya was taken aback. What's the matter? Lu Jintai did not look at her, but addressed the others. I won't play cards. I don't wish to disturb you. Zhao Jinshu stood up as well, stating, we won't interrupt your card game. We'll take a stroll outside. As the couple exited the private room, the others were momentarily stunned. Lu Qingya nonchalantly asked, are we still playing? Lu Jianjun tossed his cards onto the table. Of course we are. Li Wenli also stood up. You all play. I cannot stand the smell of smoke. I'll go outside for some fresh air. She discreetly kicked her husband's leg. Hu Wenbin, with no choice but to comply, rose. My wife is pregnant. I will accompany her. Following this, the two departed as well. Jimingwa scoffed. What is the point of playing now? Let us not. Lu Qingya sat there, her expression stiff, remaining silent. Lu Jianjun exhaled a puff of smoke, the haze obscuring his countenance. Outside, Li Wenli nudged her husband with her elbow. Hu Wenbin looked at her. What's wrong? Li Wenli leaned closer and whispered, is Lu Qingya unwell? What do you mean? Hu Wenbin was perplexed. He had not noticed anything. She's acting like a pig. Li Wenli rolled her eyes. Clearing her throat, she continued, she was clearly provoking your sister-in-law just now. Didn't you see? When did that happen? Hu Wenbin genuinely had not noticed. Li Wenli, irritated, replied, just now. Your sister-in-law hadn't even spoken, yet she claimed that the other woman couldn't play cards, obviously trying to avoid playing with her. And then she said there's no need to separate by gender. I think she wants to play with Lu Gu. Hu Wenbin remarked, Lu Gu is wealthy. Does she want to win some money? Li Wenli countered, they are a couple. Lu Ji's money is also his wife's, just as your money is mine. Hu Wenbin shivered at the thought. Of course. He knew better than to argue otherwise. Li Wenli's expression softened. Thus, I believe Lu Qingya harbors ulterior motives. She must have her sights set on Lu Gu. He is handsome, comes from a good family, and possesses great skills. It's no surprise she is interested. Lu Gu is now married with 2 children, yet she still has feelings for him. Such behavior is undeniably immoral. It is unreasonable to expect her to divorce while also wishing for Lu Gu to do the same. What about the wife and children? They would be utterly pitiful. A person of such questionable morals would certainly not allow her man to associate with their family. After all, the sister's character is not hidden from her brother. His silence speaks volumes about her integrity. Hu Wenbin furrowed his brow. We only just met the sister-in-law today. Why would she dislike her? Li Wenli explained. She has taken a liking to Lu Gu. Is that true? His voice rose slightly. Li Wenli quickly covered his mouth. Keep your voice down. Hu Wenbin glanced around and lowered his voice. Is it really true? Li Wenli whispered back. It's highly likely. My judgment is seldom wrong. Hu Wenbin sighed. What does she see in him? Lu Gu is a traditional man. Once married, he is committed for life. Even if he is attracted to her, he would never divorce to marry her. What could she possibly gain? Li Wenli replied, she is drawn to Lu Ji's handsome appearance, his abilities, and his esteemed family background. The reasons are plentiful. Realization dawned on Hu Wenbin. So it seems there is indeed much to be gained. Lu Gu is quite the catch. Suddenly, Li Wenli looked at him seriously. From now on, limit your interactions with them. Those 2 siblings are cunning, and your man is rather naive. He could easily be manipulated. Hu Wenbin assured her, don't worry, I won't act recklessly, nor will I be as foolish as they are in pursuing others. Li Wenli cautioned, what I mean is that you may not be astute enough. Such immoral individuals love to scheme, and you would struggle against them. It is best to avoid them altogether, lest you find yourself exploited in counting their profits. Hu Wenbin protested, "Am I really that naive? In any case, you should heed my advice," Li Wenli insisted. Hu Wenbin attempted to argue, "I am not that foolish. Who would allow themselves to be exploited and help count the money?" Li Wenli looked at him. "If you refuse to listen, I will inform Mom and Dad." Hu Wenbin retorted indignantly, "Why do you always resort to telling on me?" Li Wenli replied, "If you obey, I want to have to." All right. I will try to limit my interactions with them. I only thought to take you out for a nice meal because I heard Lu Gu would be here. I am not that foolish," Hu Wenbin conceded. Satisfied, Li Wenli moved on. Chapter 22. Lu Gu is a good man. As they stepped outside, they spotted Lu Jintai and others in the yard, observing the turtles in the pond with the children. Hu Wenbin was somewhat distracted, reflecting on his wife's earlier words, and felt a twinge of guilt upon seeing the sister-in-law. Standing beside Lu Gu, he cleared his throat, searching for conversation. "That turtle is quite large." Lu Rue squatted down, fixated on the turtle, and nodded at her uncle's comment, genuinely amazed by its size. She wished to have one of her own. Lu Jintai merely acknowledged him with a sound, not inquiring why he was playing cards inside. Seeing her husband's demeanor, Li Wenli regretted discussing the matter with him. She approached Zhao Jinshu, smiling, "Sister-in-law, are you settling in well in Kyoto?" Lu Jintai turned his head to look at Zhao Jinshu, who smiled in return. "I am quite accustomed to it." As Lu Jintai listened, a subtle smile graced her lips. Zhao Jinshu turned her gaze towards Li Wenli's abdomen, inquiring, "How many months along are you?" Li Wenli gently caressed her belly, replying, "Nearly 5 months. The baby is due in May, after the new year." Zhao Jinshu remarked, "That's splendid. The weather will be just right for the confinement period." Li Wenli agreed, "I thought so too. By the way, sister-in-law, have you noticed that a new cake shop has opened outside?" Zhao Jinshu shook her head. "I haven't seen it." Li Wenli continued, "Their cakes are absolutely delicious. When you have time, you should take the children to try some." Zhao Jinshu laughed, "I must go. My 2 little ones have never tasted cake." Li Wenli chuckled shyly. "I just have a weakness for sweets, which is why I enjoy browsing these shops." Zhao Jinshu responded with a knowing smile. "Isn't it perfectly normal to enjoy good food? Who wouldn't?" Li Wenli seemed to find a kindred spirit in her, exclaiming joyfully, "Whenever I think of food, I can't help but indulge. My mother complains about it." Zhao Jinshu countered, "Eating is a natural human instinct. We're merely embracing our nature. It's fine to crave, as long as one doesn't overindulge." Li Wenli nodded vigorously. "Sister-in-law, you've articulated that beautifully. I'll use your words to defend myself against my mother." Zhao Jinshu chuckled, "Just make sure you don't mention that I said it." Li Wenli grinned. "I promise I won't." After some further conversation, Gu Qingye called for the meal to be served. The group returned to the private dining room, where a strong smell of smoke greeted them. Not only could Li Wenli not tolerate it, but Zhao Jinshu also found it unpleasant, especially with her daughter present. She didn't want her child exposed to secondhand smoke. Lu Jintai frowned and called out to Gu Qingye, instructing, "Set up 2 tables and arrange for another private room." Gu Qingye, albeit confused, complied and arranged the tables. Zhao Jinshu smiled at Li Wenli and suggested, "Let them sit here. We'll move to another room." Li Wenli sighed in relief. "Since I became pregnant, I can't stand the smell of smoke at all." Zhao Jinshu replied, "It's nothing good. If you can't tolerate it, do your best to avoid it. During pregnancy, one should prioritize comfort." Having given birth to 2 children and having cared for her pregnant daughter and daughter-in-law, she understood all too well how sensitive women can be to odors during pregnancy. At that time, smoking regulations were not as strict as in later years, and the awareness of the health hazards of smoking was not as pronounced. Nor was the concept of secondhand smoke well understood. Li Wenli linked her arm with Zhao Jinshu's, saying, "Sister-in-law, it's truly comforting to hear you speak." She found that when she expressed her discomfort to others, they labeled her as overly sensitive, prompting her to ponder, why was she seen as such? Since her pregnancy, she genuinely couldn't tolerate that smell. It wasn't her choice, but no one seemed to understand. Zhao Jinshu smiled. "That's because I've been through it myself. I can empathize." Li Wenli believed it was merely a reflection of Zhao Jinshu's kindness and eloquence. Unlike her sister-in-law, who had 2 children, others failed to empathize and instead criticized her for being delicate, recounting their own struggles during pregnancy, as if not sharing the same capacity for endurance was a grave error. The group settled into their seats, awaiting the arrival of their meal. Hu Wenbin caught the fierce glare from his wife and instinctively withdrew his leg from crossing towards the other private room, sitting beside her instead. Zhao Jinshu glanced at the couple and smiled. Lu Jintai went to the other side, and upon the meal's arrival at the table, he returned. Zhao Jinshu turned to him and said, "Greet them for me. They are drinking, but I do not partake." Zhao Jinshu nodded in agreement. Li Wenli interjected, "Exactly. A meal is just a meal. Why indulge in alcohol? You see, when the men drink to excess, who ends up taking care of them? It's us women." Lu Jintai remarked, "I rarely drink." Hu Wenbin chimed in, "Brother Lu doesn't smoke either." Li Wenli raised her thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "Brother Lu is a good man." Hu Wenbin added, "Your wife is quite fierce. Brother Lu is indeed a good man, but it's not for you to praise him. He has a sister-in-law." Lu Jintai glanced at Zhao Jinshu and asked, "What do you think?" Zhao Jinshu shot him a sidelong glance and muttered a few affirmations. "Sister-in-law, what do those affirmations mean?" Hu Wenbin could not help but inquire, feeling that she might be somewhat shy. Such a wonderful person as Brother Lu deserves more praise, lest he be tempted by women outside. Li Wenli kicked him lightly, saying, "They are conversing as a couple. What concern is it of yours? You are being rather meddlesome." Hu Wenbin thought to himself, "You don't understand. He couldn't possibly harm sister-in-law." Lu Jintai turned his gaze back to his wife. Zhao Jinshu lifted her head and stated, "Without a change in demeanor, it means you are all correct. It means Brother Lu is indeed a good man." In her heart, she did not consider Lu Jintai a bad man. Rather, she regarded him as an exceptionally admirable individual. There was nothing shameful about acknowledging that. Hu Wenbin nodded in a daze. Lu Jintai cleared his throat and served her a bowl of soup, saying, "This chicken soup is delightful. Have a bowl." Zhao Jinshu accepted it graciously. Lu Jintai then served a bowl to their daughter. Lu Rue smiled sweetly, saying, "Thank you, Daddy." Li Wenli watched enviously from the side, remarking, "I want a daughter too." Hu Wenbin echoed her sentiments. "So do I." Zhao Jinshu glanced at them and couldn't help but chuckle. They could only envy her, as she remembered they only had sons. As they were eating, Gu Qingye approached. He surveyed the group and inquired, "How does it taste?" Hu Wenbin nodded vigorously, declaring, "Delicious. Exceptionally so." However, Gu Qingye retorted, "Be honest. I seek genuine feedback. If there are flaws, I will rectify them promptly, as I am in the business of catering." Li Wenli shook her head, "Brother Gu, I also find it very tasty. There is nothing to improve." Gu Qingye waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Why would I ask for opinions from you two who are always craving?" He then turned to Lu Jintai and Zhao Jinshu, asking, "What do you think?" Lu Jintai replied, "It's quite good." Gu Qingye responded, "I don't believe it. Is my cooking truly that exceptional? Can't you find a single flaw?" He had invited them over for dinner precisely to solicit criticism, yet they all praised him in unison. Zhao Jinshu smiled. Lu Jintai was easy to please. So long as the food was cooked through and neither too salty nor too bland, he was indifferent to the taste. Moreover, Gu Qingye's culinary skills were indeed commendable. Given Gu Qingye's disbelief, Lu Jintai chose to remain silent. Unwilling to give up, Gu Qingye's hopeful gaze fell upon Zhao Jinshu. "Sister-in-law?" Zhao Jinshu straightened her posture. Gu Qingye's eyes lit up, sensing an opportunity. Zhao Jinshu looked at him and asked, "Do you truly want my opinion?" Gu Qingye nodded eagerly. "Sister-in-law, please speak freely. I genuinely wish to excel in the culinary field and am eager to hear the honest thoughts of my patrons." Zhao Jinshu chuckled. "Well, I shall speak then." Gu Qingye replied, "Go ahead." As Zhao Jinshu was about to articulate her thoughts, he interjected, "Sister-in-law, hold on a moment. Let me fetch a pen." Zhao Jinshu continued. Hu Wenbin, having finished the chicken, spat out the bones and exclaimed, "No, brother, you are being overly serious. One cannot excel in their career without earnestness." Gu Qingye retorted, not lifting his gaze as he retrieved a pen and notebook from his pocket, addressing Zhao Jinshu, "Sister-in-law, please proceed." Hu Wenbin and Li Wenli could not help but pause their chopsticks. They were baffled, pondering what flaws could exist in such delectable dishes. Zhao Jinshu glanced at the soup before her. "I shall express merely my personal opinion. This mushroom and tender meat soup is quite pleasant, though the broth is slightly murky." Li Wenli turned her attention, realizing that, indeed, she had not noticed it until Zhao Jinshu pointed it out. Gu Qingye's eyes brightened, and he eagerly jotted it down. Upon finishing, he inquisitively asked, "How might it be improved?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Jinshu shared her insights. Gu Qingye was about to continue speaking, but upon meeting Lu Jintai's gaze, he decided to let his sister-in-law enjoy her meal first. Zhao Jinshu suggested, "Shall we discuss while we eat?" Gu Qingye nodded enthusiastically. "Yes. Indeed, that is a splendid idea." As they savored several dishes, Zhao Jinshu articulated her thoughts on each. Gu Qingye diligently recorded her remarks. Lu Jintai interjected, "First, let us eat something." He proceeded to place a few slices of beef into her bowl, observing the beef before her. Zhao Jinshu picked up a piece and brought it to her mouth as Gu Qingye watched intently. Zhao Jinshu carefully chose her words. This beef could indeed be more tender. Li Wenli added a slice of beef to her own bowl, and upon tasting it, her eyes sparkled. Is this not tender enough? This is the most tender beef I have ever had. Just as Gu Qingye was about to inquire how it could be made even more tender, he caught Lu Jintai's disapproving glance and quickly altered his words. There are still many dishes on the table. Sister-in-law, please indulge further and try this braised fish. Zhao Jinshu took a piece of fish, placed it in her bowl, and savored it slowly. After finishing, she spoke thoughtfully. This braised fish is quite delightful. The spice is just right, succulent and juicy, and the cooking was timely. I truly enjoyed it. It is delicious. Gu Qingye wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead and smiled. This braised fish is one of my specialties. Zhao Jinshu, feeling somewhat bashful, remarked, I am merely sharing my impressions. If you find them valid, please consider them. If not, then let them be, as these are just my humble opinions. At this juncture, the people had yet to resolve their basic needs and thus had modest expectations regarding food, often prioritizing mere satiation. Gu Qingye's future success in the culinary industry was significantly influenced by his attitude toward cuisine. Moreover, when she later dined at the restaurant opened by Gu Qingye, she noted that the issues she had mentioned had indeed been addressed. It seemed he was continuously progressing through learning. Gu Qingye waved his hand dismissively. No. I find your observations to be quite astute. These issues do indeed exist, and your insights have proven immensely helpful, saving me considerable time. Improving a dish requires not only time but also the ability to identify the problems before one can resolve them. If he fails to recognize the problem, how can he possibly resolve it? Lu Jintai chuckled. Then you ought to pay your sister-in-law. Gu Qingye replied, Indeed. If our restaurant's dishes improve, I shall pay my sister-in-law a monthly salary. Zhao Jinshu laughed. He is just joking. Don't take him seriously. Gu Qingye turned to Zhao Jinshu, his expression earnest. Sister-in-law, I am not jesting. I mean it. Zhao Jinshu was taken aback by his seriousness and replied, No need. Jintai was just joking with you. Yet Gu Qingye insisted, Sister-in-law, I am serious. Once you assist us in enhancing the menu, you will have rendered our restaurant a significant service. Thus, compensating you is only appropriate. In a private dining establishment, such recipes are often closely guarded secrets, and since you've shared this with me, it would weigh heavy on my conscience not to pay you. Seeing her silent, he added, Moreover, this restaurant also benefits your family, so it's merely a matter of transferring resources. Lu Jintai looked at Zhao Jinshu. If the menu proves beneficial for the restaurant, then a salary is justified. Only then did Zhao Jinshu refrain from further protest. If it proved useless, she would simply refuse the payment. Hu Wenbin interjected, Gu, once sister-in-law has improved the recipes, shall we have another meal to taste the results? Gu Qingye shot him a glare. You're merely here for the tasting. What can your palate discern? Hu Wenbin chuckled. Isn't it acceptable to praise your culinary skills? Gu Qingye, having no time for idle banter, turned to Zhao Jinshu with an air of mystery. Sister-in-law, this soup in the pot, you won't find it elsewhere during winter, except here. As he spoke, he lifted the lid of the clay pot. Zhao Jinshu conjectured, is it tomato oxtail soup? Sister-in-law, how did you know? Gu Qingye placed the lid down. I had intended to surprise you. He then ladled half a bowl and set it before Zhao Jinshu. Sister-in-law, please. He served another bowl to Lu Rue. Lu Ruikin smiled. Thank you, uncle. Gu Qingye replied. No need for thanks. Zhao Jinshu took a spoon and savored a sip. The broth is rich and devoid of any strange flavors. It's quite good. Gu Qingye beamed. This is my restaurant's treasure. Zhao Jinshu gazed at the tomatoes in the bowl. Just these tomatoes? Gu Qingye nodded. I learned from someone. I froze many tomatoes, which is why we can enjoy tomato oxtail soup in winter. Zhao Jinshu laughed. This table is laden with soup. After a few bowls, I feel full. I wonder how those food streamers manage to eat continuously for hours? Gu Qingye chuckled. I prepared several of the main soups for you to sample. Lu Jintai observed her. If you're full, then don't eat anymore. You can try next time. Gu Qingye concurred. Having tasted so many dishes, that is ample for now. We can save the rest for next time. Zhao Jinshu nodded. She wouldn't force herself. Having lived anew, she understood the significance of health better than anyone. Li Wenli looked at her. Sister-in-law, you do not have a large appetite, do you? Zhao Jinshu replied. Not particularly. I started with a bowl of chicken soup. then had smooth pork soup with mushrooms, followed by the oxtail soup, and I also sampled quite a bit of the dishes. Li Wenli remarked, "It's all broth. You'll surely feel hungry again. Why not wait a bit and have some rice?" Zhao Jinshu shook her head. "I am already full. Today, I indulged in a considerable amount of meat, and consuming more might lead to indigestion." Li Wenli ceased her persuasion. "I still want to eat a bit more." Zhao Jinshu replied, "You are with child now. If you wish to eat, do so." Li Wenli acknowledged with a hum. As the meal neared its conclusion, a group from the adjacent private room stumbled over, each clutching a wine glass and belching, their demeanor unmistakably indicating they had imbibed quite a bit. Lu Jianjun cast a glance and remarked, "Jintai, it's rather inconsiderate of you to hide away here without joining us for a drink. Do you look down upon your brothers?" Lu Jintai leaned against the back of her chair, remaining silent. "Is it that Comrade Zhao disapproves?" Lu Qingya's gaze fell upon Zhao Jishu. Lu Jintai interjected, "It is my own reluctance. It has nothing to do with her." However, Lu Jianjun paid no heed to his words and, glancing at Zhao Jinshu, continued, "Comrade Xiao Zhao, I hear you hail from the countryside. You may not be aware that women should not be too strictly managed by men. You ought to learn from these city ladies. Otherwise, in such a grand setting, controlling everything will only embarrass Jintai." Lu Jintai's expression darkened. "Lu Jianjun, after all this time, have you yet to learn the importance of respecting others?" Lu Jianjun's countenance soured. Was this no longer a matter for jest? Li Wenli cautiously observed Zhao Jinshu, realizing that the Lu brothers were indeed not of good character, their words brazenly audacious. Zhao Jinshu remained silent beside them, recalling how, in her previous life, these so-called childhood friends of Lu Jintai would often speak to her in a condescending tone, as if their affluent backgrounds and status made them superior, eager to adopt a pedagogical stance in her presence. This comrade Lu Jianjun had once asserted that a husband's glory elevates his wife's status, implying she enjoyed a life of luxury solely due to her husband. Lu Jintai, otherwise she would still be a mere village woman. She conceded that her later affluent life, which drew envious glances wherever she went, was indeed a gift from Lu Jintai. To some extent, it was true that a husband's success enhances his wife's standing. Yet now, she felt she had attained wealth, though it still lacked the prestige she desired. If her husband truly elevated her status, how could they dare to speak so flippantly before her? In her previous life, she had been meek and reticent, too timid to voice her thoughts, too afraid to embrace that so-called privilege. This time, however, she intended to savor the distinct experiences that wealth could afford her. With this thought, a smile graced her face, and she lightly declared, "There's no other option. Lu Jintai prefers that I oversee matters. If I were to neglect him, he would feel uncared for. This is our mode of interaction as a couple." You wouldn't comprehend it. She genuinely appreciated the youth of later generations. Each time she encountered their videos, jokes, comments, and novels, she felt invigorated and inspired by their creativity. In her view, this was what it meant to be cultured. With exposure to so much, her way of thinking and expressing herself had inevitably been influenced. Undoubtedly, she welcomed this influence with satisfaction and openness. Within the private room, a hush fell over the group, with only the sound of Lu Rue slurping soup resonating in the air. Zhao Jinshu chuckled softly, unwilling to let them off the hook, and turned to Lu Jintai, asking, "Do you agree with what I said?" If he dared to disagree, she would not be angered. Thus, his gloves were undoubtedly lost. As for the sweater, it was simply out of the question. Lu Jintai had been wearing a rather unsightly expression until he heard Zhao Jinshu's words, which brought a slight brightness to his demeanor. Now, with a smile gracing his face, he remarked, "You are absolutely right." Zhao Jinshu beamed, pleased with his response, and resolved to knit him a pair of gloves when she returned home that afternoon. Given his commendable behavior, she considered knitting him a sweater as well. Lu Rue chimed in, proudly lifting her chin, "In our family, we all listen to my mother. We all love her. And if my mother doesn't take care of us, we would feel sad." She added, "Dad would feel sad too." Lu Jintai affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair, eliciting a smile from Zhao Jinshu. In contrast, Lu Qingya's expression was not only stiff but also darkened. Lu Jianjun took a deep breath. Recalling his purpose for the day, he restrained himself and feigned indifference, bursting into laughter. Who would have thought Jintai is under his wife's thumb? Yet, his grip tightened around the wine glass, harboring a sense of unease. Lu Qingya, who was diligently jotting down notes, looked up and questioned, "What's wrong with being under a wife's thumb?" "I, too, am under my wife's influence. In my household, whatever Lu Mining says goes." Hu Wenbin, catching the gaze of his own wife, quickly echoed, "Yes, yes, Being under a wife's thumb is quite good. My grandfather always said that if a wife manages her husband well, the household will be filled with wealth. So to live well, one must heed their wife. Lu Jianjun raised his hand in mock surrender, saying, all right, my mistake. I'll drink to that, shall I? The group turned their attention to him. And with no other option, Lu Jianjun downed the contents of his glass in one go. Once he finished, silence enveloped the room. Lu Qingya, wishing to dispel the awkwardness, turned to Gu Qingya and inquired, while we are all dining, why are you not eating? What are you writing over there? Gu Qingya replied, these are suggestions provided by my sister-in-law, and I'm documenting them. Lu Qingya thought she misheard. Suggestions from Comrade Zhao? Gu Qingya nodded. Was Comrade Zhao working in a restaurant while in the countryside? Lu Qingya asked, unable to suppress a laugh at the thought of anyone's suggestions being worthy. She added, if that is the case, perhaps this restaurant should not even be in operation. Zhao Jinshu interjected, that is not quite the case. Gu Qingya relies on this restaurant for his livelihood. I believe it's best not to offer unwarranted advice. Lu Qingya, believing she was being helpful, cautioned, lest he fails to earn a living and comes seeking accountability from you. Gu Qingya attempted to interject, but Zhao Jinshu continued, whom do you believe should be consulted for suggestions? Lu Qingya surveyed the room and suggested, you could consult me, my brother, Ji Minghua, and of course Jintai. After all, we are frequent patrons of restaurants and can offer some insights. Gu Qingya responded with a firm shake of his head, I do not believe so. Lu Jintai added, we are not suited to provide suggestions. Lu Qingya was taken aback. Comrade Zhao knows nothing, and you would have her provide suggestions? Aren't you concerned about the restaurant's potential closure? Gu Qingya's expression darkened. Mind your words. You enjoy a good meal and drink, yet you come to curse my endeavors? Such remarks were the bane of his business. Lu Qingya, sensing the discomfort, recognized she had spoken out of turn in her excitement. Understanding the importance of humility, she quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I misspoke just now. Gu Qingya's expression softened somewhat as he turned to Lu Qingya, his demeanor grave. You are aware that this is our second restaurant. Having garnered successful experience, I undoubtedly possess greater insight than you do. And I am well aware of whose advice merits consideration and whose does not. Regret began to wash over him for having invited this group to dine with him. Not only had he incurred Jintai's displeasure, but he had also allowed them to provoke his sister-in-law. It was truly a case of good intentions falling upon deaf ears. If it weren't for Lu Jianjun's persistent entreaties, he would not have succumbed to sentimentality and agreed to gather, thus avoiding the awkwardness of the current situation. He remained perplexed about their purpose for being there. Hadn't they come seeking Jintai? Why then, were they instigating trouble with his sister-in-law? Did they truly believe that by targeting her, Jintai would still engage with them? Were they out of their minds? The couple was a family. Would they genuinely expect a response after disrespecting the wife? Surely, they could not presume that due to their long-standing friendship, everything could be overlooked. Lu Qingya furrowed her brow, insisting, I, too, had good intentions. Gu Qingya waved dismissively. I acknowledge your good intentions, yet I place my trust in my sister-in-law. Good intentions are not what I require. Zhao Jinshu, standing nearby, jested, since you trust me so much, I must work diligently. Otherwise, I would be remiss in earning my salary. Gu Qingya chuckled. Then I must trouble you, sister-in-law. Lu Qingya retorted, you even pay her? Who truly lacks understanding here? Lu Jintai ignored their banter. Observing that his daughter had finished her meal, he stood and announced, my daughter needs to take a nap. We shall take our leave. Then you should escort her home for her rest. Gu Qingya nodded, recognizing that this situation no longer warranted their presence. As for their affairs, whether discussed or not, was of little concern to him. If they themselves were indifferent, why should he care? With that, Lu Jintai cradled his daughter and prepared to depart. Zhao Jinshu busied herself gathering their discarded scarves and hats. Before leaving, Zhao Jinshu turned to Li Wenli, saying, whenever you have time, do come by our home. Li Wenli smiled in response, certainly, I will visit you. Lu Qingya watched their departing figures in disbelief. They were truly leaving just like that? Han Mingyu hid nearby, casting envious glances as she followed Lu Rue. Lu Jianjun clenched his wine glass, taken aback by Lu Jintai's blatant disregard for his dignity. Ultimately, it was the downfall of the Lu family that allowed others to tread upon them so easily. With a crack, his glass slipped from his grip and shattered upon the floor. Li Wenli jumped in surprise. The Lu siblings were quite formidable, ready to shatter glass over a mere disagreement. Gu Qingya quickly stood, noting his darkened expression, and wished to prevent any drunken uproar, especially with other patrons present. He interjected, was the glass not held securely? Lu Jianjun shot him a glance, Do you also look down upon me? Gu Qingye, now irked, replied, who exactly looks down on you? Isn't it you who is stirring trouble with my sister-in-law? Lu Jianjun maintained a tense expression, convinced that his remarks were harmless, merely a jest. Was it truly necessary to be so sensitive? After all, he was merely a country bumpkin, unaccustomed to the ways of the world, unable to handle a simple joke. Lu Qingya displayed little reaction. She had always been certain of her desires and aware of her actions. She felt no remorse for provoking Lu Jintai's rural wife. Ideally, this would illuminate for Jintai just how unrefined and embarrassing his country bride truly was, revealing the mismatch between them. However, she had not anticipated the extent of Lu Jintai's defense of his wife. Even more surprising was the audacity of that rural woman, whose daughter also exhibited a rather ostentatious demeanor, clearly lacking in proper upbringing. After some contemplation, she spoke. We often jest like this. Who knew she would take it to heart? Gu Qingye silently scoffed. A jest? You hold her in contempt yet expect her not to be offended? Not every matter can be brushed aside with a mere joke. Noticing his silence, Lu Qingye lost her enthusiasm for conversation, especially since Lu Jintai had already departed. Who was she performing for now? Lu Jianjun cast them a glance without uttering a word before striding away. Outside, Lu Jintai and Zhao Jinshu greeted the busy Lu Minying. Lu Minying was taken aback by their swift departure and hurriedly grasped Zhao Jinshu's arm. Sister-in-law, wait a moment. Zhao Jinshu responded, what is the matter? Lu Minying anxiously replied, Sister-in-law, please wait. She then rummaged through a cupboard and produced 2 bags, offering them to her. Zhao Jinshu declined, asking, what is this? Lu Minying explained, Sister-in-law, these apples and bananas are for the children. Zhao Jinshu insisted, we have plenty at home. You keep them for your kids. There is an abundance. Lu Minying countered, they were all gifts. We can't finish them. Lu Jintai set their daughter down and accepted the bags from Lu Minying. Take them. You enjoy making apple sweet soup, don't you? There is no need for formality with them. Zhao Jinshu remarked, you certainly haven't been formal. Lu Minying laughed heartily. Exactly, sister-in-law. Why be formal with us? Zhao Jinshu chuckled. Sister-in-law, we'll be leaving. Do visit us at home when you can. Lu Minying replied. All right, take your time. I want to see you off. After exiting the restaurant, Zhao Jinshu turned to Lu Jintai. Shall we stop by the department store to buy some yarn? Lu Jintai nodded. The couple, along with their child, made their way to the department store. Upon arriving at the entrance, Lu Jintai found it cumbersome to carry the items, so Zhao Jinshu suggested, you wait here with our daughter. I'll go inside and purchase the yarn. Lu Jintai acquiesced. A simple meal had not exhausted them. Upon returning home, they found Lu Rui napping. Zhao Jinshu took out the yarn to mend Lu Jintai's sweater and also began knitting him some gloves. Her eagerness stemmed from his commendable behavior over the past few days. Lu Jintai settled into a chair nearby, engrossed in a book. The couple busied themselves in their respective tasks. Once Zhao Jinshu finished mending the sweater, she folded it neatly and placed it in the cupboard before starting on the gloves. Lu Jintai's gaze shifted from his book. For me? Zhao Jinshu affirmed. Yes. Lu Jintai replied, great. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lu Jintai softly inquired, what would you like for dinner? Zhao Jinshu looked at him. You'll cook? Lu Jintai nodded. Zhao Jinshu suggested, noodles. At noon, I indulged in a copious amount of meat. I believe I have consumed enough for the day, so let us keep dinner simple. She added, I do not wish to have noodles from a package. I prefer hand-rolled noodles. Lu Jintai glanced at her. Zhao Jinshu inquired, what is it? Are you unwilling? Lu Jintai set down his book, looked at her, and posed the question, do you desire hand-rolled noodles, or do you long for the ones I make? Is there a difference? Zhao Jinshu raised her gaze to meet his profound eyes and suddenly grasped his intention. It was the noodles she yearned for. And she had to grant him his due. I enjoy the noodles you make. Very well. A smile danced in Lu Jintai's eyes. I shall make you the noodles. I will take Rui to fetch Lu Zhe. As Zhao Jinshu spoke, she also rose. Prepare some shredded lean meat for Lu Zhe. We shall forego it ourselves to avoid overeating and indigestion. Lu Jintai agreed. Understood. Upon returning with Lu Zhe, Zhao Jinshu found that Lu Jintai had already rolled out the noodles, ready to plunge into the pot. After washing her face and hands with warm water, the noodles were cooked to perfection. With her hands now clean, she went to assist in serving the bowls and noticed a clay pot simmering on the stove. She inquired, what is that? Lu Jintai lifted his gaze. I have stewed apples with red dates. Do you not like it? Zhao Jinshu smiled, casting a glance at him. It sounds delightful. Lu Jintai, observing the smile gracing her cheeks, curled his lips slightly. Zhao Jinshu placed the noodles on the dining table. And as she watched Lu Jintai's diligent figure, she suddenly realized that since her rebirth, he seemed to have taken on a domestic charm. She fetched a soup bowl and ladled out servings of apple and red date soup for everyone. After serving, she took a spoonful to taste. Lu Jintai looked at her, and she remarked, "The sweetness of the red dates, combined with the slight tartness of the apples, creates a refreshing and thirst-quenching delight. Your culinary skills are commendable." Grateful for the treat, she did not hesitate to offer her praise. Lu Rui took a spoonful, blew on it to cool, and sipped as well, finding it quite enjoyable. Lu Jintai responded, "Shall I prepare it for you again next time?" Zhao Jinshu nodded enthusiastically, "Certainly." In the main room, Lu Xingyo had waited for an eternity. But no one had arrived to bring them meat or vegetables. She tapped her bowl and sighed, "It appears we shall have to settle for dry noodles today." Ji Yuanrong frowned. "What are you banging for, like a beggar asking for alms?" Lu Xingyo looked up. "I am awaiting someone to deliver meat for you." "It seems I shall be waiting in vain. Do we have a mine at home, eating meat every day?" Ji Yuanrong shot her a glare and added, "If you desire meat, it is not impossible. Bring some money, and I shall purchase it for you. You expect delicacies without contributing a dime." Lu Xingyu fell silent. Her funds were barely sufficient for her own clothes, shoes, and face cream. Chapter 26. The youth are uncommon. Once the dishes were cleared, she noticed her brother's children had arrived. She rolled her eyes. What do they come for after a meal? Lu Zhe, carrying a basket, entered the room, holding his sister's hand. Ji Yuanrong, spotting the siblings, went to the cabinet to fetch some candy for them. As Lu Zhe accepted the candy, he produced apples and bananas from the basket to offer to their grandmother. Ji Yuanrong chuckled. "Oh dear, these apples are cold. Grandmother has a weak stomach and cannot eat these. Save them for yourselves." Lu Xingyao quickly interjected. "No, if you do not want them, I can eat them." Lu Zhe informed his grandmother, "Once apples are cooked, they no longer remain cool. Father prepared them last night, and they were truly delectable." He added, "They are not intended for my aunt. If Grandpa and Grandma do not partake, I shall refrain from allowing Mother to send fruits next time." Lu Rui nodded in agreement from the side, exclaiming, "They are indeed delicious." "Is that so?" Ji Yuanrong, who had never cooked apples before, chuckled. "Then I shall certainly give it a try tomorrow." Lu Zhe continued, "Grandma, do add some red dates. Mother mentioned that sugar should not be consumed in excess. If you find it lacking in sweetness, simply add a little rock sugar." Ji Yuanrong beamed with delight. "You certainly know how to speak. Very well, Grandma understands." The siblings did not linger, as Lu Zhe needed to return to his homework. After delivering the apples, they prepared to leave. Ji Yuanrong handed them a packet of brown sugar from her workplace, saying, "Take this back for your mother to brew in water." Upon hearing it was for their mother, the siblings accepted it eagerly and walked back hand in hand. Lu Xingye watched the siblings' retreating figures and remarked with a pout, "Mother is truly kind to my second sister-in-law." Ji Yuanrong glanced at her expressionlessly. "Your second sister-in-law is even kinder to your father and me. What elder does not cherish a child with filial piety?" Lu Xingye retorted, "Is she unfilial then? Just because she has not purchased gifts for her parents does not mean she lacks filial affection. In her heart, besides herself, her parents are of utmost importance. Mother is too materialistic." Zhao Jinshu spent a day and a half knitting gloves. When Lu Jintai received the gloves, he seemed quite pleased and immediately donned them. Zhao Jinshu paid no mind to his satisfaction. Hand-knitted gloves could not match the refinement of purchased ones. If he desired gloves, she had made them. If he was dissatisfied, he could purchase his own. Zhou Shi, Ji Yuanrong, and Lu Huayuan did not go to work, as they were to attend a wedding banquet. Ji Yuanrong, gazing at her obedient and charming granddaughter, wished to bring her along. The older children had all accompanied them to such feasts. These two younger ones had yet to experience it. It would be splendid to take them out and show them off. Upon hearing they were going to a wedding, Lu Rui asked her mother to change her clothes, donning a scarf, hat, and gloves, and eagerly followed her grandparents. The house was left with just the couple, exchanging glances. With nothing pressing to do, they disassembled the bedding to wash. This task of dismantling and washing the quilts was quite labor-intensive, but fortunately, the washing machine saved them considerable effort. They casually prepared noodles for lunch and resumed sewing the quilts in the afternoon. They toiled until evening when Lu Zhe returned from school, finally finishing all the bedding for both beds and placing them on the frames. When it was time for dinner, there was still no sign of the wedding attendees returning, so they decided to commence their meal. Lu Jiaming returned, informing them that their father had called his workplace, stating that the three would not return that evening, and asked him to convey the message to the second child to prevent worry. Zhao Jinshu commented, It's not that she cannot bear to be apart from our daughter. She simply wonders if Lu Rue will cry for her mother tonight. After all, in her previous life, she had never been away from her. Lu Zhe looked on with envy, attending a wedding banquet. They must be enjoying themselves all day long. How fortunate Lu Rue is. Zhao Jinshu replied. Perhaps they have a good relationship and decided to stay longer? Lu Zhe pondered for a moment, then fell silent, bowing his head to eat. While his mind wandered to the thought that when the holiday arrived, he too would accompany his grandparents to the wedding banquet. After finishing his meal, Lu Zhe went to tackle his homework, while the couple began to clear the dishes. Once the dishes were neatly stacked away, Lu Jintai filled a large pot with water, preparing to heat it. After the water was boiled, he entered the room and found Zhao Jinshu making the bed. Leaning against the cupboard, he softly inquired, "Are you going to take a bath?" Zhao Jinshu met his gaze, and the intensity of his eyes was somewhat searing. She quickly grasped the implication. She recalled that their daughter would not be home tonight, leaving only the two of them in the bed. Was he not planning to hold back? She blinked and gently nodded, uttering a single word. Washington Lu Jintai immediately stood upright. "I'll go fetch water for you." Without waiting for her response, he strode out. Zhao Jinshu let out a soft sigh and sat down on the bed. Although she had known this man from youth to old age, it felt as if they had returned to their younger days, leaving her puzzled as to whether she was merely an old cow grazing on tender grass. She wiped her face. After all, she was still youthful, remarkably so, even several years younger than Lu Jintai, and her inner vitality surpassed that of many. She was certainly not an old cow. Yet, if she were, should not Lu Jintai, the tender grass, be hers to savor? Comforted by this thought, she felt much better. The water had been prepared. Lu Jintai's voice echoed in her ears. Maintaining a composed demeanor, she stood up and retrieved a change of clothes from the cupboard. Deliberately avoiding a glance at the man standing by the doorway, she passed him and headed straight to the bathroom. Lu Jintai turned back, silently observing her silhouette until she closed the bathroom door. Then he slowly returned to the room. Upon entering the bathroom, Zhao Jinshu was taken aback by the sight of a shower curtain hanging above the bathtub. She wondered when he had purchased it, as she had been completely unaware. But it mattered not. It was good to have it. As she drew the curtain, warmth enveloped her, and she felt no chill. After rinsing herself outside the tub, she stepped into the warm water, indulging in a pleasurable soak. Later that evening, without washing her hair, she emerged from the bath, draping herself in a military-style coat and snuggling into bed. The sun had shone brightly that day, and she had taken the comforter out to air. Now, it was fluffy and inviting. Lying under the covers, she not only felt warm but was also greeted by the refreshing scent of sun-dried cotton, a delightful comfort. At this time, her son was already asleep, and with Lu Jintai absent from the room, she heard sounds emanating from the kitchen. Presuming he might also be preparing for a bath, she took out a book to pass the time. After reading for half an hour, Lu Jintai entered, his hair still damp. She glanced over and handed him the hairdryer from the cupboard, saying, "Hurry and dry your hair. It's easy to catch a cold in this winter chill." Lu Jintai accepted the hairdryer, looking at the bed, which was only covered by a single comforter, and a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He plugged in the hairdryer and began to dry his hair, with its short length. It took just a few moments. After putting away the hairdryer and closing the door, he climbed into bed. For a fleeting moment, an unusual atmosphere enveloped the room. Zhao Jinshu could not resist the urge to glance up, hoping to steal a look at him. To her surprise, their eyes met. His gaze was subtle yet profound, causing her to immediately lower her head, and upon realizing her reaction, she inwardly scolded herself for her lack of composure. Logically, given their psychological ages, she possessed more experience in this regard than he did, albeit all the experience had been imparted by him. Thus, her moment of weakness was rather unwarranted. She attributed it primarily to a hint of guilt, just a smidgen, nothing more. However, the ensuing moments left her no time for further contemplation. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Lu Jintai had already rolled over and pinned her down. She mused that youthfulness indeed brought with it a fervent impatience, offering her no opportunity for resistance whatsoever. In truth, she wished to convey that she had no intention of resisting. The night was long, and they could proceed at a leisurely pace. In Chapter 27, The Gentle Professor Lu, Zhao Jinshu felt as though she were a pancake, subjected to relentless frying. Afterward, she found herself firmly held in his embrace, deprived of any semblance of freedom. It was quite domineering of him. Had it not been for her in-law's sudden decision to take Lu Rue away, she might have suspected it was all a deliberate act. Yet, one could not deny the charm of youth. It had been many years since she had experienced such unrestrained pleasure. With age, her vitality had waned, and her desires had dulled, often resulting in hasty encounters that brought little joy. Rebirth was indeed a blessing, granting her the chance to feel youthful once more. As anticipated, Zhao Jinshu awoke late the following morning. By the time she roused, it was nearly 10 o'clock, a rarity for her. She sat up, her body still youthful, though her waist bore a slight ache. After dressing and tying her hair into a bun, she ventured outside. In the kitchen, Lu Jintai was plucking feathers from a chicken, clad in a tattered cotton jacket he had seemingly unearthed. His tall, elegant frame, combined with his fair hands and sharply defined, graceful features, rendered the scene surprisingly charming with a hint of rustic allure. Upon noticing her, he remarked, "Breakfast is in the pot." Zhao Jinshu acknowledged him with a sound, retrieving her toothbrush and toothpaste, filling a cup with water as she inquired, "When did you buy the chicken?" He looked up, responding, "I purchased it after delivering Lu Zhe." Nodding, she brushed her teeth, washed her face, and enjoyed breakfast just as her in-laws returned with Lu Rui in tow. While washing the dishes, she heard Lu Rui's voice calling for her from a distance. As she stepped out, a little bundle of joy rushed into her arms. "Mama!" Zhao Jinshu embraced her, exclaiming, "Our Rui has finally come home." Lu Rui giggled, breaking free from her embrace to declare, "Mama, I didn't cry at all." "Is that so?" Zhao Jinshu asked with a smile. Lu Rui nodded earnestly. "Yes, I was very good." Zhao Jinshu then noticed, "Why are you in different clothes? Where did you get them?" Ji Yuanrong followed closely behind, entering with a smile to explain, "Yesterday afternoon, a little friend got her down jacket dirty. Her great-aunt insisted on buying her a new outfit." Zhao Jinshu chuckled in surprise, exclaiming, "You have spent too much, aunt." However, Ji Yuanyong replied, "Our Rui is not only beautiful but also possesses a delightful character and keen intellect. Your aunt adores her and has bought her a piece of clothing. How can that be considered a waste? Do not be misled by your aunt's age or her lack of employment. She is wealthier than I am." Zhao Jinshu, well aware of her aunt's affluence, chose not to pursue the matter further. It was merely a piece of clothing, and in the future, when her aunt's children visited their home, she would surely treat them well. After Lu Rui had finished showing off, she sought out her father, who was busy chopping a chicken and unable to hold her. Consequently, she stood beside him, chattering incessantly. Lu Jintai, while preparing the chicken, found himself also listening to her share her joy. It was indeed a sweet burden to bear. Ji Yuanyong pulled her closer, saying, "Your father's area is rather messy. Do not dirty your clothes." Zhao Jinshu inquired, "Mom, are you both going to work later?" Ji Yuanyong, holding her granddaughter's hand, replied, "Given the time, we shall not go." "Then let us have lunch here. We can stew the chicken," Zhao Jinshu suggested. "Very well. I need not prepare a meal then." Observing her daughter-in-law's earnest gaze, Ji Yuanyong did not decline the invitation. Afterward, she glanced at her son, who was diligently chopping chicken. It was truly hard to imagine her son, who seemed solely focused on his studies and work, could also cook so adeptly. Yet, witnessing her daughter-in-law's increasingly relaxed demeanor, she understood her son's transformation. After the meal, Zhao Jinshu and Lu Jintai tidied up the dishes, while Ji Yuanyong took her granddaughter outside to play. In the afternoon, guests arrived at the house, university students brought by Lu Jintai, who came to deliver some materials. They had never visited Professor Lu's home before. Upon entering the courtyard, they could not help but steal curious glances, fearful of being noticed and quickly averting their eyes. At that moment, only Lu Jintai was present. Recognizing her son had no reading material, Zhao Jinshu rode her bicycle to a nearby bookstore, hoping to find suitable books for him. Lu Jintai invited the students into his study, where they handed over the materials and stood awkwardly. He gestured toward the chairs in front of them, saying, "Please, have a seat." The two hesitated but, with the professor's encouragement, cautiously sat down. The bookstore was not far away. It took her just over 10 minutes to return by bicycle. Upon her return, the two university students had not yet departed and were assisting in pulling electrical wires in the yard. When they noticed someone entering, they looked up, and upon recognizing her, their faces flushed crimson, their eyes darting awkwardly. This woman was extraordinarily beautiful and exuded grace, unlike anyone they had encountered at university. They speculated about her relationship with the professor. Could she possibly be his sister? They had heard he had a sister, and they bore a striking resemblance. Lu Jintai cast a casual glance at them, and the two immediately straightened up, standing in a respectful manner. Zhao Jinshu smiled at them and remarked, "Have we guests at home?" Lu Jintai nodded and asked, "You have returned?" Zhao Jinshu affirmed with a soft then inquired, "Are these two your students?" Lu Jintai nodded, glancing at the two who were eagerly eyeing them, and explained, "This is your stepmother." To their astonishment, it turned out she was indeed the stepmother. Regardless of the astonishment they felt within, it did not hinder them from exclaiming loudly, "Good evening, madam." Zhao Jinshu smiled and replied, "Good evening. Are you joining us for dinner tonight?" Jintai responded in a calm tone, "They have other matters to attend to." The two, who truly had no pressing engagements, could only nod and say, "Madam, we have other commitments and cannot dine here." Zhao Jinshu could only express her regret. "Next time you must come and have dinner at home." "Certainly, certainly." Although they could not stay for dinner, Zhao Jinshu still prepared a bag of fruits and pastries for them to take as they departed. The two exited the courtyard in a daze, marveling aloud, "Madam is truly beautiful. Madam is exceedingly gentle. How could such a gentle person endure Professor Liu? After all, she is the professor's wife. Conversing with her is undoubtedly different from speaking with our own wives." When he spoke with Madam just now, his tone was exceptionally tender. Yet, for someone as beautiful as Madam, who could maintain a serious demeanor in her presence, surely, even our Professor Liu is no exception. When faced with such a wonderful lady, he too would become soft-spoken. "I have also heard that Madam married Professor Liu during his time of hardship. Such a gracious and gentle lady did not disdain his circumstances at the time and devoted herself to him without hesitation. Their bond must be quite strong. They have weathered difficulties together, thus their relationship flourishes. I have heard they have 2 children. It is a pity we did not meet our junior siblings today. I hope that on our next visit to Professor Liu's home, we will have the opportunity to see them." The two continued to express their admiration as they returned to the school. Upon arrival, they were quickly surrounded by their classmates, who inquired eagerly about the professor's household. The two bit their lips, choosing to remain silent. The others, finding the conversation dull, gradually dispersed. Chapter 28. Truly thick-skinned Zhao Jinshu was, of course, unaware of the praises bestowed upon her by the 2 students. After Jintai had sent them away, he found himself alone to handle the wiring. So Zhao Jinshu stepped in to assist him. After placing the books in the room, she approached him to lend a hand. As she helped with the wiring, she inquired, "What do you intend to do with this wiring?" "I am installing a light outside the kitchen," Jintai explained. Zhao Jinshu understood that the area outside the kitchen and bathroom lacked illumination, which indeed made it rather dark at night. The chicken soup that had been simmering at noon was still available, and they would make do with it for dinner. After eating and washing up, the family settled in the house. Some read while others knitted. With no television in the home, Luze completed his homework every evening and could only embrace a book. Yet, reading had become quite a chore as his younger sister insisted on joining him. She recognized only a few simple characters, which he had taught her, and she was prone to asking questions, interrupting his reading with inquiries about every single character, severely disrupting his interest in reading. He could hardly bear it. Thus, after his mother handed him a book, he huffed and carried his sister, depositing her into their father's arms. Lu Rue appeared quite displeased. When his daughter was unhappy, Jintai had no choice but to set down the book he was holding and find a simpler children's book to read with her, teaching her to recognize characters as they went along. Only then did Lu Rue's spirits lift. Zhao Jinshu paid them no mind, engrossed in her knitting. As the new year approaches, she must hasten her pace, working overtime to knit sweaters for her family. Otherwise, they would have to don their old sweaters during the festivities. However, Luze finished reading the 2 picture books in a single night, feeling unsatisfied and sighing repeatedly. Not enough. Zhao Jinshu cast him a glance admonishing, "Stop sighing and go to sleep." Those 2 picture books were hard won, having been sought out by her in the bookstore. It was not that the bookstore lacked picture books, but rather that many were already at home, all of which he had read. Furthermore, with his reading speed, even an abundance of books would not suffice. Seeing his daughter nodding off to sleep, Jintai gently removed her clothes, placed her on the bed, and tucked her in before turning to his son. "You can read the newspapers at home or the books in the study." However, Luze was disinterested in conversing. He had not yet entered primary school, so why should he read such text-heavy books? He adamantly refused. His mother had already told him to wait until he was in the 1st grade to explore those books devoid of pictures. Zhao Jinshu chuckled, acknowledging that her son was currently only interested in picture books. The newspapers and the books in the study were densely packed with tiny text, which held no allure for him. In time, as he grew weary of picture books and matured, his curiosity about the world would naturally lead him to take an interest in the books in the study. She knew how they would develop. Both children excelled in their studies. In her rebirth, she no longer feared that reading unrelated books would hinder their learning. After all, They had navigated life in their previous existence as avid readers, devouring all kinds of literature with ease. She deeply empathized with her son's frustration of wanting to read, but lacking books that piqued his interest. Observing his furrowed brow, she mused that she could write those picture books herself. In her past life, with the rise of the internet and the advent of smartphones, some of her old friends had developed a penchant for novels. In her spare time, she too indulged in reading, eventually becoming addicted. Immersed in worlds of cultivation, fantasy, and futuristic imaginings, she found her worldview entirely transformed, astonished by the wonders that existed. After consuming so many of these genres, she was inspired to write, secretly crafting novels on her computer without her family's knowledge. Surprisingly, despite her slow typing and inability to match the rapid updates of seasoned authors, she garnered a substantial readership. By the time she completed her first book, she had earned a considerable sum, filling her with a quiet pride, realizing her potential for writing and earning money. When disaster struck the country, she donated all her earnings, which only heightened her sense of pride. In a burst of enthusiasm, she penned several books, each achieving commendable success, even catching the attention of those interested in purchasing film rights. She was not in need of money, having saved diligently. Wherever there was a need, she would contribute. Now, seeing her son devoid of reading material, the urge to write rekindled within her, growing ever stronger with no sign of abating. She reflected that this was the after effect of being well-read. She could not help but yearn to express herself, compelled to pour out the myriad thoughts swirling in her mind. Lu Zhe rose from the bed and made his way toward his room. Lu Jintai followed him, casting a glance to ensure he had obediently returned to bed before closing the door and stepping outside. Upon entering the room, he found Zhao Jinshu absent, yet noticed an additional quilt on the bed, one that he had originally used. He paused momentarily, approached the bed, and quietly gathered the quilt, placing it into the cupboard. Then, he lifted the remaining quilt and lay down. When Zhao Jinshu returned from the bathroom, she discovered only one quilt on the bed. She mused that perhaps one quilt was insufficient for 3 people, prompting her to suggest, "We should bring out the other quilt. 3 of us cannot possibly share one." Lu Jintai replied in a calm tone, "That seems reasonable. Lu Rue is already over 3 years old. He can have his own quilt." Zhao Jinshu retorted. Lu Rue would surely cry upon hearing that. Naturally, she disagreed. "If I sleep on the edge, I might fall off." Lu Jintai stated resolutely. "That is how it will be." Thus, Zhao Jinshu had no choice but to climb into bed. Their bed was spacious, and the quilt ample enough for 3. Yet it felt far from comfortable for 2 to share. She deemed him stubborn. With plenty of quilts at home, why must they crowd together? He exhibited no inclination to enjoy the luxury of space. Having already reclined with his eyes closed, Lu Jintai remained silent. Zhao Jinshu, conceding to the situation, undressed and slipped under the covers. As soon as she nestled into the quilt, her foot brushed against a long leg. Without needing to inquire, she recognized it as his and nudged it aside, feeling it obstruct her. Lu Jintai opened his eyes and remarked, "This is quite warm." He added, "You could rest your feet on my legs. It would be even cozier." Zhao Jinshu shot him a glance before turning away, closing her eyes. Who would want to do that? She thought, finding it far from comfortable. The night passed in silence. Zhao Jinshu, who had risen late the previous day, awoke early today. The father and daughter beside her remained asleep, but as she stirred, they too began to awaken. The moment Lu Rue opened his eyes, he burrowed into her embrace. Calling out, "Mommy?" Zhao Jinshu smiled and held him close. As Lu Rue wriggled in her arms, he suddenly noticed 2 red marks beneath her neck. He reached out to touch them, and upon finding they remained, he attempted again. Zhao Jinshu grasped his hand and asked, "What are you doing?" Lu Rue innocently inquired, "Mommy, why is it red here?" Zhao Jinshu lowered her gaze, pondering his question. Realization struck her. These marks were the handiwork of the man beside her. Her fair skin bore no blemishes, and he had a particular fondness for leaving his marks upon her. Contemplating this, she shot a glare in his direction, meeting his gaze, which was utterly serene, devoid of any hint of shame. How thick-skinned he was, she thought, feeling somewhat inferior. She quickly masked her thoughts and reassured her daughter, "It's nothing. Just a mosquito bite." Once Lu Rue understood there was no cause for concern, he released her hand, his little mind oblivious to the absence of mosquitoes in winter. Turning back to his father, he declared, "Daddy should share a quilt with us." Lu Jintai responded with a simple, Chapter 29, My work, your support in recent days. Zhao Jinshu has been quite occupied, not only knitting sweaters but also finding time to organize improved recipes. Consequently, Lu Jintai has been responsible for purchasing groceries, preparing meals, in caring for the children at home. However, she reflected that his busy work schedule leaves him with little time at home, and it would be beneficial for him to nurture his bond with the children during his spare moments. By Saturday, she had finally completed the organization of the recipes and felt a sense of relief, since Luze only needed to attend half a day of school. Zhao Jinshu planned to take the two children to the bathhouse for a warm bath. Although they had a small bathroom at home, she felt it was a bit cramped, especially during the winter when the children required parental assistance. Therefore, the bathhouse seemed a more inviting option. At home, Jintai naturally took charge of bathing their son while she attended to their daughter. After their bath, instead of returning home, they packed the dirty clothes and stored them at Guqingye's restaurant. She also handed him the revised recipes before taking the children to the zoo, which Luze had eagerly mentioned several times. Upon receiving the recipes, Guqingye waved his hand joyfully, encouraging them to enjoy their outing and return for a meal. He was eager to try the improved dishes. Jintai nodded in agreement, pleased to accept the invitation to dine out. By this time, the zoo had grown considerably, housing a variety of animals such as tigers, elephants, lions, giraffes, parrots, peacocks, and monkeys. The children were captivated, their eyes wide with wonder, and they exclaimed in delight. Jintai even took out his camera to capture numerous moments. Since it was their first visit to the zoo, their astonishment was palpable, and as night fell, they were reluctant to leave. Zhao Jinshu reassured them, saying, "The zoo is right here, it won't run away. When the holidays come, your father and I will bring you back." Upon hearing that they could return, the sibling spirits lifted once more. The family hailed a taxi and arrived at Guqingye's restaurant, where he greeted them with enthusiasm, excited to have them dine with him. "I guarantee you will be thoroughly satisfied and enjoy your meal today," he declared. Remembering the unpleasantness of their last visit, he felt a wave of regret. With no unwelcome interruptions this time and numerous improvements to the dishes, he felt confident in his offerings. Zhao Jinshu smiled at him, remarking, "It seems you have made quite a progress today." Guqingye nodded, exclaiming, "The recipes you provided not only helped me refine my cooking methods, but also broadened my perspective. Many aspects that once perplexed me have become clear, and I truly appreciate your assistance." Zhao Jinshu chuckled, "You are exaggerating, aren't you?" Lumining interjected, "Not at all." Guqingye, while preparing dishes according to her recipes, expressed his admiration, claiming that she should be the true chef, while he could only be regarded as a mere assistant. He could not help but laugh, recalling how he had once taken great pride in his culinary skills. Today, however, he felt somewhat humbled. Zhao Jinshu acknowledged that while she had eaten extensively, observed much, and practiced frequently, she did not possess the same level of culinary expertise as Guqingye. At best, she could be considered an enthusiastic amateur, while he was a professional in the culinary arts. She chuckled, "It's not that exaggerated." Guqingye noticed her skepticism but refrained from elaborating, instead inviting her family to dine inside. Once seated, Zhao Jinshu observed the dishes on the table, their presentation significantly more appealing than the fare from their previous encounter. Unable to contain her admiration, she raised her thumb, exclaiming, "What remarkable progress! You possess an exceptional talent." The mushroom and tender meat soup, in particular, was free of the murkiness that had marred it before. No wonder he could become a culinary mogul in the future. A hint of pride graced Guqingye's face. "With my sister-in-law's guidance, my culinary skills will only improve." Zhao Jinshu concurred, "With your dedication, it is only fitting that your cooking excels." Guqingye gazed at Zhao Jinshu with admiration and a touch of anticipation. "I had no idea my sister-in-law was such a talented cook. When will I have the pleasure of tasting your dishes?" Jintai interjected coolly, "You may ponder that at your leisure." Guqingye, undeterred, continued, "I shall visit your home tomorrow." Jintai cautioned, "Tomorrow is the weekend. There will be many patrons." Guqingye dismissed his concern. "There are not only my culinary skills to consider." Jintai frowned, "Such frivolity compels me to invest with caution." Guqingye, of course, refuted any notion of frivolity. "I'm going to learn from my sister-in-law. This is work." Noticing Jintai's continued discontent, he hastily added, "I will bring the ingredients. I will prepare the vegetables and butcher the meat, ensuring I do not burden my sister-in-law. You need not worry." Having said this, Zhao Jinshu smiled. "If you wish to come, then come. Since you've acknowledged this as work, you should complete it earnestly." Jintai's gaze fixed upon her. "Are you undermining me?" Zhao Jinshu remained unfazed. "This is my work. You ought to support it." Jintai regarded her for a moment before slowly conceding, "Very well, I will support you." Guqingye found amusement in the exchange, thinking to himself that in the future, He could simply consult Zhao Jinshu without concern for Jintai. With that thought, he added, "Sister-in-law, Jintai and Lu Rue, please sample this beef and see if it is more tender." The group eagerly extended their chopsticks. After tasting the beef, Zhao Jinshu nodded repeatedly. "Indeed, it is much more tender." Gu Qingye beamed. "I followed your advice, pounding the beef to tenderize it. It indeed cooked faster and became much more succulent." Zhao Jinshu smiled, recognizing this method as one she had learned when preparing steak later on. Lu Jintai, rarely vocal, offered a simple, "Not bad." The two children also relished the dish, eagerly serving themselves piece after piece. Once the beef was nearly finished, Gu Qingye encouraged them to try the mushroom and tender meat soup. Zhao Jinshu laughed. "I need not taste it to know you have succeeded in making it." A smile graced Gu Qingye's face. "The art of cooking encompasses so much. I had no idea that merely coating with sweet potato starch involved such intricacies." Initially, upon reviewing the recipe you provided, I wondered if using hot soup to coat the starch would cook the meat. To my surprise, mastering the technique proved otherwise. Zhao Jinshu remarked, "Only through experimentation can one discern what works." Gu Qingye nodded. "You are absolutely right, sister-in-law. One must continually experiment to craft ever more delectable dishes." Given their modest gathering, Gu Qingye prepared a limited number of dishes that evening. After a hearty meal, the family made plans for tomorrow's visit, gathered their soiled clothes, and bid farewell before heading home. Upon arriving, they found other family members busy in the kitchen, while several children were engrossed in a television show in the main room. Lu Zhe and Lu Rue, upon entering the courtyard, bypassed the house entirely and dashed off to their grandmother's home. Ji Yuanrong, having withheld indulgence from her daughter for a few days, returned today with some meat and was in the midst of preparing dumplings. Noticing the dimness in the second house, she deduced that the others had gone out to play and would not be joining for dinner. A pang of disappointment struck her heart. Lu Zhe and Lu Rue would miss out on her handmade dumplings. As for her other grandchildren, she had previously mentioned that she would not be making mini dumplings, allowing each grandchild only a bowl, and as for their parents, she still harbored resentment and had no desire to share her culinary offerings with them. Chapter 30. No one can bully my children. As Lu Zhe and Lu Rue entered the house, a group of children turned their attention towards them. Lu Manting's envious gaze fell upon the red down jacket adorning Lu Rue. After several glances, she could not resist sidling up to Lu Rue, inquiring, Rue, "Did your aunt buy that for you?" Lu Rue shook her head, replying, "It was bought by my great-aunt." Lu Manting was familiar with her great-aunt, having visited her home before, where she was lavished with treats. Pouting, she questioned, "Why did she only buy for you?" "She likes me too." Lu Rue beamed with a radiant smile, assertively defending her position. Unconvinced, Lu Manting retorted, "That's nonsense." "It's what Grandma said," Lu Rue responded, slightly miffed, asserting her truth. "You can ask Grandma." With that, she tugged at Lu Manting, eager to seek their grandmother. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Manting agreed to accompany her. Being the elder, Lu Manting grew impatient with Lu Rue's pace and darted ahead into the kitchen. Upon seeing their grandmother, she wasted no time, asking Grandma, "Why did great-aunt only buy clothes for Rue? She likes me too. Why didn't she buy for me?" This year, her mother had not provided her with new clothes, leaving her to wear old garments. Ji Yuanrong furrowed her brow, responding, "Just because she bought clothes for Rue, does that mean she must buy for you too? What logic is that?" Lu Manting firmly believed it should be fair. Favoritism was unacceptable. Ji Yuanrong's tone turned serious. "Previously, when I bought you so many clothes, I didn't buy any for Rue. Who is being favored here?" Lu Manting found herself at a loss for words, not wishing to relinquish the clothes already purchased for Rue. Ji Yuanrong continued, "Moreover, yesterday was the first time your great-aunt met Rue. She bought her a piece of clothing. Do you think every time she sees you, she must buy you something?" Tears welled in Lu Manting's eyes. But I don't have any new clothes to wear. Mama didn't buy me any, saying there is no money. My sister has new clothes, but I don't." Ji Yuanrong replied, "If your mother has no money, she should consult your father. With 2 children in each household, that makes 6. If she buys each one a piece of clothing, how could she afford it? Besides, it's merely a matter of not having new clothes, not lacking clothes altogether. As long as the old clothes are clean and warm, what is the issue? I myself haven't bought new clothes all year long. Who can I complain to?" Lu Xingyu scoffed, "Your mother can afford to buy face cream but can't buy you clothes?" Lu Manting pressed her lips tightly together, remaining silent. In the past, whenever she desired something, a mere tear would prompt her grandmother to acquiesce. However, with the arrival of Rue, her grandmother seemed to disregard her completely. Lu Rue, with her small legs in motion, entered the room just as their conversation concluded. She glanced around and, noticing her sister in tears, thought little of it. Her sister often cried, and she assumed that her sister simply enjoyed weeping. Remembering her purpose for coming over, she cheerfully declared, "Grandma, Annie likes me and bought me new clothes." A smile graced Ji Yuanrong's face. Indeed, Auntie loves Rue and bought her clothes. Upon witnessing her grandmother's smile, Lu Manting felt a surge of injustice. It seemed that her grandmother scolded her while smiling at Rue, who had new clothes, while she herself had none. The more she pondered, the more aggrieved she felt, and she burst into tears. Her cries were rather loud, and at that moment, Wang Meijing, having just finished preparing a meal, came to call the children for dinner. To her surprise, upon entering, she was met with the sound of her daughter's weeping. Assuming her daughter had been bullied, she hurried inside. Lu Jintai and Zhao Jinshu had also come to speak with their mother-in-law and walked in alongside her. Following the sound, Wang Meijing entered the kitchen, where she saw her mother-in-law and sister-in-law making dumplings, while Lu Rue stood nearby, smiling. Yet, her own daughter was the only one crying. Ignored by everyone, the emotional barrier within her shattered. She assumed Lu Rue was taking advantage of her grandmother's affection to bully her daughter, and that her mother-in-law was indifferent. She turned sharply towards Lu Rue, her voice stern. "Did you bully your sister?" Lu Rue was taken aback. Ji Yuanrong instinctively frowned, about to speak, when Zhao Jinshu and Lu Jintai entered the room. Upon hearing Wang Meijing's words, she strode in, scooping up her daughter and placing her in Lu Jintai's arms. She then turned to Wang Meijing, her tone icy. "Wang Meijing, if you did not witness my daughter bullying yours, then kindly silence yourself." Wang Meijing pulled Lu Manting closer, insisting, "She didn't bully Manting? Then why is Manting crying?" Zhao Jinshu retorted, "Your daughter cries for every little thing, and when there's nothing wrong, she cries for no reason. If you wish to know why she's crying, you should ask her, not come after my daughter. And if worse comes to worst, my mother and Xingyao are still here. Are you incapable of asking? Or do you think I, Zhao Jinshu, am easy to bully?" Wang Meijing's face flushed with anger as she stepped forward. "On what grounds do you speak of my daughter?" Zhao Jinshu maintained her cold demeanor. "If you can speak of my daughter, why can't I speak of yours? Your daughter is precious, and mine is equally my treasure." As Wang Meijing prepared to respond, Ji Yuanrong interjected loudly, "Enough, Wang Meijing. Had you approached me with genuine inquiry, none of this would have transpired." Wang Meijing's face tightened. "Mother, do not show favoritism." Ji Yuanrong pointed at Lu Manting. "Fine. I want to say more. You ask your daughter why she is crying." Wang Meijing turned to Lu Manting, exasperatedly demanding, "Then tell me, why are you crying?" Through her sobs, Lu Manting managed to articulate, Rue has new clothes, but I do not. Auntie is biased. Only buying clothes for Rue and not for me. Grandma scolds me." With that, she began to cry once more. Ji Yuanrong regarded Wang Meijing with a frigid stare. Zhao Jinshu chuckled lightly, remarking, "How amusing. Does that mean if someone buys a piece of clothing for their child, all children must follow suit? Moreover, should I be expected to refrain from reciprocating gifts just because my aunt bought a garment for Rue?" Her words were not directed at the children, but rather intended for Wang Meijing's ears. This woman seemed rather dense. Perhaps her daughter shared her misguided notions. Ji Yuanrong inhaled deeply and declared, "I shall visit your mother tomorrow. I must inquire about the grand tales she spun about her daughter being so understanding and well-mannered. If relatives are supposed to know each other intimately, is this truly how well they know one another?" Initially, he believed her temperament to be somewhat hasty. Yet her manner of speaking and acting was at least commendable. Now, however, he observed her lack of discernment and her tendency to create unnecessary strife. Wang Meijing, feeling utterly humiliated, took hold of Lu Manting and departed. Before leaving, her face pale with anger, she called out to Lu Kaifei. He merely responded, "I'm busy eating dumplings at Grandma's," and turned his attention back to the television, ignoring her completely. With a stern expression, Wang Meijing dragged Lu Manting back to their home. Upon their arrival, Lu Manting, upon seeing the noodles on the table, protested, "Grandma made dumplings. I want dumplings." Wang Meijing, exasperated, retorted, "If you want to eat, then eat. If not, it's of no concern to me." Lu Manting began to sob. Lu Hefeng entered, inquiring, "What is going on?" but received no response. Meanwhile, in the main room, Ji Yuanrong had prepared the dumplings and turned to her second son and daughter-in-law, asking, "Would you like some more dumplings?" Zhao Jinshu smiled. "I can't eat any more." Ji Yuanrong then inquired about Lu Rue. Where are Rue and Zeze? Lu Rue patted his belly, declaring, I'm full. Zhao Jinshu added, they had quite a feast at Guqingye's this evening. They haven't digested it yet. It would be unwise to eat more, lest they suffer from indigestion. Ji Yuanrong chuckled, very well, I shall not serve you any more. Observing them at the table, Zhao Jinshu conveyed, Mother, Guqingye is visiting tomorrow. Please do not buy any groceries, as we will be having lunch at our place. Ji Yuanrong, having begun to understand her daughter-in-law's temperament, did not refuse. All right, if you need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. The couple, along with their 2 children, returned to their room. Lu Jintai looked down at her, asking, Are you upset? Zhao Jinshu paused, realizing he referred to the earlier incident. She smiled, I just confronted her. My anger has dissipated. Lu Jintai nodded in understanding. Zhao Jinshu lifted her gaze, asserting, I will not permit anyone to bully or harm my children. No one shall do so. She hoped he comprehended her boundaries. If anyone from the Lu family dared to mistreat her children, she would not let it slide easily. Lu Jintai replied, Of course. After a moment, he added, They are our children. Zhao Jinshu smiled, pleased with his response. Chapter 31. The money lies with her with guests to entertain the following day and a mountain of laundry awaiting her attention. The evening was quite busy. After the family had completed their evening routines, they retired to bed early. The next morning, Zhao Jinshu and Lu Jintai awoke around the same time. Just as she was about to rise, Lu Jintai said, I will prepare breakfast. You may sleep a little longer. However, once Zhao Jinshu was awake, slumber eluded her, especially since Lu Rue had also opened his eyes. Thus, she decided against further rest. She dressed while saying, I'll prepare breakfast. You can toss the clothes into the washing machine. As for undergarments, she selected them carefully, soaking them separately in a basin, intending to wash them by hand with hot water later. Lu Jintai nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Rue dashed into the courtyard to play with the shuttlecock. While Lu Zhe remained in bed, he would undoubtedly indulge in a leisurely slumber if they did not venture out on weekends. Zhao Jinshu allowed him this indulgence, recognizing that he had been quite obedient during the week. Weekends were meant for relaxation, especially since he truly struggled to rise in the mornings. When the washing machine was turned on, it emitted a rather loud noise, prompting the other residents to rush out in curiosity. Fortunately, they were all already awake, so no one's slumber was disturbed. Lu Zhe, however, continued to sleep soundly, entirely unaffected. Ji Yuanrong and Lu Huayuan were also stirred by the commotion and came over. What is happening? Ji Yuanrong inquired as she approached. Zhao Jinshu emerged from the kitchen, smiling as she asked, Mom, did we disturb you? This washing machine had only been used twice since its purchase, and today marked its second use. During the first use, they had all been away from home. Hence they were unaware of the machine's presence. Now that it was the weekend, everyone was around, and naturally, they all heard the noise. Of course, they had not intended to keep it a secret, but they were not the type to boast about their possessions either. Ji Yuanrong laughed. The noise is quite substantial. What are you doing? Zhao Jinshu replied. The washing machine is doing laundry. A washing machine? Ji Yuanrong was familiar with the appliance and had seen others use it, but she was surprised to learn that her son had acquired one. She stepped into the bathroom to take a look. The couple, Lu Jiaming and Lu Hufeng, along with them, had also gathered. Wang Meijing stood in the hallway, wanting to join the commotion but refraining due to a recent argument with Zhao Jinshu, thus avoiding further discomfort. Lu Manting, however, had forgotten the previous night's quarrel and hurried over with her father and brother. Wang Meijing was infuriated, finding her child to be rather dim-witted. Lin Yulan peeked into the bathroom, feeling envious, while they were still bickering over a piece of meat. The second family had already acquired a washing machine. All of them were married to sons of the Lu family. How could there be such a vast disparity? At that moment, Lin Yulan felt a pang of imbalance within her. She was the one who washed all the clothes at home, and no one understood the trials of doing laundry in winter better than she did. Anyone who washed clothes daily yearned for a washing machine. Yet, she also recognized that comparisons were futile. Nonetheless, this understanding only heightened her inner turmoil. If only the washing machine had been purchased by her mother-in-law, they might have had a chance to use it. However, since it was bought by the second family, and considering it required electricity, they felt reluctant to ask for permission to use it. Reflecting on the refrigerator at home, which was also procured by the second family and now resided with her in-laws, they stored leftover food there after meals. Though it was the second family's refrigerator, it was shared among them all. If the washing machine were likewise kept at her in-laws, could they also use it? As she contemplated this, Zhao Jishu's voice rang out behind her. Mother, you need not wash your clothes by hand anymore. Just bring them here for a wash. It's convenient and saves effort, especially in the biting cold of winter when one would rather avoid freezing their hands. Lin Yulan found herself at a loss for words. Zhao Jinshu had become increasingly astute. If they, as her son and daughter-in-law, were to use the washing machine while their parents-in-law struggled with the arduous task of hand-washing, they would undoubtedly be labeled as unfilial. Now that she had included her mother-in-law's garments in the laundering, who would dare to voice any objections? As for the others, they would gain nothing from the arrangement. If their relationships were amicable, they might have been able to share the washing of larger items, but their ties were far from cordial. At that moment, she regretted the rift she had created with Zhao Jinshu. Lu Xingyu strolled over, and Lin Yulan teased her, "When you seek a partner in the future, ensure they possess capabilities. Just look at how your second sister-in-law lives. Most people simply cannot compare." Lu Xingyu, munching on sunflower seeds, replied, "I'm not foolish. Who doesn't he know to seek a capable partner? The key is to actually find one. My second sister-in-law's husband was in dire straits when they wed. No one foresaw his current success. To her, her sister-in-law was indeed blessed." Lu Huayuan glanced at her in surprise. Today, she had spoken something quite sensible. Noticing his gaze, Lu Xingyao shrugged. She was aware of her own frivolity, her tendency to spend lavishly, and her inclination toward idleness. Yet it didn't mean she was oblivious to the realities of life. The fate of individuals is unpredictable. One cannot simply attain what they desire. Therefore, it is best not to overthink matters. If a capable partner is found, splendid. If not, she would not seize one by force. Let things unfold naturally. Lin Yulan regarded her sister-in-law with newfound respect. You make a valid point. Had Lu Qingya not married someone else, her life might have turned out quite differently. Lu Xingyu bit her lip, ready to voice her thoughts, but upon seeing her sister-in-law and mother nearby, she swallowed her words. Today, her sister-in-law had guests, and she hoped to enjoy a meal at her house. Over the past few days, she had come to understand that, as a younger sister-in-law, one should avoid offending the wealthiest brother in the family. Otherwise, it would ultimately be herself who would suffer. As for Lu Qingya, regardless of her brother's opinion of her, Lu Xingyu couldn't help but look down on that woman a bit. She reflected on how she had initially disdained her sister-in-law, yet now, her sister-in-law was, at the very least, acceptable. Even if she didn't want to admit it, she had to recognize that her sister-in-law was beautiful and dutiful. At the very least, she was infinitely superior to Lu Qingya. She did not look down on Lu Huayuan. Zhao Jinshu noticed Gu Qingye arriving alone and chided. Why didn't you bring your sister-in-law along? Gu Qingye replied with a tone of helplessness. I would have liked her to come, but she couldn't leave the shop. No matter how I urged her, she refused, saying that if I left, she would too, and who would manage the business then? Lu Jintai interjected. She is stronger than you. Gu Qingye nodded in agreement, a smile spreading across his face. My wife is indeed capable and hardworking. Since marrying her, I have hardly had to concern myself with household matters. I can focus solely on my cooking. Zhao Jinshu laughed. Then you must treat your sister-in-law well. Gu Qingye nodded, acknowledging that all the money earned at home was in her hands. He felt certain that he was the finest man among his circle of friends. What man would dare to entrust all his finances to his wife? With this thought, he glanced at Lu Jintai, thinking he ought to learn from him. His sister-in-law was both beautiful and capable. She deserved it. Lu Jintai replied nonchalantly. Isn't this the most fundamental principle? Gu Qingye blinked, puzzled by his words. Lu Jintai cast a sidelong glance at him but chose to remain silent. Gu Qingye then turned to Zhao Jinshu. Zhao Jinshu, unable to speak falsely, stated, the money Lu Jintai earns is also in my hands. Isn't that the most basic principle? Just because the money is with the wife does not imply it is spent by her. There's truly nothing to boast about. If you had bought your wife a house or precious jewelry, that would indeed warrant some pride. Gu Qingye pondered. So, I have boasted to the wrong person? Chapter 32. Cooking. Gu Qingye had brought a considerable amount of ingredients, chicken, duck, fish, and meat, everything one might desire, including a live grass carp. Zhao Jinshu glanced at the bounty and remarked, with so much, how could we possibly finish it all? Gu Qingye replied, if we can't finish it, we can save it for your next meal. Do you need any help? Ji Yuanyong approached. Yes, please, Mom. All right then. Zhao Jinshu assessed the ingredients and had an idea. She retrieved a basket of dried chilies and asked her to cut them into segments. In her memory, these dried chilies had been brought from her hometown. They had little spiciness, making them suitable for stir-fried spicy chicken, which even the children could enjoy. She had just seen the rooster brought by Gu Qingye. It was not too old, so using half for spicy chicken cubes would suffice. while the rest could be saved. With this in mind, she also handed a few cloves of garlic to Lu Xingyao, who had followed her mother-in-law into the kitchen. You may not be able to do much else, but peeling garlic is something you can certainly manage. Lu Xingyao stared blankly, realizing that her sister-in-law was now giving orders. She had never dared to do so before. Well, if I want to enjoy good food, I suppose I must work. As for the grass carp, they had eaten braised fish the other day. So today they would make sauerkraut fish. During her early years in Kyoto, when winter came and the vegetables were scarce, she had taken to pickling sauerkraut. This year, she had also prepared a considerable amount. However, as off-season vegetables became plentiful, her family no longer consumed much sauerkraut, and she gradually ceased making it. There was also a duck, for which she planned to prepare beer duck. She had seen a few bottles of beer in the fridge, untouched and uncertain of how long they had been there, but they were certainly not expired, so she would use them to cook the duck. The piece of pork belly could only be made into braised pork, and for soup, with so many meat dishes, a simple cabbage soup would suffice to balance the richness. With not enough stoves available, Lu Jintai brought over their mother's stove. With several stoves in use, while the quantity of dishes was not excessive, it would still take some time to prepare them all. Gu Qingye approached and asked, "Sister-in-law, how do we begin?" Zhao Jinshu replied, "First, we must clean the fish and fillet it." Gu Qingye paused momentarily. "Fillet the fish?" Zhao Jinshu nodded and added, "We only need half of that chicken. Cut into chicken cubes. As for the duck, just chop it as usual." Today, she intended to prepare a table filled with a series of Sichuan-style dishes for them to sample. Gu Qingye nodded and went off to clean the fish. The fish fillet he is still capable of preparing, though it remains uncertain how his sister-in-law intends to cook it. Zhao Jinshu instructed, "Make the fish fillet a bit thinner." Acknowledged. After Lu Jintai finished hanging the laundry, he entered the kitchen and inquired, "What can I do?" Zhao Jinshu, with rice simmering in the pot, looked up and replied, "You? Just take a break. There aren't any extra knives at home, and others are already handling the rest. No need for you to tire yourself." Lu Jintai, determined to contribute, suggested, "How about I fetch some pickled vegetables and peel a few scallions?" Zhao Jinshu nodded in agreement. "Sister-in-law, is this thickness acceptable for the fish fillets?" Gu Qingye entered, holding the sliced fish. Zhao Jinshu glanced and affirmed, "That's about right, just like that." Gu Qingye replied, "All right then." With all the ingredients prepared, they began by simmering the beer duck in the pot. Even without dobanjiang, the duck would still turn out flavorful. Gu Qingye watched intently. Zhao Jinshu called out, "Lu Jintai, please grab 2 bottles of beer from the fridge." Lu Jintai silently complied. Gu Qingye couldn't help but chuckle at his obedient demeanor. Who would have imagined that the once boisterous child would grow into such a dutiful husband? They prepared duck, followed by braised pork, then sauerkraut fish, and finally spicy chicken. With each dish Zhao Jinshu created, Gu Qingye was taken aback. These culinary feats shattered his preconceived notions of cooking. Even the braised pork, which he considered his specialty, was rendered distinct in her hands. He pondered, regarding the last dish, with its abundance of chilies and Sichuan peppercorns, was it truly delectable? Despite his diverse experiences, including several years in a state-run restaurant, he had never encountered such a dish. Even Lu Xingyao, overwhelmed by the spice, rushed in to ask, "Second sister-in-law, what dish are you making? It looks quite spicy." The family generally avoided spicy food. With so many chilies, who could possibly consume it? Zhao Jinshu reassured her, "It's not too spicy. If it is spicy, it's only this dish. The others are mild, and alternatives are available." The chilies themselves were not particularly hot, and considering their preferences, she had removed the seeds to further diminish the heat. Lu Xingyu fell silent, though she thought that despite the pungency, it smelled delightful. If it weren't too spicy, it would surely be delicious. In the main house, Lin Yulan had prepared the meal, and the family, drawn by the enticing aroma, ate somewhat listlessly. "Mom, could you please stir-fry some vegetables next time?" Lu Wei complained about the monotonous pickled vegetables, expressing dissatisfaction with the lack of meat. Just a simple stir-fry of shredded potatoes or lotus roots would suffice. We've been eating pickled vegetables for days. It's easy for you to say. It's a rare Sunday off, and I still have to wash your dirty clothes and clean the house. Who has the time to stir-fry? Lin Yulan retorted. You all stand around with your arms crossed, waiting to eat, yet you're so picky. Next time you cook and find faults, don't call for me. Lin Yulan grumbled, recalling how she had seen the second child hanging clothes earlier. That well-educated second child can at least help with household chores when he returns. But Lu Jiaming, just a clerk at the factory, comes home and does nothing but wait to eat, while constantly finding fault and complaining. Now he doesn't even hand over his wages. She felt increasingly uneasy, burdened by the thought of her unfortunate fate. If it were another family that had given birth to 2 sons, they would surely be revered, yet here she was, overlooked and disregarded. The 3 of them fell silent, their heads bowed over their meals. In the 3rd household, Wang Meijing and her family sat at the dining table, where they were indeed scraping by each day. But their finances were dwindling. They had recently advanced half of their salaries, and it was nearly depleted within mere days. Wang Meijing counted the grains of rice in her bowl and turned to Lu Hefeng, hesitantly speaking. What do you think? Lu Hefeng looked up. Could we borrow some money? Wang Meijing uttered in one breath, lowering her gaze afterward. Who should we ask for a loan? Lu Hefeng inquired. Naturally. We should seek assistance from anyone who has the means, Wang Meijing replied matter-of-factly. Lu Hefeng nodded. Very well, you should visit your family today. Wang Meijing's eyes widened. What do you mean? Your mother must have some money, Lu Hefeng stated, looking at her. You should ask her for a bit. Wang Meijing, filled with indignation and wary of being overheard, whispered sharply, I meant your second brother. You should ask him to lend us some money for emergencies. I refuse to go. Lu Hefeng responded without a moment's hesitation. Why would he go to ask for money? What reason could he give? Could he possibly tell his second brother that they were out of money for food and needed a loan for groceries? With both parents working, they had no spare cash, and he could not bear to lose face. Wang Meijing frowned. Why not? If you wish to go, then by all means, but I will not, Lu Hefeng replied, still maintaining his pride. Wang Meijing was so infuriated that she lost her appetite, yet the enticing aroma wafting from across the table stirred her cravings. Feeling dissatisfied, she remarked, after months of cooking, I have never prepared anything that smells this good. It seems I have been lackadaisical in my efforts, concealing my culinary talent all along. How cunning. Lu Hefeng frowned but chose not to argue with her during mealtime, opting instead to focus on his own food. Chapter 33, Keeping Secrets from Me? In the 2nd household, the dishes were brought to the table, and everyone took their seats. A group of people gazed at the array of beautifully presented dishes, unable to resist the urge to dig in with their chopsticks. Lu Xingyao, captivated by the spicy diced chicken, couldn't help but pick up a piece of chicken and savor it. Although it was laden with chili, its presentation was simply irresistible, tantalizing her appetite. After taking a bite, her eyes lit up, and she reached for another piece, continuing this delightful cycle, showing no signs of stopping. The more she ate, the more delectable it became, and she couldn't help but admire her sister-in-law's culinary prowess, despite the abundance of chili. The chicken was infused with fragrance without the overpowering heat, truly delicious. She had been blind to this before. Lu Zhe, observing her, couldn't resist saying, Little aunt, you should try the other dishes as well. He, too, relished the chicken his mother had prepared, but his little aunt was consuming it so voraciously that there might not be any left for others. Ji Yuanrong chimed in. This fish is incredibly tender and melts in your mouth. Could fish really be so tender? Lu Xingyu was skeptical, but she extended her chopsticks to try. As the fish reached her lips, her eyes sparkled again. While the phrase melts in your mouth might be an exaggeration, it was exceptionally smooth and delicious. She had never tasted such exquisite fish in her life, and she couldn't resist taking another piece. Gu Qingye was astonished to discover that fish could be so tender and delectable, a reality that left him incredulous. Not only the fish, but every dish was so scrumptious that he felt he could swallow his own tongue. He raised his thumb in approval, exclaiming, Sister-in-law, I am truly impressed. It seems I ought to increase your salary and learn a few more recipes from you. This way, our restaurant will surely thrive. Ji Yuanrong and Lu Huayuan exchanged surprised glances at his words. Gu Qingye, still smiling, continued, Sister-in-law is now our restaurant's culinary expert, having improved many recipes for us. Aunt Ji, don't you think she deserves a raise? Ji Yuanrong chuckled. You two can discuss such matters among yourselves. When it comes to finances, I certainly wouldn't want to intrude. Lu Xingyao's eyes widened. So, does that mean the second sister-in-law now has a job? Gu Qingye glanced at her. Of course. Lu Xingyao nodded. With her culinary skills, you are fortunate. This point was one Gu Qingye readily acknowledged. Lu Jintai remained silent, observing his wife, who was animatedly conversing with others, his gaze deep and contemplative, lost in thought. The meal not only satisfied the discerning palate of Gu Qingye, but also altered Lu Xingyao's perception of her sister-in-law. However, Zhao Jinshu, the second sister-in-law, seemed indifferent to any changes in others' opinions. Before departing, Gu Qingye remarked, Sister-in-law, I have nearly mastered these dishes and would like to add them to the restaurant's menu. Is that permissible? Zhao Jinshu readily agreed. Naturally. It was Lu Xingye who cleared the table, as she lacked any culinary skills and could only manage the dishes. After a tiring morning, she indulged in a brief afternoon nap. Upon awakening, she resumed knitting. As she worked, scenes from a fairy tale began to materialize in her mind. Since her mind urged her to express these thoughts, she decided to write. Abandoning the knitting, she rummaged through the drawer and found only a broken pencil belonging to Lu Zhe. Discovering nothing else, Lu Jintai, seated with documents in hand, looked up at the sound. What are you searching for? Without lifting her head, Zhao Jinshu replied, I'm looking for a notebook and a pen to jot down some ideas. Lu Jintai did not inquire further and rose to fetch supplies from the study. Upon returning, he presented her with a notebook and a fountain pen. Zhao Jinshu hesitated. Isn't this fountain pen yours? I can just find a pencil in Lu Zhe's room. Lu Jintai regarded her with a calm gaze. Is mine not suitable for your use? Seeing his insistence, she accepted the items. The pristine notebook was blank, and as she opened it, a bookmark fell out. She picked it up, examining the delicate handwriting and the words inscribed, momentarily unsure of how to react. Noticing her silence, Lu Jintai raised his gaze and glimpsed the bookmark in her hand. What is it? He inquired. Zhao Jinshu remained quiet, silently turning back to offer him the bookmark. Lu Jintai took it, reading the words with an impassive expression that revealed no emotion. After a prolonged pause, he said, I will keep this for now. Zhao Jinshu nodded, refraining from asking questions or overthinking, and turned to begin crafting her story. The narrative was not lengthy, and she forewent an outline, fearing that completing one might sap the story's fervor, rendering the endeavor futile. She prefers to revise the unsatisfactory parts only after completing her writing. Handwriting, by nature, is not swift. Even typing, while she thinks and writes simultaneously, does not hasten the process. Although it is not quick, the story has been largely conceived in her mind, resulting in over 3,000 words penned in a single afternoon. She intends to write approximately 100,000 words for this narrative, believing that if she writes continuously, she will finish within half a month. Immersed in her writing, she remained oblivious to the gaze of Lu Jintai upon her. As the sun dipped below the horizon, her two playful siblings entered the room, chattering and laughing. Noticing their mother engaged in writing, Lu Zhe approached with curiosity, asking, Mom, what are you writing? Lu Rue also gathered around. Zhao Jinshu, writing for her children to read, had no intention of concealing her work from her family as she had in her previous life. She handed her notebook to him, saying, Take a look for yourself. Lu Zhe eagerly accepted it, diving into the contents. Lu Jintai raised his eyes, a blank expression flitting across his face as he glanced at Lu Zhe. Zhao Jinshu rose and suggested, Let us have some porridge for dinner. Lu Jintai remained silent but nodded slightly. Zhao Jinshu affectionately patted her son's head, instructing him, Go read in your room. Lu Zhe responded with an O, cradling the notebook as he headed to his room. Just as Lu Jintai was about to rise, Lu Rue, clutching a book, implored him to teach her to recognize characters, compelling him to remain seated. After Zhao Jinshu had washed the rice and placed it in the pot, Lu Zhe rushed in like a gust of wind, clutching his mother's arm. Mom, what about the ending? Did Xiao Shui find his way home? Zhao Jinshu smiled and replied, What do you think? After pondering, Lu Zhe stated, He has Xiaobai. Xiaobai said he would help him find his way home. Zhao Jinshu playfully teased him. It's not as simple as just saying you will find it. Lu Zhe's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, is that so? Clearly disappointed, he persisted. Then can't you help him find his home? He is so pitiful, without any food, and it's raining, his clothes are all wet. He is so miserable. Zhao Jinshu then inquired, Why do you think Xiao Shui couldn't he find his way home? Without hesitation, Lu Zhe answered. He was too playful and didn't he want to do his homework, so he wandered off and got lost. Zhao Jinshu chuckled. Indeed, he has traveled quite far, all the way to the distant mountains. It's not easy to find home from there. Lu Zhe insisted, Xiaobai can help him. Xiaobai even helps him find food. He clung to his mother's arm, pleading, Mom, just tell me. Zhao Jinshu reassured him, he will definitely return home. Of course, many unexpected events will occur along the way. In short, getting home isn't that simple. Lu Zhe cheered and dashed back into the house, placing the notebook on the table in his mother's room. Once Zhao Jinshu had finished cooking, she went to call them for dinner and noticed the notebook on the table. Preparing to put it away in the drawer, Lu Jintai spoke up. May I take a look? Zhao Jinshu hesitated for a moment, considering that it was time for dinner. Lu Jintai looked at her. Is that a no? Zhao Jinshu replied, It's time to eat. Lu Jintai countered, Lu Zhe can, but I cannot. Are you keeping this from me? Zhao Jinshu thrust the notebook into his hands, leaving him with a curt, Take your time reading, before exiting the room. Chapter 34. Professor Lu, please advise. As Zhao Jinshu entered the kitchen, she noticed that Lu Jintai had followed her. She turned to him and asked, "Why have you stopped looking?" Lu Jintai replied, "Good things are meant to be savored slowly." Zhao Jinshu nodded, smiling. "On account of your words, I shall forgive you." With that, she began to serve the rice. "What have I done that requires forgiveness?" Lu Jintai followed closely behind her. "You were just like a child yearning for candy, throwing a tantrum when denied. It was rather annoying," Zhao Jishu remarked candidly. Lu Jintai responded, and Zhao Jishu handed him a bowl of porridge. He silently accepted it and took a seat at the dining table. In their household, there was no rule against discussing food while eating, and the two children delighted in sharing their thoughts on whatever they consumed. Lu Zhe patted his belly, having indulged in too much meat lately. "A light porridge for dinner feels quite comforting." Zhao Jishu replied, "That's why I've prepared something light tonight, to ease your palate." Lu Rui glanced at his mother and then at his father, inquiring, "Daddy, why are you silent?" Zhao Jishu shot a glance at her husband. Noticing he was engrossed in his meal, having not uttered a word throughout dinner, she recalled her earlier comment about him being bothersome and wondered if he was upset. A smile tugged at her lips. Surely he wouldn't be so petty. Yet, considering his peculiar temperament, she couldn't be certain. To avoid any tension, she turned to him and asked, "Your daughter is speaking to you." Lu Jintai looked up at her. "I fear you may find it tiresome." Zhao Jinshu couldn't discern whether he was truly upset and pressed on, "Are you angry?" Lu Jintai replied, "Do you think I'm so petty in your eyes?" Zhao Jishu quickly refuted, "Of course not." She then queried, "So you're not angry?" Lu Jintai cast a sidelong glance at her. "It's merely a reprimand from my wife. Why would I be angry?" Zhao Jishu nodded, realizing he was indeed not upset. She turned to her daughter. "Your father is eating and has no time to speak." Lu Jintai regarded her with acceptance of this explanation. After the meal, Lu Zhe clung to his mother, urging her to hasten in writing the next chapter of the story. Zhao Jishu mused, "Have you created a deadline for yourself? I regret showing you my unfinished work." She had initially planned to continue writing that evening, so she retrieved her notebook and began to write. The central narrative revolved around the young protagonist, Xiao Shuai, who, reluctant to return home early to do his homework, sneaked out to play, only to inadvertently wander into the animal kingdom, where he found himself lost. After enduring loneliness, helplessness, and the harshness of cold and hunger, he encountered the kind rabbit, Xiaobai. Seeing his plight, Xiaobai not only provided him with carrots to eat, but also vowed to help him find his way home. During their quest, they faced numerous challenges and adventures. Initially bewildered and frightened, Xiao Shuai received constant encouragement from Xiaobai, allowing him to overcome his feelings of helplessness, and together they sought solutions to their difficulties. Along the way, they befriended various animals from the animal kingdom, such as the squirrel, Hui Hui, the goat elder, and the zebra sister. Ultimately, the group united to assist Xiao Shuai in finding his way back home. Naturally, the tale contained both heart-wrenching moments and scenes that elicited hearty laughter. While this storyline may seem cliché in later generations, even someone like Lu Zhe, who had already encountered many fairy tales, would find it refreshingly novel. As the clock struck 10, Zhao Jinshu felt fatigue wash over her. Rising to stretch, she found herself reminiscing about her computer, despite her slow typing. It spared her the labor of writing each character painstakingly. Fortunately, her youth allowed her to endure such exertion, but she knew that with age, a few hours of writing would leave her shoulders and neck protesting. She poured herself a cup of warm water from the kettle and sat down to sip it leisurely. Once she finished, she turned to find Lu Jintai still immersed in his book. "Why are you still awake?" she inquired. Lu Jintai looked up at her and replied, "I'm waiting for you." Suddenly, Zhao Jishu turned to him and asked, "I wrote an additional 3,000 words. Would you like to see them?" Lu Jintai chuckled. "So eager?" Zhao Jishu climbed onto the bed, handing him her notebook with a smile. "Professor Lu, I welcome your guidance." Lu Jintai regarded her. "What isn't it for me? Being so demanding, do I get something in return?" Zhao Jinshu raised an eyebrow. "No perks, help if you wish." With a resigned expression, Lu Jintai pondered who was truly demanding here, yet he found her assertiveness rather appealing. "I will help, how could I not? It is my honor," he said as he took the notebook and began to read each word with remarkable seriousness, even more so than when he examined research materials. Zhao Jishu allowed him to read while she shed her clothes and nestled into bed. When he finally lifted his gaze, he discovered she had already drifted off to sleep. Rubbing his temples, he intended to share his thoughts with her, but it seemed he would have to wait until morning. Crafting a story was not merely a physical endeavor. It demanded relentless mental engagement, proving to be quite taxing. That night, Zhao Jinshu enjoyed a deep and restful slumber. Upon awakening, the sun had already risen, and the father and daughter were no longer in bed. She dressed and stepped outside to find Lu Jintai preparing breakfast in the kitchen, while the two children were busy washing their faces and brushing their teeth. She hurried to do the same, and after breakfast, when she took Lu Zhe to school, Lu Jintai remarked, "I'll head to the university." Zhao Jishu nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Jintai turned to her, "Would you like to come along?" Zhao Jishu replied, "You have work. What purpose would I serve?" In her previous life, she had always disliked visiting Lu Jintai's workplace, feeling out of place among the intellectuals. However, now she felt indifferent to the prospect. Perhaps she could take the children for an outing someday, but for now, she was preoccupied with her writing and preferred to refrain. Lu Jintai was not surprised. She had declined his previous invitation to explore the campus. "Aren't you writing a fairy tale? I'll take Rue with me," he suggested. Zhao Jishu frowned. "You have work. How will you manage her?" Lu Jintai reassured her, "It's a minor matter, nothing to worry about. I will take good care of our daughter." She turned to Lu Rue. "Do you want to go?" Lu Rue nodded enthusiastically, eager to visit her father's workplace. Zhao Jishu relented. "Then off you go." Lu Jintai rode his bicycle with their daughter in tow. On their way, they encountered two students who had visited their home earlier. Cradling Lu Rue, he called out to one of them, "Zhao Hongyang, please ask Han Fingji to come to my office." Zhao Hongyang looked momentarily taken aback before responding, "All right, Professor Lu." He made his way to the laboratory to relay the message to Han Fingji. Han Fingji approached Professor Lu's office with a sense of trepidation, uncertain of the reason for his summons. As she stood before the door, her heart raced. Summoning her courage, she knocked gently. "Come in," a low voice beckoned from within. Drawing a deep breath, she pushed the door open and stepped inside. The scene before her took her by surprise. The usually stern Professor Lu was seated with a little girl in his lap, the adorable child diligently scribbling with his treasured fountain pen on a piece of paper. Lu Jintai looked up and pointed at a bookmark on the desk. "Is this yours?" Han Fingji glanced over, her face flushing crimson, leaving her at a loss for words. Lu Jintai's expression turned serious. Personal items should not be carelessly misplaced. She looked at him, opening her mouth to explain, but found herself unable to voice her thoughts. Lu Jintai instructed, "Take it away." With her cheeks aflame, Han Fingji stepped forward, seized the bookmark, and hastily exited. As she closed the door behind her, she heard the little girl's voice from inside. "Daddy, did I do it right?" The normally stern Lu Jintai now appeared remarkably gentle. "You got it all right. Rue. Well done." Unable to endure the scene any longer, she hurried away. Chapter 35. The man's thoughts are transparently obvious throughout the morning. Zhao Jishu was immersed in her writing. It was only as noon approached that she rose to prepare lunch. The father and daughter had mentioned they would return for the meal. She cooked rice, stir-fried lotus root slices, prepared a dish of stir-fried pickled vegetables with meat, and finally made a bowl of egg drop soup. Just as she finished, the pair returned. "You two are quite timely," Zhao Jinshu remarked. "I'm starving," Lu Rue said, patting his stomach. "Then wash your hands. It's time to eat." After the meal, Lu Jintai spoke leisurely. "This afternoon, a bed will be delivered." "What do we need a bed for?" Zhao Jinshu inquired, looking up. Lu Jintai did not respond directly, but added, "The bed isn't very large. It's suitable for Lu Rue alone." "What do you mean?" Zhao Jinshu stared at him. "You can't possibly intend for her to sleep alone?" That was indeed Lu Jintai's intention. At almost 3 years old, she is perfectly capable of sleeping separately. "She will cry," Zhao Jinshu protested. She agreed and even happily chose a beautiful bed and bedding. Lu Jintai countered. Zhao Jinshu glanced at her daughter, who was nestled in her blanket, half asleep. "In the depths of winter, making her sleep alone is rather harsh of you." Lu Jintai replied, "There's a hot water bottle." Lu Zhe was separated from the bed at 3. That was because Lu Rue had arrived. It was impractical to continue co-sleeping with him, Zhao Jinshu argued. "So, a child nearing 3 can absolutely sleep on their own," Lu Jintai insisted. "Our daughter is willing. She is brave, and you should let her learn independence," Zhao Jinshu remarked. "But we have no room for another bed. Where will it go?" Lu Jintai responded. "Lu Zhe's room can accommodate 2 beds. The siblings won't be afraid sharing a room." He added, "This is merely temporary." Zhao Jinshu thought to herself that he had already made the decision without consulting her, leaving her with little room for rebuttal. She comprehended his meaning. They currently lacked a home, and with a young child, they were temporarily squeezed into a single room. Once their child grew older, they would surely acquire a proper residence, allowing them to have separate sleeping quarters. Lu Jintai sat beside her and inquired, how much did you write today? Zhao Jinshu, inspired this morning, encountered nearly no writer's block and astonishingly penned over 1,000 words by noon, surprising even herself. Lu Jintai asked, shall I have a look? Zhao Jinshu handed him her notebook, saying, here you go. He took it and began to read attentively. Despite his earnest focus, he finished perusing the over 1,000 words in mere minutes. Zhao Jinshu gazed at him and asked, what do you think? Lu Jintai looked at her with admiration, replying, quite excellent. Zhao Jinshu smiled. What was so good about it? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Jintai responded. The two protagonists discover they are being stalked by a large gray wolf. They feign ignorance and quietly hide in a cave, while the wolf remains outside. I expected a prolonged stalemate, but instead, they devised a clever ruse to lead the two gray wolves towards the fox. Zhao Jinshu inquired, and then? Lu Jintai gestured to the notebook. The young boy recalls a fairy tale he learned, The Fox and the Crow, and pretends to chat loudly with Xiao Bai in the cave, claiming that the fox tricked the crow into giving him plenty of meat, and that he is hungry and plans to deceive the fox for some food tomorrow. The gray wolf, feeling famished, is naturally intrigued, and since the boy and Xiao Bai intend to remain inside until tomorrow, he is certainly reluctant to wait any longer. A glimmer of amusement crossed his face as he added, he even kindly mentioned the fox's dwelling. What a clever child. Zhao Jinshu remarked, but the fox is also their enemy. Intending to eat Xiao Bai. Lu Jintai chuckled, exactly. Look how clever he is in pitting two foes against each other. Zhao Jinshu had indeed designed it that way. Although Xiao Shu was playful and disinclined towards homework, he was, in fact, a bright child. Lu Jintai continued, later. Xiao Bai uses himself as bait to lure the gray wolf and the fox to the edge of a cliff, and amidst their struggle, both end up falling into the abyss. Zhao Jinshu coughed lightly. Of course, the protagonists are afforded some narrative immunity here. How could it be so fortuitous that they both fell off a cliff? It is simply the author's arrangement. Lu Jintai had never encountered the term narrative immunity. Zhao Jinshu pondered for a moment before explaining, as protagonists, they cannot encounter misfortune. Some authors enjoy endowing their protagonist with a certain aura of invincibility, where, at crucial moments, enemies are destined to perish or face defeat, inevitably leading to their downfall. Observing the bewilderment on his face, she added, regardless, even when in a seemingly disadvantaged position, the protagonist gradually overcomes stronger adversaries, ultimately achieving their aims. Lu Jintai, unfamiliar with novels, found her explanation somewhat elusive. He believed that for one, in a weaker position, to triumph over those who are stronger, they must possess the intelligence and cunning akin to the young boy in Jinshu's fairy tale. Otherwise, how could they defeat their opponents? Aware of his lack of understanding, Zhao Jinshu chose not to elaborate further. Lu Jintai's eyes sparkled with admiration as he remarked, this story is exquisitely penned, with a delightful wit and humor. The absurdities that arise during a tense escape involving a person and a rabbit are both amusing and endearing. It is quite remarkable that the little white rabbit triumphs over the big bad wolf. If Professor Lu approves, then I am at ease, Zhao Jinshu replied with a smile. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Jintai inquired, how many words do you intend to write? Approximately 100,000 words, she responded. Lu Jintai nodded. Do you wish to publish it? Of course, Zhao Jinshu affirmed. No author writes a manuscript solely to let it gather dust at home. Her eagerness to share her work with Lu Jintai was also a subtle request for his assistance in finding a publisher. Do you need my help? Lu Jintai asked. Indeed. Zhao Jinshu replied with conviction. He looked at her with a playful smile. How do you plan to thank me? Zhao Jinshu met his gaze. We are husband and wife. Your assistance is expected, and there is no need for gratitude. Lu Jintai chuckled softly, acknowledging that, indeed, as spouses, gratitude was unnecessary. Once their discussion concluded, they each busied themselves with their tasks. Later, around 3 in the afternoon, Lu Rui's bed arrived. She jumped onto the bed, exclaiming, this is my bed. I never said it wasn't yours, Zhao Jinshu replied, lifting her down and wiping the bed once more. Once the water stains dry, I will lay out a blanket for you to jump on. The bed was wooden, and she observed that the material was quite sturdy, allowing the child to bounce a few times without issue. Lu Rui insisted, I want new sheets. The new sheets are not yet washed, Zhao Jinshu negotiated with her. How about I use the new sheets I bought for you? Lu Rui nodded eagerly. All right. Zhao Jinshu then asked, aren't you afraid of sleeping alone? My brother is here. Lu Rui reassured her, with my brother around, I am not scared. Zhao Jinshu nodded, thinking they would let her try sleeping alone for one night. And if it didn't work out, she could return to sleep with them. When Lu Zhe returned and saw an additional bed in the room, Zhao Jinshu explained the situation to him. He was elated, feeling that previously sleeping alone was somewhat lonely, but now that he had his sister for company, the atmosphere felt much livelier. After dinner, the couple helped the siblings wash up, after which they settled into their own beds. Lu Rui lay in her bed, curious and content, with her brother across from her. She closed her eyes and quickly drifted into sleep. Zhao Jinshu spent half an hour writing before quietly opening their door, only to find the siblings sound asleep, neatly covered by their blankets. Relieved, she closed the door and returned to her own room. When Lu Jintai entered from outside, he glanced at her and asked, "I have boiled water. Would you like to take a bath?" Zhao Jinshu looked at him, noticing his hair was still dripping, indicating he had already bathed and washed his hair. Understanding his implication, she realized he was suggesting they enjoy a moment alone, now that their daughter was asleep. However, she saw no need to refuse his offer, saying, "Please dry your hair and help me carry the water to the tub." Moreover, she herself desired a warm soak. "All right," Lu Jintai replied. Chapter 36, A Spoiled Scene in Winter. Taking a bath is an immensely pleasurable experience. Upon emerging from the tub, Zhao Jinshu felt her fatigue dissipate entirely. She dried herself, donned her clothes, and hurried into the room, nestling beneath the covers. As for the bathwater in the tub, it had an outlet. Once opened, it would flow out naturally. Lying under the covers, she gazed at Lu Jintai and inquired, "Have you checked on the siblings?" Lu Jintai nodded. "They haven't kicked off the covers." Zhao Jinshu felt a sense of relief. Lu Jintai turned to her, asking, "Is there anything else?" Zhao Jinshu replied, "No." After a moment of silence, she noticed his lack of movement. What was he waiting for? She turned her head and playfully kicked him. "Are you coming or not? If not, I'm going to sleep." Lu Jintai's gaze fell upon her freshly washed face, even taking note of her irritable yet playful expression as she kicked him. He seized her foot and held it firmly. "What kind of peculiar habit is this? That's a foot, not a hand. Doesn't it smell?" She blinked, adding, "Just don't touch me with your hands later. It's a mood killer." Lu Jintai shot her a glance filled with exasperation. She couldn't help but yawn. After a bath, sleepiness washed over her. Lu Jintai pulled her into his embrace, asking, "Are you tired?" Zhao Jinshu nodded, thinking to herself that as a married couple sharing the same room, it was absurd to dawdle when fatigue was evident. He had been quite eager the last time. Lu Jintai, without mercy, remarked, "Even if you're tired, you should endure it." Zhao Jinshu felt her drowsiness evaporate. "Then hurry up. We're old married folks now. Can't we have some understanding?" Lu Jintai had no words left to say, and he pressed his lips against her vexatious mouth. Having just brushed their teeth, Zhao Jinshu was met with the refreshing scent of toothpaste as his lips met hers. She thought it quite pleasant. Lu Jintai was meticulous about hygiene, which she appreciated. If only those hands that had just touched her foot wouldn't wander about. Despite being thoroughly clean, she still felt uneasy about her own feet. Perhaps sensing her distraction, he intensified the pressure of his lips. Soon, Zhao Jinshu found herself unable to dwell on the thought of his hands touching her feet as her mind grew hazy. Feeling as if she were a small boat adrift in the depths of the ocean, swaying without sight of land. A dazzling light flashed, and the sounds in the room gradually faded away. With her eyes tightly shut and her body glistening with perspiration, she felt him cradling her, and in her drowsy state, she heard him whisper in her ear, "Are you still tired?" Indeed, she was not only tired, but also weary. She found it perplexing that he, who exerted himself, was not the one who felt fatigued. Lu Jintai said, "Then sleep." No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhao Jinshu slipped into slumber. Lu Jintai lowered his gaze, quietly observing her sleeping visage, gently caressing her face. Remembering her earlier disdainful expression, he chuckled softly and withdrew his hand. Zhao Jinshu experienced some difficulty in breathing. In her haze, she felt trapped in a confined space, unable to escape. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, meeting Lu Jintai's drowsy gaze. His voice was low and husky. "What's wrong?" Zhao Jinshu shifted, realizing she was tightly enveloped in his embrace, and said, "You need to let me go first." Lu Jintai remained still, lowering his head to press his lips against hers. Zhao Jinshu protested, "I haven't brushed my teeth." Lu Jintai replied, "I don't mind." Zhao Jinshu thought to herself, "You may not mind me, but I mind you." Yet, he offered her no opportunity to voice her thoughts, completely overwhelming her with his fervor. The memories of the past were too distant. She could hardly recall whether Lu Jintai, in his youth, had been this relentless, a true tormentor of sorts. This tormentor not only kissed passionately but also rolled over, pinning her down. Distracted, she recalled how exhausted she had been the previous night, having fallen asleep without the chance to dress. At this moment, it certainly favored him, as he needed no effort to remove her clothes. The dawn was barely breaking, and the outside world was enveloped in silence, devoid of any sound. Yet, within the confines of the room, the two were engulfed in a fervent embrace. Having just experienced the night, Zhao Jinshu found herself overwhelmed, playfully scratching at him. He, however, paid no heed, grasping her hands in his and taking his time, relishing their intimate moments together. When the storm subsided, Zhao Jinshu found herself unable to lift her arms, sprawled across the bed, slipping into a deep slumber. Upon waking again, it was already 10:30. She discovered she was clad in a bra and panties, as well as thermal wear. Zhao Jinshu mused that she had slept so soundly that she had no recollection of how he had helped her dress. Rising slowly, the soreness in her body reminded her of just how wild their escapade had been the night before. Yawning, she donned a quilted jacket and pants, slipping into her cotton shoes before stepping outside. Upon her arrival, she found Lu Rui sitting on a bench, bent over a chair, scribbling and drawing. She approached him, asking, "What are you writing?" Lu Rui looked up at her, replying, "Dad asked me to practice writing." Zhao Jinshu glanced down to see numbers from 0 to 5. With his father's model written above, all he needed to do was compare and replicate each stroke. She encouraged him, "Take your time." Lu Rui then inquired, "Mom, are you ready?" Zhao Jinshu responded, "Yes, I am." Realizing she had not risen earlier, she suspected Lu Jintai had said something to her. Lu Rui asked again, "Really?" Zhao Jinshu affirmed, "Really?" Lu Rui beamed, "I wrote." Zhao Jinshu replied, "Go ahead and write." She then went to brush her teeth and wash her face. Once refreshed, she noticed breakfast laid out on the dining table and turned to the busy Lu Jintai, asking, "Is this mine?" He confirmed, "Yes, it is." She observed a bowl of steamed eggs, a cup of milk powder, and 2 meat buns, likely purchased by him from outside. At the sight of the breakfast, her hunger returned, and she sat down, eagerly grabbing a bun to devour. After finishing her meal and satisfying her hunger, she finally felt at ease. Leaning back in her chair, reluctant to move, Lu Jintai approached to clear the dishes. Zhao Jinshu lifted her chair and settled beside her daughter, basking in the sunlight. The winter sun was pleasantly warm, and before long, she felt drowsy. When Lu Jintai emerged after washing the dishes and noticed her drowsy state, he suggested, "Shall I take you to the room to sleep?" Zhao Jinshu replied, "I'll just doze off here." The sun's warmth enveloped her, and she had no desire to move. Glancing at him, she added, "The sun is shining brightly today. Should we bring the comforter out to air it?" Lu Jintai responded, "I'll do it. You stay seated." Zhao Jinshu let out a soft sigh and leaned back against the chair. Upon noticing her daughter had completed her homework, she inquired, "Did you sleep well last night?" Lu Rui cheerfully responded, "Yes, I wasn't scared at all." Zhao Jinshu smiled and asked, "Will you be sleeping alone again tonight?" Lu Rui declared, "If my brother can sleep alone, so can I." Zhao Jinshu felt once more that this child was easy to manage, as she readily accepted the idea of sleeping in a separate bed. Chapter 37. The end of the Lu family. It was another Saturday evening. After dinner, the children played and frolicked in the courtyard. Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing stood under the corridor, whispering to each other, engrossed in conversation. Zhao Jinshu had already completed over 70,000 words of her manuscript and was in the final stages, which required considerable effort. She was not in a hurry. There was no need for a hasty conclusion. Taking note of the lively atmosphere outside, she decided to join and relax. Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing caught sight of her but chose not to greet her, continuing their animated discussion. Zhao Jinshu paid them no mind. Even after several decades, there would be little for her to discuss with these two sisters-in-law. Ji Yunrong finished tidying the house and stepped into the courtyard, saying, "Your aunt has been feeling better these past few days. Tomorrow, let's all visit her together." Their sister-in-law had been unwell for half a year, and while the children wished to see her, she had declined, expressing a desire for peace and quiet to recuperate. Their enthusiastic visit would only serve to distract her from resting. It was better to wait until she was well before visiting. Lin Yulan glanced at Zhao Jinshu, sister-in-law. "You've been here for quite some time but haven't visited the aunt's house yet, have you?" Indeed, Zhao Jinshu had not visited before her rebirth. She replied, "It will be fine to go tomorrow." "It's not quite the same," Lin Yulan said with a meaningful tone. Ji Yuanrong shot her a sidelong glance. "What's different about it?" There had been subtle hints of discord in the actions and words of the elder branch of the family lately, particularly directed towards the second branch. Observing the 3 daughters-in-law, She noted that the wife of Jintai was straightforward, rarely speaking, yet considerate in all aspects. With no ulterior motives, focused solely on living her own life. One should not underestimate her. If provoked, she would show no mercy, regardless of who it was. Of course, she also perceived that the second branch did not regard the elder and third branches with much importance. Upon meeting her mother-in-law's cold gaze, Lin Yulan's heart skipped a beat. And she quickly changed her tone. I was merely thinking that the aunt lives in a military compound, which is heavily guarded. I wanted to give you a heads up so you could be mentally prepared and not wander around recklessly. Zhao Jinshu shot her a glance. Thank you for your concern. But I am not so irresponsible as to run about aimlessly. As for what she truly wished to convey, she found it beneath her to address. It was clear it would not be anything pleasant. Lin Yulan chuckled awkwardly, pondering how Zhao Jinshu had once hidden at home for a month or two after arriving from the countryside, too timid to venture outside, busying herself with cooking and cleaning. Now, although she appeared formidable, who knew if she might be intimidated in the military compound, becoming so frightened that she couldn't utter a word, which would indeed be embarrassing. Following their argument, Wang Meijing and Zhao Jinshu had not spoken to each other, even when they crossed paths in the courtyard, each acting as though the other did not exist. At this moment, she stood silently beside them. Upon hearing that they would visit her uncle's house the next day, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she inquired, Mother, will Aunt and the others be going too? Her aunt is the sister-in-law from her grandmother's side. The Ji family and the Lu family share a close kinship. Since her aunt had been ill for over half a year, but was now recovering, it was customary for friends and relatives to come and pay their respects. Of course they will come. Last week, Ji Yuanrong had taken the time to visit her sister-in-law, and upon seeing that her health was nearly restored, they had arranged for everyone to visit her, subsequently informing her maternal relatives. Wang Meijing smiled brightly, her gaze subtly drifting towards Zhao Jinshu. Her aunt was her own flesh and blood, holding a weight in both the Lu and Ji families that none could rival. Zhao Jinshu certainly noticed her glance, and with that air of pride, it was evident she was concocting some narrative in her mind. A person so theatrical that she could easily take center stage. Ever since Wang Meijing had indiscriminately confronted her daughter, Zhao Jinshu had ceased to regard her with any respect. The following day, as dawn broke, the lights in each household flickered to life one after another. Lu Jintai opened the door to her room, made her way to the kitchen, opened the vent, and after washing up with hot water, began preparing breakfast. Zhao Jinshu donned her attire and opened her daughter's door. Discovering the two little ones nestled under their pillows, their cheeks flushed. She touched their blankets, finding them quite warm. After the household farming policy was implemented, her parents had foreseen her potential move to the city and the necessity of having adequate bedding. They planted 3 acres of cotton, producing a total of 8 quilts for her. When Lu Jintai came to fetch the 3 of them, she was unable to carry so much luggage. All the quilts were sent by mail, which cost a considerable sum in postage. At the time, she had been reluctant to accept so many quilts, but her mother insisted, claiming that her judgment was infallible. In retrospect, her mother had indeed anticipated this need. Otherwise, where would the 2 children find new quilts to cover themselves now? Even if they wished to buy them, cotton was not so easily obtainable. The warmth of their grandmother's love enveloped her thoughts. Remembering the children's grandmother, she resolved to write them a letter upon returning home. With no telephone in the village, communication was limited to letters. She also wondered if the shoes she had sent had arrived yet. Fortunately, her parents were still youthful and in good health. Before her rebirth, her mother, even in her 80s or 90s, had called her to complain that her brothers were too strict, forbidding them from playing mahjong. After breakfast, the families, both adults and children, changed into suitable attire and set out. The second household had only 1 bicycle, so her in-laws allowed the 2 children to ride on their respective bicycles. The group pedaled towards the military district compound, creating a rather impressive sight from a distance. However, at that time, bicycles were the primary mode of transportation, making such scenes quite common. Upon reaching the entrance of the military district compound, they registered and then pushed their bicycles inside. By the time they arrived, the Lu Erbo family had already gathered. Lu Erbo, Lu Huaixing, had a son and a daughter, both of whom were married. Lu Dabo, Lu Huaizhang, had only 1 daughter remaining by his side, who was also married. Her father-in-law was the 3rd son of the Lu family, blessed with many children, leading to the largest household. And Zheng Yinghua observed the large group entering her home, and her expression softened unconsciously. Her gaze first settled upon Lu Jintai, then shifted to Zhao Jinshu beside him, along with the 2 children nearby. Lu Huaiyuan glanced at his sister-in-law, assessing her, and felt a sense of relief. She appeared significantly better than she had a few days prior. Aunt Zheng smiled and reassured them. I've had a much easier time lately, so you needn't be too anxious. Everything is fine. As she saw the throng of individuals standing obediently, she waved to the children, saying, Come sit with your great-grandmother. Lu Rui and Lu Zhe exchanged glances with their parents. Zhao Jinshu encouraged them. That is your great-grandmother. Go on over. Hesitantly, Lu Rui and Lu Zhe smiled and approached her. The older cousins, Lu Hui and Lu Xiong from the first branch, and Lu Kaifei and Lu Manting from the third branch, remained stationary, despite their usual boldness. Before their great-uncle and great-aunt, they instantly transformed into timid quails. Aunt Zheng turned her attention to the two children before her and gently inquired, Whose children are you? Lu Zhe replied brightly, Great-grandmother. We are the children of Lu Jintai and Zhao Jinshu. I am Lu Zhe, and I will be 6 years old after the new year. Lu Rui glanced at his brother, then at their great-grandmother, and stepped forward to say, Great-grandmother, I am Lu Rui, and I will be 6 soon. I am my parents' child, and he is my brother. He pointed to Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe shot him a glare, thinking that he should have mentioned their parents' names. Lu Rui, puzzled by the look, ignored it and continued to focus on their great-grandmother. Aunt Zheng chuckled, drawing them closer. Oh my, are you not afraid of your great-grandmother? Lu Zhe looked at her and replied, I like great-grandmother. She smiles when she sees us, so I'm not scared. Just as their grandparents and other elders regarded them. So did she, which assured him. Lu Rui chimed in, Great-grandmother smiled, so I'm not scared either. Aunt Zheng glanced at Lu Jitai, playfully teasing, Jitai. They are much more delightful than you were as a child. Look at how they say they like me. She noticed the scar on her face. The children had been fearful of her before, yet these two not only showed no fear, but also confidently professed their affection. Where did they perceive her fondness for them? This thought deepened her smile considerably, making the scar appear even more pronounced. Lu Jitai, with a hint of amusement, remarked, Doesn't Aunt Zheng like them? Aunt Zheng nodded at him. Marriage truly changes a person. Now you can tease others. A smile crept onto Lu Jintai's lips. Behind them, Wang Meijing urged her children forward. What are you doing standing there? Hurry up. We can't let the second branch steal all the attention. The two children remained hesitant, struggling to comprehend how Lu Zhe and Lu Rui dared to approach, considering the tales of their great-uncle and great-aunt's fierce exploits, including the many battles they had fought. Surely they must be afraid? In the meantime, Lin Yulan nudged her two sons, you too, as the eldest and second eldest of the Lu family. How can you shrink back like this? Especially upon witnessing the two children from the second branch of the family engaging in light-hearted banter with their great-aunt. Her heart was stirred with an irritable longing, wishing she could step in for her two sons and converse with their great-aunt herself. Lu Jiaming, Lu Jitai, and Lu Hufeng placed the items they were carrying on a nearby cabinet. Their uncle, Lu Huaizhong, cast a stern glance at them and remarked, What do you need all these things for? Your great-aunt does not partake in such treats. Ji Yuanyong replied with a smile. They can't come to visit their great-aunt empty-handed, unlike me. I've brought nothing. Indeed, it is appropriate not to come empty-handed, but must you always bring so much? The great-aunt interjected. When you return, take everything back with you. It is just me and your elder brother here, two old folks without children. The doctor keeps saying we can't eat this or that. It's quite bothersome. Her words were laced with a tinge of grievance. Nearby, the eldest daughter of the great-aunt, Lu Fan, listened with a sense of helplessness. She understood her mother's sentiments, having been married for many years without having children. Her mother's frustrations were often directed towards the topic of children. Lu Huaying, the second uncle, chimed in, As family, we must uphold certain courtesies, otherwise people might say the Lu family lacks decorum. The second aunt nodded in agreement. The great-aunt chuckled, You worry too much. What do outsiders have to do with our family? Laughter erupted among the group. The great-aunt turned her attention to Zhao Jinshu. This child is Jintai's wife, correct? Lu Jintai replied, Great-aunt, this is my wife, Zhao Jinshu. Zhao Jinshu stepped forward, smiling, Great-aunt. Ji Yuanong interjected, Sister-in-law, you may simply call her Jinshu. The great-aunt regarded her for a moment, remarking, This child is quite lovely. No wonder those two little rascals are so charming. After saying this, she continued, You all needn't stand. Come, take a seat. The group found their places to sit. Lu Zhe and Lu Rui settled on either side of their great-grandmother, leaving her somewhat astonished. These two children truly had no fear of her. With this thought, she scooped Lu Rui into her arms. Lu Rui, seated in her embrace, curiously observed her and asked with concern, Great-grandmother, does it hurt? Ji Yuanyong was taken aback, quickly glancing at her sister-in-law, fearing she might be displeased. The great aunt shot her a sidelong glance and retorted, "Why such alarm? Am I to devour her?" Ji Yuanyong forced a chuckle, remaining silent. Lu Rui looked at them in confusion. The great aunt chastised gently, "Children should not be so timid. What is there to be afraid of? Our Rui is just concerned for me. This scar is a mark of my military service. What superstitions exist around it?" She turned to Lu Rui. Great-grandmother no longer feels pain. As for whether it hurt at the time of injury, she had long forgotten. Indeed, it had hurt. But there was no time to dwell on that then. At last Lu Rui smiled. Wang Meijing observed enviously from the side. Even she dared not act rashly before the great aunt, nor speak freely. She was surprised by Lu Rui's boldness. Reflecting on this, she felt a pang of disappointment towards her own daughter, who often chattered incessantly at home, yet was now rendered mute. Lu Manting ignored her mother, feeling quite displeased. Why should Lu Rui have to entertain their great-grandmother while she was pushed into doing so? You, too, find yourself seated here in silence, lacking the courage to speak. Unlike Aunt Air, you do not engage in conversation with Grandma either. Zhao Jinshu observed nearby, feeling a stir of emotion. In her previous life, the two children had come to the elder uncle's home, displaying none of the ease they exhibit now. It was not fear of their great-uncle and great-aunt, but rather a simple awkwardness, a lack of the warmth that comes from familial closeness. This time around, she has intentionally and unintentionally bridged the gap between them and their grandparents. In just a few short days, the children have grown close to their grandparents. As she has transformed, so too have the children gradually shed their inhibitions, becoming increasingly casual and comfortable in the presence of the Lu family, slowly integrating into their midst. Now, even when visiting their elder uncle's home and encountering the unfamiliar great-aunt, they can chat with ease. She is genuinely moved by her two children. Their adaptability is truly impressive. Lin Yulan gazed at the unfolding scene with a mixture of complexity and resignation. At this moment, she could not deny one fact. The two children of the second branch are indeed exceptionally well-mannered, which left her feeling somewhat defeated. Deep down, she harbored a certain disdain for her two sisters-in-law. Although she got along reasonably well with Wang Meijing, she regarded her as somewhat lacking, a bit slow-witted. Speaking and acting without forethought, oblivious to when she might offend others. As for Zhao Jinshu, it was needless to say, coming from the countryside, lacking a family background, education, or employment. Even if the second branch had capabilities, it could not alter the fact that Zhao held little beyond her appearance. Yet, here was Zhao Jinshu, with nothing to her name, outshining her in the realm of child-rearing. The more she pondered, the more discomfort she felt, even regarding her two sons, who sat quietly beside her, with growing disdain. They were now docile, yet typically, upon returning home, they would vanish, making it impossible to enlist their help with anything. A profound sense of helplessness welled up within her. She scrimped and saved daily, all for their sake, yet they seemed unambitious, even falling short of Zhao Jinshu's children. Was there any hope left for this lifetime? Zhao Jinshu remained oblivious to the fact that her children's actions had nearly driven her sisters-in-law to despair, who were now questioning their own lives, all while she smiled and watched her children converse with their great-grandmother. Aunt Air remarked enviously to Ji Yuanrong. It appears that the sister-in-law truly adores these two children. Ji Yuanrong replied proudly, "These children are well-behaved and charming. Who wouldn't he like them?" She then turned to the quiet Lu Jing'an beside her. "You look rather worn out. What's going on?" Aunt Air glanced at her daughter, her smile fading. "She is expecting." Ji Yuanrong expressed surprise. "Another one?" Lu Jing'an smiled and affirmed, "Yes." Aunt Air, visibly displeased and concerned for her daughter, said, "I told her not to have another, but she wouldn't listen. Does she really think having a son is that important?" Lu Jing'an retorted, in Jianhua's hometown, families without boys are looked down upon and bullied. Ji Yuanrong frowned. Even if she disapproved, she found it difficult to voice her concerns, merely saying, "What about your job?" Lu Jing'an replied cheerfully, "It's fine. If necessary, I can quit." Ji Yuanrong looked at her, at a loss for words. "You won't work anymore, and neither will Jianhua? How will you manage in the future?" Lu Jing'an smiled, saying that Jianhua and his family had agreed that when the child was born, they would register the baby under Jianhua's younger brother's household, ensuring no complications would arise. Aunt Lu Air remarked, "Must you have a son? What if this child is another daughter? Will you continue to have more?" A hint of uncertainty flickered in Lu Jing'an's eyes as she replied, "I am unsure. I believe Ersa can comprehend my feelings. Surely, there are many in her circle who persistently bear children in hopes of having a son." She glanced towards Zhao Jinshu. Zhao Jinshu furrowed her brows, puzzled by Lu Jingyan's remarks directed at her. She turned to the others, stating, "Indeed, there are such instances. But each family's circumstances and perspectives vary. Deeply entrenched beliefs are challenging to alter. At least, the current generation seems incapable of change." Lu Jingyan looked at Lu Jingyan, stating bluntly, "No one here understands you. Both sons and daughters hold equal significance. Have you lost your wits after years as a sent-down youth?" His words, lacking in tact, caused Lu Jingyan to feel somewhat embarrassed. She recognized that no one in her family truly understood her. She had hoped that Ersa would be more empathetic. But given that Ersa had a son, it was clear she could not relate. Perhaps her expectations were misplaced. Chapter 39. Who does not protect their own? Aunt Lu Er lamented about her daughter, whose softness and lack of decisiveness had led her to marry Wu Jianhua. Over the years, she felt her daughter had been indoctrinated by the Wu family, solely focused on bearing sons for them. The thought of this made her seethe with resentment towards the Wu family, despite her frustration and her desire to chastise her daughter. Her feelings stemmed from the love a mother holds for her child. She could scold and reprimand her daughter, but she would not tolerate others speaking ill of her. She cast a glance at Lu Jintai, acknowledging his protective nature towards his wife. Clearly, Lu Jintai's recent comments had unsettled her. Ji Yuanrong shot a fleeting glance at her sister-in-law, recognizing that any mother would instinctively defend her child, provided they were of sound mind. With a slight smile, she added, "If he does not protect his wife, whom should he defend? Just as you criticize Jingyan for her shortcomings, you become irate when others speak a word against her." Lu Jingyan interjected, and Aunt Lu Er chuckled dryly, "I was merely jesting with Jintai. Why the need to defend?" Ji Yuanrong raised an eyebrow with a smile. "Of course. I must protect my son," Zhao Jinshu playfully remarked. "Then, Mom, you must shield him well, lest he remains silent and unaware when others bully him." Lu Jintai shot her a gentle smile. Ji Yuanrong laughed, though she did not truly believe her son would be bullied. Still, she assured with a smile, "I will certainly protect him. I will not allow anyone to mistreat him." Wang Meijing and Lin Yulan could not help but smirk slightly. Aunt Lu Er glanced at Zhao Jinshu, recognizing that Jintai's wife was quite adept at pleasing her mother-in-law. It was evident the couple were quite the pair, both possessing sharp wits. She said, "Only Jintai bullies others. Who would dare to bully him?" In their childhood, Kangyan and Jingyan could not match his wits, often falling prey to his clever tricks. Reflecting on this, Aunt Lu Er had much to say, for as a mother, she could not bear to see her child being bullied. Yet her children willingly engaged with Jintai, always eager to play with him. Zhao Jinshu had never heard anyone mention such things before. She turned to Lu Jintai and asked, "Is that true?" "Nonsense," he replied nonchalantly. Lu Erbamu, somewhat speechless, thought to herself, can she really fabricate such tales? Just then, Lu Qinggan entered, catching the tail end of his mother's words. He rubbed his nose and said, "No matter how clever Jintai is, I am still 2 or 3 years older than him. How could I be so easily deceived? Mother, you underestimate me." In a room filled with family, including his wife and children, how could he allow them to perceive their father and husband as inferior? His mother, too, was relentless, recounting his embarrassing moments from childhood, causing him to frown as he valued his dignity. Lu Erbamu felt a pang of sympathy for Ji Yuanong, who wore a frustrated expression. After spending over half an hour conversing with her elder sister-in-law, Ji Yuanyong yawned and waved her hand, saying, "You all go ahead. I remember there are some shuttlecocks at home. Lu Fan, go fetch them for the children to play with." Lu Qinggan turned to Lu Jintai, saying, "There are some matters I need to discuss with you. Shall we step outside?" Lu Huaizhang pointed towards the tea room. "You may converse there. I have brewed some tea." The brothers rose from their seats. Lu Jintai lowered his gaze and looked at Zhao Jinshu. "I will join you shortly." Zhao Jinshu looked up. "Go on." Lu Qinggan chuckled. Is Jintai worried about his sister-in-law? Lu Jintai shot him a blank stare, not responding. Lu Qinggan continued to grin. "All the sisters-in-law are here. Let them chat while we head to the tea room." Zhao Jinshu waved her hand. "Go, go." After they left, the elder aunt stood up. "I will check on the preparation of the meals in the kitchen." Ji Yuanyong also got up to assist, and the second aunt followed suit. The elder aunt did not stop them. Rather, they felt uncomfortable sitting while others were up. As for Lu Huaizhang, he took his 2 younger brothers outside to play chess. Suddenly, half the people in the room had left. Lu Zhe followed his older brothers to the courtyard to play with glass beads. Lin Yulan, Wang Meijing, and Lu Qinggan's wife gathered together to chat, and soon, Lu Jingyan joined them. Zhao Jinshu remained seated when Lu Fan brought out the shuttlecock. She took her daughter outside to play. Having spent the entire day writing and knitting, she had not exercised for quite some time. Trying to kick the shuttlecock, she found it quite challenging. Despite several attempts, she could not recapture the feeling of her childhood. However, this did not dampen their enthusiasm, as the primary goal was to enjoy and exercise, rather than focus on skill. The mother and daughter were thoroughly engaged in their play when Lu Kangyan's eldest daughter, Lu Danyang, along with her two cousins, stood nearby, intrigued by the spectacle. After some time, Zhao Jinshu and her daughter, panting from exhaustion, realized they were no longer as adept as in their youth. It was clear that they needed to prioritize their fitness, as their physical condition had declined. Zhao Jinshu asked, "Would you like to play with the shuttlecock?" Lu Danyang looked at her and replied with a smile, "Andy, how about a competition?" Seeing her confidence, Zhao Jinshu, with nothing else to do, playfully inquired, "How shall we compete?" Lu Danyang suggested with a grin, "You form one team, and I'll be on my own. Whoever kicks the most wins. Since you have more players, each person may participate only once per round." Zhao Jinshu laughed. "So confident, are you?" Lu Danyang tossed her ponytail and remarked, "I've never lost a Jinzi." Zhao Jinshu replied, "Then let's see." Lu Danyang glanced around and said, "This place is too small. Let's go outside." With that, they stepped out the door. To the left of the entrance lay a spacious area where they paused. Lu Danyang handed the Jinzi to Zhao Jinshu, saying, "Auntie, you go first." Zhao Jinshu took the Jinzi, although their team comprised only a few members, she being the eldest among them. Her skills in kicking the Jinzi had regressed to that of a 3-year-old. Lu Jingyan's two daughters, aged 9 and 7, along with the youngest, Lu Rui, who was not yet 6, left much to be desired in terms of proficiency. Nevertheless, the emphasis was on enjoyment, and no one was overly concerned about winning or losing. Zhao Jinshu commenced kicking the Jinzi and, to everyone's surprise, managed to keep it in the air for quite a while. Lu Rui, having learned to count from her father over the past few days, counted aloud from 1 to 10 before the Jinzi finally fell. Zhao Jinshu, smiling, passed the Jinzi to Wu Shueme and Wu Shuelian, who both performed surprisingly well, with one kicking it 20 times and the other 11. Zhao Jinshu clapped her hands in applause. "Well done. You kicked more than I did." Wu Shueme shyly smiled, "Andy, let Rui have a turn." Lu Rui eagerly exclaimed, "I want to try." She tossed the Jinzi into the air, raised her leg to kick, but as it fell, it landed on her foot and dropped to the ground. Stunned, Lu Rui wondered how it had fallen so easily when she could usually manage 2 kicks. Zhao Jinshu and the Wu sisters couldn't help but chuckle. Lu Rui turned to her sister Lu Danyang, asking, "Does 1 count?" Lu Danyang graciously picked up the Jinzi and said, "I'll count that as 1. Delighted, Lu Rui cheered. Lu Danyang called out, "Watch me kick and help me count." The children chorused, "Okay." Lu Kangyan, having married early, noted that Lu Danyang was already 13, and at this age, children tend to be quite skilled at Jinzi. Meanwhile, the brothers of the Lu family emerged from the tea room. Lu Kangyan teased Lu Jintai, "With so many sisters-in-law, why worry that your siblings have no one to play with?" Lu Jintai remained silent as they all strode onward. Upon reaching the living room, they found their wives present, except for Jintai's wife. Before Lu Jintai could speak, Lu Kangyan interjected, "Is it just you few?" Lu Yu nodded affirmatively. Just then, the joyful sounds of children counting filled the air, interspersed with Zhao Jinshu's voice. Lu Jintai stepped outside, followed closely by Lu Kangyan and Lin Yulan. Arriving at the courtyard entrance, Lu Jintai stood quietly, watching the carefree laughter of the mother and daughter, a smile gradually forming in his eyes. Lu Kangyan approached, following his gaze, and couldn't help but chuckle. "Your sister-in-law still possesses a childlike heart, able to frolic with a group of kids without a care." Lu Jintai muttered a few words before moving on. Lu Kangyan paused, puzzled by the implication. What did he mean by not having many thoughts? Chapter 40. Enlightenment. Whenever Annie hosted a gathering, she would invite the kitchen staff to assist in the preparation of the meals. Early in the morning, they would ready the ingredients, and soon after, the stews would be simmering and the stir-fries sizzling. All that was left was to place them on the stove. The 3 of them surveyed the kitchen. Finding no tasks that required their assistance, they lingered for a moment before stepping outside. Noticing the absence of people in the living room and hearing noises from outside, they followed suit. At this point, Lu Danyang had already accomplished 150 kicks. Auntie, observing their vibrant energy, expressed her delight. "Let us see if our Danyang can reach 200. Second aunt remarked, "You're not studying properly. All you do is play." "Second sister-in-law, you really are a downer," someone retorted. "When it's time for studying, one should study well. When it's time for play, one should play wholeheartedly." Ji Yuanrong disagreed. adding, one cannot solely focus on study and deny the joy of play. Second aunt dismissed this notion, saying, your daughter-in-law, Jintai, is leading the fun. With 2 children already, she hasn't even matured yet. Only your third sister-in-law has a good temperament, allowing her daughter-in-law to have her way. Ji Yuanrong countered, I think it's quite commendable. It's far better than being overly strict and causing constant turmoil. Annie beamed with approval. Exactly. Jintai's daughter-in-law has a wonderful disposition and raises her children well. Second sister-in-law, you need to adjust your mindset. One cannot remain entrenched in outdated beliefs. Second aunt fell silent, realizing the truth in her words. They had no mother-in-law. The eldest sister-in-law was like a mother to them. When they married, it was the eldest sister-in-law who managed everything. And later, when children came, she busied herself with finding caregivers, treating their children as her own. She was more nurturing than a mother-in-law. And they held her in deep respect, never daring to oppose her views. Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing exchanged glances, puzzled by the sudden shift in Annie's regard for Zhao Jinshu. They looked around, unable to discern any notable difference in Zhao Jinshu. As they pondered, Lu Danyang's shuttlecock fell amidst a chorus of exclamations. Unable to contain her admiration, Zhao Jinshu gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, 220. Truly impressive. I could never kick that many when I was young. No wonder she exudes such confidence. Danyang blushed at the praise, modestly responding, I'm just a bit better at kicking the shuttlecock. Having one skill is already remarkable, Zhao Jinshu replied. After all, no one excels at everything. Danyang mentioned, our class leader seems to know so many things. I'm baffled by how he finds the time to learn it all. Zhao Jinshu smiled and said, there will always be a few exceptional individuals. There is no need to feel disheartened. Just focus on being your best self. Lu Zhe and Lu Rui were also quite accomplished, yet they had encountered individuals even more exceptional in both academics and work. Thus, they must learn to adjust their mindset and concentrate on the present moment. Danyang stood beside her, looking hopeful, and asked, so even if I never outscore him in exams, I shouldn't feel too disheartened? Zhao Jinshu replied, have you asked yourself if you've truly given it your all? Lu Danyang nodded. While he studied a text once, she would read it twice. When he read it 3 times, she would do so 4 times. In every instance, her diligence and effort surpassed his. Yet she still struggled to match his examination scores, which left her feeling quite frustrated, especially since the elders at home believed she simply lacked effort. Zhao Jinshu smiled and remarked, as long as you strive to do your best, there's no need for despondency. You possess your own areas of expertise, don't you? The class monitor may not be as skilled at GNZ as you are. Upon seeing Lu Danyang shake her head, she continued, thus, it is possible that your class monitor excels in academics, while you perform quite well too, merely slightly behind. However, that is their forte. It is foolish to compare your average capabilities to someone else's exceptional talents. Just by utilizing your intelligence wisely and putting forth effort, you have already surpassed many. She had not anticipated that during her visit to her aunt's house, she would assume the role of a spiritual guide for the child. She genuinely liked this girl and, seeing her distress, felt compelled to share a few encouraging words. With her modest experience in child rearing, she believed that for a self-reliant and resilient child like Lu Danyang, encouragement and confidence would suffice. It was essential not to bluntly tell her, child, your IQ is not as high as theirs, no matter how hard you try. You won't exceed them. That would only serve to demoralize the child. Lu Danyang suddenly hugged her arm tightly, exclaiming, Aunt, your words differ greatly from my mother's. I find your reasoning quite sound. As long as I strive, even if I do not surpass the class monitor, I need not feel disheartened, for after all, academics are the class monitor's strongest suit. Lu Yu, who had been listening intently, could no longer contain herself and interjected, sister-in-law, by saying this. You might be giving her more reason not to aim for first place in the future. Lu Danyang's eyes reddened at the mention of first place. Why must it always be about coming in first? Zhao Jinshu was unaware of the pressure that was placed on children to achieve top scores. She had simply aimed to alleviate the child's distress with a few comforting words, not realizing it would displease the mother. She did not wish to interfere in the parenting of others, but she found it incomprehensible and quite disheartening to encounter parents who insisted on their children attaining first place. Lu Jintai turned to Lu Kangan and remarked, You often place last in your exams. Why should a father, who himself struggles academically, impose such expectations on his child? Lu Kangan replied, and their aunt chuckled, teasing, It seems Lu Yu was always first in her school days. Lu Danyang could not help but speak out. My mother insists on first place. Now she is a university student. How can she demand of me what she herself cannot achieve? Liu took a deep breath. I am not a university student, which is precisely why I wish to encourage you to become one. I only want what is best for you. Lu Danyang retorted. Is it true that one must be first to gain admission to university? Must we forego our happiness for such accolades? The aunt gently patted her head, saying, Then you should demand that she earn 1,000 yuan each month. If she fails to do so, you should also claim she is not trying hard enough. How can one insist that a child must come first? What an unreasonable expectation. Liu responded, 1,000 yuan a month? She can hardly even grasp that, let alone earn it. Zhao Jinshu felt she could continue to argue, but with her aunt voicing such sentiments, even as a mother, she could only concede. Uncle and aunt are the decision-makers of the entire Liu family. Even the grandmother must show them respect, let alone myself. Observing the child's reddened eyes and her recent rejection of me, juxtaposed with her dependence on Zhao Jinshu, I cannot help but feel a twinge of hurt. I ponder quietly whether my expectations have indeed been too stringent. Lu Jintai did not intervene. Instead, he approached Zhao Jinshu and inquired, Are you tired? Zhao Jinshu replied with a smile, Not really, it's just a means of exercising. Lu Jintai nodded and added, Shall we return and have some warm water? Zhao Jinshu responded affirmatively, and, Mother, please continue your conversation. We will take Lu Rue inside for some water. And smiled and said, Go ahead. The three then retreated indoors. Lu Qinggan followed them back, and upon reaching the courtyard, he could not help but chuckle wryly. You two truly have a knack for precision strikes. Zhao Jinshu blinked and remarked, I indeed spoke too much earlier. I meant well, trying to soothe the child during her distress, yet it seems I inadvertently displeased you both. After all, we are outsiders. Perhaps we overstepped our bounds. I shall remember this for the future. Lu Jintai frowned. What fault lies with you? It is they who fail in their parental duties. You are her aunt. When she faces difficulties, she should seek your guidance. If they fail to comprehend this and cast blame, then it is they who are misguided. Do not concern yourself with them. Lu Qinggan sighed. Please spare me. Were it not for our familial ties, my sister-in-law would not have spoken so freely. I understand your concern for the child. I know my sister-in-law means well. I apologize for her earlier remarks, which have indeed awakened me to the fact that we have been too demanding of the child. Lu Jintai regarded him coolly. Danyang is far superior to the two of you. Lu Qinggan conceded. Very well, you are the professor, your judgment surpasses mine. She is my daughter. And if she excels, I take delight in it. Chapter 41. Protecting Mother Aunt Wang Liqin, who had long been anticipated by Wang Meijing, arrived. It had been quite some time since the two had seen each other, yet Aunt did not greet her as warmly as Meijing had imagined. Instead, she offered a brief salutation before taking Zhao Jinshu's hand and introducing herself, as if they had endless topics to discuss, disregarding her niece entirely. This left Meijing feeling quite indignant, with her mother-in-law placing great importance on Zhao Jinshu and Aunt also regarding her with newfound admiration. Even her own aunt seemed to favor Zhao Jinshu. Was she truly that exceptional? Although Aunt Wang Liqin was engaged in conversation with Zhao Jinshu, she did not miss the fleeting look of displeasure on her niece's face. With a disdainful snort, she chose to ignore it. A few days prior, her sister-in-law, Ji Yuanrong, had returned to her family home and during casual conversation expressed dissatisfaction with Meijing, a sentiment that was unprecedented. Having been married into the Ji family for many years, she was familiar with her sister-in-law, who had always been forgiving towards her daughters-in-law and had never uttered a word of discontent in public, only praise. Yet, for the first time, Ji Yuanrong had spoken of her niece's recent behavior as quite outrageous, given that the matter concerned both families. The sister-in-law's comments indicated that the situation was serious, prompting her to inquire further. Upon doing so, she discovered that her sister-in-law had become estranged from her three sons. This, she understood, as they were now married with children of their own. Separation was not inherently problematic. However, upon hearing of her niece's conduct within her marital home, she felt a sense of embarrassment. After all, it was she who had facilitated her niece's marriage into the Liu family. Previously, her brother's wife from her maternal family had set her sights on Jintai. Upon hearing this, she immediately declined, firmly believing that certain pairs simply do not match. She felt her niece was not suited for Jintai, as they belonged to different worlds. Jintai had high standards and had turned down numerous marriage proposals, so it was unlikely he would consider her niece. This matter was known only to her and her brother's wife. The children were oblivious to it all. Her sister-in-law, undeterred by her refusal, remained intent on marrying her daughter into the Liu family and suggested the third son, Lu Hafeng. The third son was lively, and her niece's cheerful disposition matched well with him. Both had similar educational backgrounds, making them a suitable pair. After some contemplation, she decided to play matchmaker. However, she was taken aback to discover that her niece had been married to Lu Hufeng for many years, with children who had grown significantly. It was evident that her sister-in-law had long harbored grievances, as she sought her out to complain about her niece. This realization filled her with frustration. Over the years, she had never felt so humiliated in front of her sister-in-law, yet now, due to her niece, she found herself forced to smile and assure her sister-in-law that she would have a word with her niece, which earned her a somewhat favorable response. Wang Meijing felt uneasy. Her aunt's expression was off, and the coldness in her gaze left her bewildered. What was troubling her aunt? Meanwhile, in the Lu household, Wang Liqin was busy engaging with others, leaving no time to attend to her. Deep down, she contemplated returning to her maternal family to discuss the matter with her brother's wife, hoping she would discipline her daughter. The meal prepared by her aunt was lavish, catering to their large family, but thankfully, they were all relatives, or else the seating would have been inadequate. Lu Qinggan pulled Lu Jintai aside to drink. But since resuming work, Lu Jintai had hardly touched alcohol and was not keen on it. Lu Qinggan turned to Zhao Jinshu, sister-in-law, "Are you not allowing him to drink?" Zhao Jinshu looked up. "What makes you think that?" Lu Qinggan replied, "Then why isn't he drinking? If he is not, it means he doesn't want to." Zhao Jinshu shot him a glare. "Don't project your outdated notions onto me. I've never controlled his drinking, and besides, he is responsible enough to manage himself." When Lu Jintai had yet to return to work, they stayed at her maternal home, and occasionally her father would coax him into having a drink. An occurrence she never interfered with, and now, she certainly wouldn't concern herself with such matters. Lu Qinggan widened his eyes in disbelief. "Outdated notions? Me?" Lu Jintai chuckled. "If not you, then who?" Lu Qinggan turned to Lu Jintai. "Jintai, since your sister-in-law isn't managing you, why not have a couple of drinks?" Lu Jintai had no craving for alcohol, but on rare occasions when the mood struck, he might indulge in a small drink. However, he had no desire to join them. Fully aware that once seated at the table, it would lead to more than just a drink or two. Drinking could lead to trouble, and he would give himself the chance to overindulge. Lu Qinggan, feeling helpless, turned to Zhao Jinshu, "Sister-in-law, please persuade him." Lu Jintai smiled at Zhao Jinshu, who responded, "Persuade him to do what? If he wants to drink, let him. If not, then let him be. He should do as he pleases." Their aunt chimed in. "If Jintai isn't drinking, don't urge him. With so many people to drink with, wouldn't you rather enjoy yourself?" Lu Qinggan genuinely wished to drink with Jintai, but his reluctance thwarted his intentions. With his aunt's words echoing, he had no choice but to concede. After dinner, the dining table was left in disarray. But the group swiftly began to tidy up, and often took a nap in the afternoon, and the children, too boisterous to allow her any rest, left the house immaculate before departing. A large gathering of people, with time on their hands, deliberated a trip to the department store to purchase new clothes for the upcoming new year. Lu Xingyu felt rather disheartened. She had spotted a lovely coat, yet her pockets were empty. Lu Yu chuckled and teased, "With so many brothers around, why not let them buy it for you?" Lu Jing'an patted her own pockets, realizing she, too, lacked funds. Could she possibly ask her married brothers and sisters-in-law for a new outfit? With this thought, she cast an expectant glance at Lu Yu, who averted her gaze. After all these years, how much had they contributed to their younger sister-in-law? Did she still expect to receive new clothing? How naive. Lin Yulan found this suggestion rather presumptuous. The sister-in-law was employed, yet she contributed nothing to the household finances and lived off them. How could she shamelessly ask her married brothers for clothes? Wang Meijing also felt discontented. The family's finances were barely sufficient for her own needs, let alone to buy clothes for the sister-in-law. Ironically, Lu Xingyao found Lu Yu's words quite reasonable and looked expectantly at her three brothers. Lu Hufeng, with his hands in his pockets and the scent of alcohol on his breath, replied, "Don't count on me. I'm hoping for some money myself." Lu Xingyao then turned her attention to Lu Jiaming, who shrugged, "I'm broke too. We have to be frugal just to buy meat for the family. How could I afford to buy clothes for my sister? Besides, I haven't bought new pants in years. Even if I had money, I'd deprioritize myself first." Disappointed, Lu Xingyu glanced at Lu Jintai, who shot her a look. "Don't you have clothes?" Just as she was about to respond, Lin Yulan interjected. "Xingyao has plenty of clothes. She gets new ones every year. I recall she has 2 or 3 coats already." Unwilling to spend money on her sister-in-law, she naturally did not wish for the other 2 families to do so either, as that would reflect poorly on her. Wang Meijing concurred. As long as she has clothes to wear, there is no need to buy new ones every year. Lu Xingyu glared at her, third sister-in-law. Don't you often buy clothes? Wang Meijing thought to herself, that's my own money. I'll buy what I want. Lu Jintai remarked coolly, if you have clothes, why buy more? Lu Xingyao fell silent. Zhao Jinshu, walking nearby, remained quiet. Lu Zhe, walking beside his father, chimed in, my mom only has one bought cotton coat. That money should be used to buy her clothes. He had heard his third aunt mention that one should first respect clothing before respecting people. If one dressed poorly, they would be looked down upon. Both his aunt and third aunt loved buying clothes. They had plenty. And his mother needed many as well. She couldn't be made to feel inferior. Lu Qinggan chuckled. You're so young and already looking out for your mom? Lu Zhe shot him a glance, remaining silent. He was well aware that when they first arrived at Grandma's house and Dad wasn't home, they often bullied his mother. So of course he had to protect her. Lu Jintai ruffled his son's hair. We'll get something for your mom shortly. If even the son thought his mother lacked clothes, then perhaps it truly was a failing on his part. Lu Xingyu envied. Didn't we just buy a down jacket a few days ago? Now we have to buy again? Lu Zhe shot her a look. Silly aunt. She only has one cotton coat. What if it gets dirty? Lu Xingyu laughed in exasperation. You mischievous little rascal. How impudent. Lu Zhe, undeterred, replied. Who told you to bully my mother? Lu Xingyu retorted. When did I ever bully your mother? With a scoff, Lu Zhe declared. You have so many clothes and still want to buy more, while mom only has one cotton jacket. You say that's excessive? That's bullying my mother. How could she purchase countless garments herself yet deem it excessive for her mother to acquire just one? Lu Xingyu, flustered and annoyed, shot back. You little brat. At such a tender age, you have more schemes than a hornet's nest. Lu Jingyan, filled with envy, remarked, that little rascal is commendable. He knows how to care for his mother, which justifies my decision to have a son. Lu Xingyu interjected, who are you talking to? Chapter 42. The restaurant's business flourishes. Lu Qinggan also felt envious, as his own son was only preoccupied with food, fun, and games, never once considering the well-being of his parents. The child from the Jintai family was extraordinary. At such a young age, he could protect his mother, promising a bright future. He turned to Jintai, unable to suppress his curiosity. How do you educate your children? Lu Jingyan also looked at Lu Jintai with intrigue. If her next child were a son, she aspired to raise him to be as well-behaved and considerate as Lu Zhe. Lu Jintai replied, I have not specifically taught him that. I usually focus on educating my children in reading and writing. Lu Qinggan remarked. Lu chuckled. Jintai, you're quite secretive about it. Aren't you? Zhao Jinshu glanced at them. I didn't mean to say too much. I just didn't want to upset you. Whether or not I taught him is irrelevant. After all, children are not all the same. Different personalities lead to different approaches. Lu felt a pinch, recalling events prior to the meal. How petty. Yet, she had to admit that Zhao Jinshu had raised her two children well. With a helpless expression, Lu Qinggan pleaded, sister-in-law, let us not dwell on the past. Zhao Jinshu smiled and fell silent. As they progressed partway, Lu Qinggan suddenly suggested, Guqingya's restaurant is located right behind the department store. Shall we go take a look? Lu Hufeng perked up. Let us check it out. However, Wang Meijing expressed disinterest. You all go ahead. We'll head to the department store. Lu Hufeng looked at her. If you're not buying anything, what is the point of browsing? Our household is on the verge of financial strain, yet you're thinking of shopping? Wang Meijing turned away, ignoring him. Just because I'm not buying doesn't mean I can't look. Lin Yulan and Lu Yu, however, were quite eager to see what the restaurant was like. Lu Jintai turned to Zhao Jinshu. Where shall we go first? Zhao Jinshu pondered. How about we visit the restaurant first? I'm curious how the business is faring after the menu improvements, and it's a good opportunity to gather some insights. Lu Jiming suggested. Let us first familiarize ourselves with Guqingya's restaurant before heading to the department store. Thus, it was settled, and the group redirected their path towards Guqingya's restaurant. Upon arriving at the restaurant's entrance, they paused. Lu Qinggan peeked inside. The business seems quite good. Even at over 2 o'clock, the restaurant was bustling with patrons, with not a single table unoccupied, a testament to its thriving business. Lu Mining was at the front desk handling accounts, and upon spotting them at the door, she smiled and waved, beckoning them to enter. Zhao Jinshu waved back. Glancing at Lu Jintai, it seems quite busy. Should we perhaps refrain from entering? Lu Hufeng gazed in admiration, remarking that while it had been said that Guqingya had profited from opening a restaurant, he had yet to witness it for himself. Now, observing the bustling establishment filled to capacity, it was hard to believe otherwise. Lu Qinggan, filled with envy, nudged Lu Jintai. saying, "Earlier this morning, I mentioned wanting to resign to pursue business, but you all deemed it unwise. Just look at this thriving scene. Surely it must yield more than our arduous monthly earnings." The others, however, voiced their disapproval. Lu Jiaming cautioned, "Your position still holds potential for advancement. Resigning would be a regrettable choice." Lu Hafeng concurred, adding that re-entering the tax department after resigning would be quite challenging, urging him to consider carefully. What remained unspoken was the fact that within his second uncle's household, there were only 2 children, Jing'an and Kang'an, with Jing'an solely focused on having a son and showing no inclination towards a career. Should Lu Kang'an also choose to leave for business, it would mean their family would lack representation in the government, effectively severing their lineage, which posed a significant concern. It would not do to rely on that Wu Jianhua in the future, whom he held little faith in, irrespective of the context. Lu Kang'an turned to Lu Jintai, asking for his opinion. Lu Jintai succinctly replied, "Exercise caution." Lu Jiaming added, "Ultimately, the decision rests with you. We can only offer suggestions. Even with mere cousins, one cannot entirely relinquish authority." Lu Kang'an fell silent, deep in contemplation. Upon noticing their arrival, Gu Qingye emerged from the kitchen, greeting them with a hearty laugh. Come, let us talk inside." He then directed his attention to Zhao Jinshu, "Sister-in-law, you must come in and take a look. Our thriving business is largely due to your influence." The group was puzzled, wondering how Zhao Jinshu was involved. Lu Kang'an remained still, protesting, "There is no room to stand inside. What is the point?" Gu Qingye reassured him, "Fear not. There is a courtyard within that can accommodate you." When Lu Zhe and Lu Rue spotted him, they rushed over, sweetly calling him uncle. The other children, seeing this, joined in the chorus. Gu Qingye greeted them with a smile. Zhao Jinshu remarked, "We merely came to observe how the business is faring. It looks splendid. So we shall refrain from entering." Gu Qingye's smile deepened. "Sister-in-law, this success is indeed your achievement. Our business has been flourishing day by day." Lu Kang'an expressed his surprise. "How can it be attributed to my sister-in-law?" Lu Xingyao chimed in loudly, I know. To which Lu Hafeng inquired, "What do you know?" Lu Xingyu replied with a grin, "I know that sister-in-law modified the recipe for Qingye's restaurant, and perhaps that is why their business has improved. Sister-in-law is now a technical staff member at Qingye's restaurant and earns a salary, hence Qingye credits the success to her." Gu Qingye nodded in agreement. "Indeed. The improvements made by sister-in-law have significantly enhanced our business. Although it had been doing well previously, it had not reached this level of fervor, especially today being the weekend. With guests arriving in waves, many drawn by word of mouth about the delicious food. The group looked at Zhao Jinshu in astonishment, and Lu Kang'an exclaimed, "Sister-in-law possesses such talent." Zhao Jinshu smiled softly but remained silent. Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing found themselves in a rather intricate emotional state. They were taken aback by Zhao Jinshu's silent resolve to secure a job for herself. Although this position may lack prestige and did not require her to be present daily, the mere fact that she revitalized the restaurant with a few modified recipes demonstrated her remarkable talent. Reflecting on Zhao Jinshu's father, who was presumably a chef, Lin Yulan felt a sense of understanding. With a sigh, she recalled how Zhao Jinshu's attitude towards her mother-in-law had shifted when she purchased shoes for her, and today, even her aunt had expressed admiration for Zhao Jinshu. Now that she had a job and a source of income, it seemed she had firmly established herself within the Lu family. Wang Meijing, however, could not shake off the chill in her current relationship with Zhao Jinshu. Feeling disheartened at the prospect of witnessing her success throughout the day, this thought dampened her enthusiasm to engage in conversation. Meanwhile, Lu Jiaming and Lu Hafeng sensed that their brother was thriving, and when they compared themselves to him, they felt somewhat inadequate. Lu Kang'an, with a smile, looked at Lu Jintai and asked when they might be invited over for a meal to sample his sister-in-law's culinary skills. Lu Jing'an also gazed at Lu Jintai with anticipation. "There is no need to come to my home," Lu Jintai replied, gesturing towards the restaurant. "Everything you desire is available inside, and you are welcome to come anytime." Lu Kang'an shook his head, teasing, "You are rather stingy." Yet, Lu Jintai remained unfazed. Lu Yu, standing nearby, interjected with a hint of sarcasm. "Lu Jintai simply doesn't want his sister-in-law to tire herself out. Do you think cooking a meal is effortless? He understands the need to care for his wife. Unlike some others. Brother, many of the recipes in our restaurant have been enhanced by my sister-in-law. If you wish to savor her culinary talents, you can do so right here without troubling her," Gu Qingye remarked casually, promoting his own establishment without the slightest hint of embarrassment. "You're quite the businessman," Lu Kang'an remarked. Gu Qingye replied succinctly, "How else would one earn a living?" Lu Qinggan mused. I now feel that I am not cut out for business. My skin isn't thick enough. Lu Jintai shot him a bemused glance. Your self-awareness is rather lacking. What do you mean? Lu Qinggan inquired, eyes wide. Lu Xingyao chimed in with a smile. My second brother says you actually have quite a thick skin. That's nonsense, Lu Qinggan retorted, prompting laughter from the group. Chapter 43. Anger is harmful. Gu Qingya was exceptionally busy and, after exchanging a few words with them, was summoned back by Lu Minying. The group decided not to linger and promptly headed towards the department store. With around 20 adults and children, their entrance was rather grand. Upon entering the store, a cacophony of opinions erupted. Lu Qinggan and his companions were keen on exploring men's clothing, while Wang Meijing and several other women naturally gravitated towards women's apparel, leading to a division in their pursuits. Wang Meijing took her daughter by the hand, calling Liu to join, and they departed together. Lu Jingyan hurried after them with his two daughters in tow. Lu Xingyao, glancing around, decided to follow along. Zhao Jinshu paid no mind to them. Leisurely holding her daughter in one hand and her son in the other, meandering through the aisles. Lu Jintai trailed behind, carrying two scarves for the children. As the year drew to a close, the department store showcased a plethora of new merchandise, which piqued Zhao Jinshu's interest. Having already purchased a down jacket and an overcoat this year, she now indulged in a more relaxed shopping experience, acquiring pieces she favored as she encountered them, with the assurance that she could always return for items that did not catch her fancy at the moment. Lu Rui and Lu Zhe gazed with wide, round eyes, scanning their surroundings. As they strolled, they suddenly noticed a commotion ahead. Lu Zhe inquired, Mom, what are they doing? Zhao Jinshu observed for a moment and concluded, they are lining up to buy clothes. Lu Zhe's eyes widened in disbelief. Do people really queue to buy clothes? Zhao Jinshu replied, down jackets are quite popular. With many buyers, a line is necessary. As some individuals gradually acquire wealth and are no longer struggling for basic necessities, they wish to enhance their appearances. At this time, down jackets have just hit the market. With limited supply, they are favored over bulky cotton-padded coats and military overcoats, as down jackets are lightweight yet warm. Even at 500 yuan apiece, they attract considerable attention, hence the long queue. They recalled that during their last visit to the overseas Chinese store, the crowd had not been this large. Lu Zhe tugged at his mother's hand. Shall we join the queue? Didn't you want to buy a down jacket? At that moment, Lu Jintai approached. Shall we go take a look? Zhao Jinshu nodded. Let us first check the styles. As they moved closer, Zhao Jinshu glanced at the colors and designs, either bright red or deep black, with one pure blue option, all short styles that did not appeal to her. She preferred the long version she was wearing, which covered her legs and kept her warm without needing to wear cotton pants. She had grown accustomed to it, finding it convenient even when playing shuttlecock, as she could easily roll up the bottom half. From a distance, Lin Yulan spotted their family and called out with a smile. Sister-in-law, are you here to buy a down jacket as well? Zhao Jinshu replied, you go ahead, we'll step out for now. It was the weekend, and the department store was packed. She had lost interest in browsing amidst the throngs of people. Perhaps we should return when it's less crowded, she suggested. Lu Jintai observed her and asked, not a fan? Too many people? He nodded. Shall we come back another time? Without further ado, he lifted Lu Rui and headed towards the exit. Jintai, you're also at the department store? Upon hearing the voice, Lu Jintai looked up and nodded, preparing to leave. Lu Qingyao halted him, saying, I need to talk to you about something. Lu Jintai's expression remained neutral. I'm busy right now. Lu Qingyao felt a pang of disappointment. He was always too busy. When would he have time? Realizing this, she turned to Zhao Jinshu, smiling, Comrade Zhao, I truly have something to discuss with Jintai. May I speak with him? Lu Jintai's demeanor grew stern. I've already declined. Zhao Jinshu cast a fleeting glance at her, chuckling lightly. Lu Jintai is an adult. He has a voice, not a mute. If you wish to speak with him, seek him out directly. Why ask me? Lu Qingyao found herself speechless, pondering that if seeking Jintai were effective, she wouldn't need to consult Zhao. She hadn't anticipated that this countryside woman would engage in such tactics. Isn't Jintai your man? Did you err in seeking him? Frustration welled up within her. She had been so close to Lu Jintai in their childhood, yet now, trying to reach him for a matter, she found him elusive. Meanwhile, Lu Qingyao's mother looked towards Zhao Jinshu, asking, Are you Jintai's wife? Zhao Jinshu replied, I am. Lu Qingyao's mother examined her and smiled. Our Qingyao has known Jintai since childhood. They are friends. As women, when we step outside, we must conduct ourselves with grace. Otherwise, it may reflect poorly on the men accompanying us. Wouldn't you agree? Lu Jintai's countenance was icy, his voice stern. "Aunt, you have overstepped your bounds." Lu Qingya's mother's expression darkened, about to retort, when Zhao Jinshu interjected, "My apologies, but as a country person, I speak my mind without reservation. Those with ill intentions tend to avoid me upon realizing my character. If it bothers you, perhaps you should also keep your distance next time. For clarity in matters can be elusive, and I would not wish to inadvertently offend you." With that, she disregarded Lu Jintai and took her son's hand, departing. Lu Jintai followed with his daughter in tow. Lu Qingya and her mother stood in stunned silence, contemplating the audacity of that woman. Lu Qingya's mother scoffed, "A woman too brazen is bound to face consequences sooner or later." Lu Qingya, with a cold demeanor, replied, "Only Aunt Ji has the patience for her. Would any other mother-in-law tolerate such behavior?" Lu Qingya's mother pondered, "It has been a while since we last contacted Aunt Ji. With the new year approaching, you, as the younger generation, ought to pay her a visit. Relationships are nurtured over time. Even the strongest bonds may grow faint without communication." Lu Qingya smiled, indeed. As the mother and daughter entered the department store, they unexpectedly encountered Lu Qinggan and his companions. Lu Qingya approached with a smile. "Have you all come together to shop at the department store?" "I just ran into Jintai." Lu Qinggan greeted them warmly. "Where did you see them?" Lu Qingya replied cheerfully, "At the entrance. They have since left." Lu Qinggan expressed surprise. "Did they finish their shopping so quickly?" Lu Qingya adjusted her hair. "It seems they carried nothing. They likely didn't purchase anything. Zhao is quite frugal. The prices here are steep, so she probably hesitated to spend." She continued her monologue, oblivious to the peculiar expressions on Lu Jiaming's face. Lu Qinggan chuckled awkwardly, suggesting they should browse for clothes instead, as he felt ill at ease engaging in conversation. They exchanged a few more words before parting ways. Meanwhile, Lu Jintai caught up with Zhao Jinshu, silently walking beside her. Once they reached a secluded spot, he gently inquired, "Are you upset?" Zhao Jinshu paused. "I detest when people ask if I am angry. Can one not be allowed to feel anger when provoked?" "Of course, I was truly angry earlier. When faced with provocation, it suffices to retaliate. There is no reason to dwell on it. Anger only depletes one's spirit, having been given a second chance at life. What is there to be troubled by?" The simplistic thoughts of Lu Qingya and her mother hardly warrant my attention. In my previous life, Lu Qingya waited her entire life, only to see Lu Jintai become a grandfather without ever receiving his divorce to marry her. In this life, that possibility is even more remote. No one understands better than I how much Lu Jintai values his two children. For their sake alone, he would never consider divorce. Lu Jintai remarked. Lu Ziyuan, with his round eyes, glanced between his silent father and carefree mother, suddenly feeling a twinge of sympathy for his father. He couldn't help but ask his mother, "So, are you angry or not?" Zhao Jinshu patted his head, maintaining her composure for her son's sake. "Why would I be angry? Let me tell you. Anger only brings sorrow and suffering upon oneself, while giving satisfaction to one's adversaries. Therefore, one must never succumb to anger, understood?" Lu Rui nestled in her father's embrace, whispering, "Don't be angry." Zhao Jinshu cast a gentle glance in her direction, affirming, "Indeed, do not be angry." Lu Zhe nodded, albeit with a lingering confusion in his heart. If mother was not upset, why did father appear more taciturn? Unable to fathom this enigma, he chose to let it be. Observing his father's tranquility, he declared, "Dad, I do not like those two people from earlier." Lu Rui nodded in agreement. "I don't like them either." It was then that Lu Jintai spoke up. "If you dislike them, then that is that." Zhao Jinshu smiled softly, choosing not to comment further. Lu Jintai noticed the lingering smile on her face and quietly remarked, "You are smiling?" Zhao Jinshu rolled her eyes, retorting, "Am I not allowed to smile?" One moment, he concerns himself with her anger, the next with her laughter. How broad his scope of care. Had he been so controlling in the previous life? Lu Jintai regarded her with a faint smile and replied, "You may." Lu Zhe glanced between his parents, finally feeling a sense of relief. Mother was not angry, and father was no longer silent. They seemed to have returned to normalcy, indicating there would be no quarrel. Thus, he proposed, "Mother, aren't there other shopping malls? Shall we see if they are crowded?" Zhao Jinshu responded, "Then let us go." Lu Jintai added, "Let us proceed." Chapter 44. Writing a letter, the family visited the overseas Chinese store. As anticipated, it was not overly crowded. Since they were there to purchase down jackets, they headed directly to the section selling them. The styles were the same as those they had viewed previously. Having bought a black one last time, they could hardly choose black again. Red was also off the table, leaving only blue and pink. In a moment of indecision, Luce pointed to the pink down jacket, exclaiming, "Mom, this one looks great. Let us buy this." Zhao Jinshu hesitated. She had never purchased such a pastel garment before. She pondered aloud. Is the color perhaps too juvenile? Luce shook his head, affirming, "It looks good." Zhao Jinshu turned to Lu Rue, asking, "Do you think it looks good?" Lu Rue nodded eagerly. "It looks good." Zhao Jinshu reconsidered the pink jacket. After all, she was not yet 26. Still young enough to wear pink. What could possibly be wrong with that? Moreover, both her son and daughter declared it beautiful, so it surely must be. Lu Jintai approached from behind her. "Why not ask me?" Zhao Jinshu glanced at him, contemplating whether to voice that his opinion was of little consequence. Yet recognizing that the money was earned by him, she inquired, "Is pink acceptable?" If he were to object, he could relay his disapproval to their daughter and son, as they had chosen this color. Understanding her implication, Lu Jintai, with perceptive tact, replied, "It is acceptable." Zhao Jinshu smiled, addressing the store clerk. "I would like to try on this pink one." The clerk retrieved the pink down jacket and handed it to her. Smiling as she noted Zhao Jinshu's current black jacket, "That one is also from our store, I presume?" Zhao Jinshu nodded, promptly removing the black jacket to try on the pink one. "I believe the clerk from last time was not you," she remarked. The clerk replied, "We rotate shifts. With your fair complexion and tall stature, you can certainly pull off pink." Zhao Jinshu zipped up the jacket and approached the mirror. Upon seeing her reflection, she was momentarily taken aback. The rosy attire accentuated her porcelain-like skin, rendering her complexion even more radiant and youthful. She blinked, wondering if this truly was herself. The shop assistant marveled, "You look stunning." Having served as a shop assistant for quite some time, she had encountered many beautiful women. Yet none possessed the effortless grace and beauty of this one. Lu Rie dashed over, exclaiming, "Mom, you look so beautiful." Lu Zhe nudged his father, asking, "Dad, don't you think Mom is lovely?" Lu Jintai patted him, saying, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Lu Zhe chuckled, "My mom is the most beautiful mom in the world." Zhao Jinshu smiled and inquired, "What do you think?" "I'm quite pleased with myself." To her surprise, she felt that pink suited her rather well. Perhaps this life could hold more opportunities for experimentation. Lu Jintai raised his gaze, his eyes resting on the smile gracing her cheeks. He composed himself and remarked, "Indeed, quite nice." Zhao Jinshu replied, "Then let us buy it." 2 down jackets would suffice for alternating wear, which seemed quite satisfactory. Lu Zhe nudged his father once more, insisting, "Dad, you should buy one too." Recently, he had sensed that their family was more affluent than that of his uncle and third uncle. His father was adept at making money, and his mother also contributed by helping Uncle Gu with the restaurant's menu, thus earning a salary. Therefore, their household was not lacking in funds. Since they had new clothes, he felt sorry for his father who had none. Lu Jintai replied, "Dad, one tea buy." Lu Rue chimed in, Buy. Zhao Jinshu chuckled, "Your father and I are clearly at your mercy." Lu Zhe questioned, "Why one tea, Dad, buy?" Zhao Jinshu turned to Lu Jintai. "Since both son and daughter want you to buy, why not indulge them?" Lu Jintai looked at her. "You're in favor of this too?" Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Jinshu replied, "Of course, let us buy." Since the children were concerned for their father, she felt compelled to cooperate. Not wishing to dampen their spirits, Lu Jintai asked, "You choose?" It was a trivial matter. Zhao Jinshu nodded, "All right." The men's down jackets were easy to choose. Available in only 2 styles and 2 colors, black and gray. Lu Jintai preferred black, so naturally, he chose that. Once selected, he handed the jacket to her, removing his coat and passing it into her hands. Zhao Jinshu received the coat, draping it over her arm. Lu Jintai leisurely donned the down jacket, and then turned to Zhao Jinshu, asking gently, "What do you think?" Zhao Jinshu took a moment to appraise him. But before she could respond, the 2 little actors began their performance. "Dad looks good. Dad looks better than movie stars. Dad is the best-looking dad in the world." Lu Jintai, finding himself at a loss for words, suppressed a laugh. Remembering his earlier compliment about her outfit, she returned the favor, saying, "You look good." Lu Jintai glanced at her. "If you say it's good, then it is." Everything was satisfactory, and they proceeded to pay before leaving, neglecting to buy anything for the 2 children. After all, they were still young, often clad in the cotton jackets and pants made by their grandmother, which, though cumbersome, provided better warmth. The couple then took their children to buy some groceries, treating them to snacks and fruits before returning home. Lu Rue, who napped every day, fell asleep halfway home, being carried by her father all the way, to shield her from the cold. He took out the down jackets they had bought and covered her to block the wind. Upon arriving home, the couple each took turns carrying her and helped her out of her clothes. Today was filled with activity, and the child was likely exhausted. Despite the commotion, she remained asleep, so I gently placed her in her small bed, and everyone resumed their tasks. Zhao Jinshu returned to write a letter to her parents, while Lu Zhe hurried to her room, opened the drawer of her desk, and took out a notebook, leaning over the table to read. Having been reborn, Zhao Jinshu yearned to visit her family, yet with Lu Zhe still attending school and the new year approaching, she knew that returning home now would only result in scolding from her parents. It would be wiser to wait until after the holidays, when Lu Zhe was not yet back in school, to make the trip. In her previous life, when she wrote to her family, she only shared good news, carefully avoiding any mention of her struggles, despite her discomfort with life in the city and the disdain of those around her. This time, however, she chose to express herself sincerely, detailing how they had started a fire, how she had begun earning money, how the entire family had acquired new clothes, and how her in-laws treated her well and cherished the children, even spending money to buy them clothes. Every little detail, without a hint of concealment, was laid bare on the page. The most significant difference between this life and her last was her altered mindset and approach to handling matters, which in turn changed how her relatives perceived her. Most gratifying and pride-inducing was the transformation in her children. They were more vivacious and confident than in her previous life, which filled her with joy. As she filled several pages with her letters, she found it curious that, despite having seen her parents before her rebirth, she had so much to say. As she gazed at the carefully crafted words, it dawned on her that this was not merely a conversation with her parents, but rather a form of compensation for her previous life. In her last existence, she had concealed everything about her life in the city from her parents, fearing their worry and hesitating to share even the slightest detail of her circumstances. This time was different. She could communicate freely with her parents and siblings, assuring them that she was thriving and that they need not worry. She was no longer the ineffectual person she once was. Zhao Jinshu turned to Lu Zhe. Would you like to write a few words to your grandparents? Lu Zhe eagerly looked over. Yes, I want to tell grandfather and grandmother, as well as uncle and aunt, that I am very happy here. Grandfather and grandmother dote on us, and we even visited the zoo where I saw many adorable animals. I also enjoyed a variety of delicious food, although waking up in the morning can be a bit bothersome. If only school could start a little later. Zhao Jinshu replied, All right, let us leave that part out. Just say you're very happy. We can't let the world know about your penchant for sleeping in. Lu Zhe chuckled awkwardly. I spoke too quickly. I mustn't let grandfather and grandmother know about my love for sleeping in, or uncle will tease me again. Zhao Jinshu asked, Would you like to write it yourself, or shall I assist you? Lu Zhe insisted, I will write it myself. Just tell me the words I don't know. Very well, Zhao Jinshu agreed, handing him the pen. Lu Zhe took the pen and began to write diligently. Meanwhile, Zhao Jinshu headed to the kitchen to prepare the porridge for dinner. Afterward, she checked on Lu Rui, who was still asleep, clearly worn out from the day's activities. However, she gently roused her, knowing that if she didn't tea, the child would struggle to sleep later. Lu Rui, still half asleep, remained silent as her mother dressed her. It was not until a warm cloth was placed over her face that she fully awakened. Mama, Lu Rui called out. After washing her face, Zhao Jinshu gently patted her little head and said, Let us go play. With a soft "oh," Lu Rui hopped down and went to find her brother. Her brother, Lu Zhe, was in their parents' room writing a letter. Zhao Jinshu followed him inside. In the room, Lu Zhe had already finished his letter, and the pages now lay in Lu Jintai's hands. Noticing the mother and daughter enter, he remarked slowly, Not a single word about me in these pages. Zhao Jinshu paused. Surprised that he had not been mentioned, she hadn't noticed. Chapter 45, Mundane Life. Zhao Jinshu took the letter and quickly glanced over it. She knew well what she had written. The pages contained a wealth of details. While discussing the separation of households, she emphasized the open-mindedness of her parents-in-law. She also mentioned the new washing machine they had purchased, alleviating the worry of freezing hands while doing laundry in winter. Regarding the children, she noted their growing closeness to their grandparents, mentioning that Lu Rui had accompanied them to a wedding where her great-aunt had bought her a dress. She wrote about their gradual adaptation to city life, enjoying good food, warm clothing, and excelling in their studies. Lu Rui had even begun to recognize characters. And apart from missing her grandmother's steamed buns, she was thriving. When writing about herself, she specifically mentioned her newfound income and harmonious relations with her in-laws, detailing her fulfilling daily routine of reading, knitting, caring for the children, and cooking. She chose not to mention her plans for writing fairy tales, as they were still uncertain. She also recorded her visit to her aunt, sharing stories of her uncle and aunt's past as soldiers, highlighting their heroic deeds, and noting how much her aunt adored the two children. Finally, she mentioned Lu Rue transitioning to her own bed, grateful that her parents had the foresight to provide ample warm quilts for their granddaughter. Upon reflection, Zhao Jinshu realized that Lu Jintai was indeed part of all these events. While writing, she had focused on the information she wished to convey to her parents, her harmonious relationship with her in-laws, her income, the children's good behavior, and so forth. By sharing these details, she aimed to reassure her parents that they were living well, inadvertently neglecting to mention Lu Jintai. Clearing her throat, she turned to him and asked, "Are you going to write something to your in-laws?" Lu Jintai cast a brief glance at her, then methodically opened the drawer and retrieved several sheets of paper, presenting them to Zhao Jinshu. Looking at the densely scribbled pages, she inquired, "What is this?" "This is a letter I wrote to my parents." "You wrote to them too? What do you think?" Lu Jintai replied, "If I don't write and you don't mention me, they might misunderstand." Zhao Jinshu took the pages, curious. "May I see?" Lu Jintai replied calmly, "Just look at what I've written." As she slowly seated herself in a chair and began to read, she found herself questioning her own life choices. At the outset, Lu Jintai expressed his apologies to his parents, explaining that due to his demanding work commitments, he was unable to bring his wife and child back home. He assured them that he would visit once his workload eased. The subsequent events detailed in his letter overlapped with his previous writings. Yet the manner of expression was markedly different. For instance, when it came to Lu Rue sleeping in a separate bed, he presented it as if it were a decision made in consultation with Jinshu, despite having acted unilaterally. Similarly, regarding the purchase of clothing, it was evident that it was his son and daughter who urged him to make the purchase, yet he claimed that Jinshu suggested he buy a new outfit, selecting a black one that he favored. In the conclusion of his letter, he summarized the harmony between him and Jinshu, expressing profound gratitude to his parents for marrying such a lovely daughter to him. Zhao Jinshu found it difficult to articulate her thoughts, questioning whether this truly depicted Jinshu. Unable to find the right words, she finally remarked, "You must have excelled in writing during your studies." However, Lu Jintai responded, "My teachers expressed that my compositions lacked soul." Zhao Jinshu was incredulous, yet this letter possesses soul. Observing her expression, Lu Jintai discerned her sarcasm and inquired, "What is amiss?" Zhao Jinshu denied any issues, stating, "There is nothing wrong." They agreed that it was best to maintain this narrative, as portraying discord between the couple and disharmony within the family would deviate from reality and cause concern for her parents, who might then feel compelled to visit during the festive season. Lu Jintai's approach was commendable, at least his parents would read it and be delighted. This also compensated for the shortcomings in her own letter, which had omitted any mention of Lu Jintai, potentially raising her parents' suspicions. After glancing once more, she found no fault and declared, "So be it." Lu Jintai's eyes sparkled with amusement, and he chose not to further pursue why she had not included him in her letter. Some matters are best left unspoken and understood. As they exited the courtyard, just as Lu Jintai intended to bring in the clothes he had hung out to dry that morning, the large gate swung open. A group of shoppers returned from the department store. Zhao Jinshu looked up to see only Lu Jiaming carrying a bag, while the others returned empty-handed. Lu Xingyao approached her, asking, "Sister-in-law, what did you buy to return so early?" Zhao Jinshu gathered the clothes from the line and replied, "The department store was too crowded. We went to the overseas Chinese shop instead." Lu Xingyu remarked, "How extravagant. Did you buy any clothes?" Zhao Jinshu nodded affirmatively. Envy flickered in Lu Xingyao's eyes as she added, "Sister-in-law, I have my eye on a wool coat." Zhao Jinshu regarded her in silence. Lu Xingyao, aware that requesting her brother and sister-in-law to buy her clothes was futile, having already tried that in the afternoon, instead asked, "Could you lend me some money?" Zhao Jinshu looked at her, questioning, "Money for clothes?" Lu Xingyao chuckled, attempting to charm her, "Sister-in-law, my monthly salary is just over 60 yuan. If you lend me 200 yuan, I can repay you in a few months." While there were cheaper coats available, she was not interested in those. She preferred to buy something of quality that would make a statement. Zhao Jinshu smiled slightly, "It's not impossible." Lu Xingyu brightened, but Zhao Jinshu shifted her tone. "But why should I lend it to you?" The joy on Lu Xingyao's face vanished. This was not a fair game. Zhao Jinshu continued, "I can lend you the money, but with conditions." Lu Xingyao initially felt disheartened, but then a flicker of joy emerged. However, as she sought assistance, she suppressed her temper. "Second sister-in-law, please state your terms swiftly. I am not averse to conditions, provided they are not too arduous. Zhao Jinshu replied, wait a moment, before retreating into the house. When Lin Yulan and others returned, they settled into chairs, basking in the sunlight to rest. After their extensive outing, they felt more fatigued than after a day at work. Especially upon spotting clothes they desired, yet were dismayed by the prices. Over the years, their primary household had indeed amassed considerable savings. Yet it was all painstakingly saved by her, making her reluctant to spend even a penny. If it weren't for Lu Jiaming's incessant demands, she would have refrained from purchasing those trousers altogether. As she reflected, she touched her cozy cotton sweater, appreciating its warmth and wind resistance. Yet, she could not help but envy Zhao Jinshu's down jacket. Such jackets were not affordable for everyone. A few hundred yuan was an amount that most would hesitate to part with. She herself was unwilling to spend that much. Even after Lu Yu had stood in line for half a day only to walk away empty-handed. Only Lu Qingya, who had received some funds from her ex-husband during their divorce, indulged in self-adornment without concern for the cost, promptly purchasing a jacket upon arrival. Zhao Jinshu soon emerged from the house, holding a partially knitted sweater. This is Lu Rui's sweater. If you help me finish it, I shall lend you the money. She proposed. Lu Xingyao rose to her feet. Knitting a sweater? That's simple. The one I'm wearing was knitted by me. Every evening after work. I have little to occupy my time, and knitting helps pass it. Unable to contain her laughter, she added, had you mentioned it sooner? Helping my own niece and nephew with their sweaters is no trouble at all. Zhao Jinshu shot her a sidelong glance. What do you mean by sooner? There are no benefits involved. Would you truly be so accommodating? This sister-in-law was known for her penchant for advantage, never willing to incur a loss, without a compelling incentive. Who could persuade her? Lu Xingyao chuckled awkwardly, taking the yarn from Zhao Jinshu's hands. She examined the pattern and found it manageable. It's already half done. With a bit of extra effort, I can finish it in a few evenings. Zhao Jinshu smiled. Great. My second brother and I also need sweaters. So you must assist us. Lu Xingyao gasped. Adult sweaters indeed required significant time. What do you mean? Zhao Jinshu inquired. I'll knit. I will borrow. She exclaimed. She understood that 200 yuan was a steep price for a coat, indeed exorbitant. However, having observed the lives of her sisters-in-law post-marriage, she recognized the stark contrast between premarital and post-marital existence. Thus, she resolved to relish her unmarried days while she could. Chapter 46. She had changed significantly. Lu Xingyao returned to her room with the 200 yuan lent by her sister-in-law, clutching a bag of yarn and a half-finished sweater. Zhao Jinshu entered her room, only to be met by 3 pairs of expectant eyes. After a moment's pause, she asked, what is the matter? Lu Zhe sighed. We're worried about our sweaters. What is there to worry about? Zhao Jinshu laughed. Your aunt knits beautifully. She one tea ruined your sweaters, so rest assured. Lu Zhe expressed his skepticism. Aunt seems unreliable. Can she truly knit well? Zhao Jinshu. Do you not trust your aunt, or do you doubt your mother? Since mother dares to entrust her with the task of knitting the sweater, she must certainly recognize her capabilities. Lu Zhe tilted his head in contemplation, finding merit in her words. Lu Jintai, seated upon a chair, inquired, will my sweater also be entrusted to her? Zhao Jinshu nodded. You are aware that I have been quite occupied these days. Reborn, she yearned to accomplish something, aspiring to complete her fairy tale manuscript. However, Lu Jintai remarked, I am not in haste to wear it. Zhao Jinshu, what do you mean? Lu Jintai, after all these years, I have grown accustomed to wearing the sweaters you knit. It matters not if this year's is not perfect. Zhao Jinshu, very well. She was unsure what distinction there was between her knitting and that of others, but since he had requested it, she would dedicate some time to crafting it for him. Lu Jintai, I appreciate your effort. Zhao Jinshu looked up at him, taken aback. Why the sudden politeness? Lu Jintai glanced at her. I say this to avoid upsetting you. Zhao Jinshu laughed in exasperation. You're absurd. Fearing her displeasure certainly did not prevent him from troubling her. Lu Zhe quietly nudged his father, whispering, he is scolding you. Lu Jintai patted his head. Lu Zhe and Lu Rui lay on the bed, stifling their laughter. They felt their father deserved it for intentionally provoking their mother. Zhao Jinshu shot him a glare, and upon meeting her fierce gaze, Lu Jintai's eyes glimmered with amusement. Zhao Jinshu, it seems that Comrade Lu is quite idle. Lu Jintai nodded, not busy at all. Then it falls upon Comrade Lu to prepare dinner tonight. Lu Jintai regarded her and suddenly chuckled. Very well. Watching his retreating figure, Zhao Jinshu furrowed her brow slightly, sensing something amiss with Lu Jintai's demeanor in recent days. He was never one to act so frivolously, seeking to provoke her for no reason. Yet, She was certain that he had not been reborn, nor had he undergone any transformation. He remained himself, but why the change? The next day, Zhao Jinshu took the letter to the post office, also sending 100 yuan to her parents. She understood her parents' temperament well. Even 100 yuan would be deemed excessive, and upon her return, they would incessantly scold her for squandering money. Thus, she never sent them more than necessary. Throughout that week, Zhao Jinshu remained at home, diligently working on her manuscript, while Lu Rui practiced his calligraphy nearby. In recent days, Lu Jintai increased her workload, adding 2 more characters each day, yet she did not complain and completed her assignments obediently. After finishing her tasks, she would play with a shuttlecock outside, and Zhao Jinshu allowed her to do so. With the onset of the new year, the weather had warmed, and she would soon be ready for kindergarten, alleviating her solitude. Lu Zhe would commence his winter break after this week. On Saturday, Lu Jintai left early for an engagement. Zhao Jinshu completed her manuscript of 100,000 words, and by noon, she began to gather her belongings, preparing to take Lu Zhe for a bath with the 2 of them. After their bath, they resolved their lunch outside. They then ventured to the park to row boats and feed the goldfish, playing until dusk fell, their enjoyment far from exhausted. In the evening, Zhao Jinshu decided against returning home to cook, treating the 2 children to a bowl of lamb soup each before leisurely taking the bus back. After completing his tasks, Lu Jintai returned home in the afternoon. He had initially intended to take Zhao Jinshu and the children out for a day of fun, but to his surprise, the house was eerily quiet, devoid of any presence. Consequently, he retreated to his study, immersing himself in the documents on his desk. This engagement consumed the entire afternoon. By evening, with still no sign of the 3, he rubbed his temples and decided to prepare dinner. Remembering that Jinshu would typically make porridge upon returning from outings, he simmered some congee, retrieved meat from the fridge, sought lotus root slices, and prepared the children's favorite spicy and sour shredded potatoes. Once the meal was ready, the trio remained absent. Ji Yuanrong approached him, inquiring, "Haven't Jinshu and the children returned yet?" "No," Lu Jintai replied succinctly. Ji Yuanrong chuckled. "Zizai is on holiday. They are likely enjoying themselves outside and may have opted to dine out." Lu Jintai merely acknowledged her with a faint hum. Ji Yuanrong, with a playful tone, asked, "Have you prepared dinner?" He responded again with a non-committal hum. She then glanced at him and remarked, "It's rare for her to have a day out. You should be understanding, especially since your work often keeps you away for extended periods." Lu Jintai, feeling somewhat helpless, interjected, "Mother, you are overthinking it." Jinshu taking the children out and leaving him alone at home did evoke a sense of disappointment, but he felt no anger. Rather, he was struck by the realization that she was now capable of thriving independently, even without him. She had undergone significant changes. He felt a mixture of admiration and regret, recognizing that she had transformed while he remained oblivious to her evolution. This left him in a state of confusion and melancholy. Naturally, he was also concerned for their safety given the late hour. Ji Yuanrong chose not to press further, suggesting, "If you're hungry, you should eat." "I'm not hungry," Lu Jintai replied. Just as Ji Yuanrong was about to respond, the sound of the door opening echoed through the house. Upon seeing the trio, both of their expressions relaxed. Ji Yuanrong exclaimed, "You're back." Zhao Jinshu looked up, cheerfully calling out, "Mom." Lu Zhe and Lu Rui echoed the greeting, calling for their grandmother. Ji Yuanrong affectionately patted her grandchildren's shoulders, saying, "Grandma is going back to eat. You should head to your rooms now." With that, she departed. Lu Jintai turned to them. "You're back?" Zhao Jinshu replied, "Did you eat?" Lu Jintai regarded her, implying that he had not yet dined. Zhao Jinshu paused. "We ate out and left you a note. Didn't you see it?" Lu Jintai asked, "Where did you leave it?" "On the table," she answered, moving towards the dimly lit room. Upon turning on the light and glancing at the table, she found nothing. She then looked down and discovered the note had fallen beneath a chair. She walked over to retrieve it. At that moment, she began to miss her phone. Realizing the inconvenience of not being able to call, Lu Jintai followed behind, remarking, "It might have been blown to the floor by the wind." He chuckled softly, returning to the study to fetch a notebook, which he placed on the table. "From now on, we shall leave messages for each other in this notebook." He then looked at her. "Is that agreeable?" Zhao Jinshu nodded. "Yes, this shall be our family message book." Lu Jintai responded, "Family message book? Quite splendid." Lu Zhe dashed over, asking, "Dad, are you unhappy because you didn't go out to play?" Zhao Jinshu glanced at Lu Jintai, wondering if he could be so petty. Lu Jintai met her questioning gaze, stating, "I am not a child." Zhao Jinshu thought to herself, "Indeed." Chapter 47. Wang Meijing's mother after the completion of her manuscript. Zhao Jinshu found herself with some leisure time. Once the children had settled into slumber, she freshened up and perched herself on the bed, picking up her knitting needles to craft a sweater for Lu Jintai. Noticing her presence on the bed, Lu Jintai joined her, selecting a book to immerse himself in. Zhao Jinshu glanced at him, then rose to present her completed manuscript. Lu Jintai took a quick look, set his book aside, and took the manuscript from her. With a smile, Zhao Jinshu remarked, "I shall knit you a sweater, and you shall help me review this manuscript." Lu Jintai chuckled lightly. "All right." The couple busied themselves, the room resonating with the sounds of paper rustling and the gentle clinking of the knitting needles threading through yarn. An hour later, Lu Jintai removed his glasses, lifted his gaze to her, and softly said, "There is an inconsistency here." Upon noticing her attention, he elaborated on the flaw he had detected. Zhao Jinshu nodded in agreement. Finding his critique quite astute, she set her knitting aside, descended from the bed, and picked up a pen to make the necessary revisions. Lu Jintai watched her with a fond smile in his eyes. "You trust me so readily?" Without looking up, Zhao Jinshu replied, "Of course, you are Professor Lu." He observed her profile and teased, "I thought you would say you trust me because I am your partner." At this, Zhao Jinshu paused momentarily, then, with a playful glint in her eyes, asked, "Would you prefer the truth or a fib?" Lu Jintai, leaning back against the bed, responded lazily, "What of the truth? And what of the fib?" Zhao Jinshu mirrored his relaxed posture, her demeanor unhurried. The truth might not be very pleasing. Lu Jintai wiped away his lazy smile. "Then let us opt for the fib." Zhao Jinshu shot him a sideways glance. Of course, the fib won't exactly be sweet either. Upon witnessing his rare, dazed expression, she couldn't help but laugh. Lu Jintai cast a sidelong glance at her, remaining silent. Zhao Jinshu declared, "Whether as Professor Lu or as the father of our child, you are still you. What difference does it make?" Lu Jintai slowly nodded in agreement, then turned to her. "It's late. Shall we sleep?" Zhao Jinshu yawned. "Time for bed." She removed her cotton jacket and sweater, slipping under the covers. Lu Jintai gave her a brief glance, also disrobing before turning off the lights. In the darkness, Zhao Jinshu felt an arm drape over her. She inquired, "Aren't you supposed to be sleeping?" He replied, "Just a moment longer." Skeptical of his notion of a moment, she knew their interpretations of time differed. Yet, before she could ponder further, he had already enveloped her. The next day, after breakfast, Lu Jintai donned a brand new down jacket and took her completed manuscript with him as he left the house. After a night of delightful rest, she had half awake heard him mention that he would be taking her manuscript to show the editor at the publishing house that day, and she had readily agreed. In the large house, the children from both the first and third households had finished their exams. It was the weekend once again, and Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing were washing clothes by the sink, while the children either played with marbles or kicked a shuttlecock, filling the courtyard with lively chatter. Lu Xingyu, donned in her newly purchased coat, approached and settled beside Zhao Jinshu, who was engrossed in knitting. She turned to her sister-in-law and inquired, "Sister-in-law, do you think this coat looks good on me?" Zhao Jinshu cast a brief glance at her and replied, "It looks splendid." The youthful and attractive girl resembled a blossoming flower, effortlessly beautiful in her attire. Lu Xingyu felt a blush creep upon her cheeks, prompting Zhao Jinshu to regard her with curiosity. Was she truly feeling shy? Stammering, Lu Xingyu confessed, "Some people have said it looks nice." Observing her demeanor, Zhao Jinshu probed further. "Who said that?" Lu Xingyu glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention before shyly admitting, "Sister-in-law, someone from the cotton mill mentioned wanting to court me." Zhao Jinshu straightened in her seat, realizing that the one who complimented her appearance might indeed be the suitor. Unlike her previous suitor, who was not from the cotton mill, Lu Xingyao's bashful demeanor suggested she harbored some feelings. Casually, she inquired, "What is he like?" Lu Xingyao lowered her gaze. "He is a university student, having been admitted during the year when college entrance examinations resumed. He graduated this year and has been assigned to our factory." Zhao Jinshu, noting her youthful infatuation, asked, "Which department is he in?" Lu Xingyao replied, "The publicity department." Zhao Jinshu chuckled, "I wager he must be quite eloquent." To which Lu Xingyao responded, "More so than my three brothers." Zhao Jinshu mused, this truly reflects her preference for romance over familial bonds. It seemed only fitting that her brothers, who had not indulged her with clothing, would face this consequence. Lu Xingyu continued, "He is a university student, while I am merely a high school graduate. I have taken the college entrance exam twice without success, and I truly admire those who manage to enter university. All my life, I have aspired to find a university student as a partner. Zhao Jinshu scrutinized her. Are you implying you are in agreement? Lu Xingyo, with a bashful smile, replied. I haven't yet given him an answer. I merely wanted to seek your opinion. Zhao Jinshu remarked. I have yet to meet him, so I cannot provide an assessment of his character. Ultimately, it depends on your own sentiments. In her previous life, her sister-in-law had endured a tumultuous relationship filled with quarrels. Could this university student truly be her destined match? With a bemused shake of her head, she pondered the unpredictability of marriage, acknowledging that though she had been reborn, she possessed no prophetic abilities to discern fate. Lu Xingyao refrained from further inquiries. Having her own thoughts, she simply sought someone to confide in. Among her 3 sisters-in-law, only the second sister-in-law was discreet. Should she choose to confide, her secrets would remain safe. As the 2 women conversed, sounds from outside the courtyard interrupted them. They looked up to see a woman in her late 50s, nearly 60, pushing a bicycle into the yard. Just as Lu Xingyao was about to rise, Wang Meijing rushed over, exclaiming, Mom, you're here? Lu Xingyao also stood to greet her, addressing her mother-in-law, who bore the surname Zheng, with a respectful, Aunt Zheng. Zhao Jinshu politely echoed, Aunt Zheng. Zheng Hongwan surveyed the courtyard, her face beaming with a smile. Are you all busy? Lu Xingyao replied, Not really, just knitting some sweaters. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhao Jinshu resumed her knitting. Meanwhile, Lu Kaifei and Lu Mantai, upon spotting their grandmother's arrival, dashed over to greet her before scampering away. Zhang Hongwan gazed at her empty hands and remarked to Wang Meijing, In my haste to visit you, I completely forgot to bring some treats for the children. Wang Meijing replied, Do they really need more snacks? Come, let us go inside and chat. Just then, her laundry was finished, and with her daughter at home, she was eager to engage in conversation. After securing her bicycle, Zhang Hongwan entered the house with her daughter. Lu Xingyu cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Jinshu and scoffed. Every time she comes over, it's the same refrain. Can't she come up with something new? Zhao Jinshu chuckled softly, but refrained from responding. Chapter 48. Editorly Lu Xingyao expressed her disdain. Only San Sa thinks her mother treats her and the 2 children well. If she truly cared for them, why doesn't she ever bring them any snacks? If she doesn't want to buy them, that's one thing, but she always has to mention it, as if it shows her affection for the children. Yet, she still arrives empty-handed this time, and no doubt she will next time as well. In this lifetime, Zhao Jinshu had never interacted with Zheng Hongwan, but she had a profound understanding of her actions from her previous life. Compared to Wang Meijing, her father was even more peculiar. Fortunately, they were now separated, sparing her from any further social obligations. Lu Xingyao took pleasure in the situation, saying, Look at how indifferent Manting and Kaifei are towards her. They merely called her grandmother and then ran off, completely uninterested in her. Yet, my San Sa insists that their grandparents treat them well and that the children enjoy visiting. I certainly don't see any evidence of that. Children are perceptive. They can sense who cares for them and who does not, and their willingness to be close to someone speaks volumes, rendering words meaningless. As they conversed, Zhao Jinshu heard her sister-in-law mention that their mother-in-law was dismantling the bedding at home. She instructed Lu Zhe to tell his grandmother to place the sheets in the washing machine. Ji Yuanrong, carrying the dirty bedding, overheard her daughter-in-law and chuckled. I'm just being a bit lazy myself. Zhao Jinshu encouraged, the washing machine is there to be used, so let us make the most of it. Lin Yulan scrubbed the stains off the children's cotton pajamas, feeling a pang of bitterness as she listened to their conversation. Washing clothes in the dead of winter was indeed a hardship, especially when others had washing machines while she could hardly afford hot water. Her hands, submerged in icy water, only deepened her sorrow. Even without a washing machine, having hot water to wash clothes would have been a luxury. She lamented that a block of honeycomb coal cost 5 cents, and if she used hot water for everything, plus cooking, it would require 3 blocks of coal a day, amounting to 20 cents. Over a month, that would add up to $5 or $6, and she would rather endure cold hands than waste a single dime. In the third house, Wang Meijing offered her mother some sunflower seeds. They chatted while sipping water and snacking. Suddenly, a noise erupted from outside. Zhang Hongwan spat out a sunflower seed shell and frowned, asking, What is that noise? Wang Meijing grabbed a handful of seeds and replied, It must be the washing machine from the second house. It's probably washing clothes now. A washing machine? Zhang Hongwan's eyes widened in surprise. That must have cost quite a bit. Wang Meijing took a sip of water and admitted, It certainly wasn't cheap. Zhang Hongwan, smiling at her daughter, remarked, Marrying into the Lu family was indeed a wise choice, wasn't it? They even have a washing machine now. With that, She picked up an apple from the table and began to eat. She was knowledgeable, fully aware of what a washing machine entailed. Wang Meijing rolled her eyes and said with annoyance, "This is the washing machine of the second house, not ours in the third. What's so great about it? Lu Hafeng isn't capable of buying me a washing machine, let alone a washing machine. Even purchasing a piece of clothing now requires careful consideration." Reflecting on the carefree days of previous years, these recent times have felt like a veritable hell on earth. It's utterly stifling. Zhang Hongwan shot her a glare and lowered her voice, saying, "What's the big deal about the washing machine bought by the second house? We are all part of the Lu family. What harm is there in using it? Are you not allowed to use it?" Wang Meijing's expression soured. "I had a quarrel with Zhao Jinshu." Zhang Hongwan rolled her eyes at her and tapped her forehead. "You're really foolish. In family life, just as the upper and lower teeth occasionally clash, so too do people. After a spat, things will go back to normal. Just be a bit more thick-skinned. Your sister-in-law will urge you to wash the clothes. I refuse to believe she would throw you out." Leaning against the back of her chair, Wang Meijing did not wish to discuss it with her mother. The previous Zhao Jinshu would never have acted this way, but the current Zhao Jinshu was unpredictable, and she did not want to lose face. Zhang Hongwan could hardly contain her frustration. "Why can't you see the bigger picture? What does face matter? Practical benefits are what truly count." Wang Meijing was determined to ignore her mother's words. "Oh, mother, it's almost noon. Let us go prepare lunch." Zhang Hongwan sighed with exasperation. "No wonder your aunt came to find me the other day, asking me to keep an eye on you. Your stubbornness will only lead to trouble." Wang Meijing vehemently disagreed. "Who dares to let me suffer? I want to let them off easily." Zhang Hongwan shook her head in disappointment, lamenting her daughter's lack of wisdom, feeling that she could not teach her anything. Wang Meijing urged, "Let us get cooking." Zhang Hongwan frowned. "I should be eating with your mother-in-law." Wang Meijing stood up. "Since we're eating separately now, let's not dwell on it." Zhang Hongwan felt uneasy. When she first came to the Lu family, everyone was warm and considerate. Yet now, after so long, her daughter-in-law had not even come to converse with her or invite her for a meal. Was this the result of their separation, with her in-laws no longer extending hospitality? Such thoughts left her feeling unsettled. Ji Yuanrong was certainly aware of her daughter-in-law's mother's arrival, but she was preoccupied with her own tasks, planning to speak with her once she was finished, so she did not rush over. Just before noon, Lu Jintai returned, accompanied by another person. Zhao Jinshu had just put rice in the pot and came out upon hearing the noise. Lu Jintai introduced the visitor with a smile. "Jinshu, this is Editor Li." Then turning to Editor Li, he added, "This is my wife, Zhao Jinshu, the author of the manuscript you have." Editor Li could not help but examine Zhao Jinshu. A broad smile on his face. "Are you truly the author of this fairy tale?" Zhao Jinshu nodded and replied with a smile, "Indeed, I am." Just as Editor Li was about to speak, Lu Jintai interjected, "Shall we discuss it in the study?" Editor Li, realizing, responded, "Yes, yes, let us go to the study." Once in the study, they each took their seats, and Editor Li expressed his admiration. "This story is ingeniously conceived. The protagonist is richly characterized and remarkably clever for their age, always managing to turn peril into safety." However, Zhao Jinshu interjected, "However what?" Editor Li furrowed his brow. "However, there is one aspect that seems rather inappropriate." Before Zhao Jinshu could respond, Lu Jintai interjected, "What seems inappropriate?" He had read the text several times and found nothing amiss. In fact, he believed it was excellently written. Editor Li glanced at him, somewhat irked, and remarked, "Are you the editor, or am I?" Lu Jintai replied coolly, while Zhao Jinshu chuckled lightly, unfazed by the tension, and said, "Editor Li, please enlighten me on what you find unsuitable." Editor Li began. "The notion of the little rabbit considering itself as bait is somewhat troubling. After all, this is a fairy tale meant for children, and one fears that they might emulate such behavior." "It's not a significant issue," Zhao Jinshu responded. "Then let us revise it." Which storyteller hasn't he amended their work? Editor Li's eyes widened in surprise. "You readily agree to make changes?" Lu Jintai shot him a cool glance. "Didn't you say it was inappropriate?" Editor Li awkwardly rubbed his nose and turned to Zhao Jinshu. "This is your manuscript. As a writer, you ought to maintain your principles. How can you so easily acquiesce to revisions?" In truth, he preferred the original manuscript, but as the editor, he bore responsibility for the submissions. Zhao Jinshu did not consider herself a literary figure. "You are right, hence I concur with the revisions. I see no issue." Editor Li, feeling somewhat embarrassed, recognized his own unreasonable behavior. Chapter 49. A change in attitude. At noon, Editor Li stayed home for lunch. Unbeknownst to Zhao Jinshu, who had not anticipated guests, She had prepared only a few dishes with some pork ribs and lean meat purchased days prior, prompting her to send Lu Jintai out for additional groceries. Editor Lee waved his hand dismissively. Eat whatever is available. There is no need for trouble. He was there for work, not for a lavish feast, and felt quite embarrassed arriving empty-handed without even bringing snacks for the children. Lu Jintai requested that he review the manuscript once more while he and Zhao Jinshu prepared lunch in the kitchen. The rice was already cooked. They braised the pork ribs, made a mushroom and meat soup, stir-fried lotus root slices, and fried some peanuts. Upon reflection, this seemed insufficient, and with leftover meat and celery available, they decided to add a stir-fried celery and meat dish. As she wandered through the kitchen, Zhao Jinshu discovered some potatoes. Having returned from her previous life, she had never made crispy potato rice for the children, so she decided to prepare it for them to savor. This dish was a favorite of both children. In her past life, even after marrying, they would occasionally have the family chef prepare it for them. After all this effort, they managed to assemble 6 dishes. An impressive spread for entertaining guests at this time. As the year drew to a close, Lu Huayuan, the director of a state-run factory, also became increasingly occupied. Often absent on weekends. With guests at home and an abundance of food prepared, Zhao Jinshu instructed her mother-in-law not to cook, inviting her and her sister-in-law over for lunch. Ji Yuanrong was already preparing to wash her hands to cook when her daughter-in-law called her, and she graciously complied, retrieving several jars of canned goods from the cupboard to bring along. Lu Xingyao, eagerly watching, said, "I want to eat a jar. You're being stingy." Upon seeing her mother take out the jars, she exclaimed, "It's still delicious when it's from my son." Ji Yuanyong cast a glance at her. "That is certainly not a matter of sonly affection. My son and daughter-in-law often invite me for meals. Today, I even wash the sheets at my daughter-in-law's house. What use is it to offer you food?" Lu Xingyao chuckled dryly, merely jesting. Her mother was being overly serious. Ji Yuanyong remarked, "Your monthly salary is substantial, and these canned goods cost merely 2 yuan each. If you were to refrain from purchasing unnecessary items, you would save money and not have to scrutinize the snacks in my cabinet daily." It was not that she was unwilling to provide for her daughter, but if she did not exercise some control over her daughter's appetite, no amount of food would suffice. Her daughter was quite extravagant. She bought numerous hair ties every month, which Ji Yuanyong deemed superfluous. A couple of hair ties would suffice. Why purchase so many? She chose not to engage further, placing the cans in her basket and departing. Upon leaving, Zheng Hongwan encountered her mother-in-law carrying a basket. Approaching with a beaming smile, she inquired, "Mother-in-law, where are you off to?" "Oh, our second son's family has guests and invited us for dinner." Ji Yuanyong saw no reason to conceal this. The invitation was a gesture of filial piety, after all. One could not ignore the fact that the recent actions of Wang Meijing had altered her perception of the Wang family as in-laws. Initially, she had sung praises of her daughter, but over the years, the reality of her daughter's character, so headstrong and audacious, had become abundantly clear. Zheng Hongjuan's smile faded slightly as she observed Ji Yuanyong with her basket. Forcing a smile, Meijing is about to finish cooking. She even mentioned inviting you all to join us. I heard the sound of their wok sizzling. They must be preparing many delightful dishes. Unfortunately, Meijing has little to offer, so she refrained from extending an invitation. Lu Xingyao, trailing behind, felt a desire to scoff at Zheng Hongjuan's words but restrained herself, considering it beneath her dignity to argue. Ji Yuanyong regarded her, having long recognized that her in-law was superficial and insincere. As relatives, and with her being the mother-in-law of the third son, she typically dismissed Zheng's remarks with a smile, not taking them to heart. However, her current words were beginning to irk her. Contemplating this, she smiled and said, "It has been quite some time since we last cooked separately. The second son's family frequently invites us, and I did not anticipate Meijing would remember to invite me." Her mother-in-law. Zheng Hongjuan's smile gradually stiffened. What was her mother-in-law implying? Did she believe her daughter Meijing was unfilial? The insinuation that the second son's family was favored over her own daughter was disheartening. It had been several months since she last visited her daughter's home, and today was her first encounter with Lu Jintai's rural wife. Upon entering, she found her knitting and calling her auntie. A fleeting glance sufficed. She did not scrutinize further as her daughter ushered her inside. Before entering, she mused that the daughter-in-law was quite attractive but did not dwell on it. Little did she realize that she was a person of substance. Though Ji Yuanyong, the mother-in-law, typically exuded warmth and affability, she harbored a sense of pride, often looking down upon the average person. In the beginning, she successfully arranged her daughter's marriage to the Lu family. thanks in part to her sister-in-law's mediation and largely due to her own eloquent persuasion, which she employed to enhance her daughter's appeal. Otherwise, given her daughter's temperament, the Liu family might not have considered her at all. The country girl, upon arriving in the city for just a few months, managed to capture Ji Yuanrong's attention, demonstrating her remarkable influence. With her daughter becoming a sister-in-law to this woman, it seemed she might be schemed against. Thus, she felt compelled to instruct her daughter to be more discerning. These thoughts flashed through her mind in mere seconds as she smiled and remarked, "This child has been spoiled since her marriage. She has never taken charge or endured any hardship and still lacks maturity. What fault could she possibly have? Mother-in-law, feel free to speak your mind. I assure you she will not utter a word of complaint." Ji Yuanrong, however, was not inclined to wear such flattery today. She merely smiled and replied, "Now that they are separated, the child is already so grown and still doesn't understand anything. When will she ever learn? Let them fumble through it. Teaching is one thing, while nagging often leads to resentment. I am weary of worrying too much. If I meddle, they may grow unhappy. As long as the children wish to honor us, we will be pleased. Without their regard, we shall refrain from being bothersome." Zhang Hongjuan's smile faltered. She felt that her visit to the Liu family today was riddled with discontent. Previously, Ji Yuanrong's tone had never been so sharp. She had always responded agreeably, leaving Zhang feeling elated, convinced that she had chosen well for her daughter and that all was harmonious. However, upon this visit, she realized everything had changed. Her in-law could wield words like daggers. Lu Xingyu glanced at her mother in surprise, noting that she was no longer placating her mother-in-law. Ji Yuanrong, perceiving her silence, spoke up, "Mother-in-law, the dishes from the second household are nearly ready. I must check if they require assistance. We can continue our conversation after dinner." With that, she turned and entered the second room on the left. Zhang Hongwan was overwhelmed by a mix of emotions. Disappointment, bitterness, and resentment surged within her, causing her expression to shift dramatically as she stiffly turned and retreated indoors. Lu Xingyao followed her into the house. As Ji Yuanrong entered the kitchen, she saw the couple, one frying and the other chopping vegetables. She smiled and asked, "Do you need any help?" Zhao Jinshu looked up and called out, "Mom," smiling. "It's just a few dishes. With Jintai helping, we're fine. You've worked all morning. You should rest." Ji Yuanrong chuckled, "I'm not tired. I've put these jars of canned goods away in the cupboard for you." Zhao Jinshu glanced over. "Why did you bring canned goods? You should keep them for yourselves." Ji Yuanrong replied, "Your father and I can't eat cold food. If we put them in the cupboard, no one will touch them. So I brought them for you to enjoy as snacks." Lu Xingyao remarked, "With her standing here, how can she say no one will eat?" Zhao Jinshu laughed. "Let us open a couple of jars and put them on the dining table. They'll complement the oily dishes perfectly." Canned goods are indeed a rarity. Most families only indulge in them once a year, primarily using them as gifts. When the mother-in-law comes for a meal, she brings plenty, clearly unwilling to let her descendants suffer. She spoke as she handed the can to Lu Jintai, who accepted it and effortlessly opened it, pouring its contents into a bowl. Ji Yuanrong said nothing, allowing them to eat as they pleased. Upon seeing that the meal was ready, Lu Xingyao hurried forward to assist in serving the dishes. After opening the can, Lu Jintai went to the study to summon Editor Li for dinner. Upon glancing at the vibrant array of dishes on the table, Editor Li beamed with delight, exclaiming, "I was just overwhelmed by the enticing aromas wafting from the study, tantalizing my appetite. These must be the culinary creations of Comrade Zhao." Lu Jintai chuckled softly. "She prepared everything. I merely assisted." Editor Li expressed his admiration. Not only does Comrade Zhao write compelling stories, but her culinary skills are equally impressive. Truly remarkable. Jintai is fortunate indeed. Lu Jintai wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed. Ji Yuanrong and Lu Xingyao, perplexed yet respectful of the guest, refrained from asking further. Zhao Jinshu suggested, "Let us all sit down to enjoy our meal." Editor Li primarily came to discuss work while also enjoying a meal. When Lu Jintai offered him wine, he politely declined. Lu Zhe, Lu Rue, and Lu Xingyao focused intently on their bowls of rice, delighted to discover that the potatoes were crispy and exceptionally delicious. A preparation they had never encountered before, leaving them little room to contemplate anything else. As Lu Xingyao savored the potatoes, she began to fantasize about the next occasion when guests would visit her brother's house, allowing them the chance to indulge in another meal. Even if it meant she would have to wash the dishes afterward, she would gladly accept. Editor Li, engrossed in devouring the ribs, had no time to discuss anything else, his thoughts solely on the succulent meat. Ji Yuanrong praised, Jinshu's culinary skills have indeed improved. Lu Xingyao, brimming with anticipation, inquired, having enjoyed this meal, when might we next savor the dishes prepared by my sister-in-law? Lu Jintai glanced at her and replied, you may wait patiently. Zhao Jinshu laughed, casting a meaningful glance her way. If you wish to eat, it's not difficult. You can buy the ingredients, and I shall cook. I wouldn't mind a bit of extra labor for that. Lu Xingyao promptly closed her mouth, realizing that the delightful aroma of the meal was far more important than any debate. For a moment, Lu Jintai found himself at a loss for words. Ji Yuanrong joined in the laughter, remarking, in our family, the most frugal member is none other than her. Lu Xingyao shot up her head, retorting, nonsense. The most stingy in our family is definitely my sister-in-law. I am not stingy at all. Lu Jintai responded, she is quite generous with herself. Lu Zhe concurred, and is indeed generous towards herself, always opting for the most expensive clothes, while she is miserly with us. He refrained from mentioning that she borrowed money from their mother to buy clothes, insisting on only purchasing the expensive ones. Lu Rui cast a discreet glance at his aunt, noticing her flushed cheeks, and secretly chuckled. Editorly, having listened to their banter for some time, remarked with a smile, the atmosphere in your family is truly delightful. Lu Xingyao disagreed entirely, thinking, where is the delight in this? They are all here to criticize me. After the meal, the task of washing the dishes naturally fell to Lu Xingyao. Zhao Jinshu boiled water to prepare tea for them. The group then moved to the study, where, once seated, Editorly turned to Zhao Jinshu, carefully considering his words. Does Comrade Zhao only enjoy writing children's stories? Zhao Jinshu paused. In truth, she preferred writing romance stories, as her previous novels had garnered considerable success and attracted a fair number of admirers, suggesting that she possessed some talent in that genre. She smiled and said, the child reads swiftly. He has exhausted all the comic books in the bookstore. I noticed he had nothing left to read, and after returning from school, he found doing homework rather dull, so I contemplated writing something for him. Editorly chuckled. So, you composed this children's story? Zhao Jinshu nodded in affirmation. Editorly inquired, are you capable of writing such a book? As he spoke, he retrieved a book from his bag and gently asked, this is a work by an author from Hong Kong or Taiwan. Have you come across it, Comrade Zhao? Zhao Jinshu glanced at the cover and recognized the book. Though she had not had the chance to read it in this lifetime, she had certainly encountered it in a previous one. At that time, due to the prevailing circumstances, such romantic novels were predominantly authored by writers from Hong Kong and Taiwan. She smiled and replied, I haven't had the opportunity to read it. Editorly handed her the book and suggested, when you have some free time, Comrade Zhao, you might want to read it. Perhaps you'll be inspired to craft a story as captivating. It is rare to encounter a good writer, and finding one who is both willing and diligent is even rarer. Having stumbled upon a writer with potential, he thought it prudent to cast a wider net. Lu Jintai glanced over, briefly observing the book's cover, but said nothing. Zhao Jinshu accepted the book with a smile, stating, if Editorly believes the story is splendid, then I shall appreciate it thoroughly. Editorly laughed and produced 2 more books from his bag, saying, since you wish to indulge in it, here are 2 more. I have plenty of books here. Zhao Jinshu accepted them, expressing her gratitude, even though it seemed unnecessary to provide so many. Editorly replied, no need to thank me, just enjoy reading at home. Once you finish, I hope you too can pen a story as remarkable. This was the second time he had mentioned this, and Zhao Jinshu found herself at a loss for words, only hoping to write something of equal brilliance, recognizing that taste is subjective, much like the variety of vegetables people prefer. After their casual conversation, Editorly shifted to serious matters. Currently, the general remuneration for new authors ranges from 5 to 10 yuan per 1,000 characters. I have set a mid-range price of 10 yuan per 1,000 characters for you. Zhao Jinshu pondered for a moment before raising her head to propose, let us draft a contract. Editorly leaned forward, inquiring, what kind of contract? Zhao Jinshu asked. What is the rate for well-known authors? Ranging from 15 to 30 yuan per 1,000 characters, she continued. Should this children's story attain sales comparable to those of renowned authors, I request that you compensate me the remaining fees according to their rates. Lu Jintai cast a glance at her, a glimmer of amusement evident in his eyes. Editorly suddenly laughed. It seems Comrade Zhao possesses considerable confidence in her work. Zhao Jinshu replied, it's not that. It's merely a precaution. After a moment of contemplation, Editorly said, I shall return and discuss this with them. Zhao Jinshu understood. After bidding farewell to Editorly, she picked up the book he had given her and began to flip through its pages. Having read it before, she found that her perspective had shifted upon rereading. Lu Jintai, seated beside her, also picked up a book and began to read. Half an hour later, he turned to her and observed her calmly turning the pages, choosing not to disturb her and lowering his gaze once more. After sitting in silence for a while, Zhao Jinshu rubbed her eyes and turned to see Lu Jintai, his expression serious as he focused on the book in his hands. She was somewhat intrigued. Are you finding it engaging? Lu Jintai looked up. It's not bad. After a pause, he asked, are you planning to write in this genre? Zhao Jinshu blinked and looked at him. Do you think it's not feasible? Lu Jintai pursed his lips, contemplating for a moment as he endeavored to find a word to encapsulate his feelings. The plot is somewhat convoluted. To like is to like, and to dislike is to dislike. He felt a bit perplexed. Why must relationships be so oscillating? Perhaps I am incapable of articulating these sentiments. Upon Zhao Jinshu's utterance, she noticed Lu Jintai's expression softened, and she smiled. Lu Jintai hesitated before speaking. Fairy tales are quite delightful too. Zhao Jinshu glanced at him without replying. Certainly. Children's stories must be written, yet she yearned to compose romantic novels as well. Lu Jintai remarked again, your children's stories are splendid. Zhao Jinshu nodded. Yes, indeed. Internally, she chuckled, realizing how much he wished for her to refrain from writing romantic fiction. Chapter 51. Transition in her previous life. Zhao Jinshu's foray into novel writing stemmed from a genuine passion. When she claimed she could not produce the type of novel in her hands, she was not misleading anyone. Compared to the protagonist in her current book, she favored decisive and resolute female leads. This inclination may be linked to her original character. She had not been sufficiently strong, and for a considerable period she felt rather feeble, though she yearned to become a woman of such determination. She would not dare assert that after decades of self-cultivation, she had transformed into that kind of woman, but she would diligently strive towards the direction of her heart. Therefore, she would indeed write romantic novels. As for when, that would depend on when she felt a narrative forming within her, for inspiration does not come at will. Lost in her thoughts, Lu Zhe and Lu Rue burst into the room, with Lu Zhe brandishing a wooden sword and Lu Rue clutching a hairband. Lu Zhe swung it a couple of times, grinning widely. Mama, look at the wooden sword Grandpa bought for me. Zhao Jinshu set down her book and inquired with a smile, has your grandfather returned? Lu Zhe exclaimed, his youthful face aglow with sunshine. He also bought toys for us. Both brother and sister received gifts. Zhao Jinshu chuckled. Your grandfather is busy with work, but still thinks of you. Lu Zhe replied, we are his grandchildren. Of course he thinks of us. Grandpa said that during our holidays, regardless of how well we do on our exams, we will receive rewards. Naturally, there are no exams in his kindergarten, and Rue has not started school yet, but Grandpa said they are well-behaved and deserve rewards too. Lu Rue also raised her hand, showing her parents, Grandpa bought me this hairband. It can hold my hair. Doesn't it look lovely? She placed it on her head. It looks particularly beautiful. Zhao Jinshu complimented with a smile. Lu Rue then asked her father, Dad, does it look good? Lu Jintai looked up, echoing his mother's praise. It looks exceptionally lovely. Satisfied, Lu Rue continued to play with her hairband, while Lu Zhe swung his wooden sword. Lu Jintai furrowed his brow. The study is cramped. To avoid any accidents, you should play in the yard. Zhao Jinshu chuckled and patted her son. Go play in the yard. There is not enough space here for your swordplay. Given the limited conditions of their home, which was rather small, Lu Jintai indeed required a private workspace. So a small room had been specially partitioned from the main hall for him to use as a study. The study was cramped, with a grid-patterned bookshelf adorning the walls, filled to the brim with books, leaving just enough space for a table, a few chairs, and a narrow passageway. Typically, this space was solely occupied by Lu Jintai, and seldom did others venture in. Today, however, it served as the setting for a visit from Editor Li, who, along with Lu Jintai, perused a few books. Lu Zhe's keen ears caught an unfamiliar term, instantly igniting his curiosity. Clutching a wooden sword, he hurriedly leaned towards his mother, inquiring, Mother, what is the spell of the immortal sword? Is it a wondrous magic? Is it akin to the magical staff of Sun Wukong? He had seen the comic adaptation of Journey to the West, filled with enchanting spells capable of transformation, which he found utterly fascinating. Lu Jintai also glanced up at her. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's name, Lu Rue abandoned her play with the headband and leaned beside her brother, exclaiming, Mother, Sun Wukong, transform. Their father had read tales of Sun Wukong to her, and she adored monkeys. Zhao Jinshu remarked, it's rather vague. How could it be explained in just a few sentences? 3 pairs of eager eyes were fixed upon her, prompting her to ponder before responding. The word immortal in immortal sword suggests it must be extraordinarily powerful. Lu Zai's eyes widened as he nudged his mother's arm. How powerful. Please tell me, mother. Zhao Jinshu gently patted his shoulder. As for its power, that remains a secret for now. Suddenly inspired, a story about a swordsman flickered in her mind. Lu Zai expressed his disappointment with a sigh. Mother. Lu Jintai chuckled softly at her, then turned to comfort her son, stroking his head with a smile. Observing her mother's expression, Lu Rue chimed in. Brother. Mother one tea tell. Seeing Lu Zai's despondence, Zhao Jinshu explained. It's a long story, difficult to articulate. Just know that the immortal sword is a particularly formidable sword. What difference does it make whether you say it or not? Lu Zai lamented. Zhao Jinshu continued. Since it's hard to explain, I shall write it down. Lu Jintai looked at her. Lu Zai's eyes widened in surprise. Really? Mother's writings are always beautiful. I adore those stories. If you write about the immortal sword, it will surely be splendid. Lu Rue tilted her head. Mother, write it. Zhao Jinshu laughed. All right, I will write. Now you two go out and play. It's too cramped in here. With his heart content, Lu Zai waved his sword and wobbled out, followed closely by Lu Rue. Zhao Jinshu set down her book, stood, and prepared to return to her room to knit. Lu Jintai gazed at her, a smile in his eyes. So, you plan to write a mythological tale? Zhao Jinshu replied. It is not a mythological story. Once it is written, you will understand. Lu Jintai nodded, smiling. Very well, I look forward to Comrade Zhao's masterpiece. Zhao Jinshu raised her foot, then placed it back down, cautioning, do not expect too much. It's best to maintain a calm mindset to avoid disappointment. Lu Jintai smiled at her. I trust Comrade Zhao will not let me down. Just as she was about to retort, he added, because whatever you write, I will enjoy. Zhao Jinshu took a moment to assess him, silently pondering if he had indeed become her devoted fan. She jested. What if I were to write a story similar to the one you hold in your hands? You would enjoy that, wouldn't you? Lu Jintai's lips moved slightly. And after a prolonged silence, he managed to utter 3 words. Perhaps I do. The addition of perhaps suggested a reluctance, and Zhao Jinshu suppressed a laugh. If he didn't wish to go, he could simply say so, yet he forced himself to proclaim his fondness, which only seemed to complicate matters for him. She replied, You carry on. I shall step outside to bask in the sun. In her view, the most delightful experience during winter was to soak up the sun's warmth. Lu Jintai gave a barely perceptible nod. The children in the courtyard were each engrossed in their own toys. Zhao Jinshu moved a chair to the corridor, leaning against a pillar to sit down, as the sun now cast its rays upon her, creating a perfect opportunity for her to indulge in sunbathing. At that moment, Zhang Hanwan emerged from the opposite room, followed closely by Wang Meijing and Lu Hafeng. Wang Meijing, observing the children in the yard, called out loudly, Kaifei, Manting. Come back quickly and tidy up your clothes and backpacks. You will be spending some time at your grandmother's house. Lu Kaifei did not lift his head, replying simply, I want to go. Lu Manting, seated on a stone bench and fiddling with her hairband in front of a mirror, also raised her head to echo, I want to go. Zhang Hanwan approached with a smile, inquiring, Why do you not wish to visit your grandmother? There are so many delicious treats at her house. Both Lu Manting and Lu Kaifei remained silent. Wang Meijing, noticing their lack of response, scolded, Your grandmother is speaking to you. Have you lost her tongues? Lu Kaifei huffed. If I don't want to go, then I simply don't want to. Wang Meijing, infuriated, felt compelled to strike him, and upon seeing him slumped over and motionless, her anger intensified. She delivered a sharp slap to his head. Lu Kaifei's eyes instantly welled with tears, and he bolted towards his grandmother's room, sobbing her name as he ran. Zhang Hanwan, caught in a mix of amusement and exasperation, remarked with a stiff face, What is the matter with this child? You claim it is a holiday, yet you refuse to visit your grandmother. If you stay at home, who will cook for you? Isn't that an inconvenience for your parents? You used to enjoy it. Why the sudden reluctance this year? Wang Meijing and Lu Hafeng hurried after him. Chapter 52. The confused ones. Zhao Jinshu sat nearby, observing with a detached demeanor, remaining silent. Her own children's faces would light up at the mention of their grandparents. And if told they were to visit, they would eagerly rush to gather their belongings, eager to return home. It wasn't that Wang Meijing's children were ungrateful. Rather, the children were discerning, aware of who treated them kindly and who did not. Kaifei and Manting undoubtedly felt wronged at their grandmother's house, and it was no trivial grievance, resulting in their aversion to the idea of visiting. Ji Yuanyong and Lu Huaiyuan, alerted by the commotion, quickly stepped outside, joined by Lin Yulan and Lu Jiaming. Lu Kaifei dove into his grandmother's embrace. Ji Yuanyong steadied him and asked, What has happened? Lu Kaifei, unable to contain his sobs, replied, My mother hit me. Ji Yuanyong inquired. Why did she strike you? Lu Kaifei sniffled. I didn't want to go to my grandmother's house, and she hit me. Ji Yuanyong looked up at her third son and daughter-in-law before asking her grandson, why do you not wish to go to your grandmother's house? Lu Kaifei stood up from his grandmother's embrace and quickly hid behind his grandfather, gazing at his parents and grandmother with red-rimmed eyes. I don't want to go to Grandma's house. Every time we visit, Mom gives her living expenses, and they prepare delicious food but never share it with me. They always say my cousin is younger and prioritize him, he lamented. Wang Meijing was incredulous and turned to her daughter, noticing that she too had reddened eyes. She cast a glance at her mother, Zheng Hongwan, who had anticipated such a statement from the child, given that her grandson was indeed younger. It was understandable to attend to him first. However, hearing this from her grandchild in front of her in-laws made her exceedingly embarrassed and somewhat displeased. What kind of child is this? No matter how well she treats him, he only remembers grievances, not gratitude, a true ingrate. When her daughter's gaze fell upon her, she instinctively looked away. But then she felt a sense of wrongness. Why should she evade? Wouldn't that imply she felt guilty? She opened her mouth to explain but found herself at a loss for words. While she was indeed feeling a bit uneasy, she couldn't afford to offend her daughter's family. She needed to mend the situation. After a moment's thought, she offered a rather dry explanation. We are all one family of siblings. I thought since his cousin is younger, it's only right to prioritize him. Ji Yuanyong, uninterested in her justifications, only cared that her grandson had suffered grievances in the Wang family, and that was sufficient for her. Watching her grandson with tear-stained eyes filled her with heartache. Both children had endured such unfair treatment unbeknownst to their family. She shot a disapproving glare at her son. Feeling he was utterly useless and oblivious to the situation, she pondered why the children had not mentioned their grandparents for such a long time. Perhaps they had been wronged while away. Lu Hufeng, noticing his mother's glare, felt innocent. How could he know what grievances the children faced at the Wang family when they never confided in him? Observing her mother and the children's reactions, Wang Meijing realized that her son and daughter had indeed suffered in their maternal home. But why? They were her own flesh and blood, although they were grandchildren. They still bore the Wang lineage. How could there be such blatant favoritism? She was perplexed, knowing her mother had a tendency to favor males, but this was beyond reason. Furthermore, during the winter and summer breaks, she had provided living expenses for the children. Lin Yulan scoffed, asserting that Wang Meijing was all talk. Her children had been bullied in her maternal home, and she was oblivious to it. How foolish. Faced with this situation, Zhang Hongwan felt she couldn't just leave without addressing it, for if she did, her daughter would surely distance herself from her. Meijing, I truly did not mean to overthink it. Didn't you all learn to let the younger ones have precedence when you were kids? Wang Meijing recalled her own childhood. And indeed, it seemed to be true. Yet, the fact remained that her children had suffered injustice. Seeing her daughter's expression soften, Zhang Hongwan quickly added, if the children do not wish to come to our home, then let it be. Isn't your second aunt not working? She can help look after them. Zhao Jinshu hadn't anticipated that she would be drawn into this matter and remained silent, curious to see how Wang Meijing and her husband would respond. Lu Manting eagerly chimed in, I want to go with second aunt. Lu Kaifei echoed, I want to go with second aunt too. Lu Rui, upon hearing this, rushed over and declared, you can't have them. They are my mom's. Lu Zhe added, Mom already has a hard time taking care of me and Rui every day. You are all grown, yet still require guidance? What he refrained from mentioning was that his mother was preoccupied with writing the Xianjian story and had no time to tend to her older siblings. Although the elder siblings were already in elementary school, they still needed assistance, a stark contrast to the children back in their hometown who managed without adult supervision. Lu Kaifei thought to himself how lacking in loyalty this was. Lu Mantai, with reddened eyes, gazed at her second aunt, fully aware that this was not her mother, yet still yearning for a word of affirmation from her. Zhao Jinshu offered a brief smile but said nothing. Indeed, she had little opportunity to interject. Lu Mantai felt a pang of disappointment. Her second aunt no longer showed her the affection she once did, despite having quarreled with Zhao Jinshu. Wang Meijing felt entirely at ease in trusting her children to her, for she knew that at the very least, her children would not be wronged in Zhao Jinshu's presence. For the sake of her children, she was willing to reconcile. She looked towards Zhao Jinshu, noticing her lack of response, evidently disapproving of the arrangement, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. Lu Hufeng glanced at his son and then at his daughter, exclaiming in frustration, the children are old enough. Let them do their homework or play with their brothers in the yard during the day. When it comes time for lunch, We can take turns coming back to cook for them. These children belong to us. We cannot offload all responsibility onto others. That would be unfair. Wang Meijing pursed her lips, realizing that this would mean she could not take a midday nap. Lu Hufeng reassured her, it's just for a few days. The unit will be on holiday soon. It was a compromise, and Wang Meijing nodded in agreement. At last, the two children brightened. For as long as they did not have to go to their grandmother's house, they were content. Ji Yuanrong's expression softened, and she turned to Lu Hufeng and his wife, saying, this is how it should be, even if it is a bit busier and more tiring, as long as the children are not suffering. Zheng Hongwan felt somewhat awkward. Her mother-in-law's words seemed excessively harsh. How could they be suffering? She turned to her own daughter. Since they are not coming back with me, I shall take my leave. It is getting late. You should head back. Wang Meijing glanced at the apple she was holding and then at her mother, who looked at her with anticipation. Her heart softened, and she handed the apple to her. You love apples. Take this and enjoy it at home. Zheng Hongwan sighed as she accepted it, feeling relieved that her daughter had not become estranged from her, allowing her to return home with peace of mind. Ji Yuanrong said nothing. After all, a daughter should honor her mother, and who could begrudge her that? Moreover, every visit had involved sharing meals and gifts, so this instance was no exception. Lin Yulan thought Wang Meijing rather foolish, but as this was a matter between mother and daughter, she did not feel it appropriate to interject. Having witnessed the commotion, and with the sun dipping low, Zhao Jinshu carried a chair back to the house, preparing to cook dinner. Lu Jintai emerged from the study and casually inquired, wasn't he Kaifei crying just now? In their household, it was uncommon for children to cry. Only Lu Mantai frequently wept, while the other children were rarely heard. Zhao Jishu explained the situation. Lu Jintai paused, furrowed his brow, and remarked, the third one he did not finish his thought. But it was evident it was not a kind remark. Zhao Jishu did not press for details, only to have him add, both of them are being foolish. In response to this, Zhao Jishu refrained from commenting, only aware that Kaifei often lamented about their grandmother's favoritism, feeling neglected. Wang Meijing dismissed his complaints, growing weary of them, and would scold him when it became tiresome. As time passed, the two children ceased to mention their grandmother's house altogether. Zhao Jinshu observed him. Have you been sitting and reading all afternoon? Lu Jintai rubbed his brow and murmured in agreement. You must be quite stiff from sitting, she remarked. He nodded. Zhao Jinshu smiled and suggested, then let us prepare dinner and stretch our limbs. Lu Jintai glanced at her with a smile. All right, you can assist. Zhao Jinshu replied. Let us keep dinner simple. You can manage it alone. Lu Jintai chuckled. Haven't you also been sitting all afternoon? Fair enough, Zhao Jinshu conceded. Chapter 53. Younger brother Zhao Jinsheng. Since Zhao Jinshu intended to write about a sword immortal, as she lay in bed at night, or while knitting during the day, cooking, or even walking to the restroom, the narrative of the sword immortal would unconsciously surface in her mind. After pondering for 2 days, the general outline of the story became clear. This fantasy novel would require a substantial word count. It could not be as simplistic as her previous children's story. An outline was necessary, along with numerous details regarding spells, cultivation levels, and magical artifacts, which demanded considerable time to establish. Additionally, the story's backdrop, character traits, protagonists, supporting characters, and antagonists needed to be meticulously crafted beforehand. Without a computer, everything had to be handwritten, making the process quite cumbersome. Lu Jintai's study had been temporarily commandeered by her, where she would spend half the day immersed in her work. Fortunately, during this time, Lu Jintai was not particularly busy, as he took on the responsibilities of cooking, grocery shopping, and caring for the children. After the new year, when Lu Jintai became occupied and Lu Zhe returned to school, Lu Rui would also need to take her to kindergarten, allowing her to focus on her writing at home undisturbed. It is worth noting that the children's story had already been contracted under the terms she proposed. Having been busy for several days as the new year approached, the children eagerly counted down the days, excitedly anticipating the little new year and then the grand new year. With each passing day, their anticipation grew. This afternoon, while Zhao Jinshu was engrossed in her writing in the study, Lu Jintai was in their room, teaching Lu Zhe math and helping their daughter recognize characters. Suddenly, there was a knock at the front gate. Immersed in her narrative, Zhao Jinshu took a moment to register the sound. She capped her pen and was about to head out to answer the door when Lu Jintai stepped outside, with the two children trailing behind to take a break. She stretched her shoulders, picked up her teacup, only to find it empty, and stood up to fetch a cup of hot water. Just as she was about to step out, a familiar voice rang out from outside. Shijia, Shijia. Zhao Jishu. Zhao Jinshu could hardly believe it. Coming to her senses, she dashed outside. Before she could cross the threshold, the voice calling her sister burst into laughter. Soon after, she heard Lu Zhe and Lu Rui calling out for their little uncle. Zhao Jinshu hurried outside and was met with the sight of a dashing young man. One arm around Lu Rui and the other around Lu Zhe, momentarily lost in thought as images of her brother in his 50s flashed through her mind. Looking at her brother before her, she broke into a smile and rushed over. Jincheng? It must be said that upon encountering her relatives from their youth, Zhao Jinshu felt not only surprise but also exhilaration. She had anticipated that she would not see her family until after the new year when she returned to her hometown. Yet unexpectedly, her younger brother arrived in person. This was an occurrence that had not transpired in her previous life. Zhao Jinshu, accompanied by his nephew and niece, cast a glance at Sister Shi, noting her rosy complexion and bright, spirited eyes. Although she donned a large cotton coat made by their mother, it could not conceal her vibrant health. He felt a quiet satisfaction, realizing that his sister had not suffered any indignity since moving to the city. Lu Zhe giggled, brimming with joy. Mom, Uncle is here. Uncle has come to see us. Lu Rui chimed in. Uncle has missed us. It was then that Zhao Jinshu recalled her brother was still in school at that time, and she inquired, have you finished your exams? Zhao Jinshu nodded with a smile. I have finished, though I have yet to receive the notification letter. Our parents initially intended for elder brother to come, but I, of course, would not agree. We drew lots, and luck was on my side. Zhao Jinshu laughed. Indeed, your fortune is commendable. Nevertheless, it matters not. After the new year, we shall return home to visit them. Lu Jintai, carrying 2 large bags that Zhao Jinshu had brought, wore a smile that reflected his happiness. Let us talk inside. Zhao Jinshu then turned to Lu Jintai and asked, Shigu, you're not working today? Lu Jintai strode forward, laughing as he replied, there's nothing much to do before the new year. I can take you out to have some fun tomorrow. Lu Zhe clung to his uncle's arm, eagerly exclaiming, Uncle, let us go to the zoo to see tigers and lions. Lu Rui added, so many little animals. Zhao Jinshu took the 2 of them along, following Lu Jintai into the house before setting them down. All right, let us first visit the zoo, then we can see other sights. Zhao Jinshu trailed behind, playfully teasing him. What? Are you planning to explore the entirety of Kyoto? Having come all this way, of course, I must see everything, Zhao Jinshu replied matter-of-factly. Indeed. It's fortunate that your Shigu is available to accompany you, Zhao Jinshu remarked with a smile. Zhao Jinshu then looked at her. Aren't you going to accompany me? Zhao Jinshu glanced back at him, teasingly saying, well, I suppose I can accompany you for 2 days. Zhao Jinshu, noticing a chair beside him, plopped down with a grunt. Just 2 days? Lu Zhe leaned on his uncle's leg. Uncle, Mommy needs to write a story about the immortal sword. 2 days of your company will take up a lot of her time. What immortal sword story? Zhao Jinshu turned to her. You can write stories? Zhao Jinshu shot him a glance. Why wouldn't I? Zhao Jinshu chuckled. Since you hadn't written before, how was I to know you could? Zhao Jinshu looked at him and asked, are you hungry? Shall I prepare something for you? Starving, absolutely famished, Zhao Jinshu replied, patting his belly. The food on the train was inedible. It's winter, and the pancakes and eggs our mother packed were icy cold. I managed to eat a bit with hot water and the cold eggs. Zhao Jinshu chided him. Why didn't you say so earlier? It's already afternoon, and I need to prepare dinner soon. Shall I cook you a bowl of noodles? Whatever it is, just get me something to eat. I'm famished. Zhao Jinshu leaned back in his chair. Lu Jintai laughed. I'll cook for him. You stay and chat with him. Zhao Jinshu did not sit down. Instead, she opened the cabinet and retrieved some sweet rice sticks and osmanthus cake to tide him over. Have a little of this first. Zhao Jinshu took the food, allowing his niece and nephew to have their share before he indulged himself. Zhao Jinshu then poured him some water, saying, it's cold. You should drink some warm water. As Zhao Jinshu sipped the water while savoring the osmanthus cake, Zhao Jinshu observed his hearty appetite and remarked, you had enough energy to hold both of them just now. It seems you weren't starving. Zhao Jinshu rolled his eyes, retorting, together, they weigh less than 100 pounds. Even if I were hungry, I could still manage to carry them. Zhao Jinshu chuckled, acknowledging the point. Indeed, rural boys, even while studying, possess considerable strength, especially during the busy farming season. She then inquired, how did you find your way home? You should have sent me a telegram so I could pick you up. You came all this way without fearing to get lost. Zhao Jinshu pointed to his mouth, saying lost? After getting off the train, I simply called a taxi, told him the address, and he brought me here. As long as you have money and a voice, where's the difficulty in finding your way? Zhao Jinshu replied. You are quite clever. Zhao Jinshu shot her a sidelong glance. Don't underestimate me. After all, I'm a senior in high school. Zhao Jinshu glared at him. How can you say you're a senior? Don't you realize you have the college entrance examination next year? Aren't you afraid of wasting time and not passing? Zhao Jinshu pointed to the backpack on the cabinet. I brought my books. Besides, if my grades are insufficient, then surely no one in my class would qualify. You certainly have confidence, she remarked. You don't understand. This confidence stems from my capabilities. As the siblings conversed, Lu Jintai finished boiling the noodles. Zhao Jinshu first allowed him to eat. Zhao Jinshu's eyes lit up at the sight of a large bowl of noodles before him. He was terribly hungry, and the osmanthus cake had not sufficed. He picked up his chopsticks and began to eat, only to discover 2 eggs nestled beneath the noodles. He chuckled. Sister, she is indeed good to me. Noticing his wife's glare, Lu Jintai chuckled. Is sister she not good to you? Zhao Jinshu looked up to see his fierce sister watching him and quickly corrected himself. Sister, she is good to me as well. Zhao Jinshu then smiled, saying, After you finish your meal, let your brother take you to the bathhouse for a hot shower while I prepare dinner. Lu Jintai readily agreed. We'll go after he finishes eating. Zhao Jinshu nodded. After a long train ride, he felt grimy and indeed needed a thorough wash. Lu Zhe piped up. I want to go too. Zhao Jinshu replied, You can go. Just as Lu Rui was about to speak, Zhao Jinshu patted her head. Stay at home with mommy. Next time, mommy will take you. Lu Rui responded with a soft okay, expressing her desire to be with her mother. After finishing his noodles, Zhao Jinshu satisfiedly declared. That was delightful. He stood up, and, as he was about to wash his bowl, Zhao Jinshu approached him. Don't wash it. I'll use hot water later. Take a break. Fetch your change of clothes, and get ready for your bath. It's getting late. Naturally, Zhao Jinshu did not stand on ceremony with his sister. Stretching lazily before stepping outside to glance around, are uncle and auntie at work? Zhao Jinshu replied, They'll be back tonight. The children from the big and third houses had completed their homework in the morning and were currently watching television at their grandmother's place. The main door was tightly shut, and the television was loud. They likely did not hear the commotion outside, rendering the courtyard rather desolate. Zhao Jinshu turned to Lu Jintai and said, I took a bath and bought some vegetables on the way back. Let's have dinner with my parents tonight. You bought lamb and lamb chops this morning, so I'll start stewing them. Lu Jintai responded with an affirmative sound. Let us be quick. After they left, Zhao Jinshu encouraged Lu Rui to play with a shuttlecock in the yard, while she took out the lamb chops to stew and put rice in the pot to cook. A couple of hours later, a group of colleagues returned from work one after another, but the 3 who had gone to bathe had yet to return, and naturally, the vegetables were still absent. However, there was no urgency. She walked inside and said to Ji Yuanyong, who was returning from work, Mom, my brother has arrived. I've stewed lamb, so you don't need to cook. Let us have dinner here. Initially taken aback, Ji Yuanyong smiled and inquired, When did your brother come? Zhao Jinshu replied with a smile, He arrived in the afternoon. He didn't notify me beforehand. He just found his way here. Currently, Lu Jintai has taken him to bathe. She remarked on his boldness. Ji Yuanyong chuckled as she parked her bicycle and retrieved a piece of meat from the front basket, saying, I want you to take this meat back. You can use it to add to the meal. He's quite daring, not afraid of anything, Zhao Jinshu responded without pretense, accepting the meat with a smile. I'll make crispy meat for you all tonight. Ji Yuanyong beamed. You can prepare it however you like. I'll go change my clothes and come back to help you. Zhao Jinshu indeed needed assistance, replying, All right. As Lin Yulan entered, pushing her bicycle, she noticed her mother-in-law handing Zhao Jinshu a piece of meat. She looked at Wang Meijing behind her and exchanged a knowing glance. Once Wang Meijing approached, she whispered, Did you see? Our mother-in-law is giving Zhao Jinshu meat again. Wang Meijing glanced over, only catching a glimpse of Zhao Jinshu's back as she took the meat inside. And she pouted, Now Zhao Jinshu is the darling in our mother-in-law's eyes, while we are like unwanted pests. Lin Yulan felt a pang of discomfort. Why is she the only one receiving it? Wang Meijing was equally perplexed, contemplating whether they could ever dare to take it by force, even if they had that intent. They lacked the courage. Both women carried their burdens of discontent as they entered their own homes. When the 3 who had bathed returned, Zhao Jinshu's crispy meat was nearly finished frying. Zhao Jinshu walked into the house and found a stranger standing there. He paused for a moment before looking at Ji Yuanyong and smiling. You must be my aunt? Ji Yuanyong smiled back. You are Jinshu's brother? Zhao Jinshu beamed. Aunt. I am Zhao Jinshu, my sister's brother. You can just call me Jinshu. Ji Yuanyong appraised him and remarked, Jinshu, your brother is quite handsome. He resembles you. The boy bore a striking resemblance to Zhao Jinshu, sharing at least 50 to 60% of her features and being of a decent height. Standing nearly as tall as Lu Jintai, she mused that it seemed the Zhao family possessed good looks. Intrigued by the topic, Zhao Jinshu chimed in our family. My sister and I look the most alike and are the most handsome. Zhao Jinshu shook her head with a smile. Mom, he has quite the braggart. Zhao Jinshu touched his nose, unfazed. Isn't that the truth? But Ji Yuanyong laughed, saying, this child has a good temperament. He has quite similar disease. While Lu Jintai is a bit more reserved. Upon entering with the vegetables, Lu Jintai heard his mother's words and cast her a silent glance before placing the vegetables in the basket. Zhao Jinshu regarded him with a hint of pride. Unable to suppress a smile, at home, my parents often commend Shiga for his amiable disposition, his reliability and composure, while they frequently criticize me for my impetuousness and recklessness. Ji Yuanyong couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing her son being praised by her in-laws. It brought her joy. Moreover, she found great delight in the character of this child before her, as none of her 3 sons possessed such qualities. She cheerfully remarked, it's perfectly fine. I simply adore your temperament. Zhao Jinshu's pride swelled further. Auntie, your words are refreshingly candid. Zhao Jinshu interjected. Your tale is about to soar to the heavens. Lu Jintai glanced at his brother-in-law and chuckled softly. He could elevate it even higher. Zhao Jinshu, observing them, retorted playfully, you too are envious of me. As long as you're happy, Zhao Jinshu replied, then fished out some crispy meat, placing it into a bowl. It's best enjoyed while hot. Wash your hands and have a taste. Lu Jintai first offered a piece to Zhao Jinshu. Try it. Zhao Jinshu took a bite off his hand and exclaimed, delicious. You should try some too. Lu Jintai, taking a bite of the meat she had just tasted, savored it. Zhao Jinshu remarked, there's plenty in the bowl. Lu Jintai looked at her. What's wrong? Zhao Jinshu felt he was being deliberately contrarian, doubting he didn't understand her implication, and shot him a sidelong glance without further comment. Lu Jintai went for more crispy meat to offer her, but she declined, preferring to eat it herself later rather than being fed by him. Lu Jintai did not press the matter. Ji Yuanyong, enjoying the crispy meat nearby, pretended not to notice, yet internally pondered how her son, praised for his steadiness and reliability by the in-laws, could occasionally exhibit a rather mischievous side, not so composed after all. Zhao Jinshu, holding the crispy meat, called out to his niece and nephew, urging them to come in and enjoy the treat. The 2 children hurried into the kitchen at the sound of his voice, each grabbing chopsticks and diving into the food. A lively chatter ensued among them, exclaiming how delicious it was. As the meal was prepared, Lu Huayuan and Lu Xingye returned. Chapter 55, Conversing with the Lu family upon entering the courtyard. Lu Huayuan immediately spotted a young man standing with his back to him, momentarily pausing before advancing further. Lu Xingye lagged a step behind, her face marked with curiosity. Who is he? Ji Yuanyong emerged from the kitchen upon their return, smiling. Old Lu, can you guess who this is? As she spoke, she took hold of Zhao Jinshu's arm. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Jinshu turned around to see the newcomer, but Ji Yuanyong stopped him, smiling. Let us remain silent for now and see if he can guess. Zhao Jinshu chuckled lightly and held his tongue. Lu Xingye scrutinized the young man's face, finding it somewhat familiar. Meanwhile, Lu Huayuan, intrigued, stepped forward with a smile, carefully examining the young man before him. As their eyes met, Zhao Jinshu instinctively straightened up. Lu Huayuan, admiring the young man's features, remarked, this lad is quite handsome. His gaze lingered on Zhao Jinshu's face for a moment. He looks somewhat familiar. Zhao Jinshu couldn't help but laugh. Ji Yuanyong chimed in. Have you figured it out? Lu Huayuan kept his gaze fixed on him, pondering for a moment before asking. You resemble Jinshu. You must be Jinshu's brother, correct? Zhao Jinshu grinned widely. Uncle, your eyesight is remarkable. Indeed, I am Zhao Jinshu, the younger brother of Zhao Jinshu. Lu Xingye was somewhat taken aback, not expecting her sister-in-law's brothers to arrive. She scrutinized him once more. His attire was rather rustic, clad in a large cotton coat and fabric shoes. Yet, he bore an admirable resemblance to her sister-in-law, and undoubtedly, he would appear even more handsome in finer garments. Lu Huayuan exclaimed, approaching to pat him on the shoulder. You seem quite sturdy. Did you come alone? Zhao Jinshu chuckled, replying, I came by myself. How are your parents? Lu Huayuan inquired, gazing at him. Zhao Jinshu nodded with a smile. They're well, keeping busy every day. When they have a moment to spare, they feel restless. They have raised quite a number of chickens, ducks, and geese, and this year they even created a fish pond. Before I left, my mother prepared some dried chicken, dried duck, and dried fish for me to bring along for you to taste. Then we must savor them, as such delicacies are rare to find. Lu Huayuan listened attentively, unable to suppress a grin upon finishing. Ji Yuanrong remarked nearby, your parents are indeed industrious. Unspoken was her thought that upon seeing Jinshu and Jincheng, she could surmise the character of their long-unseen in-laws. Both children were well-mannered and respectful, indicating their parents must possess similar virtues. Otherwise, they could not have raised such admirable offspring. In contrast to the extravagant praises sung about the third family's in-laws, her expectations for Jinshu's parents were considerably heightened. She was eager to witness the kind of in-laws who could raise such delightful children. Moreover, Zhezhe and Rui were also well brought up, undoubtedly with significant contributions from their in-laws. Jintai had not suffered in the countryside. It was all thanks to the support of her in-laws, for which she held immense gratitude. Zhao Jinshu, with a broad smile, commented, we country folk are all alike. Throughout the year, aside from the farm work, there are numerous chores at home, leaving little time for idleness. Ji Yuanrong couldn't help but suggest, you should bring your parents to Kyoto for a visit. We have yet to meet our in-laws. Zhao Jinshu laughed. They have indeed considered visiting to meet you all, as they often think of my elder brother and sister, as well as Zhezhe and Rui. However, they cannot leave the livestock unattended. So they sent me to check in and bring some local specialties for you to enjoy, all home-raised, free from any concerns. Lu Huayuan turned to Ji Yuanrong, his face brimming with joy. Let's prepare them tomorrow. I have had the dried chicken before, and it truly is exquisite. Ji Yuanrong readily agreed. That sounds wonderful. Just then, Lu Jiaming and Lu Hufeng, who had been busy in the kitchen, emerged upon hearing the commotion. Lu Jiaming glanced at Zhao Jinshu. Who is this? Lu Huayuan patted Zhao Jinshu and cheerfully explained, this is your second sister-in-law's brother. You may call him Jincheng. He then turned to Zhao Jinshu. This is Lu Jiaming, the eldest of the family. You should address him as brother. Zhao Jinshu obediently replied, Brother Jiaming. Lu Jiaming smiled and said, welcome to our home. I hope you enjoy your stay. Noticing Lu Xingyao nearby, Lu Huayuan added, this is Xingyao, the youngest in the family, though she is a few years your senior. Zhao Jinshu glanced at her and cheerfully called out, Sister Xingyao. Lu Xingyu smiled back. At last, someone younger than me is calling me sister. Lu Huayuan then turned to his third son, Lu Hufeng. This is the youngest, Lu Hufeng. Zhao Jinshu promptly addressed him, Brother Hufeng. Lu Hufeng chuckled, don't rush off. Once I have a holiday, I'll take you out for some fun. Zhao Jinshu, who was never shy, responded with a smile, I'll be looking forward to it. Since he was already here, he had no intention of leaving in haste. He was determined to enjoy himself. Ji Yuanyong interjected with a hint of annoyance. You and Brother Hufeng may not excel in many areas, but when it comes to amusement, he's particularly skilled. Lu Hufeng rubbed his nose, feeling a bit slighted, as he thought it inappropriate for his relatives to tease him so. Unexpectedly, Zhao Jinshu expressed interest. Is that so? I also enjoy having fun, but where I'm from, the rivers and ditches have become tiresome. There's hardly anything exciting. I look forward to broadening my horizons with Brother Hufeng. Lu Hufeng's eyes lit up, and he playfully patted Zhao Jinshu's shoulder. Ah, you and I share the same interests. What are you doing these days? Zhao Jinshu shrugged his shoulders, his tone tinged with resignation. Still a student under the strict watch of teachers, with nothing but textbooks to my name. Lu Hufeng was taken aback. You're still a student? With such articulate speech, I assumed you had already entered the workforce. Zhao Jinshu chuckled. I'm in my third year of high school. Lu Huayuan chimed in. So you'll be taking the college entrance examination next year? Zhao Jinshu nodded, and Lu Hufeng casually inquired, how are your grades? Do you think you can make it to Kyoto? Zhao Jinshu smiled modestly. My grades are acceptable. As for whether I can reach Kyoto, that depends on my future performance. At this moment, he was being quite humble. Just as Lu Hufeng was about to speak again, Zhao Jinshu announced that dinner was ready. Lu Hufeng instructed, you all go ahead and eat. We brothers will chat after the meal. All right, they replied, entering the house to wash their hands and gather bowls and chopsticks. Despite having consumed a hearty bowl of noodles earlier in the afternoon and enjoying a bath, Zhao Jinshu found himself hungry once more upon seeing the delectable dishes laid out. Being family, there was no need for formality. He sat down, picked up his utensils, and began to eat. As Zhao Jinshu savored the lamb chops, his eyes brightened. Sister Shi, your culinary skills are getting better and better. Lu Xingyu vigorously nodded in agreement. I concur. This was indeed the truth. And Lu Huayuan and Ji Yuanyong nodded with smiles. Lu Zhe added, my mother cooks everything deliciously. Lu Rui echoed, Everything tastes great. Zhao Jinshu laughed in response to their compliments. However, she soon furrowed her brow slightly. After consuming a few pieces of crispy meat, her throat felt a bit dry. Just as she was about to ladle some soup, a bowl was handed to her. Zhao Jinshu looked over to see Lu Jintai offering, "Have some clear broth." She met his gaze, accepted the bowl, and smiled. "Thank you." She thought to herself that the soup was quite timely. Lu Jintai glanced at her. No need for pleasantries. Zhao Jinshu shot him a sidelong glance. Meeting his indifferent gaze, she said nothing and lowered her head to sip the soup slowly. Zhao Jinsheng, seated across from them, observed their interaction with mild surprise. Back at their hometown, during meals, Sister Shi had always taken special care of Brother Shi, but now the roles seemed reversed. After satisfying their appetites, Lu Xingyu promptly volunteered to wash the dishes and chopsticks. Zhao Jinsheng opened his luggage and retrieved the local specialties he had brought. Turning to Ji Yuanyong with a smile, he said, "Aunt, these are all made by my mother. Uncle enjoys them, so I'll cook them for him tomorrow." Zhao Jinshu looked at the contents of the bag and smiled. "My parents truly understand me. Knowing her fondness for these delicacies, I brought an abundance with me." Ji Yuanrong expressed her astonishment, exclaiming, "This is far too much." There were 8 dried chickens and 8 dried ducks, along with a generous 10 dried fish. "Your family is truly generous," she remarked. She turned to Zhao Jinsheng and inquired, "How are you able to carry all this?" Zhao Jinsheng, beaming with delight, replied, "My mother thought it was still insufficient. My sister loves these treats, and since we raised more chickens and ducks this year, we didn't sell them. My mother had mentioned sending some over once they were ready, so when I came, she insisted I bring them along." Lu Jinai hung the chickens, ducks, and fish in the breeze, while Lu Zhe and Lu Rue handed him ropes. Zhao Jinshu took 2 of each and handed them to her mother-in-law, saying, "Mother, please take these home first and enjoy them before coming back for more." Ji Yuanrong waved her hand dismissively. "No need for so many. Just 1 of each will suffice. If you love them, keep them for yourself." Zhao Jinsheng encouraged, "Auntie, please accept them. There's plenty more at home. If she desires more, I can ask my mother to send some. They're all from our farm, so there's no cost involved, just a bit of grain." Reluctantly, Ji Yuanrong accepted the offerings. When Lu Xingyo emerged from washing the dishes, Ji Yuanrong handed her the items to store properly. Lu Huiran, seated nearby sipping tea, observed their bustling activity. After finishing his tea, he turned to Lu Jintai and asked, "How will Jinqing rest tonight?" "There are no spare guest rooms available." Just as Zhao Jinshu was about to suggest that he share a bed with Lu Zhe, Ji Yuanrong interjected, "We have a small room available. Let's tidy it up for Jinqing. He can enjoy some peace and quiet there. Since he brought his books, he can study at night without hindrance, especially with the college entrance exam approaching. While leisure is important, he must also dedicate time to his studies." Zhao Jinshu glanced at her brother. "What do you think?" Zhao Jinsheng shrugged nonchalantly. "I'm fine with anything as long as there's a bed for me to sleep on. Who cares about the details?" The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law then proceeded to prepare the bedding. Ji Yuanrong had only 2 thin quilts, so Zhao Jinshu asked Lu Jintai to fetch the thicker quilt he had originally used. They layered 2 thin quilts underneath and placed a thick quilt on top, declaring it sufficient for the young man's warmth. Once the bed was made, Lu Huiran invited him to the main room to watch television and engage in conversation. Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing finally noticed Zhao Jinsheng and greeted him courteously, though their thoughts remained a mystery. Ji Yuanrong brought out candies and sunflower seeds, arranging them on a plate on the coffee table for anyone to enjoy. Lu Jiaming and Lu Hufeng also came over to chat with him. After finishing their household tasks, Lu Jintai and Zhao Jinshu joined them. The entire family gathered together, engaging in casual conversation until past 10 o'clock, when the children, growing sleepy, finally retired to wash up and rest. In the main room, lying on the bed, Ji Yuanrong turned to the person beside her reading the newspaper and said, "Tomorrow, let us prepare a red envelope for Jinsheng. It's his first visit to our home, and we must adhere to the proper etiquette, especially since he is a student." Lu Huiran, without looking up, replied, "You can handle that as you see fit." Ji Yuanrong nudged him playfully. "How much would be appropriate?" Lu Huiran turned to her, inquiring, "What do you think?" Sitting up, Ji Yuanrong suggested, 300 or 500 would not be excessive. Lu Huiran looked at her in surprise. Such generosity? This indeed was a considerable sum. Ji Yuangong leaned against the headboard and remarked, "Not for any other reason, but during those years in the countryside, the Jintai family treated him like their own son. When their child came home, even if I cannot treat him as my own, I must not neglect the respect he deserves. Moreover, over these years, We have not spent a penny on this in-law, and he has raised our grandchildren well, saving us a great deal of trouble. On the contrary, for the eldest and third families, we have spent quite a lot for their in-laws. Lu Huayuan set down his newspaper and pondered. Let us go with 300. He might not accept more. He had doubts about whether the child would even want it. Ji Yuangong nodded in agreement. That sounds reasonable. Should we buy him a piece of clothing as well? Lu Huayuan replied. Discuss it with Jintai and see what he thinks. After saying this, he couldn't help but chuckle. It seems you truly like that child. Ji Yuangong laughed as well. Indeed, I do. He has a good appearance, knows how to speak, and most importantly, he is not just talk, he has substance. Who would he like him? Lu Huayuan concurred with this sentiment. As the night passed without further conversation, the family rose early, eager for their outing. After breakfast, they tidied up and prepared to leave. Just before heading to work, Ji Yuangong approached Zhao Jinshu and pressed money into his hand. Zhao Jinshu was taken aback by this unexpected gesture and quickly declined. Aunt, I don't want it. Ji Yuangong glared at him. Take it. This is your pocket money from your aunt. It's not much. Once you start working, I won't give you any more. You're still in school, aren't you? Zhao Jinshu firmly refused, but Ji Yuangong insisted. Unable to withstand his aunt's determination, he turned to Lu Jintai for help. Brother, please talk to aunt. Lu Jintai smiled gently. If she is giving it to you, just accept it. Ji Yuangong added with a grin. Your brother insists you take it. Zhao Jinshu looked troubled and turned to his sister. Sis? Zhao Jinshu smiled slightly. Just take it. You can send in some local specialties when you go back. She understood their mother-in-law well. Either she didn't give anything or once given, it was never retracted. Reluctantly, Zhao Jinshu accepted. Thank you, aunt. Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing, pushing their bicycles, exchanged glances at their mother-in-law's actions, each smirking. As they stepped out of the courtyard, Lin Yulan inquired, how much do you think mother gave Zhao Jinshu's brother? Wang Meijing replied, it's certainly 1 TB little. Lin Yulan noted, when my nephew came for the first time, mother gave him 10 yuan. This was already quite substantial, considering many received only 3 or 5 yuan. And there were plenty who got 1 or 2. Wang Meijing nodded. When my eldest nephew visited for the first time, he received the same amount. Lin Yulan whispered, why don't you find out? See how much mother gave my younger sister's brother. Wang Meijing asked, who should I ask? In unison, they thought of one person, the younger sister. Wang Meijing said, I'll casually test her after work. She might not know. All right, let me know what you find out. Since her brother was visiting for the first time, Zhao Jinshu, as the sister, should definitely buy him a new outfit. Standing in front of the state-run department store, Zhao Jinshu patted his thick cotton coat and declared, this coat is quite good, warm and cozy. Compared to your down jacket, I'm not sure whose coat is warmer. So I won't buy anything. Zhao Jinshu shot him a playful glare. Don't worry, I won't buy you anything expensive. Zhao Jinshu resolutely refused. Do not purchase anything. If you possess some money, save it. Both Lu Zhe and Lu Rue require expenses. Can't you be frugal? He questioned the necessity of wearing such fine clothing in the countryside. Dress too well, and when it snows, he struggles to catch rabbits. Even with the school term starting, there was no need to dress extravagantly. His classmates donned thick winter coats while he appeared conspicuous in a down jacket, which contradicted his low-profile demeanor. Zhao Jinshu insisted, if you visit me and I buy nothing for you, the villagers will gossip. What concern is it of yours if others talk? Zhao Jinshu retorted dismissively. Zhao Jinshu, however, was not swayed by public opinion. Her desire to purchase clothes for her brother was sincere. Zhao Jinshu turned to Lu Jintai. Brother Shi, can you manage her? Zhao Jinshu shot a glance at Lu Jintai. He cannot control me. Lu Jintai replied with an impassive expression. She claims I cannot manage her. Zhao Jinshu responded with irritation. You never intended to. Lu Jintai's tone was languid. I was not permitted to. Chapter 57. Who is the best? Zhao Jinshu firmly refused to step further into the mall, and Zhao Jinshu found herself at an impasse with him. She then smiled and suggested, your brother Shi has partnered with others to open a restaurant. Would you like to take a look before heading to the zoo? Zhao Jinshu's attention was indeed diverted, his eyes sparkling as he turned toward Lu Jintai. Brother Shi, you are in business? Lu Jintai smiled faintly. Not exactly. Merely invested a bit of money. Then let us go see. If he was unaware, it did not matter, but knowing would pique Zhao Jinshu's curiosity, allowing him to share the news with his parents upon returning home to alleviate their worries. Lu Zhe interjected, Uncle, Mom has prepared dishes for them too. Is that so? Zhao Jinshu exclaimed, looking at his sister. I know your cooking is delectable. You can even provide dishes for the restaurant? Do not underestimate me. Zhao Jinshu replied with a sidelong glance. Zhao Jinsheng, astonished, raised an eyebrow and smiled. Sister Shi, how could you think otherwise? In my heart, you are the most intelligent, the most beautiful, the most gentle, the most capable, and the most loving sister. You are the best sister. Lu Jintai's gaze swept gently over him. Zhao Jinshu couldn't help but laugh. If that is the case, then you must be my best, most intelligent, and most handsome brother. Zhao Jinsheng chuckled. I certainly am. Lu Zhe stared in disbelief at the two. Are you both really praising each other? What is this about being the best, the most handsome, and the most intelligent? You are both adults and do not consider my feelings. His cheeks flushed. He was reluctant to admit it, although his uncle was very kind and cared for him. Their mother had never praised him in such a way, only applauding his uncle. He sulked, feeling he should be the one deemed the best in their mother's heart. Not his uncle. Zhao Jinsheng lowered his head. What's wrong? Lu Zhe turned away, deciding to ignore him temporarily. Zhao Jinsheng inquired, while Lu Rue covered her mouth. Laughing, Mom said she loves me the most. I am her treasure, so I do not envy. Lu Jintai's profound gaze rested upon the group, gently reminding them, are we still going? Zhao Jinshu then turned her attention back to Zhao Jinsheng, observing the triumphant smile on his face, and asked, are we still going? Zhao Jinsheng stood behind her, placing both hands on her shoulders, urging her, go on, of course you should. Zhao Jishu turned her head to look at Lu Jintai and said, let us go. Lu Jintai replied with a nod. Noticing Zhao Jinsheng's hands resting on Zhao Jinshu's shoulders, and advised, with so many people around, hold the child's hand. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jinsheng released his hold on his sister's shoulders, glanced at Lu Rue standing beside him, bent down, and lifted her into his arms, saying, just a little bean. Let your uncle carry you. Lu Rue wrapped her arms around his neck, asserting, I'm tall, not small. Zhao Jinsheng chuckled, how old are you? And you care so much about your height? After speaking, he turned to Lu Jintai. Brother, which way shall we go? Lu Jintai pointed in a direction, and carrying Lu Rue, he proceeded accordingly. Zhao Jinshu took Lu Zhe's hand and looked at Lu Jintai. Let us go. Lu Jintai nodded. Lu Zhe glanced at his father and then at his mother, silently pulling his mother a few steps closer to his father, and then reached out his small hand to grasp his father's larger one. Lu Jintai noticed his movement and looked down at him, holding his small hand firmly. He wiggled their hands, finally satisfied. Lu Jintai raised his gaze to meet Zhao Jinshu's eyes. He gave her a brief glance, and Zhao Jinshu, seemingly nonchalant, averted her gaze, while inwardly contemplating how to discreetly detach from her brother to buy him a new outfit. He had traveled all the way to Kyoto to see her. It would be remiss not to purchase him something. She understood his reluctance for her to spend money, yet some expenses were justifiable. Zhao Jinsheng strode forward with Lu Rue, asking, do you know where the restaurant is? Lu Rue nodded. I've been there before. I remember. It's this way. Zhao Jinsheng was taken aback. You really remember? Lu Rue affirmed. I do. Zhao Jinsheng couldn't help but laugh. You're quite the clever one. Lu Rue giggled. After some contemplation, Zhao Jishu turned to Lu Jintai. Could you entertain them at the restaurant for a bit? Lu Jintai looked at her. And you? Zhao Jinshu replied softly. I'm going to buy him clothes. But don't tell him just yet. I'll accompany you, Lu Jintai said calmly. What about them? Zhao Jinshu furrowed her brow. Let them play at the restaurant for a while, Lu Jintai suggested. Noticing her silence, he asked again, is that all right? Zhao Jinshu regarded him. You should be asking Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe, walking between them, suddenly chimed in. I'm fine with it. I can help you keep it a secret from uncle. Although his uncle was vying for his mother's attention, he still liked his uncle well enough. A new outfit was warranted. Zhao Jinshu laughed. How are you so clever? Lu Zhe then inquired. Am I your best son? Zhao Jinshu readily affirmed. Lu Zhe, satisfied, nodded. And you are my best mother. Zhao Jishu couldn't help but caress his head. Lu Jintai silently walked alongside them, glancing at the mother and son, but saying nothing. Upon their arrival at the restaurant, Guqingya appeared somewhat surprised. After mutual introductions, everyone settled into a private room. Before 9 o'clock, the restaurant was devoid of patrons, save for the chef and some helpers bustling about, creating a tranquil atmosphere. Zhao Jinsheng curiously surveyed the surroundings. Once in the private room, Lu Minying brought them fruits, sunflower seeds, and candies, placing them on the table for their enjoyment. Zhao Jishu rose and said, Sister-in-law, let them play here for a while. We are heading to the zoo later. I'll step out to buy some snacks for when they get tired. Lu Minying replied, there are snacks here. You can just take them along. Zhao Jinshu took her hand and walked out, saying, I have a few other matters to attend to, but I'll return shortly. Lu Mining understood and decided to let the children play in the yard, observing the large turtle. Zhao Jinshu greeted Zhao Jinsheng, who, though surprised that she hadn't purchased anything earlier, didn't dwell on it. Unfamiliar with the area, he assumed she was headed to a different place for snacks and said nothing, instead engaging the children in play. Zhao Jinshu and Lu Jintai exited together. On their way, Zhao Jinshu couldn't help but chide, "Buy him some clothes. He looks like a thief." As she spoke, she failed to notice a bicycle speeding towards them. Lu Jintai, quick to react, pulled her into his embrace just in time to prevent her from being struck. "Are you all right?" he inquired. Zhao Jinshu shook her head and straightened up to observe a 10-year-old boy riding the bicycle recklessly, causing pedestrians to scatter. She adjusted her scarf and urged, "Let us hurry along." Lu Jintai agreed but did not release her. "What is the matter?" Zhao Jinshu asked, glancing at him. He replied, "There are many people." "Hold on to my arm." "Hold what arm?" "This is not a bustling street of the future," she retorted. "I'm not a child. That was merely an accident. There is no need to be so cautious." With that, she freed herself and continued onward. Lu Jintai hesitated momentarily before following her. Chapter 58. What is he doing? The pair first visited a Chinese merchant shop, where they purchased a down jacket identical to Lu Jintai's. This particular jacket was available in only 2 colors, and they opted for the silver gray one. Zhao Jinsheng, with his fair complexion, would suit it well. Lu Jintai observed her and remarked, "What size?" "He is about my height." Zhao Jinshu, engrossed in inspecting the clothing, replied without looking up, "I know his size." Lu Jintai nodded, falling silent. They then procured a pair of trousers and a set of winter boots. Even if he felt that wearing them to school would draw attention, he could always wear them once he entered university next year. As they exited the merchant shop, Lu Jintai casually asked, "Do you know my size?" Zhao Jinshu shot him a glance. "If I didn't know your size, how could I knit you a sweater?" Lu Jintai fell silent, realizing the truth in her words. Carrying their purchases, he looked at her retreating figure and pinched the bridge of his nose in exasperation, contemplating his actions. Was he vying for favor with his brother-in-law? Ridiculous and utterly incomprehensible. Having mentioned snacks, they also picked up a few treats to take back. Upon reaching the restaurant, Zhao Jinshu handed the clothes to her brother, who was taken aback. Zhao Jinsheng frowned. "I'm not going to be polite. If I truly didn't want them, why would you hide it from me?" Zhao Jinshu glared at him. "What would you expect me to feel if you traveled all this way to your sister's house and I bought nothing for you?" Sensing her frustration, Zhao Jinsheng quickly replied, all right, buy whatever you want." Lu Jintai patted his arm. "Don't overthink it. The money for his new clothes is still available at home." Zhao Jinshu smiled. "If we were truly short on funds, do you think I would buy you anything?" Zhao Jinsheng raised his hand in surrender, exclaiming, "I shall say no more." As he spoke, he opened his bag and pulled out a down jacket. Comparing it to his attire, he glanced at his cousin, noting that their garments were of the same style, albeit in different colors. Upon this realization, he found himself rather fond of it and promptly discarded his cotton-padded jacket to don the down jacket instead. Standing before them, he inquired, "How do I look?" Zhao Jinshu smiled and remarked, "Quite nice." Lu Jintai echoed, "Indeed, it looks good." Lu Zhe added, "Uncle, it suits you well." Lu Rue chimed in, "Very handsome." Having changed his clothing and footwear, Zhao Jinsheng emerged transformed, prompting Du Qingye to chuckle. "This lad is truly spirited. Your entire family is blessed with good looks." Zhao Jinshu responded with a smile. "We shall take our leave now. You all carry on." As they intended to enjoy their outing, Du Qingye did not insist they stay, saying, "Will you join us for lunch?" Zhao Jinshu glanced at his watch, noting it was already past 10. "We may not make it," he replied. Du Qingye suggested, "Then come for dinner. Your brother has traveled quite a distance, and we must treat him to a meal." Lu Jintai concurred. "Let us plan for dinner then." Zhao Jinshu smiled. "That works. We can enjoy the day without worrying about cooking." Though today was not a holiday, the children were on break, and the zoo was bustling with grandparents and relatives bringing their little ones to enjoy the day. The group strolled leisurely, taking in the sights, and when fatigue set in, they rested on benches, snacking on fruits and sipping water. Lu Zhe, seated on a stone bench and munching on an orange, turned to Zhao Jinsheng and asked, "Uncle, aren't you amazed to see tigers and lions?" "Not really. I've seen them on television," Zhao Jinsheng replied nonchalantly, though he was indeed astonished. He managed to maintain a facade of indifference, leaving Lu Zhe puzzled throughout their walk. Zhao Jinshu, noticing his playful deception, chose not to reveal the truth. Lu Zhe, still skeptical, retorted, "So you've seen the Great Wall on television too?" Does that mean we won tea climate tomorrow? Zhao Jinshu coughed lightly and declared. Now that we are here, we must certainly go. Lu Zhe scrutinized him, but didn't you see it on TV? Feeling a bit uneasy. Zhao Jinshu rubbed his nose and explained, let me tell you, even if it seems ordinary, one must not exhibit a lack of worldly experience. I am merely maintaining a low profile. The true self does not reveal itself. Do you understand? Lu Zhe stared blankly for a moment before nodding. I get it. It's all an act. Zhao Jinshu's words prompted laughter from Zhao Jinshu, who had been listening intently, while Lu Jintai's eyes sparkled with amusement. Lu Rui observed their laughter. Somewhat confused but remained silent, continuing to enjoy his orange. Zhao Jinshu looked at Lu Zhe incredulously. You may be young, but your wit is quite sharp. Lu Zhe grinned. My mother says that knowledge is like precious stones in one's heart, and eloquence flows like pearls from one's pen. Do you understand what that means? If a high school senior like Zhao Jinshu did not comprehend this saying, he might as well give up on his studies. Yet, feigning ignorance, he asked, what does that mean? Lu Zhe leaned closer to explain. It means that with a wealth of knowledge in your mind, you can craft excellent writings. My mother loves reading, which is why she can write children's stories. Zhao Jinshu teased him. And what does that have to do with your cleverness? Lu Zhe cast a disdainful glance at him, remarking, reading extensively leads to greater knowledge and intelligence. It's a simple correlation, not a sign of cunningness. Don't think I'm unaware that being clever is not necessarily a compliment. Zhao Jinshu feigned enlightenment. Oh, I see. It seems you have read quite a lot. Haven't you? Yet, he couldn't help but reflect on the times when he used to teach him to read during the holidays back in their hometown. He was aware of the child's fondness for books, and he was taken aback by how much the child had changed in just 6 months. One must acknowledge that there is indeed a stark contrast between children who read and those who do not. Lu Zhe replied, a great many. As they conversed, a sudden commotion erupted ahead, drawing the attention of those nearby. Zhao Jinshu rose, inquiring, what is happening? Zhao Jinshu glanced over. I'm not sure. Zhao Jinshu said, I'll go take a look, and proceeded to investigate. Zhao Jinshu turned to Lu Jintai, expressing her thoughts. He always seeks excitement. Lu Jintai chuckled softly. He has always been this way. Lu Zhe dashed over. Mom, I want to see too. Lu Jintai gave him a glance, cautioning, there are too many people. You shouldn't go. Observing the crowd, Lu Zhe settled down. All right then. Zhao Jinshu stood for a while before returning. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lu Zhe asked, Uncle, what happened? Once seated, Zhao Jinshu explained, a little friend got lost, but fortunately, a kind-hearted person helped him find his way back. His grandmother was so anxious and frightened. Once the child was found, she sat down on the ground, weeping with joy while holding her grandson. Lu Zhe sighed in relief. Thank goodness they found him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have seen his parents again. Lu Rui added, I won't wander off. Zhao Jinshu nodded. Indeed, Rui is a good child. Reflecting on the children who have been abducted by traffickers in later years, while many have been recovered, countless others remain missing. Regardless of the outcome, it is a catastrophic blow to any family. Nowadays, both adults and children do not take the prevention of getting lost or abducted seriously. In an era of limited information, a lost child is not easily found. An idea struck her as she recalled the children's story she had written about a child who got lost and couldn't find their way home. When she penned it, she had to consider this aspect. Now she thought it might be worthwhile to incorporate some related plot lines. She turned to Lu Jintai. I will meet with Editor Lee tomorrow. Lu Jintai asked, what is the matter? Zhao Jinshu replied, I need to revise my manuscript. Thankfully, it has been serialized in the newspaper yet, so there is still time for revisions. Lu Jintai inquired, what prompted the sudden change? Zhao Jinshu explained, what just happened inspired some new ideas. Lu Jintai glanced at her and smiled. All right, I'll accompany you. Zhao Jinshu returned the smile. Great. Chapter 59. A good maternal family having thoroughly enjoyed themselves. The return journey left them fatigued. Upon reaching Gu Qingye's restaurant, the group sank into their chairs, reluctant to move. Both children and their uncle were famished, and as soon as the dishes were served, they eagerly began to eat. Gu Qingye attended to them with great care, even preparing sweet pear soup for them. Zhao Jinshu, utterly exhausted, found her appetite waning. The sweet pear soup was refreshing, and she drank 2 bowls in quick succession. However, after finishing, she gazed at the table full of dishes, devoid of any desire to eat. Lu Jintai raised his head to look at her. What's wrong? Not hungry? Zhao Jinshu replied, the rock candy pear soup is quite good. Lu Jintai frowned. How about eating a little? Zhao Jinshu responded, I don't feel like eating. Zhao Jinshu looked up. Sister Shi, are you unwell? Is mother unwell? Lu Zhe glanced at their mother. Lu Rue, sitting beside her, asked, Mother, why aren't you eating? Zhao Jinshu smiled. I'm not unwell, just not hungry at the moment. I had a hearty lunch, so it's fine to eat less for dinner. Don't make such a fuss. Zhao Jinshu, understanding his sister, recalled how she was frail and had a small appetite as a child. Their parents worried she might starve, especially since she was delicate and often fell ill, compelling her to eat. After forcing down a couple of bites, she would vomit, and eventually, they resorted to milk powder to nourish her. Hearing her say she wasn't hungry now, he refrained from insisting, If you truly don't wish to eat, then don't. We can always prepare something when you feel hungry at home. Zhao Jinshu nodded. It's fine to eat less in the evening. Noticing her lack of appetite, Lu Jintai ceased to persuade her and gently said, You should drink some milk powder when we get back. Zhao Jinshu replied with a soft Gu Qingye entered and, seeing her untouched bowl, jested, Sister-in-law, what's the matter? Do you find my cooking unpalatable? Just look at how they're devouring their food. It's evident my cooking is good. Zhao Jinshu smiled. Gu Qingye ruffled his hair, a shy smile adorning his face. I just lack confidence in front of you, sister-in-law. Zhao Jinshu quickly interjected. You needn't be confident in front of me. Just be confident in front of your guests. Lu Jintai cast him a sidelong glance. Such theatrics. Gu Qingye chuckled. All right. I won't say any more. Soon, they finished their meal, engaged in light conversation with Gu Qingye and his wife, and then bid farewell to return home. Upon arriving, they found the other households had already dined and were now watching television in the main room. Zhao Jinshu brought his niece and nephew over, with Zhao Jinshu and Lu Jintai trailing behind. Ji Yuanrong, seeing them, promptly invited them to sit. Lu Hufeng appraised Zhao Jinshu and remarked, That outfit is quite nice. Zhao Jinshu looked at his clothes and smiled. Isn't it beautiful? Indeed. It's the same style as your brother's outfit, isn't it? Lu Hufeng inquired. The color is different. Zhao Jinshu nodded. My brother and sister-in-law bought it for me. Lu Xingyao, nearby, looked on with envy and couldn't help but ask. That outfit must be expensive, right? I haven't seen this style in state-run stores. You can only find it in overseas Chinese shops. Zhao Jinshu was unaware of the price, having not inquired, for he wasn't foolish, judging by the style and quality. He knew it wouldn't be cheap. Yet, since his brother and sister-in-law had already purchased it for him, he felt it inappropriate to ask further. Lu Xingyao, eyeing his clothes with longing, blurted out, Your brother and sister-in-law are truly generous to you. They just bought you such an expensive outfit, while I can only borrow money from them. With a sigh, she lamented that her uncle was better than her aunt. Zhao Jinshu and Lu Jintai, entering the room, caught her remark, exchanged glances, and without needing to speculate, they understood her thoughts. Zhao Jinshu remarked, As long as Jinshu's school is on break, I hardly need to worry about the two kids aside from their meals. He takes care of everything, especially during the winter and summer holidays. It makes my life particularly easy. Do not merely refer to him as my younger brother. Considering his compassion for me and shouldering the burdens of parenting and alleviating my stress, it would be unjust not to treat him kindly. Do not assume that her kindness towards her natal family means she harbors no discomfort. When her family treated her well, who noticed? In the future, she will undoubtedly show even greater kindness to her family than in the past. If she feels uneasy, she should keep it to herself. Lu Xingyao chuckled awkwardly. Realizing she was being subtly pointed out, Zhao Jinshu chuckled nervously, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had not anticipated that he held such a favorable position in Shi Jia's heart. Lu Zhe turned to his grandmother and said, My uncle teaches me to read, plays with my sister and me, catches sparrows, hunts wild rabbits, fishes, and buys us delicious treats. Ji Yuanyong felt genuinely touched. Despite being merely a child himself, he could assist his sister in caring for her children. Although many families have older siblings look after the younger ones, this was different. It was his niece and nephew, not just brothers and sisters. And he could easily have chosen to remain uninvolved. She turned to Zhao Jinshu and could not help but smile as she said, Don't think that just because you're Shigu and Shi Jia buy you clothes, I want to buy you any as well. Zhao Jinshu quickly waved his hands. No, I have enough clothes to wear, and besides, haven't Shigu and Shi Jia already bought some for me? As long as I have enough to wear, there is no need to purchase excessively. Initially, Lin Yulan sat to the side, casually eating sunflower seeds while listening to the gossip. However, as she listened, she was taken aback by a remark from her mother-in-law. Zhao Jinshu had bought clothes for her brother, and now their mother was also buying? She was unsure how much money she had given him earlier, but now more clothes were being purchased. Unable to contain herself, she smiled and said, "Mom, you can't just buy for Jinshu's brother. You have 3 daughters-in-law." Zhao Jinshu glanced at her but remained silent, thinking that this sister-in-law might not be so easy to get along with. Wang Meijing chimed in, "Yes, Mom, you have 3 daughters-in-law. Please do not forget us." Zhao Jinshu shot her a glance as well, finding this sister-in-law equally difficult to deal with. He had already stated that he did not want his aunt to buy clothes. Yet they were so eagerly interjecting. It was rather unbecoming. With both sisters-in-law pressing him from either side, he could not help but worry whether Jia felt wronged. Lu Huayuan cast a blank stare at his eldest and youngest sons. Although he said nothing, it inexplicably made Lu Jiaming and Lu Hufeng's skin crawl. What was the matter with these 2 women? Did their parents owe something to their family? Ji Yuanyong scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing, and said, "Did your brothers from your natal family help you raise children? Did your children grow up in your natal family?" Lin Yulan's face flushed. Who would raise someone else's grandchildren for no reason? Wang Meijing replied, "My family does help, during winter and summer breaks. My mother assists in taking care of the children." "Well, your mother does a splendid job then, providing living expenses, while my grandchildren receive nothing substantial, which makes them reluctant to visit their grandmother." Ji Yuanyong had no intention of engaging with her foolishness. Wang Meijing thought of the 2 children and quietly fell silent. Ji Yuanyong glanced at them, saying, "So none of you should think I am biased." Lu Jintai suddenly interjected, "Tomorrow is the weekend. Mother will take Jinshu to buy clothes while I handle some matters with Jinshu." Ji Yuanyong smiled and replied, "All right, let us go first thing tomorrow." Zhao Jinshu turned to Lu Jintai and said, "Shiga, there's no need to buy anything. Didn't we just purchase clothes today?" Lu Jintai cast a fleeting glance at him, replying, "If your aunt has offered to buy it for you, then you should graciously accept." Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing exchanged bewildered glances, contemplating Lu Jintai's impassive demeanor. Was he expressing dissatisfaction? Had he indeed agreed to assist his brother-in-law? Zhao Jinshu intended to voice a retort. Yet upon noticing the 2 sisters-in-law beside his elder sister, he silently swallowed the words of refusal that lingered on his lips. At worst, he would simply bring more gifts for his aunt on his next visit. He was determined to accept the clothes. The more they opposed his aunt's generosity, the more resolute he became in receiving them. For a moment, the room fell into silence, save for the sounds emanating from the television. Earlier, Zhao Jinshu had remained taciturn, but now she stifled a yawn, rose from her seat, and announced, "It's getting late. I shall return to rest. Today has been quite exhausting." Ji Yuanyong turned to her, smiling as he said, "Then you all should head back to wash up and retire for the night. Jinshu, you 2 should wash up and rest." Zhao Jinshu replied, "Aunt, I'll wash up at Shijia's place first, then come over." Ji Yuanyong responded, "That sounds reasonable." Chapter 60. Revision. After the 2 children returned to their rooms to wash up, they quickly climbed into bed. Zhao Jinshu had not yet washed. Upon entering her room, she languidly leaned against the bed and addressed Lu Jintai, who had followed her inside, saying, "I wish to take a bath. A hot soak would alleviate my fatigue. I've walked far too much today and feel utterly exhausted." This highlighted her lack of physical exercise. As the new year commenced, she ought to prioritize fitness, perhaps running or playing shuttlecock daily. Lu Jintai inquired, "Shall I prepare the water for you?" Zhao Jinshu nodded in agreement. After he heated the bathwater and filled the tub, he called for her. Zhao Jinshu lifted her head and asked, "Is it ready?" Lu Jintai nodded in affirmation. She then entered the bathroom with her clothes. She relished bathing, particularly when fatigued, as it brought her a sense of relief. However, she knew not to linger too long. About 20 minutes sufficed. Once she emerged from the tub, she dried herself, donned her thermal undergarments, and quickly dashed to her room. Upon arrival, she first removed her thermal pants and nestled into the warmth of her blankets. Lu Jintai glanced at her and remarked, "I'm going to wash up." Zhao Jinshu acknowledged with a soft applied her facial cream, shed her outerwear, and soon fell into a deep slumber. After Lu Jintai finished washing, he returned to find her peacefully asleep, pondering that she had yet to drink her milk powder. Not wanting to disturb her serene rest, he refrained from waking her and took the hairdryer to the bathroom to dry his hair. Upon returning, he lifted the covers and lay down beside her, turning to see her back facing him. He quietly switched off the light and draped his arm around her waist. Closing his eyes, a night devoid of dreams passed. When Zhao Jinshu awoke, Lu Jintai had already prepared breakfast. After the family shared their morning meal, They each busied themselves with their respective tasks. Ji Yuanyong planned to take Zhao Jinshu shopping for clothes, also bringing along Lu Zhe and Lu Rui. Meanwhile, Lu Jintai and Zhao Jinshu headed to the post office to send a telegram to their parents, informing them that Jinqing had arrived safely, thus alleviating their worries. They also made a phone call to the Shiguang Daily and learned that Editor Li was at the newspaper office, prompting the two to visit. Upon seeing the two individuals, Editor Li was taken aback, exclaiming, "What brings you here on this splendid weekend while I toil away?" He then turned sharply to Zhao Jinshu, "Comrade Zhao, do you have a new manuscript?" Zhao Jinshu replied with a smile, "Even if I do have a new piece, it won't be ready so swiftly." Editor Li's eyes brightened with intrigue. There was potential here. However, he refrained from rushing them, sensing that their presence was not without purpose. He inquired, "What brings you both here?" Zhao Jinshu responded, "I have conceived new ideas for that children's story and wish to revise it." Editor Li hesitated. "The manuscript is already quite good. Surely, it requires no alterations?" Lu Jintai interjected, glancing at the two. "Let's find a place to sit and discuss." Editor Li, feeling somewhat awkward, agreed. Yes. Let us head to the conference room for our discussion." Zhao Jinshu looked at him. "Please bring the manuscript, along with some paper and pens." Upon reaching the conference room, Zhao Jinshu articulated her thoughts. Editor Li listened intently but pondered. The ideas are indeed promising. Yet without seeing the revised manuscript, they remain vague. The previous draft was already excellent. If the changes align well, that's one thing. However, embellishing unnecessarily could detract from its beauty. Nevertheless, Comrade Zhao was adamant, and he felt he had no choice but to allow her to proceed with the revisions. He asked her, "Will you take it home to revise?" Zhao Jinshu, engrossed in her thoughts about where to intersperse knowledge on preventing abductions and getting lost, replied without looking up, "No need." After perusing the manuscript briefly, she felt confident that the task at hand was manageable and could be completed by the afternoon. She suggested, "Why don't you both go out for tea and have a chat?" Lu Jintai responded, "No need. Editor Li may do as he wishes, with other matters to attend to." Editor Li could not linger and, after pouring them some water, stated, "I will step out to work. Once you have finished, please bring it back for me to review." After he departed, Zhao Jinshu turned to Lu Jintai. "It's rather dull sitting here. Perhaps you should head home?" Lu Jintai shot her a glance. "Not a chance." He then returned his focus to a newspaper displayed on the shelf beside the conference table, noting that he had found his own means of passing the time. Zhao Jinshu resumed her revisions. As time ticked by, midday soon arrived. After completing his tasks, Editor Li returned to find her still writing. Choosing not to disturb her, he quietly asked Lu Jintai, "Would you care to join me for lunch?" Just as Lu Jintai was about to respond, Zhao Jinshu finally set down her pen and looked at him. "You must review the manuscript before we eat." Editor Li's eyes lit up. "Is it finished?" Zhao Jinshu nodded, handing him the manuscript. He took it eagerly, driven by both concern that she might have ruined it and a burgeoning anticipation based on her confidence. Zhao Jinshu cautioned from the side, "There are approximately 10,000 words with slight modifications. Do not read every word from the beginning." Editor Li, absorbed in the manuscript, did not look up, thoroughly scrutinizing the revisions. Minutes later, he excitedly turned to Zhao Jinshu, "Comrade Zhao, this is splendidly revised." Lu Jintai leaned in as Editor Li handed him the manuscript, pointing out, "Look here, originally, the little boy was merely afraid and cried after getting lost. But now we've added a segment that delves into his psychological state." Xiaoshu felt an overwhelming sense of regret. His mother had always advised him to inform his family whenever he ventured out, yet he had recklessly left without a word, leaving his parents unaware of his whereabouts. He vowed that next time he would make sure to communicate clearly with them before stepping out. Lu Jintai took the manuscript, examined it, and a smile graced his eyes as he turned to Zhao Jinshu. "The revisions are splendid." Zhao Jinshu beamed with delight. "Thank you for your praise, Professor Lu." Lu Jintai chuckled softly. "No need for thanks, Comrade Zhao." Was this their typical mode of interaction as a couple? Editor Li pondered, bemused. However, they were currently engaged in serious matters. He cleared his throat and remarked, "Not only is it well revised, it is exceptionally smooth. This children's story should be shown to my mischievous little one. He often leaves without bidding farewell to anyone at home." After finishing his thought, he continued, "Moreover, the addition of the scene where the fox tempts the little white rabbit with a carrot is brilliant. Upon seeing the fox with the carrot, the little rabbit hastily flees, exclaiming that his mother warned him against accepting gifts from strangers, for any stranger offering him something is a villain, and he must run far away." After reading it, he could not help but express his admiration. "Comrade Zhao, You are truly remarkable. I never anticipated that you could revise it so aptly. Moreover, your revisions elevate this story to a new height. Even offering you 10 yuan per 1,000 words feels a bit excessive. Zhao Jinshu responded, then you should promptly increase my manuscript fee. Editor Li, caught up in his excitement, inadvertently revealed his true feelings. Alas, he was confronted with Comrade Zhao, who was unperturbed and forthright, like bitter juice and sweet soup, both sweet and bitter at once. Jintai looked at him. So, no intention to raise the fee? Editor Li hesitated. We signed a contract. Jintai gazed at him. That was for the unedited manuscript. Why not revert to the previous publication terms? Editor Li replied, you must allow me to discuss it with the higher-ups. Zhao Jinshu smiled. All right, I'll await your decision. Chapter 61, Daily Life at Noon, Naturally. Editor Li treated them to a meal. After lunch, the two decided to buy some groceries on their way home. Upon returning, they discovered that the group who had gone shopping for clothes had not yet returned, clearly having resolved their lunch outside as well. With her mother-in-law present, Zhao Jinshu felt little concern. Once they grew tired from their outings, they would surely come back. Lu Xingyu was also away for the weekend. And as for the main house, during weekends, the third room was consumed with cleaning, especially with the new year approaching. All the bedding needed washing. And perhaps they had not finished it in the morning, still occupied with their tasks. Lin Yulan, upon seeing the couple return together with a bag of groceries, was inundated with various thoughts, yet she could voice none of them. With a resigned sigh, she lamented that while others enjoyed leisure, she was left at home to wash clothes. As a daughter-in-law of the Liu family, her fate differed greatly. She lowered her head and continued washing the bedding. Wang Meijing also noticed the couple, but at that moment, she was too preoccupied to pay attention to anything else. With the new year approaching, and having previously advanced her salary, this month she only received half of her pay, which she needed to reserve for daily expenses. Beyond this half-month's wage, it could be said that the couple from the third room had empty pockets. During the festive season, the exchange of social pleasantries often necessitates financial resources. However, she currently finds herself unable to even procure gifts for her family, let alone consider the school fees that will be due shortly after the spring festival. Seeking assistance from her parents is out of the question, as she knows they would likely ignore her, perhaps even chastise her. Turning to her in-laws is a thought that crosses her mind, but she doubts they would extend any help. She can almost envision her mother-in-law's scolding, questioning how they could possibly be unable to afford tuition when both partners are employed. This contemplation leaves her devoid of any hopeful thoughts. In reflecting on their situation, she realizes they lack a safety net. No one is there to support them anymore. If they continue to live as they have, without being frugal, their circumstances are unlikely to improve. To prevent their family from facing hunger, they must rise to the occasion. With a furrowed brow, she acknowledges that the days of purchasing whatever she desires are irrevocably behind her. In this moment of clarity, she recognizes how wasteful they have been over the years, leaving them with no savings. Regret and frustration envelop her. Last night, Zhao Jinshu had taken a bath without washing her hair. Upon returning home, she headed straight to the kitchen, where the stove was keeping water warm, though it was insufficient. Her long hair required more water, so she opened the vent and added more, continuing to heat it. Jintai had retreated to the study to read. Zhao Jinshu took out a chair and her knitting needles, basking in the sunlight as she worked on a sweater, waiting for the water to heat up. Before the water was ready, Ji Yuanrong returned with several companions. As soon as Lu Rui entered the courtyard, he called out for his mother. Zhao Jinshu looked towards them, setting down her knitting needles, her face instinctively lighting up with a smile. Lu Rui, beaming with joy, dashed over and threw herself into her mother's embrace, exclaiming, "Mama, I'm back." Zhao Jinshu laughed, teasingly replying, "Oh, our Rui has returned." As she removed the scarf from her neck, leaning against her mother's leg, Lu Rui excitedly recounted, "Grandma bought clothes for Uncle and took us to the park to play. She also brought back lots of delicious treats for us and for the older siblings." Zhao Jinshu responded with a smile, "Is that so?" Upon hearing their conversation, Lu Zhe, who had just entered, hurried over to report to his mother. "Sister was very well behaved today. She didn't fuss or look for you at all. Typically, they would go out together with their mother, but today was his first time taking his sister out without her. He had worried she would cry, but to his relief, she didn't cry at all, leaving him quite satisfied." Lu Rui, slightly annoyed, looked at her brother and declared, "I was good. I've grown up." Lu Zhe teased back, "Who was it that cried for Mama when they were upset?" Lu Rui shot him a glare, insisting, "I've grown up. I don't cry anymore." Zhao Jinshu glanced at her son and said, It's normal for little ones to look for their mother. You did the same when you were younger, didn't you? Lu Zhe chuckled. Who remembers those childhood things? Not to worry, Mama will remember them for you. Zhao Jinshu replied with a smile. I'll remember for you as well, added Zhao Jinsheng, who had just stepped in. Lu Zhe mumbled. What is there to remember? Lu Rui chimed in. Then, brother, don't remember me crying. I don't cry anymore. Lu Zhe responded, and Zhao Jishu and Zhao Jinsheng couldn't help but laugh. Lu Hui, Lu Xiang, along with Lu Kaifei and Lu Manting, rushed out of the house upon hearing the commotion. Ji Yuanrong divided the snacks she had purchased among the family, and the children began to indulge in them right in the courtyard. Lin Yulan glanced over, slightly furrowing her brow, thinking her own children were rather foolish for eating the snacks outdoors instead of bringing them home or hiding them away. They certainly did not take after her in that regard. Wang Meijing, however, felt indifferent. After all, the snacks were bought by her mother-in-law. And as long as her children were content, she had no objections to how they chose to enjoy them. Ji Yuanrong allowed them to eat as they pleased. Stifling a yawn, she wasn't as youthful as the younger ones and felt quite fatigued after a morning of activities. After bidding her farewells, she planned to retreat for an afternoon nap. Zhao Jishu looked up and smiled. Mom, you've been out with them all morning. You must be tired. Don't worry about dinner tonight. Dad mentioned he enjoys dried chicken. Why not prepare one for dinner here? Upon hearing this, Ji Yuanrong felt a warmth in her heart. She was not the miserly type of mother-in-law. She delighted in treating the children well. And knowing they appreciated her efforts made her feel that her care was not in vain. With a beaming smile, she replied, All right then. I shall take a break and want tea cooked tonight. After Ji Yuanrong left, Zhao Jishu stood up to fetch water for washing her hair. Sister, what are you doing? Zhao Jinsheng asked. I'm going to wash my hair, Zhao Jishu replied as she moved to draw water. Once she had filled her container, she began to remove her cotton jacket. What are you doing? Zhao Jinsheng interrupted loudly, frowning. Are you really going to wash your hair in the middle of winter? Just wait until we get home. I'll tell Mom and Dad. Don't you know your own health? You fall ill at the slightest chill. And yet you want to do this. It was no wonder that as the new year approached, their parents had sent them to check on Zhao Jinshu with her temperament. It was no surprise they worried. Zhao Jishu looked up at the sky. The sun is shining brightly. It's quite warm and not cold at all. Besides, I'm wearing a sweater. How could I catch a cold? You're making a fuss over nothing. She spoke as if she had never washed her hair this way before, and telling Mom and Dad, I'm an adult now, and you're overstepping your bounds. Zhao Jinsheng, uninterested in her protests, stepped forward to take the water container from her. You're too stubborn. Let me help you wash your hair. Their parents had specifically instructed him to look out for Zhao Jinshu, as she could be delicate and needed guidance when she strayed. After 2 days of being together, he found her quite agreeable and had not noticed any issues until now. Help me wash my hair. Zhao Jinshu eyed him skeptically. Can you even do it properly? I have long hair. Lu Zhe looked between his uncle and his mother. Mom, let uncle help you wash your hair. You should listen to your little brother. Mommy always tells us not to take off our jackets. Yet here she is doing just that. Lu Rui chimed in, echoing his brother. Zhao Jinshu sighed. Are you all going to start managing me now? In my previous life, when the children grew up, they also liked to meddle in my affairs, questioning everything I did. But back then, they were older and more knowledgeable. I could accept their interference. Now, these two little rascals want to tell me what to do? Zhao Jinsheng urged her. Stop the nonsense. While the weather is warm, hurry and wash your hair. We cannot allow the younger brother and the little ones to worry. Zhao Jinshu replied. All right, you can play the role of my hair washer. With that, she tidied her hair and collar, bowed her head, and let him assist her. Allow me, Zhao Jinsheng said, rolling up his sleeves to a dry spot, and bent down to fetch water. Behind him, the voice of Lu Jintai resonated. Chapter 62. Hair washing. He glanced back, smiling. No worries, Shiga. You carry on. Washing hair is not a difficult task. It will be done shortly. Lu Jintai gave him a sidelong glance and replied coolly, I will wash her hair. Zhao Jinsheng chuckled lightly, dismissing it. It's really fine. I can wash hair. I've done it for Lu Rui before. Lu Jintai furrowed his brow and commanded, Zhao Jinsheng, bring the ladle. Zhao Jinsheng thought to himself, can he really ruin Shijia's hair? Why so serious, calling me by my full name? Who does he look down upon? Zhao Jinshu lifted her head. Whoever is helping. Could you please be quicker? Isn't it uncomfortable to keep your head down? It would be better if I washed it myself. Seeing that Shiga was not leaving, Zhao Jinsheng reluctantly handed over the ladle and, after doing so, asserted, I can truly wash hair. Lu Jintai ignored him, lowered his head, scooped water. and proceeded to wet her hair seamlessly. Zhao Jinshu remained nearby, eager to see who would perform better. Once her hair was thoroughly soaked, Jintai turned to the side and said softly, "Shampoo." Zhao Jinshu was momentarily taken aback but quickly squeezed out some shampoo for him. Lu Zhe and Lu Rui also ran over to watch. Lu Zhe observed his father's large hands weaving through his mother's hair, though his movements were not particularly skilled. They were gentle and effective, at least not drenching her clothes. Remembering the summer when his uncle washed his sister's hair, with their grandmother assisting in soaking her clothes, Lu Zhe smiled approvingly. Dad washes better. This statement held significant weight with Lu Rui. Dad washes well. Lu Jintai glanced at them, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. Zhao Jinshu conceded. All right, I must admit, compared to being scolded by mother for being rough-handed, Shiga is indeed more gentle and meticulous. Lu Jintai lowered his gaze, asking softly, "Is the pressure suitable?" Zhao Jinshu replied, "It's just right." Lu Jintai smiled and continued to massage and wash. Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing were washing nearby. And upon witnessing this, they were utterly astonished. Was this truly the Lu Jintai they knew? After their shock, they exchanged glances, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Moments later, Wang Meijing looked at Lin Yulan and said, "Eldest sister-in-law, do you think my face looks old?" Zhao Jinshu was beautiful and youthful, yet she felt she was not lacking either. They were all from the Lu family, so why the disparity? Not to mention being washed hair. Even pouring bathwater for her was a non-stop hassle, utterly exasperating. Lin Yulan appraised her and spoke candidly. "You don't look old. You seem quite young, unlike me." With wrinkles at the corners of my eyes, Wang Meijing felt reassured, and once relieved, she became even more disdainful of her own husband. There was no comparison. And the more she compared, the angrier she became. Truly, as the saying goes, dragons give birth to offspring of diverse natures. After venting her feelings, she glanced at her sister-in-law and remarked, "You don't look old at all. To be honest, the daughters-in-law that the Lu family has married from our third branch are all quite beautiful. It's a real bargain for them." Following her envious comment, Lin Yulan consoled herself, realizing that the couple had not been married for long, while she and her spouse had been together for over a decade. There was simply no basis for comparison. Wang Meijing chimed in, "Even when we first got married, it wasn't like this, was it?" Lin Yulan chose to ignore her, after finally finding solace in her thoughts. Wang's words shattered her reality, leaving her without any means of self-comfort, which was truly irritating. Meanwhile, Zhao Jinshu's hair had been thoroughly washed. Zhao Jinshu took the opportunity to hand her a dry towel, which Lu Jintai accepted and wrapped around her hair. Zhao Jinshu then stood up, saying, "It's fine. I can do it myself." Lu Jintai did not insist, merely suggesting, "Shall I blow-dry your hair for you?" Zhao Jinshu glanced at him and inquired, "Are you free at the moment?" Lu Jintai replied, "I am." Zhao Jinshu nodded, "All right." The two entered the room to dry her hair. In the courtyard, several children were enjoying snacks. Upon seeing their uncle and aunt enter the house, one of them turned to Lu Zhe and remarked, "Uncle and aunt have such a good relationship." At 13, he had observed his own parents often arguing, and thus, he perceived the affection displayed by his uncle and aunt as a sign of a harmonious relationship. Lu Zhe proudly declared, "My parents never argue." Having only been there for half a year, he had heard his uncle and aunt, as well as his third uncle and aunt, quarrel on numerous occasions. Yet he had never witnessed a dispute between his own parents. Naturally, he did not consider their occasional minor disagreements as arguments. Lu Rui nodded in agreement, affirming, "Mom and Dad don't argue." The group of children admired them greatly. They adored their aunt and uncle for her gentleness and culinary skills, especially since they had never seen her scold Lu Zhe or Lu Rui, which made them even more envious. Hearing the sound of the hairdryer in Zhao Jie's room and the children's chatter, Zhao Jinshu suddenly had an epiphany. He realized why Zhao Jie had insisted on washing Zhao Jinshu's hair. With a scoff, he thought how petty Zhao Jie was. Even something as simple as washing his sister's hair seemed to elicit jealousy. If he were to discover that someone secretly harbored feelings for Zhao Jinshu, his jealousy would surely soar to the heavens. Shortly after, Zhao Jinshu and Lu Jintai emerged from the room. Zhao Jinshu discreetly assessed the pair and asked, "Sister Jinshu, you mentioned earlier that you plan to return to your hometown after the new year?" Zhao Jinshu retrieved a chair for them to sit and replied, "I intend to go back on the third day of the Lunar New Year. You should stay here for the holidays and then return with us to help me with the children and carry the luggage." Lu Jintai turned to Zhao Jinshu and asked, "When did you make that decision?" Naturally, she had decided upon her return to life, but she would not disclose that. "I haven't finalized it yet. I wanted to discuss it with you first. You wouldn't oppose it, would you?" Lu Jintai gently reassured her. Of course not. I will make arrangements accordingly. Zhao Jinshu blinked, realizing, so, you mean you also plan to go? Lu Jintai looked at her and asked, does that mean you did not intend for me to accompany you? Zhao Jinshu replied, aren't you busy? Lu Jintai's gaze fell upon her face. I can spare a few days. Zhao Jinshu, very well. Your parents must be thinking of you too. It would be good to return and see them. Lu Jintai merely hummed in acknowledgement, lapsing into silence. Zhao Jinshu turned to him. Shiga, are you truly going back? Lu Jintai met his gaze. Is there even a semblance of doubt? Zhao Jinshu responded with an "oh." Falling silent thereafter, yet his thoughts wandered. He had heard from Aunt Yi that Yu Zheng would return this year. He fervently hoped that no discord would arise between the two. After all, Yu Zheng had been away for years, having enlisted after graduating high school. And Shiga likely had no knowledge of him. Previously, he believed Shiga to be composed and unlikely to act on impulse, yet now he was uncertain. Moreover, while Yi Zheng was generally dependable, he had learned of Shijia's marriage without uttering a word. Yet, it was only natural to feel resentment at having someone cherished since childhood taken away. Chapter 63. Lu Xingyo has taken a partner. Shijie had always been well-liked, drawing the affection of nearly every child in the village. In Zhao family village, the inhabitants predominantly shared the surname Zhao, all descending from a common ancestor, fostering an extraordinary sense of unity, albeit with a few families bearing different surnames. The Yi family had relocated from elsewhere and had children of similar age. Their close proximity meant they attended school together from a young age. Yi Zheng and Shijie were of the same age, having been classmates throughout elementary, middle, and high school. Their bond forged from years of companionship. In their youth, he would follow Shijie and her friends, forging friendships with the children from the Yi family as well. Among Shijie's cohort, only she and Yu Zheng had succeeded in entering high school. Upon graduating, Yu Zheng enlisted in the military and did not return for a considerable time. Initially oblivious to Yi Zheng's affections, he was taken aback when Yi Zheng unexpectedly returned 2 years prior, his expression frozen upon hearing the news of Shijie's marriage and motherhood, more rigid than the stones at the threshold of his home. Confused, he sought out Yu Zheng that evening, finding him drunk and murmuring Shijie's name in his stupor. It left him bewildered. Shijie was married. What purpose did such lamentations serve? Why had he not spoken up sooner? He could only secure the door tightly, fearing the words might attract unwanted attention. Naturally, he had shared none of this with anyone, not even Shijie, and it remained unspoken. Emotionally, he harbored a greater fondness for his own Shiga. Moreover, the sight of Shiga and Shijie together resembled that of a married couple, while Yu Zheng and Shijie appeared ill-suited. Despite Yu Zheng's decent looks, his wild temperament did not complement Shijie's gentle nature. Ethically, Shijie had already married and borne children. Should Yu Zheng harbor feelings, he must suppress them in respect for her circumstances. Unbeknownst to Zhao Jinshu, her brother's thoughts had drifted far beyond the confines of their conversation. She spoke gently with Lu Jintai. Tomorrow, you all can enjoy yourselves while I tidy up the house, wash the bedding, and purchase some New Year's goods for our parents and for big brother and sister-in-law, as well as for third sister and her family. At that time, the household engaged in making clothing from fabric, and even if she could not buy each family member a garment, providing fabric for them to craft their own would suffice. Lu Jintai frowned at her. Are you planning to go alone? Zhao Jinshu sighed softly, remarking that it was not much of a burden without the 2 children trailing behind, which made things considerably easier. Lu Jintai cast a glance her way but chose not to comment further. After a brief moment of silence, Zhao Jinshu proposed, let us prepare the dried chicken and fish for dinner tonight. At that point, Zhao Jinshu had already regained his composure and interjected, sister, I will chop the chicken. Whenever he was home, he took on the task of butchering whenever their mother prepared chicken. Zhao Jinshu had initially intended for Lu Jintai to handle it, but given his eagerness to take on the job, she acquiesced. Just as she was about to rise to begin cooking, Lu Jintai stopped her, saying, you sit tight. Jinshu and I will handle dinner. With someone else cooking, Zhao Jinshu felt a wave of relief and cheerfully suggested, make sure to prepare enough, as our parents will be dining with us. Lu Jintai smiled in agreement, replying certainly. Zhao Xingyo returned home before dinner, and after tidying up post-meal, she noticed that their parents had not left yet and were engaged in conversation with her second brother and sister-in-law. Suddenly, she dropped a bombshell. I have a boyfriend. The room fell silent as everyone turned to her. Zhao Jinshu was not surprised. During her previous conversation with her sister-in-law, she had sensed something was afoot, and it was merely a matter of time before a relationship was revealed. Ji Yuanrong, regaining her composure, calmly posed several questions. Where is he from? What does he do? How are his parents in terms of character? Having experienced the complexities of familial ties, she understood that when children seek partners, it is vital to consider not only their profession and character, but also the family background. He is a university student, Zhao Xingyao boasted, her tone laced with pride, clearly reveling in the fact that her partner was academically accomplished. Ji Yuanrong maintained a placid expression, revealing no signs of joy, satisfaction, or pride. Disappointed, Zhao Xingyao glanced at her father, who also showed little reaction. She then turned to her second brother and sister-in-law, both of whom mirrored their father's indifference, their faces devoid of any emotional response. Frustrated, she plopped down onto a chair and, noticing Zhao Jinshu beside her, asked pointedly, "What do you think? I'm a high school student with a university student as a boyfriend. What more could I want?" Zhao Jinshu felt somewhat uncomfortable, questioning the relevance of his opinion in the matter. He cleared his throat and said, "If you believe it is good, then you should ignore what others say." He felt her perspective was somewhat narrow-minded. Should the choice of a partner be solely based on academic credentials, disregarding other important qualities? Surely, one should seek someone of good character whom they genuinely like. Zhao Xingyao fell silent, realizing that she was not open to hearing any dissenting views. "I will bring him to meet our parents tomorrow," she declared. Ji Yuanrong responded with an impassive face, saying nothing more than, "If all you can say is that he is a university student, you might as well not bring him at all. I will not entertain him." What significance did being a university student hold? After all, Lu Jingyan's partner was also a university student, and she had not seen that status bring any advantages. Instead, Wu Jianhua was filled with ulterior motives, having somehow persuaded Jingyan to focus solely on bearing him children. She knew her daughter well. The mere mention of the boyfriend's educational background without any further detail suggested a lack of substance in his family background. In the past, she might have been concerned about family lineage, but now she believed that as long as the family members were considerate and reasonable, the specifics of their background mattered little. Lu Xingyu cast a glance at them, realizing that evasion was futile. She whispered, "He comes from a rural background, but he works diligently. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to gain admission to university." Noticing their silence, she glanced at Zhao Jinshu and muttered, "With the example of your second sister-in-law, you shouldn't mind, right?" Ji Yuanrong scoffed. "How can he be compared to your second sister-in-law?" Lu Xingyu was about to argue that there was no reason he couldn't be compared, but the cold glances from Zhao Jinshu and her second brother caused her to wisely refrain from speaking further. Lu Huayuan looked at her and said, "Setting aside status for the moment, when you engage in a relationship, it is with the intent of marriage. You are to spend a lifetime with this person. While academic qualifications hold some importance, the character of the individual and their family is paramount. If you disregard these aspects and focus solely on education, do you believe that fortune alone will lead you to a reasonable and understanding family?" Lu Xingyu pursed her lips, contemplating before responding. "You must at least meet him to understand his character, right? Passing judgment without having met him is rather hasty." Ji Yuanrong felt an overwhelming urge to smack her on the head, exclaiming, "Who was it that initially said nothing and then claimed he was a university student? You speak and act with such ambiguity, attempting to deceive us. Who can you blame?" Lu Xingyu fell silent, at a loss for words. Zhao Jinshu felt it was inappropriate for him to remain there. He turned to Zhao Jinshu, saying, "Sister Shi, I'm going to wash up and then read in my room." Zhao Jinshu looked up and smiled. "Go ahead." Lu Jintai turned to Zhao Jinshu, suggesting, "You should wash up as well." Ji Yuanrong chimed in, "Jinshu, take the children to wash up. We should head back too. It's quite cold sitting here on a winter night." Seeing them chat and laugh as they departed, Lu Xingyao could only return to her room in discontent. Chapter 64. Utter satisfaction after washing up. The two children nestled into their parents' bed to read. Zhao Jinshu joined them, feeling disinclined to knit at that moment, and settled into the blankets with a book. By the time Lu Jintai arrived, his family had already commandeered the bed and pillows, leaving him without a place to sit. Silently, he fetched a book and took a seat in a chair to read. Lu Zhe looked up. Noticing that his father had not climbed into bed, he shifted closer to the edge and nudged his sister towards him before calling out, "Daddy, there's room on the bed now, come join us." Lu Jintai glanced over, noticing only a small space in the middle. Seeing his father remain still, Lu Zhe turned to his mother, "Mom, could you move a little closer to give Daddy some space?" Zhao Jinshu met her son's hopeful gaze and shifted over. Observing the newly available spot beside her, Lu Jintai subtly lifted the covers and sat beside her. Lu Rue giggled, "Brother, doesn't he have a blanket now?" Lu Zhe was unconcerned. He wore a cotton coat and was warm enough with his thermal pants under the blanket. With that thought, he lay on the bed, continuing to read. Lu Rue, now familiar with several characters, held a book that her father had previously read to her. She had gone through it 3 times, recognizing some of the words, and was now on her 4th reading. Her mother had advised her to read it multiple times, assuring her that her recognition of characters would increase. Aspiring to recognize as many words as her brother, she was determined to read this story numerous times. Zhao Jinshu glanced at Lu Jintai, who was closely nestled beside her. Without uttering a word, she intended to find a comfortable position against her pillow and continue reading. However, half of the pillow was occupied by him. She turned from side to side, yet could not discover a suitable posture, feeling that the bed was exceedingly cramped. Observing her futile attempts, Lu Jintai casually suggested, "You can lean on my shoulder." Zhao Jinshu regarded him briefly, adjusted herself slightly upward, and leaned against him. After shifting to find a comfortable pose, she finally settled down, noticing her resting against him, her head on his shoulder. A glimmer of amusement flashed in his eyes as he resumed his reading. In the quiet of the room, each was engrossed in their respective books, occasionally interrupted by the innocent inquiries of the children asking how to pronounce certain words. After half an hour, the sounds gradually diminished, the rustling of pages ceased. The couple exchanged glances, discovering that the 2 little ones had fallen asleep on the bed. Lu Jintai turned to her. "You remain seated. I will carry them over." Zhao Jinshu yawned. "Just make sure they don't get cold." Lu Jintai replied affirmatively. Once he had completed the task and returned to the bed, Zhao Jinshu was already drowsy. Leaning against the headboard, Lu Jintai lowered his gaze upon her. "Are you asleep?" Zhao Jinshu, with her eyes closed, replied. "The blankets are too warm. Once I lay down, sleep overtakes me." Lu Jintai remained silent, his hand tentatively slipping from her waist to rest upon her abdomen. Zhao Jinshu slightly opened her eyes, turning her head to meet his gaze, feeling that his eyes were profoundly deep, as if they might drown her. In the moment of her distraction, his kiss descended upon her lips. The warmth against her mouth prompted him to delve deeper. From his kiss, she sensed a fervor that seemed more intense than during their previous encounters, a palpable difference in his movements. Noticing her momentary distraction, he intensified his embrace. Instantly, her thoughts of his unusual behavior dissipated, swept away by his passion. As tranquility enveloped them, Zhao Jinshu found herself securely wrapped in his arms. Lying there, she felt no inclination to resist, nor even to move. At that moment, she couldn't help but marvel at Lu Jintai's remarkable stamina. Each encounter left her utterly exhausted. When fatigue reached its peak, sleep came easily. Sensing the rhythmic sound of her breathing, Lu Jintai gazed at her serene sleeping face for a while before withdrawing his gaze, dimming the lights and closing his eyes, holding her close. The following morning, Zhao Jinshu awoke late. Just as she stirred, Lu Zhe and Lu Rue burst in with exclamations. "Mom, it's snowing." Zhao Jinshu smiled. "Is it really snowing?" Lu Zhe confirmed, "It's really snowing." Zhao Jinshu chuckled. "I had planned for your father to take you and your uncle out to play, but it seems that one tea happened now." Lu Zhe expressed his disappointment, but added, "We can build a snowman instead. If we can't go out to play, then we won tea." He then remarked, "Mom, we can't buy things either." Zhao Jinshu reassured him, "We can go shopping on a sunny day just the same." At that moment, Lu Jintai entered, asking her, "Are you hungry?" Zhao Jinshu nodded. Given the previous night's exertions, she was certainly famished. "I will get up shortly," she replied. Sitting up, she donned her cotton coat, pants, and shoes, stepping outside, momentarily dazzled by the expansive white landscape before her. Zhao Jinshu inquired, "What about Jincheng?" Lu Jintai replied, after breakfast, he returned to his room to read. Zhao Jinshu acknowledged with a hum, and after brushing her teeth and washing her face, she found that Lu Jintai had already placed her breakfast on the dining table. She smiled and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Professor Lu." Professor Lu responded with a gentle smile. "No need to thank me." Upon finishing his words, he took a seat beside her. Once she completed her meal, he collected the dishes and took them to wash. Observing his diligent figure, Zhao Jinshu couldn't help but exclaim, "Professor Lu is truly considerate." In her previous life, she had heard friends lament that men often behave in such a manner, being exceedingly tender and agreeable after satisfying their desires in bed. Recalling how they had embraced the previous night, she surmised he must have felt content. Professor Lu looked at her and teasingly asked, "Are you satisfied?" Naturally, with someone attending to her, Zhao Jinshu felt quite pleased, responding, "Very satisfied." Upon hearing this, Professor Lu felt gratified as well. Not only did he wash the dishes, but he also took some lamb chops from the refrigerator to stew. After preparing the lamb, he remarked, "It's cold on a snowy day. Eating lamb will keep us warm." Zhao Jinshu, who enjoyed lamb, couldn't conceal her joy at his effort. She said, "You stew it slowly. I'll go back to my room to knit you a sweater." Professor Lu regarded her with a slight nod. Amidst the heavy snowfall, unable to venture outside, Zhao Jinshu cozied up at home, knitting while she finished outlining her fantasy novel. In the evening, those who worked began returning home one after another. Jintai had prepared ample lamb, and since not all had been consumed at lunch, he had initially intended to invite his in-laws for dinner. However, he was taken aback when Lu Xingyao unexpectedly arrived at their doorstep. In such deep snow, she had surprisingly come to fetch him. Ji Yuanyong was exasperated yet lacked the energy to cook, opting instead to prepare some noodles for her sons and daughters-in-law. Lu Xingyao recognized that her actions today had angered her parents, but wasn't it snowing? She reasoned that it was reasonable to return with someone for her own safety while also visiting her parents. Lu Xingyao's partner, Guo Pan, appeared to be a clean-cut young man with bright eyes. Overall, he seemed quite decent and had not come empty-handed, bringing along some fruit. Ji Yuanyong felt somewhat relieved. At least he was presentable and seemed well-behaved. Whether she would approve was yet to be seen, and she refrained from asking anything, waiting for them to finish their noodles before politely having Lu Xingyao see him off. Lu Xingyao, hesitant to say much, accompanied him to the door. Feeling a bit shy, she watched him as Guo Pan smiled and said, "I came in a hurry, so it's understandable that your aunt wants tea prepared. Don't argue with them when you return. Let us find another time to visit properly." Lu Xingyao nodded, smiling. "I definitely want to argue with them. I wouldn't dare to." If her parents truly disapproved of her relationship, she feared the inevitable outcome would be a breakup. She knew herself too well. Her parents were her support system, allowing her to live without worries and purchase whatever she desired. If her partner's parents were dissatisfied and she insisted on disregarding their feelings, her own parents would likely not be pleased and might withdraw their support. After all, her parents had previously separated her 3 brothers when they had deemed it necessary. Chapter 65. The innocence of childhood. The heavy snow fell relentlessly for 2 entire days and nights. Upon awakening early in the morning, Zhao Jinshu heard the crisp sounds of shoveling in the courtyard. Donning her cotton trousers and jacket, she stepped outside to find several men from the Lu family clearing the snow. Her younger brother was joyfully engaged with a group of children in building snowmen, creating a lively atmosphere. Intrigued, Zhao Jinshu turned to Lu Jintai and inquired, "Have you had breakfast?" Lu Jintai looked up and replied, "Yes. Your breakfast is warming in the pot." She nodded in acknowledgement, hurriedly washed her face and brushed her teeth, then lifted the pot lid to serve herself breakfast before taking a seat to eat. Lu Jiaming, pausing from snow removal, cast a glance at his younger brother, saying, "Jitai, don't be too diligent at home. If you do all the work, it makes you appear lazy by comparison." Indeed, living in close quarters, any stirrings within the household were immediately known to all. Fear of comparison lingered, while he had once been deemed satisfactory in Lin Yulan's eyes. Recently he sensed a shift in her gaze, which had grown sharp and occasionally glinted coldly. Initially perplexed, he recalled her stern demeanor while preparing dinner. She had demanded ginger. And when he was merely a moment slow, she unleashed a torrent of scolding upon him. He was taken aback. Was it truly such a grievous offense to be a tad slow? Then he overheard her muttering about how children of different parents varied so greatly. Others could cook, wash, and tend to their wives, while he could scarcely manage to fetch ginger. This struck him as profoundly unfair. He had always responded to her requests for assistance. Lu Jintai was disinclined to engage in conversation, casting a brief glance at his brother before returning to his snow-clearing task. Lu Hufeng chuckled. "Our second brother is quite different from us. His work often keeps him away from home. When he does return, he must make amends to his sister-in-law." Lu Jiaming found merit in this observation and laughed. Indeed, it is rare for Jintai to be home, if he does not make an effort to show his dedication. Over time, both the children and adults may grow distant. Lu Jintai tightened his grip on the shovel, remaining silent as he continued to clear the snow. After finishing her breakfast and washing the dishes, Zhao Jinshu changed out of her cloth slippers and stepped outside. A cluster of children surrounded her younger brother, eagerly watching him construct a snowman. She walked over, the snow crunching beneath her feet. Lu Zhe and Lu Rui's small faces were flushed from the cold, and upon seeing her, they called out, "Mama." Noticing they wore only hats and lacked scarves and gloves, Zhao Jinshu approached to check their hands and faces. Their father had bundled them warmly, their little hands snug within their sleeves, though their faces felt a bit chilly. Returning indoors, Zhao Jinshu retrieved their gloves and scarves, saying, "Put on your gloves and scarves." She wrapped the scarves around their necks and handed them the gloves, encouraging them to put them on themselves. Lu Zhe rejected the gloves, grasping his mother's hand instead. "Mama, I want to play in the snow." Lu Rui looked up at her. "I want to play in the snow too." Meeting their hopeful gazes, Zhao Jinshu felt her heart soften and replied, "All right." Lu Rui tugged at her clothing. "Mama, I want to build a snowman, one by myself. With your help." Zhao Jinshu returned to the house to fetch a shovel, and mother and daughter began to laboriously construct a snowman. As for Lu Zhe, he was quite capable of building one on his own and did not welcome any interference. The children from the main house and the third house, now older, upon seeing them engrossed in their snowman creation, swiftly retreated indoors to gather their own tools and embark on their own snowman endeavors. Lu Hefeng, fatigued from shoveling snow, leaned on his shovel to rest and, observing the scene, remarked with a smile, "It seems you are competing to see who can build the best snowman." Lu Zhe looked up at him and asked loudly, "Third uncle, is there a reward for the winner?" Lu Hefeng paused for a moment, taken aback. What reward could there possibly be for building a snowman? Losing interest, Lu Zhe retorted, "If there is no reward, who would want to compete? It's not fun." Building a snowman was enjoyable, but turning it into a competition without any prize made it far less appealing. With that, he disregarded them, focusing instead on completing his own snowman. Lu Hefeng turned to Lu Jintai, a look of admiration on his face. "Second brother, your Lu Zhe is truly remarkable." Lu Jintai adjusted his posture and raised his gaze to the group of children building snowmen, a smile gracing his features. "He takes after his mother. He is quite clever." Lu Hefeng was momentarily stumped, pondering whether this father and son duo had a knack for leaving others speechless. His intention had been to commend the boy's verbal prowess. Admittedly, he had to concede that Lu Zhe was indeed bright, but the question of whom he inherited that from was debatable. After all, his second brother was a professor. If we were to speak of intelligence, it would be reasonable to attribute it to his second brother, but to his sister-in-law? He had not perceived that. Nevertheless, since his second brother believed his sister-in-law to be clever, it was a matter between the two of them, and he felt it inappropriate to argue. Yet, he could not help but think that his second brother was a tad too sentimental. Lu Jiaming observed his two brothers, left speechless, feeling that they both seemed rather foolish, while he alone remained the epitome of normalcy. By the time the three brothers had finished shoveling the snow, the group constructing snowmen was nearing completion as well. Zhao Jinshu gazed at the snowman, which stood at her waist, and pondered for a moment. "Wei, do you think it's lacking something?" Zhao Jinshu, whose snowman was taller and still a work in progress, chuckled upon hearing them. "It has a head and arms. What could it possibly be missing?" Without lifting her head, Zhao Jinshu focused on the snowman. "It's too rough. Just wait a moment." With that, she went inside, retrieved several items, and began to adorn the snowman. Lu Rui watched with curiosity, and a group of children, forgetting their own snowmen, rushed over to see how she would embellish the snowman. From a distance, Lu Hefeng chuckled. Second sister-in-law truly knows how to have fun. She is the first to engage with the children. Not only did she give the snowman eyes, a nose, and a mouth, but she also adorned it with a scarf and a hat. The snowman's long nose, if he was not mistaken, appeared to be a carrot. Lu Jintai's gaze fell upon the mother and daughter, his expression softening. That is what one calls a childlike spirit. Lu Jiaming glanced at his second brother and then at his sister-in-law, who was diligently attaching buttons to the snowman, thinking that it was indeed quite childish. Meanwhile, his wife and third sister-in-law were hiding indoors, unwilling to come out. It seemed they had little interest in even witnessing the snowy landscape, let alone building a snowman. Zhao Jinshu secured the final button on the snowman, rising to brush the snow from her hands. She gazed at the charming and delightful creation before her, feeling a twinge of regret. Had she possessed a mobile phone, she would have surely shared a moment of pride on social media. Lu Rui bounced up, clapping his hands, exclaiming, "Mom, the snowman is beautiful." Zhao Jinshu also found it quite appealing, thinking that once the snowman was complete, he could learn a thing or two from Sister Shi. Lu Zhe looked on with envy. "I want to adorn the snowman too." Zhao Jinshu smiled and replied, "All right, I will prepare the materials for you." Chapter 66. Will marriage bring change? Seeing Lu Rui's magnificent snowman, Lu Manting felt an overwhelming desire. She longingly gazed in that direction, yearning for one of her own. She glanced at her aunt, contemplating asking her to create a similar one, but recalling previous experiences, she hesitated to speak freely. She hurried to find her father. I want a snowman like Rue's. Lu Hufeng glanced at her and suggested, ask your mother to make one for you. Reluctantly, Lu Manting returned inside to call for her mother. Rarely did they have such heavy snowfall, and with the factory quiet, they were given a day off. At that moment, Wang Meijing was cozily ensconced in bed, engrossed in a storybook. The warmth of the blankets made her reluctant to venture outside. Hearing her daughter's plea, she responded with irritation. Why make such a fuss over a mere snowman? She almost suggested that her sister-in-law help, but upon considering their current relationship, she felt awkward. Lu Manting's eyes filled with tears as she shouted, and he helped Rue decorate his snowman, yet you won't even help me. You're not as good as Andy. Wang Meijing, caught up in her story, felt her temper flare at the remark. She thought to herself that no matter how wonderful her sister-in-law might be, she was still Lu Manting's mother, and despite her flaws, she was the one her daughter should turn to. With a frown, she said, I finally got a day off. Can't you let me have some peace? Your father is outside. Go find him. Lu Manting, unable to contain her tears, lamented. Dad said to find you, but you say to find Dad. Who am I supposed to seek? As her grievances mounted, she began to cry uncontrollably, feeling that her parents were far less accommodating than Rue's. Wang Meijing, exasperated, could not fathom why other children were so well-behaved while hers seemed so unruly. In her frustration, she threw off the covers and declared, Fine, stop your wailing. I'll help you. She was curious to see what kind of snowman warranted such tears. When she stepped outside, her discomfort grew. Indeed, the snowman was quite lovely. It was natural for children to adore it, but was it truly worth crying over? She looked at her daughter's swollen eyes, then glanced at Rue. He had been visiting for quite some time, and she hardly remembered hearing him cry. Save for when he initially arrived, feeling unwell with a cold. Zhao Jinshu's children were remarkably well-behaved. Reflecting on her daughter's assertion that she was not as good as Zhao Jinshu, she thought about how they did not consider that they were also lacking in comparison to Lu Zhe. Rue was obedient, and every evening, his annex left her with a headache. Lu Hui and Lu Xiang, being older, simply took initiative for what they wanted without calling for their mother or father. Lin Yulan was busy wiping the table inside the house when she heard some commotion outside, feeling a sense of satisfaction that she was better off than her younger siblings. At least her two children had grown up and were no longer as bothersome, and they wouldn't be pestering her to go outside in the freezing cold to build snowmen. In the main room, Lu Xingyao was lazily lingering in bed, reluctant to rise. Their factory had not given a holiday. And after consuming a cold canned meal the previous night, her stomach had been tumultuous all night, forcing her to make multiple trips to the bathroom. After taking some medicine, she finally managed to fall asleep, only to be awakened by the raucous noises outside. She felt irate. A group of little children should be sleeping in on such a snowy day. Why were they up so early? Did they not realize that others were still resting? Perhaps due to the medication, her stomach felt somewhat better now, even stirring with hunger. Slowly, she dressed and emerged from her room, having a bowl of porridge her mother had left for her before heading into the yard. With a hint of annoyance, she remarked, You all are so loud this early in the morning. It's impossible to get any sleep. Zhao Jinshu shot her a glance. It's almost 10 o'clock. It's not early anymore. Wang Meijing rolled her eyes. Aren't you in a relationship now? Soon you'll be marrying and having children. There will be plenty of noisy times ahead. Yet here you are, complaining about your nieces and nephews. Lu Xingyao felt her face flush. Was she not allowed to express her displeasure after being woken up? She retorted, If you manage the children well, they wouldn't be so noisy. Zhao Jinshu, unaware of her stomach troubles, looked at her and said, This is their home. They can be as noisy as they please. Besides, it's just building a snowman. Faced with the cold expressions of her sisters-in-law, Lu Xingyao awkwardly fell silent. She realized she had no voice in this family. No one regarded her, and when her sisters-in-law were displeased, they joined forces against her. With such thoughts, she lost the desire to linger and decided to change her clothes and head to the factory. Having asked her mother to help her request a day off in the morning, though she was uncertain if it was granted. Upon arriving at the factory, she coincidentally encountered Guopan, who wore a worried expression. Your aunt said you weren't feeling well this morning. How are you now? Since you've taken leave, you should rest at home. Lu Xingyao replied that she felt much better now, having been awakened by her nieces and nephews and unable to return to sleep. Guopan chuckled. With so many nieces and nephews, it's natural for them to be a bit noisy. I have quite a few myself. I've grown accustomed to it. Lu Xingyao rarely heard him mention his family, so she smiled and inquired, How many siblings do you have? Guopan replied with a smile. There are 5 of us siblings. I am the third. My two older brothers are already married, and I have a younger brother and sister who are still in school. Lu Xingyao's face gradually stiffened. Thus, if she were to marry him in the future, she would have 3 sisters-in-law and 1 sister-in-law. Reflecting on her 3 sisters-in-law, and considering that her parents were still around, she felt intimidated in their presence. If she uttered a word they disagreed with, they would band together to confront her. How would it be in her in-laws' house? Who would indulge her there? With these thoughts, she forced a smile and tentatively asked, "Are your sisters-in-law and younger sister easy to get along with?" Guo Pan paused for a moment, contemplating before responding. Interpersonal relationships depend on fate. They get along well with the villagers, and my younger sister has playmates. They interact quite harmoniously. Fate, indeed? But what if there is no fate? Lu Xingyu gazed at him, pondering the possibility of her not getting along with them. Her family was well aware of their own affairs. She was not one to endure grievances silently. With numerous siblings at home, complications were abundant, and she felt uncertain about how she would fare with the others. Guo Pan chuckled lightly. It doesn't matter. After all, we are in Kyoto, not back home, so we won't have to live together. This statement brought her some satisfaction. Recalling how her sister-in-law would purchase clothing without a flicker of hesitation from her brother, she added, "However, I tend to be quite extravagant with my spending. The beautiful coat you mentioned last time was actually bought with money borrowed from my sister-in-law, costing over 200 yuan. It might burden you a bit more." Guo Pan's smile faltered, and he hesitated before speaking. Must you borrow money to buy clothes? Coming from a farming background, he had always been frugal and could not comprehend the need for such expensive garments. Moreover, borrowing money to purchase something when one is already financially constrained was beyond his understanding. Despite his confusion, he held a fondness for her. His mother had said that some girls, raised in comfort, undergo a transformation after marriage and childbirth. He surmised that Xingyao might be one such case. Chapter 67. Comfort and ease. Lu Xingyao spent scarcely a moment at the factory. Her conversation with Guo Pan left her feeling rather discontented. Reflecting on her decision to take leave, she felt somewhat unwell for coming to work and returned home, burdened with thoughts. She had always believed that educated men should be like her brother, possessing ample opportunities for advancement and the ability to earn, thus not placing excessive importance on money. He would fuss over expenditures made by his wife or children, and when funds ran low, he would find ways to earn more to ensure a good life for his family. However, Guo Pan's recent remarks had unsettled her. He had said that being a girl came with no pressure or burdens, and spending a bit of money was inconsequential, but that once married, the responsibilities would naturally alter one's perspective, and he expressed his faith in her. She longed to retort, "What do you believe in?" For she herself had doubts. Of course, she understood that motherhood was a different experience from being a young woman, and with 3 sisters-in-law and 6 nieces and nephews, she had observed keenly. While her sisters-in-law were formidable, they served as silent mentors from whom she learned. Life after marriage would undoubtedly be more complex than before. Yet she would still purchase the clothing and shoes she desired. She refused to be like her eldest sister-in-law, who hesitated to spend even a penny, suffering alongside her children. Nor would she resemble her youngest sister-in-law, who could never save a cent. In fact, she admired the lifestyle of her second sister-in-law after their separations. That was the life she aspired to lead. Guo Pan was capable, sociable, and possessed great potential. If her brother could achieve such things, why could he not? Though he might not be able to do so at present, he ought to strive for it. Otherwise, why would she consider a college student from a rural background? Moreover, she did not consider herself inferior. She had a job, was attractive, and came from a well-established family. Even with a somewhat spoiled temperament, she felt more than qualified to match him. Above all, she was unwilling to endure hardship. Having never experienced difficulties as a young woman, she saw no reason to marry into a family where she would suffer. As the snow melted away, the sun shone warmly around 11 o'clock. Upon returning home, she found her nieces and nephews playing in the yard. Her brothers and sisters-in-law were not holed up inside. Someone had brought a broken ceramic basin to burn charcoal, and they were gathered around it, basking in the sun while chatting and enjoying sunflower seeds. A group of children frolicked in the snow, their cheeks flushed with joy. After their play, their little hands turned a bright red as they reached towards the charcoal stove. Zhao Jinshu quickly intervened, advising them to warm their hands by rubbing them together before approaching the fire, explaining that frozen hands should not be exposed to heat immediately. "Why can't we warm our hands right away, Auntie?" one child inquired. Zhao Jinshu pondered for a moment before responding, "I won't delve into the specifics. But remember that when your body is too cold, your blood vessels constrict. Sudden heat causes them to expand, which can lead to ruptures. It is wise to be cautious." The older children grasped the concept, While a few of the younger ones understood only partially, yet they firmly committed to memory the warning against warming frozen hands too hastily. Lu Zhe diligently rubbed his hands together as instructed, while Lu Rui scampered over to his mother, requesting, "Mom, help me warm my hands." After spending the morning playing in the snow, Zhao Jinshu's hands had grown quite chilly. When Lu Rui touched her hand, he exclaimed, "Mom, your hands are so cold." He peered up at her with determination, asking, "Shall I help you warm them?" With a gentle smile, Zhao Jinshu sat down beside Lu Jintai, extending her hands towards him. "Go ahead," she encouraged. Just as Lu Rui was about to grasp his mother's hand, his target was suddenly snatched away. He stared in bewilderment at the one who had taken it, huffing, "Daddy, you're naughty." When Lu Jintai's strong fingers met Zhao Jinshu's delicate, icy hands, he furrowed his brow in disapproval, casting a glance at her. Zhao Jinshu asked, "What is wrong?" Ignoring her, Lu Jintai gently rubbed her hands, then looked sternly at their daughter, asserting, "Your hands are too small to help your mother." After saying this, he reached out to touch his daughter's hand, which felt warmer than her mother's. Lu Rui observed his own hand, then compared it to his father's. He extended his hand towards Lu Jintai, realizing how small it was, and silently acknowledged his father's actions with a nod. "All right then, Dad can help Mom warm her hands." "Indeed," Lu Jintai affirmed, adding, "Listen to Rui." Zhao Jishu glanced at the father and daughter, wanting to interject that she could manage on her own, that it was no great matter. However, seeing their serious discussion about who would warm her hands, as if it were a significant affair, she decided not to dampen their spirits and let them be. Content. Rui imitated her brother, rubbing her little hands together in wonder. "Mom, my hands will be warm soon." Zhao Jishu smiled, replying, "You're doing wonderfully, Rui." Lu Rui giggled in delight. Lu Jintai watched the two with a smile, continuing to warm Zhao Jinshu's frigid hands. Meanwhile, Lu Xingyao stood by for a moment, then took a stool and positioned herself between her sisters-in-law, Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing. Lin Yulan discreetly nudged her sister-in-law with her elbow, casting a glance at the couple. Oblivious to their surroundings, engrossed in each other, Lu Xingyao followed her gaze, having noticed the scene herself, wondering why she needed a reminder. Wang Meijing clicked her tongue in annoyance, grabbing a handful of sunflower seeds and cracking them furiously. Lu Jiaming and Lu Hufeng fell silent as well, each taking a handful of seeds, pretending not to notice their brother, who was so engrossed in holding his wife's hand. Lu Zhe joyfully ran over, exclaiming, "Mother, my hands are warm now. May I warm myself by the fire?" Zhao Jinshu replied gently, "You may, but be careful." Lu Rui chimed in, "Mother, my hands are warm too. I can warm myself as well. Do take care." "Understood, Mother," he responded. Lu Xingyao, cracking sunflower seeds, occasionally glanced at them. Once she finished her seeds, she could no longer contain herself and called out, "Second sister-in-law." Zhao Jishu turned to her, asking, "What is it?" Lu Xingyao raised an eyebrow and teased, "What do you think of my second brother?" Zhao Jinshu glanced at Lu Jintai, catching his indifferent gaze, then averted her eyes back to Lu Xingyao and candidly replied, "Of course, he's quite good." Lu Jintai lowered his gaze, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Lu Xingyao nodded, "I thought so too." After a moment's contemplation, she inquired, "Second sister-in-law, what qualities should one seek in a partner?" Initially, she thought Guo Pan was quite suitable, but after 2 days of conversation, she realized they had communication issues. Their thoughts were entirely misaligned, leaving her somewhat conflicted. Zhao Jishu was taken aback by the question. She had chosen Lu Jintai at first glance and insisted on marrying him, yet she lacked substantial experience. In her previous life, her children found their own partners without her involvement. She responded, "It depends on your feelings, but at the very least, both parties should feel comfortable and at ease with each other, right?" She believed this was fundamental. Although she had felt awkward after her rebirth, she had adjusted and found her own comfort zone. After speaking, she sensed his hand grip hers lightly, glancing at him. She noticed he was looking down and chose not to dwell on it. Lu Xingyao then turned to her sisters-in-law. "Do you both agree?" They nodded in unison. Lin Yulan remarked, "If one is truly to marry, it is essential for the couple to feel comfortable and at ease together. Otherwise, it can be quite stifling." Wang Meijing added, "Living together daily without comfort is suffocating and exhausting." Lu Jiaming snorted derisively. Lu Hufeng sneered. Lu Jintai continued to warm his wife's hands, remaining unresponsive. Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing suddenly turned their gazes to their husbands, speaking in unison, "Do you not agree?" Lu Jiaming rolled his eyes, retorting, "You may feel at ease, but you randomly berate me without warning. If you were truly uncomfortable, you wouldn't dare to scold me so casually." Who in our family has it as easy as you? Lu Hufeng, resonating with the sentiment, added, your temper flares at the slightest provocation. You scold whenever you wish. Who dares to provoke you? Where is the discomfort in that? The sisters-in-law exchanged glances, catching the attention of a group of people in the yard. Lin Yulan's expression grew somewhat awkward, and she cleared her throat. If we cannot scold our own husbands freely, how can we speak of comfort? Wang Meijing concurred, exactly. If you don't allow me to scold you, whom shall I scold? Have you seen a couple that doesn't argue? If there is no quarrel, are they even a couple? Do you understand? Lu Hufeng thought to himself, that was her one-sided scolding of him, hence her perspective. He, naturally, felt discontent and turned to Lu Jintai, asking, second brother, your sister-in-law surely doesn't scold you, does she? Lu Jintai lifted his eyes slightly, since they claimed that not scolding meant they weren't a couple. It was clear that Jinshu had indeed scolded him before. He replied with calm composure, she has. Zhao Jinshu's eyes widened in disbelief. She had scolded Lu Jintai? When did that happen? Lu Jintai met her questioning gaze and, in a voice only they could hear, added, she has even kicked me. Zhao Jinshu comprehended what he meant. If that could be deemed as cursing, then indeed, she had done so. Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing erupted into laughter. Lu Hufeng found it hard to believe. Second sister-in-law speaks softly. How could she possibly be one to curse? He had never heard her raise her voice. Upon hearing this, Wang Meijing felt an urge to roll her eyes. She had clashed with Zhao Jinshu before, and Zhao's sharp tongue was indeed adept at sarcasm. How could she not curse? Lu Jiaming also harbored doubts, glancing at his younger brother, and upon seeing his expression, he began to understand that their notion of cursing was vastly different from what was actually meant. Having expressed his disbelief, Lu Jintai chose to ignore him. Zhao Jinshu's hands had warmed, and she withdrew them, directing her gaze towards Lu Jintai. It's almost noon. Shall we prepare lunch? Lu Jintai gave a slight nod, and the pair rose to head to the kitchen. Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing disregarded their husbands, who were still lost in existential doubt, and returned to their respective rooms to cook. Lu Xingyu sighed. At this moment, she held a different perspective regarding her three brothers. Despite their individual flaws, they were considerate towards their sisters-in-law, at least willing to endure their scolding, something many men failed to do. She sensed that Guo Pan was not the type to allow his wife to scold them. Once the children grew weary from play, they retreated to their rooms. Observing the empty courtyard, she too stood and returned to her room to prepare her lunch. Cooking was not her forte, yet boiling a bowl of noodles seemed manageable. The children settled in to read, while Lu Jintai and Zhao Jinshu busied themselves, one washing vegetables, the other chopping them. A proper lunch was prepared in less than an hour. She sent Lu Zhe to the main house to call for his uncle to join them. After building a snowman, he hurried back to his room to read. Lu Zhe quickly dashed to the main house in response. Post-lunch, the family congregated in the study to read, transforming the once spacious room into a cozy, crowded haven. Lu Jintai stood by the bookshelf searching for a book while Lu Zhe, clutching an unfinished one, began to read. Just days prior, his father had acquired a library card for him and borrowed several books, so he was no longer at a loss for reading material. As he grew older, his mother had informed him he would be entering elementary school next year and could no longer solely indulge in picture books. Thus, he needed to gradually explore more text-based literature, broadening his choices. Zhao Jinshu did not rush back to his room either. Instead, he sat in a chair, cradling Lu Rue as he read her a picture book. Zhao Jinshu had completed the outline for her fantasy story, having established character designs and plot lines. She felt ready to commence writing. Armed with her outline, she began to etch her thoughts onto paper. Each member of the household engaged in their respective tasks, and time flew by. Approximately an hour later, Zhao Jinshu stretched her sore neck, took a sip of water, and glanced at the two children. Do not gaze at the pages for too long. Rest your eyes and drink some water. Lu Zhe chuckled and placed the book on the desk, taking several sips from his enamel cup before setting it down and curiously tilting his head towards his mother. Mom, are you writing the story of the immortal sword? Zhao Jinshu smiled and nodded. Sister, what is the story of the immortal sword? Zhao Jinshu had been curious earlier, but as Zhao Jinshu was engrossed in her writing, he refrained from interrupting her thoughts. Now, seeing her take a break, he seized the opportunity to inquire. Zhao Jinshu devoted an hour to writing, yearning only for a moment of respite, unwilling to be distracted by storytelling. She handed Zhao Jinshu the first 2 pages of the outline, trusting he would grasp the essence upon review. Once Zhao Jinshu set Lu Rue down, the two cousins huddled together to examine the material. Noticing their disregard for her, Lu Rue settled into a chair with her own book, immersing herself in its pages. The outline, albeit merely a sketch, outlined the principal narrative threads, and as the two perused it, they found themselves captivated by its intriguing concepts. Zhao Jinshu eagerly inquired, "Sister Shi, when will it be finished?" Zhao Jinshu chuckled, "It's uncertain. When inspired, I can write several thousand words in a day, but during less favorable times, I might struggle to produce even a few hundred." Zhao Jinsheng's face fell in disappointment. Will it be completed during the summer break? Lu Zhe, however, remained indifferent, content to read alongside his mother, regardless of when the story would reach its conclusion. Zhao Jinshu smiled, "You'll find out when summer arrives." Yet, she too could not guarantee it. Lu Jintai lifted his gaze from his book and quietly remarked, "Let me see." Zhao Jinshu laughed. "Brother Shi, you've never read it?" Lu Jintai replied, "No." Taking the outline from Zhao Jinshu, he began to read it attentively. After finishing, he paused thoughtfully. Turning to Zhao Jinshu, he asked, "Does the protagonist's wife pass away?" Zhao Jinshu, momentarily taken aback, had been so engrossed in the enchanting descriptions of the celestial sword and magic that he had overlooked this detail. Zhao Jinshu nodded, "Indeed. Becoming an immortal is not an easy endeavor." After a brief silence, Lu Jintai spoke in a subdued tone. "After the half-dead phoenix experiences the frost, the white mandarin ducks fly alone. The protagonist, not yet in his prime, has already lost his partner. Is there room for alteration in the plot?" Zhao Jinshu did not anticipate his concern over this point and replied, "This book focuses on sword immortals. The romantic subplot is not central. To become a sword immortal, he must endure numerous trials and confront life and death." Zhao Jinshu believed there was little merit in dwelling on it, after all. Was this not a tale crafted by Sister Shi? It was not a recounting of real events. He was more intrigued by the spells and magical artifacts within, contemplating. Once he becomes a sword immortal and truly desires a wife, he can always marry again. The key is for Sister Shi to vividly portray his cultivation journey. That must be done well, or it will lack appeal. Suddenly meeting Brother Shi's indifferent gaze, Zhao Jinshu found himself at a loss for words. Zhao Jinshu cast a glance at her younger brother. He cannot remarry. Although his wife is gone, she will forever reside in his heart. Zhao Jinshu responded with an "oh." Internally acknowledging that the question of remarriage was trivial, was it not the wondrous sword immortal world that truly mattered? Alas, Brother Shi seemed unfazed. Chapter 69. Devoted fans. The plot had been meticulously established, and even the protagonist's reactions following his wife's demise had replayed in her mind countless times. Any alteration would essentially render the outline obsolete. Lu Jintai regarded her. "It truly cannot be changed?" Zhao Jinshu affirmed, "It cannot." With a nod, Lu Jintai returned the outline to her, choosing not to elaborate further. Zhao Jinshu sensed an unusual atmosphere. He glanced at his sister Shi and then at his brother Shi, contemplating before speaking. "Brother Shi, there are countless tales featuring men who have lost their wives. Sister Shi merely wrote about the unexpected demise of the protagonist's spouse. This is fiction, a creation, a fabrication. Please do not place undue pressure on Sister Shi. She has meticulously crafted her outline and cannot be expected to redo it. That would require an excessive amount of effort. Moreover, it would be far more productive to focus on writing rather than fretting over whether the male lead's wife has passed away, which seems quite superfluous." Lu Jintai lifted his gaze, casting an expressionless glance in Zhao Jinshu's direction, ignoring him as he turned to Zhao Jinshu. "Let it be as it is." Observing his reluctance, Zhao Jinshu instinctively remarked, "In that case, once this manuscript is completed, perhaps you should refrain from reading it. I wouldn't want you to feel discomfort." Lu Jintai looked at her. "You want to let me read?" Zhao Jinshu could not help but chuckle. "You are my most devoted fan, so naturally, I shall allow you to read it. But aren't you dissatisfied with that premise?" Lu Jintai fixed his gaze upon her. "I harbor no dissatisfaction." Pausing for a moment, he added, "What does it mean to be a devoted fan?" Zhao Jinshu glanced at him and smiled. "Didn't you say you enjoy everything I write? Thus, you support me wholeheartedly, which is the essence of being a devoted fan." Upon hearing this, Lu Jintai nodded in agreement, stating earnestly, "I am indeed your devoted fan." Zhao Jinshu chimed in with a laugh. "Sister Shi, I too am your devoted fan, so please hasten to write. I am eager to read." Lu Zhe, unwilling to be outdone, added, "I am also a devoted fan of Mother. Hurry and write, Mother." Lu Rue silently raised her head before lowering it again to read. She could not comprehend her mother's writings yet, but once she could, she would undoubtedly be a devoted fan as well. Lu Jintai remarked. Zhao Jinshu cleared her throat, looked at them, and slowly said, "Devoted fans should not rush the writing process. So please, do not pressure me." Zhao Jinshu immediately changed his tone. "Then I shall no longer be a devoted fan. Please write quickly, and during this time, produce more content so that I may glimpse a portion before the start of school." Lu Zhe hastily echoed, "I shall not be a devoted fan either. Mother, please write swiftly." Zhao Jinshu raised an eyebrow at them. "Is that how easily you change your allegiance? That is rather disheartening." Suddenly, Lu Jintai interjected, "To waver and change one's mind, to be fickle, is of little consequence. Do not take their words to heart." Zhao Jinshu refused to admit to being fickle, asserting, "We simply yearn to read the story sister she creates. How could that be deemed fickle?" Lu Zhe believed his uncle was correct and supported him, turning to his father. "Father, you just expressed dissatisfaction with Mother's writing and suggested she alter the plot. You do not genuinely wish to see her work sooner. We are the ones who truly desire to read it, which is why we encourage Mother. We are her most ardent admirers. You are the false devoted fan." Zhao Jinshu could not resist ruffling his little head in praise. "Zizha speaks most accurately. Brother Shiyu, a false devoted fan cannot be compared to us." Lu Jintai regarded them silently, coolly uttering 2 words, sophistry. He merely lamented the protagonist's loss of their partner, never expressing discontent with Jinshu's storytelling. Indeed, a display of sophistry. Zhao Jinshu wholeheartedly agreed, expressing her reluctance to be pressured by the 2 of them daily. She remarked, "You only support the book I am writing. If you come to dislike it, will you still offer your support?" Professor Lu, however, is a steadfast supporter of me personally. I acknowledge he is my loyal fan. Your rebuttals are in vain." Lu Jintai looked at her, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Lu Zhe lightly scoffed. "Mother is biased." Zhao Jinshu chimed in, "Indeed, sister she is biased, favoring brother she and neglecting us." Lu Jintai gently reminded, "I am a loyal fan." The 2 siblings exchanged a dismissive sound, finding it uninteresting. Zhao Jinshu rose, saying, "Having sat for so long, let's take a stroll in the courtyard." Lu Zhe added, "Uncle, we will join you." Lu Rui declared, "I want to go too." Once they all departed, Zhao Jinshu quietly exhaled, relieved to have been granted a reprieve. She enjoyed crafting stories but disliked being urged to produce them in person. Lu Jintai observed her and smiled, saying, "There is no need to pressure yourself. Write as much as you wish." Zhao Jinshu acknowledged with a hum, and Lu Jintai added, "Ignore them." Zhao Jinshu teased, "You are a loyal fan. I shall heed your words." Lu Jintai nodded, unabashed, and asserted, "That is correct." Yawning, Zhao Jinshu stood up. "I will go outside for a stroll to relax." Lu Jintai responded with a hum. On the last weekend before the new year, Gu Qingye announced his intention to visit his uncle and aunt, bringing along the restaurant's account books for some calculations. Coincidentally, Hu Wenbin and Li Wenli also planned to visit the Lu family to see the elders, bringing gifts for the new year. Upon arrival, after delivering the gifts to Ji Yuanrong and the others, they had barely exchanged a few words before Lu Jintai ushered them into the kitchen. Gu Qingye sighed, "I thought I would get to taste my sister-in-law's culinary skills today." Zhao Jinshu smiled, "Your cooking is quite good as well. Do not underestimate yourself. We all enjoy your dishes." Hu Wenbin nodded vigorously from the side, "Yes, Brother Gu. Your cooking has improved tremendously. You must have confidence in yourself." Li Wenli laughed, "Brother Gu, let us consider your sister-in-law as your half-master, with the new year approaching. Shouldn't you showcase your skills before her?" Gu Qingye chuckled, "Shall we hold a formal apprenticeship ceremony?" Zhao Jinshu laughed, "Oh no, just call me sister-in-law. I cannot bear such a title." Gu Qingye replied with a grin, "I can bear it, I truly can." Lu Jintai shot him a glance, saying, "Stop being foolish and get to cooking." Lu Mining also arrived, nudging her partner, "Hurry up and cook. Sister-in-law has prepared the ingredients. You only need to cook." "Isn't that easy?" Gu Qingye responded, all right, I am on it." Hu Wenbin settled into a chair, "We can feast well again at noon." Li Wenli playfully scolded him, "You speak as if there's any day we Haven Tea had enough to eat. I'll be sure to tell Mother." Hu Wenbin immediately straightened up. "Who is Brother Gu?" "The chef. Others must pay to eat his dishes, but we get to enjoy them for free, foolish wife. Are you not pleased? While we are at Brother Lu's house today, let us indulge a bit more. Why complain?" Li Wenli smiled at Zhao Jinshu without a hint of embarrassment and cheerfully remarked, "Sister-in-law, with his dreadful behavior, only you, as family, can tolerate him. If he were to visit others, it would be utterly mortifying." Zhao Jinshu, unfazed, replied with a smile, "We have prepared plenty of ingredients, so feel free to indulge. My brother from my maternal family brought dried chicken and dried fish. Today you are in for a treat." so eat heartily. Li Wenli's eyes sparkled. I've never tasted dried chicken before. I must savor it. At home, we usually buy chickens and cook them right away. There's rarely an opportunity to prepare dried chicken. As they spoke, a commotion was heard at the entrance, indicating that more guests had arrived. Hu Wenbin, seated in the corridor, upon seeing the newcomers, quickly turned to Zhao Jinshu, saying, "Sister-in-law, you and Wenli continue your conversation. They are surely here to visit uncle and aunt. I'll go fetch them." With that, he dashed towards the main room to call out. Chapter 70. The Lu mother and daughter. Hu Wenbin's loud voice echoed even before he reached the main room, startling Ji Yuanrong, who was tidying up. Upon hearing the commotion, she hurriedly emerged. Spotting her, Hu Wenbin pointed outside. "Aunt, you have guests." Ji Yuanrong looked up, momentarily taken aback upon seeing the visitors, but quickly regained her composure and approached them with a smile. Lu Qingya, having witnessed Hu Wenbin's boisterous call, wore a slightly stiff expression. It was only when Ji Yuanrong stepped out that her demeanor relaxed a bit. She was not naive. Given Hu Wenbin's close ties with Lu Jintai, he was most likely positioned at the doorway of Lu Jintai's room. She had intended to greet him and casually sit down, thus seamlessly remaining near Lu Jintai during lunch. However, she hadn't anticipated that he would rush off to fetch Aunt Ji instead. With a smile, Lu Qingya greeted. "Aunt Ji." Ji Yuanrong responded warmly. "Oh, you've come. Please, come in and sit." Lu's mother approached, grasping her hand with a smile. "Yuanrong, it's been quite some time since we last saw each other." Ji Yuanrong's face bore a smile. "Indeed, it has been a while. I didn't expect you to visit." However, a sense of unease stirred within her. Such an unexpected visit could not be without reason. The two families had once been close, but ever since Jintai's demotion, their relationship had gradually grown distant. Lu Qingya had always chased after Jintai in her youth, and just a few months after his fall, she had married. People, after all, are inclined to embrace fortune and evade misfortune. She understood that it was quite normal for them to distance themselves for the sake of their daughter, possessing her own integrity. She had never voiced her thoughts, maintaining the usual demeanor whenever they crossed paths. Yet, since Jintai's reinstatement and following the passing of the elderly patriarch of the Lu family, they had been keen to reconnect. She had recently heard from her third son that Lu Jianjun had ventured into business and sought Jintai's assistance several times. But Jintai had not responded. If her son ignored them, she, as his mother, could hardly side with them against her own son. Thus, what could this visit signify? Regardless of their intentions, they came bearing gifts, and she would extend them a warm welcome. As for other matters, she would not jeopardize her son's interests. The Lu mother and daughter followed Ji Yuanrong into the house. Ji Yuanrong welcomed them to sit down, then went to pour water and brought out some fruit to entertain them. Last night, Jinshu had informed her that Qingyi and the others would come over to her place for lunch, so she hadn't prepared anything at home. However, she didn't wish to take the mother and daughter to her son's side. They were her guests, and naturally, she would host them. With this thought in mind, she called her eldest son over. Lu Jiaming was helping Lin Yulan hang up clothes. Hearing his mother's voice, he asked, "Mom, what is it?" Ji Yuanrong approached him and whispered, "The Lu mother and daughter have brought gifts over. We can't let them leave on an empty stomach. Go buy some vegetables and ask your wife to come help cook. They'll have lunch here." Lu Jiaming's eyes lit up, and he extended his hand. "Money." Ji Yuanrong shot him a glance, as if I would skimp on your money. "Buy some pork, see if there is any fish, and get a fish as well. You can decide on the rest." She then pulled out some money from her pocket and handed it to him. Lu Jiaming accepted the money, delight evident in his eyes. "You can trust me to handle this." Ji Yuanrong rolled her eyes at him. "Hurry along." After taking a few steps, he turned back. "Should I invite the third brother and the others for lunch too?" Ji Yuanrong paused for a moment. "With so many people, we'll need to prepare quite a bit. Just make sure to serve enough meat for both families. They have guests at Jintai today, so I don't want to seem biased by sending food over there." He learned something from this. He had 2 sons and would eventually have 2 daughters-in-law. His parents handled this aspect very well, and he needed to learn from them. He returned to his room to inform Lin Yulan, who was naturally agreeable as long as she didn't have to spend money on groceries. Cooking was no issue, especially if it meant that both adults and children could enjoy some meat. After briefing his wife, he passed through the main hall, greeted the Lu mother and daughter, and then rode off on his bicycle. Ji Yuanrong returned to the main hall and, meeting the gaze of the mother and daughter, smiled. "I didn't know you were coming, so I didn't prepare anything. I've sent Jiaming to buy some vegetables. Don't just sit there, have some fruit." She handed them oranges. The Lu mother accepted the orange awkwardly. Their visit had been somewhat unexpected, and it was understandable that preparations were lacking. Lu Qingya received the orange politely and smiled at her, saying, "There's no need to buy vegetables. I just saw Hu Wenbin and the others at Jintai. We're all friends, so dining there is just as good. We can all chat together." Ji Yuanrong sighed. "They're quite rowdy. At our age. Your mother and I prefer some peace and quiet. I'll have my daughter-in-law cook lunch. Her culinary skills are quite good, so we won't be going over. You shouldn't go either. They'll be drinking and the room will be filled with the smell of alcohol." Lu Qingya paused, about to speak, when her mother glanced at her, prompting her to smile and say to Ji Yuanrong, "That's true. I'll keep Qingya company during lunch." Understanding her mother's subtle cue, Lu Qingya realized she had been a bit too eager. She smiled and added, "Of course. I want to spend quality time with Aunt Ji. It's been a while since we had a meal together." Ji Yuanrong patted her arm, smiling. "You are a good child." Lu Mu's smile deepened, and she jokingly inquired, "How does that compare to your 3 daughters-in-law?" Ji Yuanrong subtly furrowed her brow. Even as a jest, such a question lacked sophistication, particularly since Lu Qingya had once harbored feelings for her son. She chuckled softly. "Qingya is a good child, and naturally. My 3 daughters-in-law are also commendable." Then she deftly shifted the conversation. "However, they are my daughters-in-law, the mothers of my grandchildren, and they call me mother. In my old age, I will rely on them, so they cannot be compared." Lu Mu's smile became somewhat forced as she replied, "Indeed, having dutiful daughters-in-law is a blessing for us. My 3 daughters-in-law are quite admirable. Just last night, I was telling old Lu how fortunate we are." Ji Yuanrong responded with a smile. "No matter how good your daughter Lu Qingya is, she remains an outsider. Regardless of my daughters-in-law's shortcomings, they are family. How can I belittle my own kin in favor of an outsider? What nonsense is that? Even if my daughters-in-law are not perfect, they can still hold their heads high. And I wouldn't let anyone ridicule them." Lu Mu began to understand. Regardless of Ji Yuanrong's true feelings, she outwardly expressed satisfaction with her daughters-in-law. This left Lu Mu feeling quite discontented. Her daughter had married hastily and was initially reluctant to have children. If she had intervened and scolded her into action, her granddaughter might never have been born. Now that the child was born and her daughter's life had stabilized, with Lu Jintai resuming work, she was adamant about seeking a divorce. However, Lu Jintai had already married and started a family in the countryside. Even if she divorced, could she truly expect to remarry him? Little did she know that upon returning to the city, Lu Jintai had not brought his wife and children to live with him for several years, which only solidified her conviction. This year, however, Lu Jintai had finally brought his wife and child to the city, and the way they interacted did not suggest impending divorce. Moreover, that country girl was strikingly beautiful, and Lu Jintai was unlikely to abandon her. Chapter 71. Worthy of my 4th sister, Zhao Jinshu spent some time chatting with Li Wenli and Hu Wenbin before heading to the kitchen to see if any assistance was needed. Once Zhao Jinshu's figure was out of sight, Li Wenli nudged her husband. "You performed admirably just now." Hu Wenbin beamed with pride. "Of course. Brother Lu has looked after me since childhood. I know who he is close to. My sister-in-law is a great cook and possesses a lovely temperament. Moreover, with Lu Zhe and Lu Rui being so well-behaved and intelligent, how can Lu Qingya compare to my sister-in-law?" Li Wenli nodded, pursing her lips. "A few years ago, when Brother Lu was sent away, it was obvious that the Lu family sought to distance themselves from the Lu family. Now that Brother Lu has returned to work, they shamelessly come back, their eyes so shallow, lacking social grace. Only while old Master Lu was alive did anyone pay them any mind. Now, who even acknowledges them?" Hu Wenbin nodded. When Lu Qingya entered the room and saw me sitting by the door, her eyes lit up like a light bulb, and she immediately tried to approach me. In that moment, I had a brilliant idea. I thought it best not to let her have her way and quickly ran to call Aunt, ensuring she was directed away from Brother Lu. I wouldn't allow her any opportunity to get close. Li Wenli glared at him. "What do you mean her eyes lit up like a light bulb? Wanting to come over? Mind your words." Hu Wenbin rolled his eyes, remarking, "Do you think I lack self-awareness?" Lu Qingya, with her eyes raised high, mused. "In our circle, aside from Brother Lu, who could she possibly have an interest in?" Li Wenli clicked her tongue. "It seems she hasn't given up yet. Otherwise, why would she still come around after all that's happened between the 2 families? Do they not realize how unlikable they are?" Hu Wenbin replied dismissively. "Whether she has given up or not is inconsequential. Sister-in-law is as gentle as water, while Lu Qingya's demeanor is far too aggressive. Brother Lu would never be drawn to that." Li Wenli nodded in agreement. "Regardless of the situation, we firmly stand by sister-in-law." Hu Wenbin confirmed, "Absolutely." Inside the house, Zhao Jinshu was engrossed in completing a test paper. He heard commotion outside but took his time finishing before stretching and stepping out. Residing in the main house, he had to pass through the hall and happened upon the Lu mother and daughter. Lu's mother scoffed. Where did this young man come from? Lu Qingya glanced over. Finding him somewhat familiar, his features bore a resemblance to the countryside daughter-in-law of Jintai, which displeased her. Ji Yuanrong smiled at Zhao Jinshu. Have you finished the test? Just wrapped it up, Zhao Jinshu replied, smiling. I came out for some fresh air. Lu's mother, finding him familiar as well, inquired, Yuanrong, who is this? Ji Yuanrong then turned to her, smiling. This is my second daughter-in-law's brother, the uncle of her 2 children. Lu's mother's smile momentarily faltered. Second daughter-in-law? Wasn't that Lu Jintai's wife? This countryside woman had not only come to the capital but had also brought her family along, and with the new year approaching, it seemed she had no intention of returning. Quite ambitious, indeed. With a smile that carried a deeper meaning, she asked, Isn't life in the capital better than at home? Do you feel a reluctance to leave? Zhao Jinshu shot her a sharp look. He was sensitive to others' malice, and he could immediately sense her disdain. Many had jokingly asked him similar questions since he arrived in the capital, but her tone carried a peculiar bitterness. The capital was undeniably better than his hometown. That was a given. Yet what did it have to do with her? One might think she had a hand in its creation, given her tone. The unwarranted contempt she displayed was curious, especially as she expressed it openly in his presence. Lu Qingya interjected with a smile, of course. Not only is our city the capital, but even any random city is superior to the countryside. I've heard the roads out there are nothing but muddy paths. Ji Yuanrong frowned, about to speak when Zhao Jinshu asked, And who are these 2 impressive ladies? Lu Qingya's expression darkened, as did her mother's. Impressive ladies? Ji Yuanrong stifled a laugh and considered how to introduce them. The 2 families occasionally interact. Zhao Jinshu responded with an "oh," indicating that the relationship was not particularly close. He looked at the 2 women. Do you look down on country folk? Lu Qingya glowered at him, incensed by his audacity to refer to her as an aunt. Seeing their silence, Zhao Jinshu continued, What do you ladies do? Are you the mayors of the capital? The expressions of the mother and daughter shifted dramatically. Zhao Jinshu remarked, Oh, is that so? Are they national dignitaries? The mother and daughter cast him a dark look. Zhao Jinshu chuckled lightly. Then, are they like Uncle Lu, the director of a state-owned machinery factory? At this moment, the expressions on the mother and daughter's faces had soured to such an extent that they seemed about to drip with bitterness. Zhao Jinshu observed them and burst into laughter. Not at all. Indeed, such significant roles cannot possibly be held by those insidious little people who only dare to peek through cracks. They belong in dark, damp gutters, away from the light. He glanced at them and added, Beijing is delightful, yet it does harbor a few croaking toads that may irritate, but as an outsider, I can understand. After all, every place has its fair share of such reincarnated toads. Andy, I shall go over to the west to take a look. With that, he strode away. The mother and daughter trembled with indignation, clearly quite enraged. Ji Yuanyong laughed it off. Ah, the vigor of youth. You look down on him, so it is only natural for him to react strongly. You initially dismissed him, so do not blame others for mocking you. She too found the situation tiresome. Why provoke her relatives upon visiting? The Lu family has truly declined, and their downfall is merely a matter of time. Lu Mu's face was stiff, forcing a smile. No, we do not look down upon him. Lu Qingya pressed her lips tightly, remaining silent, harboring disdain for that country bumpkin-ass wife, and finding her brother even more detestable. Truly, such a family has not a single admirable member. Ji Yuanyong stated, Children are perceptive. They know well who likes them and who does not. This boy has always been well-mannered, addressing us as uncle and aunt. I understand you may look down upon country folk, but every group has its merits and flaws. One cannot condemn an entire lot based on a few. Lu Mu stiffly defended herself. Yuanyong, I truly do not look down upon him. He is overthinking. After all, he is a child from the countryside, and his speech lacks refinement. What did Ji Yuanyong mean? That lad is cultured, yet they disregard him? Ji Yuanyong's demeanor grew cold. Your very words betray your disdain for him. It is no wonder the child speaks ill of you. Lu Mu was momentarily taken aback. Did that imply she deserved to be scorned? She felt that the day had begun poorly. Moreover, with their patriarch gone, they felt diminished wherever they went. Zhao Jinshu walked into the second house and spotted Shiga and Shijia chatting. Unable to contain himself, he burst into laughter. The few inside were taken aback by his demeanor. Zhao Jinshu approached and gently patted his face. Have you gone silly from all that test-taking? The mere thought of the mother and daughter, who had appeared as if they had swallowed something foul, made him want to laugh. It was utterly perplexing. After finally completing a test and seeking respite, their mocking had shattered his good mood. What offense had he committed against them? For those who inexplicably attacked him, he resolved to respond with utmost diligence. Ensuring no one went unnoticed, each would feel the brunt of his retorts. Zhao Jinshu laughed until he nearly doubled over, unable to resist leaning his arm on her shoulder. Hu Wenbin and Li Wenli looked at him in bewilderment, wondering if he had taken some sort of medication. Lu Jintai approached and helped him straighten up. Zhao Jinshu cast a glance at him, unfazed, and continued to chuckle, casually resting his hand on his arm. Lu Jintai allowed him this indulgence, mindful that his laughter might cause him to stumble, leaving him too embarrassed to eat later. After a moment, he was still laughing. Lu Jintai, unable to contain himself, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Have you finished laughing?" Zhao Jinshu gradually stifled his amusement, steadied himself, and replied, "Shiga, you have no idea. Just now, 2 lunatics came into Annie's room, mocking me for being a country bumpkin. How could I tolerate that? I gave them a tongue lashing. You should have seen their expressions. It was hilarious." Hu Wenbin's eyes sparkled with interest. "How did you scold them?" Lu Jintai frowned, his expression turning serious. "They mocked you?" Zhao Jinshu chuckled. I retorted, "I can't be at a disadvantage." Du Qingye emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of cooked fish, and overheard their conversation. What does the Lu family mean by this? Lu Jianjun seeks help from Jintai, yet comes here to provoke? Are they out of their minds? Even while cooking, he had heard Lu Qingya's voice, and he naturally understood who Zhao Jinshu referred to as the 2 lunatics. Really? Zhao Jinshu turned to Lu Jintai. "Shiga, you wouldn't help them, would you?" A hint of sarcasm flashed in Lu Jintai's eyes as he replied coolly, "I will not." Zhao Jinshu felt relieved. "That's my good Shiga, worthy of my sister." Lu Jintai chuckled softly, remaining silent. Chapter 72. Heartache. Hu Wenbin observed that Zhao Jinshu seemed to have found a companion and pulled him aside to inquire about his scolding. He was quite curious, as Lu Qingye was notoriously arrogant and had a sharp tongue. Few could come out unscathed from her jibes. Zhao Jinshu grinned and said, "Actually, there is no secret to it. When faced with those who disdain us, if they are brazen, we must be bolder. If they lack shame, we should be equally unfeeling. Since they already dislike us, why should we accommodate them? Should one offer the other cheek when struck? That would be cowardice. We are not cowards, are we?" Hu Wenbin shook his head. "No, we can't let anyone provoke us. We must stand our ground. However, we shouldn't be timid either." Zhao Jinshu patted him on the shoulder. "Brother, that's the spirit." Hu Wenbin stared at his action. "How old are you?" Zhao Jinshu fetched a stool to sit. "Not too young. I'm 18. Hu Wenbin responded, "I'm 28. You should call me brother." Zhao Jinshu glanced at him, chuckling, and readily complied, "Bingo." Hu Wenbin slapped his shoulder playfully. "You're a smart one. It's only right to call me brother since you're younger." Zhao Jinshu shot him a look. Hu Wenbin laughed. "You're no fool. Of course, we never lose out on anything." The two sat down together, engaging in light-hearted banter. 10 minutes later, all the dishes were prepared and arranged on the table. Zhao Jinshu called for everyone to wash their hands and come for dinner. The 2 children, engrossed in their books, rushed out upon hearing their mother's call. The chicken and duck were both dried goods brought by Zhao Jinshu, chopped and prepared. The fish was freshly bought in the morning by Lu Jintai, who had made braised fish. There was beef brisket stew with radishes and a dish of pepper salt ribs, making 5 meat dishes in total. Zhao Jinshu also had a pot of crispy potatoes prepared, sauteed lotus slices, peanuts, and finally, a bowl of cabbage soup to cleanse the palate. The portions of the dishes were substantial. Even with a large number of guests, it was unlikely they could finish everything. Ji Yuanrong allowed Lu Jiaming to bring them a plate of braised pork, yet another meat dish. In this private setting, there were no outsiders, no drinking contests, and certainly no pressure to drink. Lu Jintai poured a small cup of wine for Hu Wenbin and Gu Qingye, and the 3 savored their drinks leisurely. Zhao Jinshu, eagerly anticipating, asked, "Brother Shi, why don't you pour me a glass?" Zhao Jinshu shot him a glance and replied, "You're still studying. What do you need wine for?" Zhao Jinshu retorted, "But I'm 18 now. I'm an adult." He gazed hopefully at his brother Shi. Zhao Jinshu turned to Lu Jintai, saying, "Don't pour for him." Lu Jintai met his younger brother-in-law's eager eyes and replied nonchalantly, "Listen to your sister." Hu Wenbin chimed in with a laugh, "Sister-in-law, if he wants to drink, let him have just a little." Zhao Jinshu responded with a smile, "Once he gets a taste for it, a little 1 tea suffice." After his college entrance exams, I 1 tea stop him from drinking. Lu Mining also added, "He is still a student. It's best he refrain from alcohol." Lu Zhe interjected, "Uncle, You should heed your sister's advice. Lu Rui echoed. That's right. Uncle, you should listen to your sister. I always listen to my brother. Zhao Jinshu conceded. All right then. It's only a few months left. Lu Mining couldn't help but laugh. These two little treasures are quite obedient. They even know how to manage their uncle. Zhao Jinshu smiled. Their father and I often find ourselves being managed by them. They are quite clever. Lu Jintai smiled as he served a piece of chicken to each child. The two children looked at their father, smiled briefly, and then began to eat. Lu Jintai glanced at Zhao Jinshu and also placed a piece of chicken in her bowl. Zhao Jinshu met his gaze and reciprocated by putting a piece of chicken in his bowl, saying, You should eat too. Lu Jintai smiled at her. Gu Qingye couldn't resist teasing. Oh, you two are being polite with each other? Lu Mining rolled her eyes. Unlike you, who only cares about your own meal without regard for your wife. Gu Qingye replied. This is truly an unwarranted disaster. Hu Wenbin thought to himself. Who told you to speak so carelessly? I'll just keep my head down and enjoy my meal. With that in mind, he quickly grabbed a piece of dried chicken and began to eat. Once finished, he was utterly captivated by the firm texture and rich spiciness of the meat. Raising his thumb in approval, this flavor is exquisite. It's absolutely delicious. At that moment, Li Wenli was too engrossed in her meal to speak. After finishing the chicken in his mouth, Hu Wenbin looked at Zhao Jinshu and regretfully said, Sister-in-law, you should have come to Kyoto earlier. Then we could have enjoyed this delicious chicken sooner. Lu Jintai paused, his grip on the chopsticks momentarily faltering as he slowly turned to Zhao Jinshu. She offered a subtle smile, but before she could speak, Zhao Jinshu across the table remarked, Back then, Ziz was only 2 years old. And Rui hadn't even reached a month. There was no one to care for them in Kyoto. At home, my father, mother, and elder sister-in-law would help take care of the children, and during my holidays, I could assist with them as well. Lu Mining, the mother of 3 children, expressed her authority on the matter, stating, as the children grow older, they become more aware of their basic needs, and while they may be a handful at times, adults can still manage to engage in various activities. However, the most challenging phase is before they turn 3. They are prone to illness and require meticulous care. Without help, the burden falls solely on me. I have neither a mother nor a mother-in-law to assist me, so I must care for the children alone. During seasonal changes, when all 3 fall ill simultaneously, it is truly distressing, and I often find myself in tears, unsure of how I endured those days. Thankfully, Gu Qingye is relatively family-oriented. Zhao Jinshu nodded in agreement, unable to restrain himself. Hu Wenbin teased him, You, an 18-year-old lad, haven't even tied the knot yet. What do you know? And yet you nod in agreement? Zhao Jinshu shot him a glance and replied, Though I am unmarried, I have observed my sister-in-law and elder sister manage their children. Especially my sister-in-law. Despite how well-behaved Rui appears now, she was quite the handful before she turned 6 months old. She would cry incessantly through the night, and my sister-in-law, who already had poor health, would suffer from leg cramps and shed tears while holding her child under the covers. If I hadn't woken up to help and inform my mother, who then took turns caring for Rui with her, my sister-in-law would have had a much tougher time. My mother even resigned from her teaching job for this reason. Zhao Jinshu smiled softly. Although to them it seemed like events from 2 or 3 years ago, for her, it felt like a lifetime past. The hardships and pains had slowly faded from her memory. As the adage goes, time heals all wounds. She had long since lost any strong emotions associated with those experiences. Li Wenli remarked, We owe it all to Annie. Otherwise, how much suffering would you have endured? Lu Mining turned to Lu Jintai and joked, Jintai, you must be sure to honor your mother-in-law well. She even resigned from her job for the sake of her granddaughter. Having a caring mother is truly a blessing. Having lost her own mother at a young age, and with her husband's mother also gone, she had never experienced the warmth of maternal affection. Lu Jintai had remained silent throughout the conversation, his glass untouched, and the chicken Zhao Jinshu had served him remaining uneaten. Upon hearing her words, he seemed to regain his voice, offering a soft acknowledgement. Gu Qingye chuckled. Indeed, Jintai was quite busy back then and couldn't attend to family matters. It was unavoidable, as the country was in dire need of reconstruction. Once he returned to work, he became engrossed in his responsibilities. Not only did we rarely see him, but even Uncle Lu and Auntie had difficulty finding him. Zhao Jinshu laughed. I recall that Shiga returned to the city nearly a year ago. Only after finishing his work did he come to visit his sister-in-law and the children. Since then, he has made it a point to return each year after work, lest others think he was abandoning his wife and children. Lu Jintai finally lifted his head, declaring, "That is absolutely impossible. He could never bear to do that." Yet, the words of his sister-in-law echoed in his mind, and he found himself unable to take another bite of food. Chapter 73. The first salary. Zhao Jinshu sat beside Lu Jintai and noticed he had not moved his chopsticks. Gently nudging his arm, she urged, "What are you daydreaming about? The winter dishes cool quickly. You should eat." Lu Jintai turned his head, silently observing her. Zhao Jinshu's, noticing his stillness, met his gaze. His eyes were deep, concealing a myriad of inscrutable emotions. She paused, then asked, "What is it? Is there something troubling you during this meal?" Gu Qingye sat beside Hu Wenbin and, upon witnessing the scene, chuckled, "Jintai, what is the matter?" Lu Mining's foot under the table kicked him sharply. "What do you think?" "Of course, it's because hearing about sister-in-law's past hardships is disheartening. Isn't your question just poking at the heart?" Lu Jintai averted his gaze, ignoring him as he slowly picked up the chicken that Zhao Jinshu had served him. Noticing his unusual demeanor, Zhao Jinshu ladled a bowl of hot soup and placed it before him. "The chicken has gone cold. You should drink some soup." Lu Jintai's gaze fell upon the soup in front of him. He looked up at her, his lips moving slightly. Seeing her puzzled expression, he said nothing and gradually lifted the bowl. Both Gu Qingye and Hu Wenbin sighed in unison, acknowledging that sister-in-law truly knows how to care for others. Upon noticing that Lu Ge lacked an appetite, she promptly brought the soup. Zhao Jinshu was accustomed to this, back when they dined at home. Shi Jie was always attentive to Shi Ge. Lu Ze glanced at his father and then at his mother. After finishing the chicken in his mouth, he pondered and said, "Dad, eat well." Lu Rue raised her hand. "Mom says that only when you're full can you have strength." Lu Jintai looked at them and softly replied, "Dad understands." Lu Mining gazed at them curiously and couldn't help but jest. "These two children are truly wonderful. Sister-in-law, how about we trade our 3 for your 2? We could swap." Lu Ze quickly raised his head, loudly protesting, "No way, no trade. Adults are so annoying, always wanting to swap kids, utterly lacking in understanding. It's all because he is too good, making others envious of his parents. Aunt Lu can only look on enviously. He would never call anyone else mom." Lu Rue also felt displeased, huffing, "I don't want to. I want to be mom's little treasure. She only likes her own parents, not anyone else's." Even in jest, Zhao Jinshu was unwilling for her 2 treasures to feel sad. She smiled and reassured, "No trade, no trade, of course not. These 2 are my treasures. I wouldn't part with them for anything." Lu Mining laughed heartily, all right, no trade. If we truly swap them, wouldn't the 2 children pester me every day?" Lu Ze contemplated, expressing his concern, "I would definitely pester you daily, making it so you could do nothing at all." Gu Qingye chuckled, "Lu Mining, have you offended our Lu Ze?" Lu Ze added, "If Aunt Lu doesn't trade us, no one will pester you. And you could surely earn a lot of money, lots and lots of money." Lu Mining laughed, finding the child amusing. "No trade, no trade. But will Aunt be able to earn a lot next year?" Lu Ze nodded. "I can earn lots and lots of money, enough that I can spend it endlessly." Lu Mining was delighted. "Good. Earn a great deal next year, enough that you and your parents can also enjoy endless spending." Lu Ze beamed with joy, hoping that Aunt Lu could earn a little more, so their family could share in the bounty. After the meal, the group worked together to tidy up. Once everything was in order, Gu Qingye and Lu Mining pulled Lu Jintai aside to settle accounts, while Zhao Jinshu ushered them into the study, ensuring they would not be disturbed. Lu Jintai abruptly grasped her hand, leaving Zhao Jinshu momentarily taken aback. "What's wrong?" Lu Jintai's gaze landed on her face. "You should come too." Zhao Jinshu smiled gently, saying, "I was merely conversing with Wenli and the others outside, just tallying accounts. You may proceed with the calculations." However, Lu Jintai insisted. Together, Li Wenli, basking in the sun beneath the corridor, cheerfully remarked, "Sister-in-law, you both go ahead and handle the accounts. We can manage ourselves here with the sunflower seeds and peanuts, and we have hot water. We are not strangers." With their encouragement, Zhao Jinshu followed them into the study. Gu Qingye had meticulously organized the financial records. The daily, weekly, and monthly reports were neatly arranged on the desk. Lu Jintai glanced over them briefly before handing the reports back to him. Observing his actions, Gu Qingye jested, "Jintai, did you comprehend everything with just a cursory glance?" Noticing Lu Jintai's silence, Zhao Jinshu chuckled, "Did you truly understand? Or do you think you can bamboozle us?" Gu Qingye replied earnestly, "That would be impossible. While our bond is strong, business is business. Regardless of whether they are brothers or even parents, accounts must be settled clearly to avoid discord." Lu Jintai affirmed, "I understand. Let's proceed this way." Gu Qingye smiled and retrieved a bundle of cash, stating, "Sister-in-law, this is your share of the profits." Lu Jintai took the money and handed it to Zhao Jinshu. Gu Qingye added, "You should count it. Do not feel embarrassed while our relationship is solid. Matters of finance must be addressed transparently to prevent any misunderstandings." Zhao Jinshu smiled as she counted the money, confirming, "It matches the records perfectly." Then, Gu Qingye produced an additional 320 yuan, offering it to Zhao Jinshu, "Sister-in-law, this is your salary." Zhao Jinshu inquired, "Has it been a full month?" "I think not, and besides, this salary seems excessive." Gu Qingye replied, grinning, "It hasn't been a month, but we are calculating it as such. Since you revised the menu, our earnings have increased by at least 50%. With the new year approaching, I am granting you 2 months' salary as a bonus to spread some joy. Next month, this amount will not be as substantial." Zhao Jinshu's face lit up with a smile. "So, that means I am earning 160 yuan a month? Is it really that much?" Gu Qingye reassured her, "Not too much. You are a skilled worker, not just an ordinary employee. Our restaurant's success is largely attributed to your efforts. Lu Mining even mentioned that your salary is too low." Zhao Jishu laughed, "Since you put it that way, I shall graciously accept it." Gu Qingye insisted, "This is your due salary. You should accept it without hesitation." Having settled the accounts, the group emerged to the courtyard to chat. Just then, Ji Yuanyong was escorting the Lu mother and daughter away. Upon seeing them sitting outside, Lu Qingye approached with a smile, asking, "Have you all had your meal?" The group, engrossed in their sunflower seeds and sipping water, remained unresponsive. Gu Qingye, wishing to avoid further awkwardness, finally said, "We have eaten. Are you heading back?" Lu Qingye, eager to linger and converse with them, felt constrained by Gu Qingye's remark. Having just bid farewell to Aunt Ji, she could only respond, "Yes, we are leaving." Gu Qingye waved his hand, saying, "Then, please take care on your journey." Lu Qingye found herself at a loss for words as she glanced at Lu Jintai, who was engrossed in conversation with his rural wife, hardly lifting his gaze, let alone acknowledging her. With a frustrated stomp of her foot, she departed in silence. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe and Lu Rui were watching television in the main room, while Jin Cheng had retreated to his room to study after finishing his meal. After Gu Qingye and his companions left, Zhao Jinshu stretched lazily, intending to rest in her room. As she settled onto her bed, Lu Jintai entered, taking a seat beside her. Zhao Jinshu nudged him gently, requesting, "Could you move over a bit? I wish to rest for a while." Lu Jintai remained still, reaching out to grasp her calf and resting it on his lap, gently kneading it. "What is the matter?" Zhao Jinshu inquired. Lu Jintai lowered his gaze to her leg and softly asked, "Will you still cramp?" Zhao Jinshu paused, realizing what he meant, and replied with a smile, "Not anymore." Lu Jintai nodded slightly and added, "You should drink a cup of milk powder every night." Though Zhao Jinshu was not particularly fond of the taste of milk powder, she could tolerate it on occasion, but daily consumption was somewhat unbearable for her. "We can order fresh milk. Once we return from my hometown after the new year, let us get fresh milk," she suggested. Lu Jintai responded, "That is fine. But milk must be consumed daily." Zhao Jinshu agreed, "All right. I know my body well. It needs proper nourishment." Chapter 74, Daily Life. Although Lu Jintai was not a professional masseur, his massage technique, while not as precise as that of an expert, was neither too light nor too heavy. Given her youth and the lack of significant blockages in her body, his pressure was just right. Zhao Jinshu allowed him to massage her calves while she leaned against the pillow, emptying her mind and closing her eyes, eventually drifting off to sleep. After a considerable time without any sound, Lu Jintai looked up to find her asleep. He gently draped a blanket over her and continued to massage her legs. Zhao Jinshu's slumber was brief. She awoke half an hour later to find her calves nestled in his embrace. Startled, she quickly withdrew her feet and shot him a glance, exclaiming, "You haven't washed your feet and are wearing smelly socks. Aren't you disgusted?" Lu Jintai paused for a moment, noticing her alarm, and a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. "I knew you would be displeased, so I changed your socks," he replied. Zhao Jinshu looked over and indeed saw that he was wearing a different pair from the morning, which eased her concern. However, she still insisted, "Don't do that again." Lu Jintai regarded her steadily, asking, "Why not?" Zhao Jinshu sat up, incredulous, "What is wrong with you?" Lu Jintai stared at her in surprise, and Zhao Jinshu coughed lightly, explaining, "Even though you changed the socks, you still haven't washed your feet. They still stink. How can you put them in your lap?" She had a mild case of obsessive cleanliness. "I'm not bothered," Lu Jintai asserted. Zhao Jinshu glared at him. "You need to change this habit. You should be bothered." Understand? Lu Jintai, seeing her fierce demeanor, readily replied, understood. Or maybe not. Zhao Jinshu slipped on her cotton shoes and instructed him, go wash your hands. It's time for dinner. It's cold, so let us eat early and get to bed soon. Lu Jintai smiled at her, affirming with a soft and followed her outside. After a lunch of greasy food, they prepared a simple dinner of porridge and 2 vegetable dishes, omitting meat, yet everyone enjoyed the meal thoroughly. After dinner, Zhao Jinshu mysteriously summoned a few people into the room. Zhao Jinshu looked at her and asked, what's wrong? Is there some good news? Lu Zhe, influenced by her expression, leaned against his mother, his eyes sparkling. Mom, have you finished writing the story of the immortal sword? Zhao Jinshu's eyes also brightened. Really? Zhao Jinshu shot them a glance. Don't ruin the mood. What are you thinking? Even if I finished it, do you think I would show it to you? Who can guarantee you won't pressure me for more drafts after reading it? Both of them let their shoulders droop, wondering who was truly ruining the fun. Lu Jintai sat on a chair, watching them with a smile in his eyes. Lu Rui clung to his mother's arm. Mom, what's the matter? Zhao Jinshu opened her drawer and took out her salary received that day. This is my first paycheck, and I want to share this joyous occasion with you all. Therefore, I've decided to divide it into 6 portions, giving each of you a share. Zhao Jinshu's eyes widened in disbelief. It can't be real, can it? Lu Zhe and Lu Rui gathered around their mother, eagerly awaiting her next words. Zhao Jinshu began distributing the money. Of course it's real. You can use this money to buy things when you go out during the new year. I won't be giving you any pocket money then. Lu Jintai asked. Do I get a share too? Zhao Jinshu continued distributing without looking up. Of course you do. Didn't I just say that? Lu Jintai smiled at her. Lu Zhe's eyes sparkled. Can I save it myself? Zhao Jinshu replied, certainly. Although they are still young, it is important for them to learn to manage their own pocket money. Mom, Lu Rui leaned on her mother's lap. I want to manage my own money too. Zhao Jinshu patted her head. You all can manage your own pocket money. There's a drawer in your bedside table where you can keep it. The 2 children had never been reckless with money. She felt assured giving them their allowances. Once Zhao Jinshu finished distributing the money, she handed each share to the children. At this point, Zhao Jinshu didn't hold back, as it was his sister's hard-earned money. He grinned. $80. Sis, you're really generous. Lu Jintai glanced at the money in his hand and asked her, didn't you keep any for yourself? Zhao Jinshu chuckled. Aren't all the dividends mine already? Lu Jintai smiled lightly, choosing not to say more. Lu Zhe and Lu Rui happily placed their money into their own drawers. Zhao Jinshu also took his money and returned to his room to read. Once only the 2 of them remained in the room. Lu Jintai placed his money in Zhao Jinshu's hands. Please keep it for me. Zhao Jinshu returned it to him. No, this is your pocket money. You should manage your own funds. Lu Jintai chuckled. Fair enough. Saying that, he conveniently placed the money into the drawer. Zhao Jinshu's hometown had the custom of deep-frying festive treats, and the children all adored these delicacies. She planned to prepare some. But since they would return to her hometown on the 3rd day of the new year, she couldn't make too many, or they wouldn't be able to finish them. The factory had closed for the holiday, and Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing were busy preparing New Year's goods and gifts for their families. Regardless of their financial situation, everyone had to celebrate the new year. The adults might not mind, but the children deserved some joy, so preparations had to be made. The next day, Zhao Jinshu and Lu Jintai rose early and, after having breakfast, set off to buy groceries without taking anyone along. Upon returning from grocery shopping, I commenced the preparations, frying crispy meat, fish fillets, and chicken nuggets, all of which required meticulous cutting and marinating before they could be submerged in hot oil. Ji Yuanyong, having taken a holiday, also came to assist. Although her contributions were modest, she busied herself throughout the day. In the evening, we naturally dined together. And upon Lu Xingyao's arrival, she dove into her meal without uttering a single word. Zhao Jinshu cast a glance at her. For several days, she had not mentioned her significant other. Could it be that they had parted ways? Ji Yuanyong discreetly observed her daughter, since that young man had visited. Her demeanor had surprisingly stabilized, and she refrained from discussing her daughter's romantic pursuits. She scrutinized Lu Xingyao, sensing that her spirits appeared somewhat diminished. The girl seemed perpetually downcast, not only avoiding talk of her partner, but also becoming taciturn altogether. Ji Yuanyong couldn't help but scoff internally, recalling how just days prior, Lu Xingyao had been exuberantly sharing tales of her relationship, even introducing him to them. Yet now, she had fallen silent. Had they truly faltered in their connection? Such triviality struck Ji Yuanyong as rather juvenile. Lu Xingyao, acutely aware of her mother's gaze and intentions, recognized the scrutiny. Although they had not yet separated, she felt the distance growing with each encounter, deepening her conviction that he was unsuitable. Wu Pan was indeed an admirable individual, a fact she conceded. However, no matter how exceptional he was, a lack of communication rendered any potential coexistence impossible. Chapter 75. The New Year's gifts. Though her parents had long since passed, Ji Yuanyang still returned to her familial home during festive occasions to visit her siblings. With her children now preoccupied with their own affairs, she did not insist they accompany her. Lu Zhe and Lu Rui had never been to their great-uncle's house, after a discussion with Zhao Jinshu. The elderly couple decided to take them to familiarize themselves with the family. Zhao Jinshu readily agreed. After breakfast, the two of them, bearing gifts, set off with Lu Zhe and Lu Rui. Lu Manting, eager to join, was coaxed back home by Ji Yuanyang's patient reassurances of treats awaiting her, thus avoiding tears. Wang Meijing, however, harbored grievances. Upon returning home and encountering Lu Hufeng, she began to murmur, "Now that our parents have little grandchildren, they no longer seem to acknowledge us from the main family or the third branch. They take Lu Zhe and Lu Rui everywhere." While Manting nearly cried when they didn't take her along. "When we visit during the new year, our great-uncle will undoubtedly bestow red envelopes upon them, and the amounts will surely be generous. We're left with nothing while the second branch reaps all the benefits. It's quite disheartening." Unfazed, Lu Hufeng replied, "Lu Zhe and Lu Rui have never been to their uncle's house. Our parents merely wish to introduce them. Manting has visited numerous times. We cannot take all the children. Or how many red envelopes would their uncle be obliged to give? Enough of this, I'm off to stroll with Jin Qing." Wang Meijing immediately expressed her discontent. "What do you need to wander with him for? Isn't he already accompanied by the second brother? The second brother's brother-in-law has no bearing on you. Why are you so eager to ingratiate yourself?" Lu Hufeng shot her a glance. "What do you understand? We share similar temperaments, and I promised to take him out for fun. With the holiday upon us, it's time to fulfill that promise." Wang Meijing returned his gaze with equal disdain. "Fine, if I don't comprehend, then indulge yourself as you wish." After their quarrel, she inquired, "When shall we visit my parents?" Lu Hufeng cast her an annoyed glance and replied, "The money has been given to you. You may go whenever you please. Just notify me once you have procured the necessary items." With only half a month's salary at his disposal, he knew it wouldn't suffice. Having navigated life for several years, he still had a few friends from whom he could borrow some funds in times of need. Initially, when visiting his father-in-law, he wouldn't say he was overly eager. But as a son-in-law, he felt obliged to fulfill the customary courtesies. Reflecting on it now, he deemed it unnecessary, no matter how well one behaves. They remain outsiders, and one genuinely care for your children. Why fret so much? As long as the essentials are covered, that suffices. Wang Meijing, too, was growing impatient. The money provided was limited, and purchasing gifts for her parents required careful consideration. She dared not overspend, though many claimed she had married well. This being the first year apart, her gifts for her parents would undoubtedly be scrutinized. How would others perceive her? Meanwhile, Lin Yulan was in her room discussing the visit to her parents with Lu Jiaming. "Since we must go back, the sooner the better. Upon returning, I'll need to wash and mend the children's coats to ensure they are presentable for the new year." Lu Jiaming nonchalantly replied, "You can arrange it as you see fit. There is no need to consult me on everything." Lin Yulan had intended to engage him in a meaningful discussion, but his dismissive demeanor irritated her. "Oh, you don't want to discuss it? Fine, I shall spend this month's salary on gifts for my parents. I refuse to believe you will approve of that." Lu Jiaming chuckled. "Go ahead and buy as you wish. A single coin could stretch to 20 knots. And he found it absurd that she would skimp on her own needs to purchase for her parents. Even she didn't believe it, so why should he? Lin Yulan fell silent. She was not the only daughter-in-law in the family. If she overindulged, her sisters would certainly notice and feel slighted. It was better to adhere to the customary standards of previous years. Excessive competition was unwise. Lu Jiaming smirked, fully aware of her intentions. Lin Yulan shot him a glare. "What are you laughing at? With that money, I could buy more meat for the children to enjoy during the new year. Even if she brought back additional items, would they truly reach her parents? Each time, the goods she took home ended up in the hands of her nephews." Suddenly, Lu Jiaming's eyes brightened. "True. This marks the first year since our separation. We ought to prepare more meat." Lin Yulan paused. "On New Year's Eve, surely our grandparents will invite us to celebrate together. We need not overdo it with the meat, right?" Lu Jiaming asserted. "We can't show up empty-handed. If our parents invite us to celebrate, We must at least bring a piece of meat. Lin Yulan expressed her discontent. Must we really bring meat? Lu Jiaming regarded her seriously. What is this? After all these years without honoring your parents, you hesitate to bring a piece of meat during the new year? Lin Yulan stammered in response. Lu Jiaming continued. I want to interfere with your purchases for your family, but we should also show some filial piety to my parents. Besides, our children are at that age where they consume more than anyone else. You want to suffer any loss. Furthermore, do you think you'll be the only one bringing gifts? We are the eldest. If everyone else brings something and we arrive empty-handed, who will be embarrassed? Lin Yulan sighed. I understand. Lu Jiaming noticed that she was receptive to his words and chose to remain silent. Zhao Jinshu accompanied Lu Hifeng on an outing, while the two children were taken by their grandparents to visit relatives. Left at home were Zhao Jinshu and Lu Jintai, who were not idle. They changed their clothes and ventured out to purchase items for her family, while also indulging in a leisurely stroll. She donned a pink down jacket, her hair elegantly tied up, and wore the cashmere scarf they had bought together in the county town nearly a year ago. As soon as they stepped out, they were spotted by Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing, who were preparing to leave. Both women were momentarily taken aback, their minds racing with questions. When did this woman acquire another down jacket? The last time they visited the department store, they returned early. Did she perhaps go back to shop afterward? Despite having exchanged a few words of banter with Zhao Jinshu, Lin Yulan still greeted her when they crossed paths in the courtyard, unable to resist admiring her outfit. You look quite lovely. Zhao Jinshu glanced down, a smile gracing her face. I think it's beautiful too. Lin Yulan found herself momentarily speechless, thinking how thick-skinned her sister-in-law had become, completely lacking in modesty. Wang Meijing watched from a distance, feeling a mix of envy and jealousy. Zhao Jinshu was truly living well, dressed more stylishly than herself. Who could tell she was just a country girl? Lu Jintai emerged a moment later, and Lin Yulan refrained from speaking further. Zhao Jinshu turned to Lu Jintai. Shall we go? He looked at her and gently suggested, would you like me to ride you on my bicycle? In the biting winter chill, neither cycling nor riding on the back seat would be particularly comfortable, with the cold wind assaulting from all directions. Zhao Jinshu typically preferred taking the bus whenever possible, so she quickly replied, since the kids aren't with us, let us take the bus. Lu Jintai nodded in agreement. That sounds good. The two walked out side by side. Chapter 76. The boy who hadn't fully matured Wang Meijing exchanged glances with Lin Yulan. And Wang Meijing pouted. This morning, I intended to have Lu Hifeng accompany me to buy New Year gifts, but instead, he took the younger brother of the second brother out to play. Now, with Lu Zhe and Lu Rui also taken away by their grandmother, the couple is free from any interruptions. Lin Yulan teased her. Are you envious? Wang Meijing responded. Aren't you? Not at all, Lin Yulan replied, revealing her disinterest in shopping with Lu Jiaming, who would insist on purchasing everything he saw. If she disagreed, he would complain to her all day long, making it far more enjoyable to shop alone. Wang Meijing was somewhat surprised, observing her expression. It was clear she disdained spending money on her brother-in-law. Her lips twitched as she found herself at a loss for words. As the new year approached, many workplaces had closed for the holidays, leading to a crowded bus. The couple found themselves pressed to the back, the bus swaying as people jostled each other. Zhao Jinshu nearly stumbled, but Lu Jintai quickly wrapped his arm around her shoulder, whispering in her ear, you can lean on me. Zhao Jinshu nestled closer, standing still against his chest. Lu Jintai gazed down at her, his eyes filled with tenderness. Upon reaching their destination, he took her hand, and together they descended the bus amidst the flow of passengers. As Zhao Jinshu alighted from the vehicle, she released her hand from Lu Jintai's grasp. Casting a glance in her direction, he chose not to speak. Zhao Jinshu inquired, where to first? Lu Jintai replied, I will take you to a special place. Curiosity piqued, she asked, where? He responded enigmatically, you will know when we arrive. With a low chuckle, he stepped forward. Zhao Jinshu glanced at his retreating figure and followed suit. Lu Jintai slowed his pace, waiting for her to catch up, then firmly grasped her hand. Observing the bustling surroundings of the West Zhou, she remarked softly, this might attract unwanted attention. Not to worry, we are husband and wife, Lu Jintai reassured her, tightening his grip. Sensing his determination and noticing that no one was paying them any heed, she acquiesced. A subtle smile graced Lu Jintai's lips as he saw her compliance. Moments later, they arrived at their destination, and Zhao Jinshu looked up, exclaiming, a cinema? Shall we watch a film? Lu Jintai asked. Since you brought me here. Of course we must, she replied. In her previous life, she had never entered a cinema in her youth. and it was only later that she accompanied her grandson a few times. Although she knew the film projection technology was inferior to that of her past life, she was eager to experience it anew. Jintai chuckled softly and approached the ticket counter. Zhao Jinshu stood aside in a less crowded area, waiting for him. While purchasing tickets, Jintai noticed a group of youngsters ahead who not only bought tickets, but also indulged in popcorn and snacks. After securing the tickets, he seized the opportunity to buy Zhao Jinshu some popcorn and sunflower seeds as well. Approaching her with the treats in hand, he offered, "I noticed they all bought some." Zhao Jinshu accepted with a smile. They entered the cinema together, and as the film had yet to commence, the lights in the hall remained illuminated. Jintai led Zhao Jinshu to their seats, and they settled in to await the show. After a few moments, Jintai glanced at his watch. Noting that the film would begin in about 7 or 8 minutes, he leaned down and asked, "Do you need to use the restroom?" Zhao Jinshu shook her head. "Do you?" Casting a glance around, Jintai queried, "Will you be all right here alone? What could possibly go wrong?" Zhao Jinshu laughed lightly. "Just go quickly. The movie will start soon. I shall return shortly," he assured her. "All right," she replied. One by one, moviegoers trickled in, and soon the hall was filled with patrons. In the front row, a group of young men were laughing and joking, their antics somewhat boisterous. Zhao Jinshu absent-mindedly munched on popcorn to pass the time. "Is this young lady watching the film alone?" A voice chimed beside her. Zhao Jinshu continued to snack, dismissing the inquiry. After all, she was a 26-year-old mother of 2, no longer a youthful maiden, and did not perceive the question was directed at her. "Why is the young lady ignoring us?" The young man persisted. Zhao Jinshu raised her head and met the cheerful gazes of several young men. "Are you here to watch the film by yourself?" One of the young men with a buzz cut beamed at her. Zhao Jinshu hesitated, now certain that this group was indeed addressing her. She remained silent, casting a fleeting glance at them before returning her gaze, her attention drawn to the young man with the buzz cut, who appeared no older than 20. He called her sister. Why was she silent? Noticing her reticence, the young man leaned closer, having observed her alone, delicately savoring popcorn. Her radiant complexion so youthful it seemed one could almost squeeze water from it. She was undeniably captivating, and he felt an irresistible urge to engage her in conversation. "What shall I say?" A deep voice interjected nearby. The young man froze, looking up to meet a pair of commanding eyes. Upon recognizing the person, he shuddered, his smile vanishing instantly. Lu, Brother Lu. He had seen Brother Lu before, though he was quite young then, and perhaps he had not been recognized. Recognizing him, Jintai cast a cool glance his way as he settled beside Zhao Jinshu, his tone indifferent. "Do tell, which family do you belong to?" Zhao Jinshu prompted him. And the young man stammered, "Ichu's family. Hu Wenbin is my elder cousin." Jintai regarded him silently, prompting the young man to glance quickly at Zhao Jinshu before hesitantly adding, "Brother Lu, I meant no harm. I merely noticed this young lady sitting here alone and thought it best to engage her in conversation." He was perceptive enough to realize that this enchanting young woman was indeed with Brother Lu. Jintai shot him a sidelong look. "This is my wife." The young man was momentarily stunned, glancing between Zhao Jinshu and Jintai, his face flushing a deep crimson as he retreated to his previous position. Too embarrassed to utter another word. What a disgraceful moment. The group of young men who had accompanied him stood in stunned silence, their shoulders trembling as they stifled laughter. Zhao Jinshu turned to Jintai. "There are sunflower seeds here. Would you like some?" Just as she was about to speak, the overhead lights gradually dimmed, and the large screen illuminated. She declared, "The movie is about to begin. I won't eat any more." Jintai nodded, lowering his head to stow the seeds and popcorn into a bag. As the film commenced, the two settled into a serene appreciation of the cinematic experience. Upon exiting the theater, they encountered the group of young men once more. The young man cast a furtive glance at them, called out Brother Lu, and before waiting for a response, bolted away. His companions hastily followed suit. Zhao Jinshu observed their frantic retreat, reminiscent of mice fleeing from a cat, and could not help but burst into laughter. Once her laughter subsided, Jintai murmured, "A bunch of boys yet to mature." Chapter 77. The Silent One. Upon leaving the cinema, their first stop was to purchase items for her family. They did not buy much, just some fabric and yarn to share upon their return, followed by vegetables. As they prepared to catch the bus, they encountered an elderly couple in their 60s approaching them with smiles. Professor Li greeted, "Jintai, out shopping?" Jintai smiled back and introduced Zhao Jinshu. "This is Principal Zhang, and this is Professor Li. This is my wife, Zhao Jinshu." Zhao Jinshu returned the greeting with a smile. "Hello, Principal Zhang and Professor Li." Professor Li turned to Zhao Jinshu, admiring her captivating appearance in his heart, feeling that Jintai was indeed fortunate. With a warm smile, he said, "I shall call you Jinshu. In recent years, Jintai has been quite busy, and you have been alone in the countryside with the child. You have worked hard." Zhao Jinshu glanced at Lu Jintai, surprised that his colleagues were aware of her situation. She replied gently, "It's manageable. My family has been helping with the child, which makes it a bit easier." Principal Zhang adjusted his glasses and playfully remarked to the young couple, "Jinshu, you may not know this, but Jintai has been so eager to find time to visit you that he practically tries to complete a year's worth of project research in a single day, leaving his team with little time to rest." Lu Jintai shot him a glance, interrupting, "Is there anything else? If not, we shall take our leave." Dao Jishu, unaware of the matter, only knew that whenever Lu Jintai returned to the city, he would stay for over 20 days. His demeanor was rather rude. Yet Principal Zhang remained unfazed, smiling at Zhao Jinshu as he said, "Jinshu, you see, this fellow has never been polite to me. Is he trying to silence me?" Zhao Jinshu had never seen them before and was unaware of their relationship. In front of outsiders, Lu Jintai was always courteous. He would never speak in such a manner unless they were closely acquainted. She smiled thoughtfully and replied, "It indicates that he has a good relationship with you." Lu Jintai glanced at her but said nothing. Principal Zhang laughed heartily. "You are correct. We do have a good relationship." Lu Jintai remained composed, neither confirming nor denying it. Seeing this, Principal Zhang's smile deepened. This fellow usually disregarded him, yet today, in front of his wife, he did not deny their good relationship, making Zhang feel his concerns were not in vain. Remembering something, Principal Zhang spoke up, "Student Han Fengji contacted me, saying her name is not on your team list for next year?" Lu Jintai's expression revealed no emotion as he replied coolly, "This Han student has considerable influence, even managing to get Principal Zhang's attention." Principal Zhang chuckled awkwardly and said seriously, "She claims that if you do not include her name, it is discriminatory against female students. Everyone else is included, yet her name is absent. She feels looked down upon. With her saying this, could you possibly?" Lu Jintai interrupted, "No. My team does not require students who lack focus on research, and there are other female members in the team." Principal Zhang laughed uneasily. "Han Fengji is quite capable. Could you possibly?" Lu Jintai turned to him, "It is not out of the question." Principal Zhang was taken aback. "You actually agreed?" Lu Jintai cast him a faint glance. "If she stays, then I will leave." Principal Zhang mused, "Is he trying to drive me mad?" His temper remains unchanged. Professor Li could not help but nudge Vice Principal Zhang, curtly saying, "You meddle in everything. No wonder Jintai does not treat you kindly." Principal Zhang sighed, "You know, old Wu approached me about this. Alas, if he disagrees, so be it. I cannot put Jintai in a difficult position for the sake of an outsider." Professor Li replied, "As long as you understand." Lu Jintai said no more. "The bus has arrived. Professor Li, we shall take our leave first." Professor Li looked at Zhao Jishu. "When you have time, let Jintai bring you to our home for a visit." Zhao Jishu smiled and nodded. "All right. I shall certainly pay you a visit when I have some free time. You are also welcome to come over to my house for a leisurely gathering." Professor Li chuckled in response. "Sounds good." As they observed the two boarding the bus, Professor Li cast an exasperated glance at Vice President Zhang. "Tell me, Jintai finally condescends to give you a pleasant demeanor, and you manage to offend him." Vice President Zhang, equally vexed, replied, "His temperament mirrors that of old Xie, so rigid and unyielding. Truly, they are alike. Old Xie used to be irked with me, and now that he has departed, Jintai has taken his place." He continued, "If he disagrees, he could simply state his objections and engage in a proper discussion. Look at that frigid expression of his. Regardless of his handsome features, I find no appeal in him." Professor Li expressed no sympathy, stating, "Jintai is not here for your amusement. You are fully aware of his temperament, yet you still acquiesce to old Wu's request. You brought this upon yourself." Vice President Zhang sighed again, adding, "Just now, when I mentioned his dedication to research at the school, he interrupted me, as if to silence me. How can his wife know if he refuses to speak? Thankfully, his wife seems to possess a cheerful disposition and does not hold these matters against him. Otherwise, their marriage would inevitably face challenges." Upon hearing this, Professor Li's eyes flickered with curiosity. Earlier, Jintai remarked that Han Fengxi's thoughts were not focused on her research. What does he mean by that? Vice President Zhang frowned. Could it be that she is shirking her responsibilities and not treating her work with the seriousness it deserves? Jintai would certainly not tolerate such behavior. Professor Li furrowed her brow in contemplation. "I sense it is not as straightforward as that." Jintai is youthful and capable, with a charming demeanor. Vice President Zhang suddenly turned to her. What do you imply by that? Professor Li shot him a disapproving look. Over the past 2 years, I have witnessed the students, both male and female, engaging in affairs of the heart, neglecting their families. These talented individuals are clearly distracted. Vice President Zhang instinctively responded, surely not? Jintai is married with children. Professor Li retorted with a glance, regardless of the circumstances. If Jintai disapproves, then it shall not come to pass. You need not meddle unnecessarily. Vice President Zhang paused momentarily, then, regaining his composure, exclaimed, the school is a place for learning, not a venue for romantic pursuits. Had I known, I would never have agreed to act as old Wu's intermediary. Professor Li mused to herself that it is unreasonable to prevent a group of young singles from pursuing relationships, yet it is equally unwise to disrupt others' families. After disembarking from the bus, Zhao Jinshu and Lu Jintai slowly walked home, their silence lingering throughout the journey. As they neared their doorstep, Lu Jintai turned to Zhao Jinshu. Why the silence? Zhao Jinshu tilted her head, glancing at him in confusion. What should I say? Lu Jintai hesitated for a moment before asking. Do you have nothing to discuss with me? Zhao Jinshu shot him a perplexed look. Why don't you speak up? You're such a closed book. With that, she opened the door and stepped into the yard ahead of him. A closed book? Is that what he is? Lu Jintai stood still for a moment, then finally stepped inside the house. Chapter 78. The new year. Upon arriving home, they set down their belongings. Lu Jintai appeared somewhat lost in thought as he regarded her. His tone laced with uncertainty. Am I the closed book? Zhao Jinshu turned to him. Could it be me? Professor Lu, your self-awareness seems rather lacking. After saying this, she ignored him, entering the house to change into a thick winter coat and prepare lunch. Lu Jintai followed her inside, staring intently. Do you find it tiresome to be with me? Zhao Jinshu pondered for a moment before responding. I think it's quite good. Though she spoke little, she diligently managed the household affairs, disliking needless chatter and the imposition of others. She genuinely believed it was quite good. Lu Jintai cast a quiet glance in her direction, saying nothing, leaving Zhao Jinshu uncertain of his belief in her words. As they moved to the kitchen to prepare a meal, with rice simmering in the pot and vegetables being washed, he inquired, Do you have any questions regarding my work? Zhao Jinshu paused in her chopping, replying, I don't understand your work, so I wouldn't know what to ask. I have complete faith in your abilities. I am certain you will accomplish your tasks excellently. She wondered why he had suddenly broached this topic. Lu Jintai tilted his head to regard her. Is Comrade Zhao's praise genuine? Meeting his gaze, Zhao Jinshu answered calmly. Of course it is genuine. Do you doubt your own capabilities, Professor Lu? Her words were heartfelt, and in her eyes, his professional competence was beyond question. Lu Jintai looked at her briefly before bowing his head to continue washing the vegetables. Zhao Jinshu proceeded to fry the vegetables, prepare the soup, and finish cooking the rice. After they had dined, they returned to their respective tasks. Lu Jintai observed her from behind, his book untouched in his hands, as she consistently praised him with sincerity. Upon reflection, he realized that her compliments were not dissimilar to those of others. He was often perceived as a taciturn person, yet he found his quiet demeanor rather agreeable. Zhao Jinshu, engrossed in her writing, paid him no mind. The children's story she had previously penned would not be published until after the new year, as editor Li had informed her, meaning she would not receive her payment until then. She was not in urgent need of the money, however. An earlier publication would allow her to reassure her parents upon her return home. Even so, they would surely be pleased to know she had written a story that would be published. That entire afternoon, she remained absorbed in her writing until Zhao Jinsheng and Lu Hufeng returned home. Only then did she lay down her pen. Zhao Jinsheng carried snacks he had bought for Lu Zhe and Lu Rue and placed them on the shelf, then turned to his sister. Today, did anyone disturb you? How many drafts have you written? Zhao Jinshu chose not to engage him. It was rather inconsiderate to rush her upon returning home. She changed the subject. Where did you go today? Zhao Jinsheng replied with a smile. Brother Hufeng took me ice skating, which was so much fun. I offered to treat him to lunch, but he declined. Later, he treated me, but when I bought snacks for Rue and Zhe, I made sure to get him a portion as well. Zhao Jinshu said nothing more, content that her brother had proper manners. After her rebirth, Zhao Jinshu felt she had overlooked something important. On the evening of the 29th day of the 12th month, a dull ache began in her abdomen, and after a visit to the restroom, she finally remembered what she had forgotten. After her rebirth, her menstrual cycle, which had not visited her for so long, had finally arrived. Returning from the restroom, she slumped against the headboard, experiencing menstrual cramps, a sensation she had not felt in many years. Fortunately, in her previous life, she did not suffer from cramps every month. Yet even infrequent occurrences could be quite tormenting. This might be the only downside of her rebirth. Jintai returned from the main room and noticed her with her eyes closed, leaning against the headboard, her right hand resting on her lower abdomen. He softly asked, "Is your stomach hurting?" and took a seat beside her. Zhao Jinshu opened her eyes and glanced at him, dully stating, "Yes, it's menstrual pain." Jintai reached out to assess her temperature. It felt somewhat cool. "Is it very painful?" he inquired. Zhao Jinshu replied, "It's just a dull ache. The main issue is that during this time, I lack energy." Jintai gently suggested, "Shall I fetch you a hot water bottle?" Zhao Jinshu nodded, "All right." Jintai pulled the blanket over her and then rose to prepare the hot water bottle. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe and Lu Rui were in the main room watching television. The room was quiet, and Jintai placed the hot water bottle on her lower abdomen. He softly said, "After you freshen up, lie down in bed. I will get you some water." Zhao Jinshu nodded in agreement. After freshening up and changing into fresh undergarments, she slipped under the covers and soon fell asleep. After watching an episode of television, Lu Zhe and Lu Rui rushed back, but Jintai halted them. "Keep it down. Your mother is sleeping." The two hurriedly tiptoed, appearing quite cautious. Jintai chuckled and ruffled their hair. "I'll fetch you some water. After washing up, go to bed. Tomorrow is the last day of the year. So rise early, especially you, Lu Zhe." Lu Zhe raised his hand and whispered, "I will definitely wake up earlier than Rui Rui." Lu Rui huffed and quietly countered, "I wake up earlier than you every day." Jintai glanced at them. No more arguing. Hurry and wash up. With their father's serious tone, they dared not protest further, responding in unison and following his instructions. Once the children finished washing up and went to bed, Jintai returned to their room and lay down. He reached out to touch her abdomen. It had warmed up. He withdrew his hand, turned off the light, and closed his eyes. During the night, Zhao Jinshu woke twice, and Jintai followed suit. It was unclear if Jintai had slept well, but she certainly had not rested adequately. Nonetheless, she rose early. Jintai looked at her. "You're not feeling well. Don't come over. I'll help with the dumplings and call you when they're ready." Zhao Jinshu paused and smiled. "After a busy year, it's nice to rest during the new year. I appreciate your effort." Jintai cast her a sidelong glance. "It's just making dumplings. What is so strenuous about it? Don't be so polite with me." Zhao Jinshu lifted her head. "I've noticed you've been more talkative these days." Jintai replied, "Didn't you call me a closed-off person?" Although she had said it, Zhao Jinshu did not admit to it. "I did say that, but I never thought of you as closed off." Jintai regarded her. "I will change." After a moment, he added, "You rest. I'll head over first." Watching his retreating figure, Zhao Jinshu paused. Would he truly change? Would he transform into a loquacious professor? She could not fathom what that would be like. Having adjusted to a reticent man, would she now have to adapt to a loquacious one? She couldn't help but chuckle, given Jintai's disposition. Even if he were to change, he would probably never become overly talkative. She was clearly overthinking it. Upon arriving in the main room, Jintai noticed Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing glancing over, not seeing Zhao Jinshu. They were about to speak but swallowed their words as Jintai washed his hands and sat down to help with the dumplings. Realizing that even when the man was present, nothing had changed, Lu Xingyao yawned as she emerged from her room, spotting her second brother diligently making dumplings. With a smile, she inquired, "Second brother, why hasn't second sister-in-law come over? It's New Year's Eve, and she should be in the kitchen preparing some dishes, right?" The thought of tasting her sister-in-law's culinary skills brought a grin to her face. Jintai glanced up at her, raising an eyebrow. "Am I not capable?" Just as Lu Xingyao was about to respond, he continued, "Go wash your hands and sit down to make dumplings." Lu Xingyao widened her eyes in surprise. "I don't know how." Jintai replied, "If you don't know, then learn." She was about to protest her inability when Lin Yulan chimed in. "It's perfectly normal not to know how. Everyone starts somewhere. With practice, you'll get the hang of it." Wang Meijing added, "You see, I wasn't good at cooking either. I could only wash dishes and chop vegetables. Now that we've been living separately, I've managed to whip up some edible dishes. With enough practice, even the most inept can learn. Besides, Xingyao, you're not foolish, are you?" Of course, Lu Xingyao could not admit to being foolish. With the three of them urging her, she reluctantly washed her hands and began to make dumplings. Chapter 79. New Year 2. The filling prepared by her mother-in-law was bursting with flavor, and the dumpling skins were exquisitely thin, perfectly aligning with Zhao Jinshu's palate. After finishing one bowl, she found herself going back for more. Jintai glanced at her, smiling as he asked, "Do you like it?" Despite her modest appetite, which usually allowed for only one bowl of dumplings, today she indulged in several. Zhao Jinshu nodded, casting a cheerful glance at her mother-in-law. "The filling is delightful, and the skins are thin, absolutely delicious." Upon hearing this, Ji Yuanyang's smile deepened. "If you enjoy them, just let me know when you crave dumplings, and I will prepare them for you." It was rare for this daughter-in-law to express a fondness for something, and she was more than willing to accommodate her wishes. Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. They were still seated nearby, yet their mother-in-law seemed entirely oblivious to their presence. The tone of her voice suggested that one might think Zhao Jinshu was her own daughter. They watched in silence, aghast that their mother-in-law treated Zhao Jinshu even better than her own sister-in-law, leaving them without grounds for complaint. Zhao Jinshu laughed lightly. "That sounds wonderful. When I want dumplings, I'll buy the meat and call Mom over to prepare the filling and roll the skins." Ji Yuanyang chuckled in agreement. "That works." This daughter-in-law never sought to take advantage of them. Had it been either of the other two, they would have eagerly seized the opportunity for personal gain. Her character was peculiar in that she preferred not to impose on them, often thinking of them first. She had no desire to indulge those who sought to benefit from her, and was disinclined to engage with them. Lu Jintai glanced at them with a smile but said nothing. After breakfast, Lu Jintai took out a brush and red paper, beginning to write couplets. The two children gathered around, watching him at work. Zhao Jinshu stood by for a while, feeling somewhat idle, and decided to return to her room to write. Lu Jintai looked up, disapprovingly saying, "Take a break for the next few days. Don't write." Zhao Jinshu met his gaze and agreed, since there was no rush. She grabbed a chair and sat in the yard, basking in the sunlight. Lu Xingyao approached her with a bag in hand and handed it over. Zhao Jinshu took it, opening the bag to reveal a smile. "Is this my sweater? It's quite well knit." Previously, the sweaters made for Lu Zhe and Lu Rui had also turned out beautifully. Lu Xingyu moved a chair to sit beside her. "I've been working overtime every night lately, and finally finished your sweater just in time for New Year's Eve." As she spoke, she handed over a stack of money. "Here, this is to repay you." Zhao Jinshu accepted it and, glancing at the amount, exclaimed with surprise, "You paid me back 60? With a salary of just over 60, you've really learned to be frugal, haven't you?" Lu Xingyu gritted her teeth. 60 a month means it'll be paid off in 5 months. It's just a tight half a year. Don't worry, I can manage. Her expression seemed to be both reassuring Zhao Jinshu and comforting herself. Observing her demeanor, Zhao Jinshu chose not to discourage her. As spring approached and the weather grew warmer, the clothing in stores became increasingly attractive for a young woman like her who always needed new clothes each month. Not buying outfits during the changing seasons felt more painful than a beating. Lu Xingyao noticed Zhao Jinshu sitting still. "Sister-in-law, will I get to taste your cooking today at noon?" Zhao Jinshu lazily replied, "You want tea." Lu Xingyao let out a disappointed sigh, recalling her elder brother's cold demeanor that morning, which compelled her to learn how to make dumplings. Fearing that Zhao Jinshu would be burdened with cooking, he insisted she learn the craft, leaving her with no retort. Zhao Jinshu remarked, "We have fish and meat. What more do you want?" Reflecting on this, Lu Xingyu realized that many families struggled to enjoy a meat dish, and having both fish and meat for the new year was certainly something to be grateful for. In the main room, Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing were busy washing and chopping vegetables for lunch. Lin Yulan glanced at her mother-in-law, who was cooking meat, and whispered to Wang Meijing, "Is Zhao Jinshu really so brazen as to not come over for the new year? I never imagined her to have such thick skin." Ji Yuanrong, who was overseeing the meat in the pot, overheard her and shot her a glance. "Jinshu isn't feeling well, and Jintai has been busy writing spring festival couplets for everyone." Early that morning, Jintai had informed her that Jinshu was unwell and asked her not to disturb her. What could be more awkward than being caught gossiping about a sister-in-law by one's mother-in-law? Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing exchanged glances and resignedly returned to their tasks. Eating dumplings, pasting couplets, and enjoying the New Year's Eve dinner encapsulated the essence of the holiday, which passed in a delightful feast. On the first day of the new year, the family consumed dumplings, having prepared them the day before. After breakfast, Ji Yuanrong summoned the children to distribute their red envelopes. Upon hearing about the red envelopes, Lin Yulan became excited and urged her son to bow to their grandparents. Ji Yuanrong stopped them, saying, "No need to bow. Grandma will give you red envelopes." Lin Yulan awkwardly touched her nose. Wang Meijing shot her a glance. Every time money was mentioned, this sister-in-law seemed to lose her bearings. When had their mother-in-law ever asked the children to bow to her? The children obediently lined up to receive their red envelopes from Grandma. Ji Yuanrong distributed them one by one, from the eldest to the youngest. Finally, she approached Zhao Jinshu, pulling a red envelope from her pocket and handing it to him. "Jinshu, this is for you." Both Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing were taken aback by their mother-in-law's gesture. Despite feeling a twinge of jealousy, they refrained from commenting during the festive occasion. Zhao Jinshu was momentarily stunned before chuckling. "I still get this? I'm already an adult. What do I need a red envelope for? And I don't want it." Ji Yuanrong tucked the red envelope into his down jacket pocket, a smile gracing his face. "Though the amount is modest, it is a gesture of good fortune. I hope you have a smooth and prosperous year ahead and gain admission to a prestigious university. Ideally in Kyoto, where you can accompany your sister Shi. Here, take it." Zhao Jinshu glanced at his sister Shi, and Lu Jintai looked over as well. "Just take it," they urged. Zhao Jinshu, unable to refuse any longer, broke into a smile. He had never anticipated receiving a red envelope at the age of 18. Lu Zhe and Lu Rui dashed over to their mother, exclaiming, "Mom, Grandma gave us red envelopes." Zhao Jinshu chuckled, "You may keep it for yourselves." However, just as her words fell, Lin Yulan insisted that her two sons hand over their red envelopes. Lu Hui, casting a defiant look towards Zhao Jinshu, protested. "Lu Zhe and Lu Rui get to keep theirs. I'm old enough to keep mine too." He adamantly refused to part with it. As the eldest, Lu Hui was determined not to give his red envelope to their mother, and naturally, his younger brother Lu Xiang followed suit in this defiance. Lin Yulan, exasperated by their antics, lamented, "These two rascals, always comparing themselves to Lu Zhe and Lu Rui. What does your father do compared to others?" The three of them were locked in a standoff, neither willing to yield. Nearby, Wang Meijing was also attempting to claim her children's red envelopes. But the children were reluctant to comply. Just as she was about to express her frustration, Lu Hufeng intervened, saying, "Those are their grandmother's gifts. Let them keep it. No matter how tight money is, it is improper to take away their red envelopes." He had never asked for their red envelopes in previous years, and he would not do so this year either. Wang Meijing, seeing her children with tear-filled eyes, did not wish to dampen their spirits on this festive occasion, and her rising anger swiftly dissipated, witnessing that his third uncle was also against his third aunt collecting the red envelopes. Lu Hui felt justified. "If even my Uncle Wan Ti let you take them, why should you be the exception?" Lin Yulan felt increasingly frustrated with her sisters-in-law and brothers-in-law, who all pretended to be exemplary parents while she alone bore the burden of being the villain. On the journey home, Lu Hufeng noticed that his wife had relented in her insistence on collecting the children's red envelopes, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Leaning against the doorframe, he watched the joy on their children's faces upon hearing that their parents would not take their red envelopes. He could not help but feel a pang of melancholy. After all these years, he had made little headway and had navigated life in a fog. Though his elder brother faced hardships, he was aware that their savings were not insignificant. His second brother, educated and well-employed, had even brought his wife and children into the fold, ensuring that their days would only improve. Yet here he was, lacking both wealth and education, living extravagantly while arriving at the new year with empty pockets. The old year had passed, and he resolved that the new year would not be spent in the same manner. He hoped that next year, the children could celebrate the new year joyfully, without quarrels over new clothes or paltry amounts of pocket money. On the second day of the new year, the first and third households returned to their maternal homes, while the two children were taken out to play by their grandparents. Jinshu occupied himself with reading in the room, while Zhao Jinshu and Lu Jintai busily packed their luggage. Once the packing was complete, they proceeded to purchase train tickets for the following morning's journey at 10:30. They had an early dinner that evening, allowing the children to wash up and retire to bed. Ji Yuanrong and Lu Huayuan brought some items over. Zhao Jinshu looked at the things on the table and asked, "Mom, what is this?" Ji Yuanrong smiled and replied, "These are for your father and mother. There aren't many items, just 2 cans of malted milk and a wool sweater for your mother. Hearing from Jintai that your father smokes, I also brought him a pack of cigarettes." Zhao Jinshu couldn't help but chuckle as she examined the cigarettes. "If my father sees this pack, he will surely be delighted." Ji Yuanrong laughed. "I just hope they will like it. I also picked up some fruits and snacks for you all to enjoy on the road." "Thank you, Mom. You are so thoughtful." As it was getting late, they decided not to linger. On the road, be sure to keep an eye on the children and don't let them run around. "All right, I understand." Zhao Jinshu's period had not yet ended, and her child was already asleep. After bidding farewell to her in-laws, she quickly washed up and headed to bed. Lu Jintai checked the luggage one last time, ensuring everything was packed before he too washed up and lay down. The night passed without a word. In the morning, they rose early, and before finishing breakfast, a vehicle arrived outside. Gu Qingye strode in, and upon seeing Ji Yuanrong, she asked, "Why are you here so early?" Gu Qingye pointed to the car outside. "Jintai asked me to take them to the train station." "Oh, thank you for that. Where did you find this vehicle?" Ji Yuanrong inquired with a smile. Gu Qingye chuckled. "I borrowed it from someone." Naturally, in his line of work, he had his connections. Noticing he wasn't inclined to elaborate, Ji Yuanrong shifted the topic. "Have you eaten breakfast?" "I had it before coming over," he replied. He stood in the courtyard, chatting with them while waiting for Lu Jintai and the others to finish packing. After the family finished breakfast, they began to tidy up. Zhao Jinshu handed over the leftover vegetables and snacks from the New Year celebration to her mother-in-law. "We're leaving, and these will spoil. Mom, please take them with you." Ji Yuanrong accepted without hesitation, acknowledging the truth in Jinshu's words. It would be a shame to let them go to waste. She handed them to Lu Xingye to put away. The children, upon hearing that Lu Zhe and the others were returning to their grandmother's house, rushed out to speak with him. Even Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing couldn't resist coming out. Lu Hefeng and Lu Jiaming were also outside, helping to load the luggage into the vehicle. Before they departed, Zhao Jinshu smiled at everyone and said, "Uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters, we're off. Please take care and travel safely. Come visit during the summer vacation. Strive to get into Kyoto. Wishing you a smooth journey." As a few of them got into the car, Ji Yuanrong approached her grandchildren, instructing them, "Behave and stick close to your parents on the road, all right?" Lu Zhe nodded. "Grandma, my sister and I will hold on to Mom and Dad's hands tightly." Lu Rui also nodded. "I want to let go of Mama's hand." Ji Yuanrong smiled. "You both are very good." Watching the car disappear into the distance, Ji Yuanrong returned to the courtyard, feeling an emptiness settle in her home. With a sense of loss, she headed back inside. Upon arriving at the station, everyone disembarked. Some grabbed the luggage, while others tended to the children. After Gu Qingye had seen them off, he took his leave. Once they entered the station, they relaxed only after boarding the train at 10:30. They had purchased sleeper tickets, and after stowing their luggage, Zhao Jinshu, along with Lu Rui and Lu Zhe, each took a book to pass the time. As the train gradually departed from Kyoto, Zhao Jinshu found herself entranced by the scenery outside the window, her gaze fixed upon the bare branches, distant houses, and the snow lingering atop the rooftops. Each sight seemed to evoke a sense of familiarity, compelling her to savor every detail. Lu Jintai, after filling their water cups, settled beside her. Noticing her unwavering focus on the outside world, he pondered silently for several minutes. Was the view truly so captivating? Following her line of sight revealed nothing extraordinary. Why was she so enchanted? After a while, he gently nudged her arm, inquiring, "Would you like some water?" Zhao Jinshu glanced back, replying, "I'm not thirsty," before returning her attention to the window. A few minutes later, he prodded her again, asking, "Would you like a pastry?" She turned to him briefly, stating, "I'm not hungry right now. You all can eat." Before he could respond, Lu Zhe, seated across from them, handed him a book from his backpack, saying, "Dad, you can read if you have nothing to do. Don't keep interrupting Mom while she enjoys the scenery." Lu Jintai cast a brief glance at him, accepting the book and idly flipping through its pages. Zhao Jinshu chuckled from the side, remarking, "Your father is merely concerned for your mother." Lu Jintai shot him a sidelong glance but remained silent. Hearing their exchange, Zhao Jinshu finally turned to them, saying, "I'm neither thirsty nor hungry at the moment. If you want to eat or drink, please do so. And don't bury yourselves in books the entire time. Take breaks in between." Enduring a long train journey can be quite taxing, and it was essential for them to find ways to occupy their time without neglecting their reading. Upon hearing her words, the two children set their books aside. Lu Rui climbed down from her bunk and squeezed between her parents, settling close to her mother. Lu Jintai glanced at her, shifting slightly to grant her some space. Lu Rui nestled against her mother's arm and asked, "Mom, when will we see Grandpa and Grandma?" Zhao Jinshu redirected her attention towards her. "Do you miss Grandpa and Grandma, Rie Rui?" Lu Rui nodded vigorously. "I miss them so much." Lu Zhe, peeling an orange nearby, interjected with a pout, "I miss them too. Why can't Grandpa and Grandma live with us?" Zhao Jinshu teased him. "How about this time we don't return to Kyoto and stay at our hometown for school instead?" Lu Jintai abruptly looked up at her. Without hesitation, Lu Zhe exclaimed, "That sounds great. I want to stay home with Grandpa and Grandma." Zhao Jinshu chuckled. "Really? You want to stay in the countryside?" Lu Zhe, with a serious expression, affirmed, "Yes, there's a school in the village. Dad can stay with Grandpa and Grandma while my sister, Mom, and I can be with Grandpa and Grandma, just like before. It would be wonderful. There are so many fun places in the village. He believed he had presented a splendid idea. Surely, Mother would consent. Turning to his father, he inquired, "Father, what do you think of my suggestion?" Jintai regarded him with an impassive expression and replied, "I think you are rather verbose. Perhaps it is time for you to be silent." Zhe let out a huff and ceased his chatter. Chapter 81. On the train, the two children remained quiet for only a brief moment before finishing their book, unable to resist the urge to chatter animatedly around their mother. One excitedly proclaimed plans to assist their grandmother in cultivating a bountiful garden. One that would yield an abundance of vegetables, so much so that they would be unable to consume it all and could even feed it to the chickens and ducks, which would provide eggs for them to eat. The other expressed a desire to help their grandfather tend to sheep, even suggesting he would assist in cutting grass for the cattle, ensuring they would be robust and healthy. Though they had yet to arrive home, the pair had already devised an array of tasks for themselves that extended well into the next year, if not the year after. Zhao Jinshu, having listened for a while, chuckled and asked, "Your plans are quite clear. It seems you truly have no intention of returning to Kyoto, do you?" Without a moment's hesitation, Zhe responded, "As long as I master all the knowledge in my books, it matters not where I study, right, Mother?" Zhao Jinshu smiled. "It appears your determination is quite strong. I shall have a word with your grandfather about this." Zhe replied, "Go ahead." Zhao Jinshu turned to his nephew, remarking, "Studying in different places is not the same. What do you children know?" Zhe scoffed, "Underestimating me. I know far more than you think." Jin, I looked at him. "Will you be entering the first grade next year?" Zhe nodded. "Mother said I can start first grade in September next year." "Don't you know, Father?" Jin, I glanced at him. "What do you think?" Zhe chuckled softly. "Father is so concerned about my studies. Surely he is aware." Jintai did not respond further, but instead asked, "This morning, when I saw you gathering your books, there was an old first-grade book among them. May I see it?" "I borrowed it from my cousin San. I will return it once I finish reading," Zhe replied, rummaging through his backpack to retrieve the book and hand it to him. Jintai acknowledged with a sound and gently inquired, "Have you read it?" "I've read some," Zhe said. Jintai flipped through the pages, glancing at him. "You recognize many characters. Reading independently should pose no challenge for you. Your kindergarten teacher has taught you pinyin. Do you know it all?" Zhe nodded. "The teacher hasn't finished teaching, for what hasn't been covered. I will ask Mother when she has the time, and if she is unavailable, I will ask my older siblings. I can manage." Jintai casually replied, "Is that so?" Zhe held his head high. "How could there be any issues? Our teacher always praises me whenever we learn new knowledge. She loves to call on me to answer questions, saying I am not only intelligent and quick to learn but also diligent. My studies are certainly not a problem." Jintai, in a calm manner, stated, "Whether there are problems will only be revealed during the examination." Zhe exclaimed, "But our teacher does not give exams." "Why would you?" Jintai regarded him with a knowing look. "Did you not say there were no issues?" Reluctantly, Zhe conceded, "Very well." Jintai opened the book Zhe had just been reading. It lacked pinyin annotations. He pointed to 2 rows of characters and asked, "Do you recognize these 2 rows?" Zhe sat beside him, peering over and reading aloud. "I recognize them all." Jintai replied, "Since you recognize them, please annotate them with pinyin. I see you have a notebook with you." Zhe cast a silent glance at him, obediently retrieving his notebook, pencil, and eraser, and began to write at the table in the middle of the bunk. Zhao Jinshu watched for a while before bursting into laughter. Jintai shot him a sidelong glance, prompting Zhao Jinshu to quickly stifle his mirth. Rui leaned against her mother, stealing a glance, and whispered softly in her ear, "Mom, Dad is quite fierce." Rui, "Don't speak. Your brother is doing his homework," Jintai reminded in a tone neither too light nor too heavy. Rui immediately shrank back, covering her ears and looking at her father. "Dad, I didn't say anything bad about you." Jintai raised his eyes to her. "A thief crying stop thief. You've implicated yourself." Having heard her father read the story of the thief, Rui understood a bit and quickly lowered her hands, leaning against her mother. Zhao Jinshu patted her little head. "It's all right. Dad didn't tea here." Jintai shot her a glance. He had indeed heard. When Zhao Jinshu met his gaze, she said, "Dad didn't tea here, right?" With a resigned sigh, Jintai looked down and continued to flip through his textbook. "Yes, didn't tea here." After a while, Zhe looked up. "Dad, I'm done." Jintai took the notebook, picked up his pencil, and began to correct it. After finishing, he looked at him. 2 mistakes. Lu Zhe, incredulous, asked, "Where did I go wrong?" He picked up the notebook to inspect. "Ah, I mistook Shinanzi. One is retroflex and the other is flat, right?" Lu Jintai replied. "Didn't you say there were no issues?" Lu Zhe pursed his lips and fell silent, quietly correcting his work. Zhao Jinshu glanced at Lu Jintai and kicked him lightly. "Why so serious?" Lu Jintai turned to her. "What is the matter?" Zhao Jinshu glared at him. "There is no special mnemonic for retroflex and flat sounds. It can only be accumulated bit by bit. If he is not attentive to this detail, mistakes are natural. As he accumulates more, the error rate will decrease. Our Z's is already doing wonderfully." Lu Jintai looked at her. "So he should focus on his studies now, rather than daydreaming about herding sheep and cutting grass." However, Zhao Jinshu disagreed, returning to the hometown. Occasionally herding sheep and cutting grass is quite nice. It serves as a relaxation after studying. Besides, they are still young. They should play. Otherwise, all childhood memories would be filled with studying, which is rather dull. Lu Jintai regarded her silently. Lu Zhe then cheerfully chimed in. "Mom, it's okay. If Dad hadn't made me take the test, I wouldn't have realized where I was lacking. Now I know, and I will pay attention in the future." Zhao Jinshu, observing his proud little expression, couldn't help but pat his small head. "Oh dear, how obedient our Z's is." Lu Zhe chuckled. Holding his notebook, "I want to find all the retroflex and flat sounds in this story. If I make mistakes, you must correct me." Zhao Jinshu replied, "Take your time. You won't start first grade until September next year. No need to rush." Lu Zhe remarked, "Sitting on the train isn't fun anyway. Better to study." Zhao Jinshu laughed. "Then rest when you're tired." Lu Zhe nodded and immersed himself in his reading. Lu Rue, having said nothing, looked down to find she had fallen asleep against her. Zhao Jinshu took off her cotton jacket and pants, laid them on the bunk, and covered her with a blanket, allowing her to sleep peacefully. As the 2 children slumbered peacefully and the others busied themselves with their homework, an air of tranquility enveloped the room. It was at this moment that Lu Jintai lifted his gaze towards Zhao Jinshu and remarked, "I am not preventing them from playing. There are plenty of recreational opportunities in Kyoto. When time allows, we shall take them out for some enjoyment." Zhao Jinshu, observing the seriousness etched upon his face, could not suppress a chuckle. "I understand your reluctance to have them remain in our hometown for their education, especially considering the abundant educational resources available in Kyoto. Their studies must not be compromised." Lu Jintai regarded her, his lips moving slightly, yet he ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. Hearing his mother's words, Lu Zhe looked up at his father, realizing, "So, Dad doesn't he want us to stay in our hometown?" Lu Jintai cast him a brief glance, replying, "Focus on your homework." Lu Zhe acknowledged with a soft "oh" and resumed his studies, recalling what Rue had said about their father being rather stern. Chapter 82. Homeward bound. Although the train journey was taxing, the company of many made it bearable. They exchanged laughter, read books, enjoyed seeds and snacks, and admired the scenic views along the way. Whenever fatigue struck, they would recline and sleep, and before long, the lengthy journey came to an end. Upon arrival, they disembarked, some leading the children while others carried their luggage, navigating through the crowd. Their ancestral home stood adjacent to the roadside, a mere 5 miles from the township government. The town, being one of the larger ones in their county, boasted both a middle school and a high school. Many students from neighboring towns chose to pursue their studies here, and those who failed to gain admission to the county's high school often enrolled in their school instead. Consequently, 2 bus services were established to connect the county seat with their town, one at 10:30 a.m. and another at 5:30 p.m. Having disembarked from their train at 9 a.m., they hurried to catch the bus to the long-distance coach station, arriving just in time for the 10:30 a.m. departure. Inside the dilapidated coach, though crowded, Zhao Jinshu felt no disdain as she gazed out at the familiar scenery, a wave of nostalgia washing over her. With the passage of years, her longing for the landscapes of her childhood grew ever stronger. Now, as she returned to her roots and beheld the sights of her past, her heart brimmed with gratitude for the divine favor that allowed her to relive those moments. Lu Jintai cradled Lu Rue beside her. Noticing her lost in thought as she stared out the window, he leaned closer and quietly inquired, "What occupies your mind?" Zhao Jinshu turned to him, smiling as she replied, "I was contemplating how we are finally home." Lu Jintai fixed his gaze upon her, asking, "Isn't Kyoto home too?" She looked at him, surprised. "Certainly, it is, however. This place is equally my home, the place where I grew up. There is a distinct difference." Lu Jintai regarded her thoughtfully, responding with a muted mm. Ever since receiving letters and telegrams from their daughter, son-in-law, and grandson, informing her of their train journey back on the third day of the Lunar New Year. Zhao Jishu's mother, Yu Shuang, had insisted that her eldest son head to the town to await their arrival from the early hours of the holiday, to assist them with their luggage upon their return. Counting the days, Yu Shuang estimated their imminent arrival. Not only did she send her eldest son to the town, but she and her husband also borrowed bicycles from the village, each riding one to the town, standing at the station, eagerly scanning the sparse traffic of arriving and departing vehicles. As Zhao Jinshu disembarked, she beheld her parents and elder brother standing outside, their gazes fixed upon the dark hair and relatively full cheeks of her mother and father. It was as if they had returned to a time when her parents were younger, and how delightful it was. Grandfather, grandmother, uncle, oh my goodness. Yu Shuang's face radiated with joy as she caught sight of her daughter, noticing that her daughter had not lost weight, but rather appeared slightly plumper than during her previous stay at home. She felt a sense of quiet satisfaction and embraced both children, pulling them into her arms. How I have missed you, grandmother, Yu Shuang remarked, gently stroking their little faces. Lu Zhe clung to his grandmother's arm, exclaiming, I miss grandmother, and I miss grandfather too. Lu Rui nestled against his grandmother, echoing the sentiment. Zhao Jinshu's father, Zhao Jinshu, watched longingly from the side, yearning to embrace his grandchildren. Yet both children were already enveloped in their grandmother's embrace, leaving him unable to do so. Zhao Jinshu's smile was radiant as she greeted, Father, mother, brother. Zhao Jinshu scrutinized his daughter, furrowing his brow. Why do you look thinner? Zhao Jinshu assessed herself. Surely not. Since her rebirth, she had gained some weight. However, each time her father saw her, he instinctively believed she had lost weight, while her mother was much more reasonable. Zhao Jinshu insisted. You do appear to have lost a bit. Zhao Hantai, her elder brother, examined his sister with an odd expression, glancing at their father. Was it possible that at just over 50, his eyesight was failing? Clearly, his sister had gained a little weight. So how could their father perceive her as thinner? Zhao Jinshu chuckled, choosing not to argue, for it would be futile. Her father would cling to his own views. Zhao Jinshu continued, We have slaughtered a sheep at home, so your mother will prepare a hearty meal for you. Zhao Jishu responded, You killed a sheep? Yu Shuang, still cradling her grandchildren, interjected, Your father mentioned you enjoyed lamb. Knowing you were returning, he arranged for it to be slaughtered. When I came here, I had it stewing, along with a hen. Zhao Jishu smiled and said, The food on the train was not palatable, and I hardly ate. I am looking forward to a good meal at home. Yu Shuang, looking concerned, remarked, You must be famished. Let us hurry home and prepare something to eat. Zhao Jinshu reassured her, I have snacks and fruits. So I am not starving, just lacking in rich flavors. Yu Shuang replied, What richness could there possibly be? Lu Jintai and Zhao Jinsheng disembarked with their luggage from behind. Lu Jintai called out, Father, mother, brother. Zhao Jinshu turned to them with a smile, stepping forward to assist with their luggage. Zhao Hongtai regarded him with a grin. Jintai. Yu Shuang took a moment to assess Lu Jintai, nodding to herself in approval. The entire family appeared well, a testament to their city dwelling. This sight put her at ease. Zhao Jinsheng, beaming, exclaimed, Father, mother, did you not see me? Zhao Jinshu scrutinized his attire, frowning. Whose clothes are you wearing? Zhao Jinsheng replied with a smile, They were bought for me by my sister. Zhao Jinshu scolded, I sent you to visit your sister, not to buy clothes. Everything in the city costs money. Does your sister find it easy to save? Yu Shuang glared at her daughter. What was the need to buy such fine clothing? It is a waste of money. Zhao Jinshu quickly interjected, Father, mother, I secretly bought them for him. Do not blame him. It was cold and he was hungry. Let us hurry home. Yu Shuang refrained from reprimanding her son and turned her attention to her daughter, saying, I am speaking to you. You are wasting money. She then added, The bicycle is not enough for everyone. Let your father wait here while a few of you return home and come back later to fetch the items. Their home was less than 5 miles from the town, and it would take merely a few minutes to ride back and forth. In the biting winter cold, they lived by the roadside and encountered no acquaintances along the way. Upon reaching home, Zhao Jinsheng and his elder brother returned to fetch their luggage, while Yu Shuang busied herself in the kitchen preparing food for them. Lu Zhe and Lu Rui followed their grandmother to the kitchen, watching her cook. When Zhao Jishu arrived, she inspected the house thoroughly. This house would later be demolished to make way for new buildings, leaving only memories to cherish. Yu Shuang carried a dish to the well to wash the vegetables. Observing her flit about, she teased, What are you looking at? Do you not recognize your own home? Zhao Jishu laughed and replied, Of course I recognize it. I just miss home. Lu Jitai set down his belongings, washed his hands, and came over to assist with washing the vegetables. However, Yu Shuang gently declined his help, saying, "You can rest. It will be ready shortly. The old hen is stewing nicely. Haven't you heard the saying, dumplings on the carriage and noodles when you get off? I'll roll out some noodles for you. And you can each have a bowl of chicken soup noodles first." At her words, Lu Jintai set aside the vegetables, declaring, "Jinshu likes the noodles I roll out. I will go and make them." Yu Shuang paused, glancing at him. "Oh, all right." Lu Jintai stood up and said, "Mother, I will knead the dough." Before Yu Shuang could respond, he had already skillfully found the flour, taken a bowl, and scooped out the flour. Yu Shuang watched his actions in a daze, feeling that something was amiss. Wasn't Jinshu the one who preferred to roll out her own noodles? When did she start liking his noodles? Chapter 83. Hometown Zhao Jinshu thoroughly explored the house, even inspecting the sheep pen beside the yard. A flock of sheep bleated at her approach, and she smiled as she fed them hay, satisfied to see them devour it eagerly before leaving. Upon returning to the kitchen, she found Lu Jintai kneading the dough and remarked, "Professor Lu, you are quite diligent." Lu Jintai looked up at her, her face radiating a light-hearted and cheerful smile, a sight he had never seen in Kyoto. He gazed at her intently and replied, "As long as you are satisfied." Zhao Jinshu glanced at him, puzzled by his sudden seriousness. She, beaming with joy, said, "I am satisfied, very satisfied." Lu Jintai cast a brief glance in her direction before returning to his task of chopping scallions, seemingly unaffected by her praise. Zhao Jinshu felt a bit bewildered by his demeanor. What did it mean? Did he not trust her words? Did he think her capable of deceit? In contrast, how many sons-in-law would willingly cook when visiting their father-in-law's home? Just this quality made her regard him highly. As Zhao Jinshu pondered this, his voice interrupted her thoughts. She looked up and asked, "What is it?" Lu Jintai replied, "Tend to the fire." Zhao Jinshu responded with a no, then sat down to gather firewood, found the matches, and ignited the fire. Seeing her obediently tending to the flames, a flicker of amusement danced in Lu Jintai's eyes. By the time Yao Jianzhong and the others returned with their luggage, the noodles had already been rolled out, ready to be cooked. Zhao Hongdai entered. Standing at the threshold of the kitchen, peering inside, "Oh, Jintai is cooking?" As the water boiled, Lu Jintai placed the noodles into the pot, glancing towards the entrance, and called out, "Elder brother." Zhao Jinshu, smiling, remarked, "Jintai has cooked before. What is so surprising about that?" Just as they were conversing, the voice of the elder's sister-in-law echoed from outside. "Mother, where's Jinshu?" Hearing the familiar voice, Zhao Jinshu tossed a handful of firewood into the stove and exclaimed, "Elder brother, tend to the fire," before springing to her feet and rushing outside. Observing her haste, Lu Jintai couldn't help but shout, "Zhao Jinshu, slow down." Zhao Jinshu, however, was oblivious to his words as she dashed out. Zhao Hongdai, witnessing this, glanced at Lu Jintai and muttered, "At her age, she still behaves like a child, rushing about without a care." Before he could finish his thought, Lu Jintai interjected, "Her personality is quite pleasant." Zhao Hongdai replied, "Well, now that my sister is married, she has a brother-in-law. As her elder brother, I must consider his opinion before speaking about her." Zhao Jinshu rushed outside and immediately embraced her sister-in-law. Wang Xiaomai enveloped her in a warm hug, laughing heartily, and upon releasing her, scrutinized her closely. "You've gained some weight." Zhao Jianzhong, standing nearby, muttered, "I thought you looked thinner." Zhao Jinshu chuckled, "I have put on a bit of weight. A little weight is good. You were too thin before. With a bit of flesh on your face and a rosy complexion, you appear several years younger. Who would guess you are the mother of 2 children? They might even think you are an unmarried young lady," Wang Xiaomai remarked with a smile. Zhao Jinshu laughed, reminiscing how her sister-in-law had taken her under her wing since she was just 10 years old, always bringing her along, even to her maternal home. Their bond was stronger than that of many sisters. She linked her arm with her sister-in-law's. "Sister-in-law, I brought you some yarn and fabric. You can use them to make clothes and knit sweaters." Wang Xiaomai gave her a playful glare. "Why bring those from so far when you can buy them in town?" Zhao Jinshu replied with a smile, "This is just my little gesture. I always want to bring gifts when I return, and it doesn't cost much." With that, Wang Xiaomai refrained from further protest and looked towards the courtyard. "Where are Ziz and Rurue?" No sooner had she spoken than Lu Zhe and Lu Rue dashed out from the house, calling out, "Auntie, auntie." Wang Xiaomai embraced Lu Rue first, then wrapped her arms around Lu Zhe as the 2 children giggled joyfully around their aunt. Lu Zhe inquired, "Where are big brother and second brother?" Wang Xiaomai replied with a smile, "They are still at their grandmother's house." Hearing this, Lu Zhe and Lu Rue expressed their disappointment, saying, "After lunch, Let your uncle go fetch them." The two children gleefully bounced with excitement. Wang Xiaomai turned her gaze towards Zhao Jinshu. "What about Jintai?" Zhao Jinshu pointed towards the kitchen, and Wang Xiaomai chuckled as she walked a few steps to the kitchen, discovering Lu Jintai dishing out bowls. She laughed. "Jintai, why do you run to the kitchen to cook as soon as you get home?" Lu Jintai looked up and called out, "Sister-in-law, Jinshu enjoys my cooking." As Yu Shuaing followed behind, she feigned ignorance but could not suppress her inner thoughts. Just moments ago, she had heard that Jinshu adored the noodles he made, and now it had escalated to the point where she favored his cooking. Having spent considerable time with her son-in-law, she was astonished to discover this facet of him, which she had previously overlooked. Wang Xiaomai was momentarily taken aback, gazing at him with a smile. Has Jintai's culinary skill improved? Jinshu raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Jintai could cook. Yet one could hardly claim his skills were exceptional, especially compared to the delectable meals prepared by his mother-in-law, who had years of experience. The fact that Jinshu enjoyed his cooking signified a gradual enhancement of his culinary abilities. Yu Shuaing cast a glance at her eldest daughter-in-law. She was commendable in every aspect. Yet her honesty was somewhat excessive. With Jintai's daily commitments to work, when would he find the time to hone his culinary skills? Perhaps Jinshu merely said that to flatter him, and it was curious that her son-in-law took it to heart. She patted her arm and declared, "Since the noodles are ready, let us all eat here. Jintai, please serve the lamb and chicken soup into the large bowl. You must be hungry, so hurry and eat." Wang Xiaomai, momentarily diverted, chuckled. "Then I need not cook for lunch. I shall enjoy a delightful meal here with mother today." She washed her hands and assisted in bringing the bowls. Lu Jintai looked up, meeting his mother-in-law's calm gaze. He paused for a moment before silently scooping the lamb soup. Zhao Jisong had not re-entered the kitchen. Instead, she filled a basin with hot water and led her two children to wash their faces and hands. The dining table could accommodate 10, yet with fewer than that present, there was ample space. Wang Xiaomai, savoring the noodles, nodded discreetly, acknowledging that Jintai's handmade noodles were indeed commendable. No wonder Jinshu liked them. Lu Jintai instinctively glanced at Zhao Jinsong, who, upon hearing her sister-in-law's words, was slightly taken aback. Meeting Lu Jintai's gaze, she understood fully. Zhao Jinsong smiled. "Indeed, I simply adore the noodles Jintai makes." Lu Jintai gazed at her, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Yu Shuaing chose to act as if she were deaf, hearing nothing. Zhao Hongtai and Zhao Jinsheng were engrossed in their meal, oblivious to the unfolding events. Zhao Jinzhong, chewing on his noodles, discreetly nodded in agreement. He has indeed improved compared to before. However, the noodles could still be rolled thinner and cut finer. Jisong prefers it that way. Yu Shuaing could not help but kick him lightly, urging him to be quiet. Zhao Jinzhong looked at her in confusion, wondering why she would kick him when he had not finished speaking. Chapter 84. The inquiry. As everyone set down their chopsticks, Wang Xiaomai rose to clear the dishes. The two children had been taken outside to play by their grandfather. Zhao Jinsong stood to assist, but Wang Xiaomai stopped her. "You have been in the car for so long. Rest. It will only take a moment to wash these few bowls. In this frigid winter, do not get your hands wet. It is quite cold." Zhao Jisong did not engage in pleasantries, having just concluded her period on the train. She yearned for a warm bath upon returning home. With this thought in mind, she pulled her mother to their bedroom. Noticing her mysterious demeanor, Yu Shuaing playfully tapped her and asked, "What are you up to?" Zhao Jisong replied with a smile, "Mother, I wish to take a bath." Yu Shuaing cast a glance at her. "I knew you would behave this way. You could simply take a bath, yet you act so mysteriously. Later, we shall go to the public bathhouse in town. It is indeed inconvenient to heat water at home, and we should take the two children along for a soak." Zhao Jinshu chuckled. "What mystery? I merely wish to converse with you. I will go tidy up my clothes." The mother and daughter continued their conversation as they made their way to Zhao Jinshu's former room. Zhao Jinshu gazed at the thick cotton quilt spread across the bed and touched it. "Doesn't this look brand new? The quilt we used before could have sufficed. That quilt has been refurbished. It's reserved for your bed now." Yu Shuaing could not help but glare at her. "Isn't a new one preferable? It was understandable when we lacked cotton before, but now we cultivate it annually, and we have plenty. Of course, my daughter should have a new quilt upon her return." Zhao Jinshu embraced her mother's arm. "You are so good to me, mother." She felt no embarrassment for still being affectionate with her mother at her age. In her heart, even at 80, she would still find herself unable to resist the urge to be pampered by her mother. Yu Shuaing grasped her hand and, with a serious tone, asked, "Tell me, is there any issue between you and Jintai? I can sense that your feelings towards him have cooled. Is there trouble in their relationship?" Has he caused you any heartache? Otherwise, I cannot comprehend it. Previously, my daughter was entirely devoted to her husband. Yet now she regards him with indifference, and the situation is utterly reversed. Jintai, carrying his luggage, intended to place it inside the room. Just as he approached the door, he overheard his mother-in-law's remark, and his steps hesitated. He was about to enter when the door was ajar, and Zhao Jinshu's voice resonated from within. What could possibly be wrong? We are doing well, and things will only improve. Mother, please do not overthink. Unnecessary worries will only burden you. Yu Shuang scrutinized her daughter. She knew her well. The more she insisted that everything was fine, the more it suggested something was amiss. Though her daughter was reluctant to share, they had traveled a long distance back, and she did not wish to press her. She would inquire about the situation from Jinsheng later. Yu Shuang looked up and saw Lu Jintai entering with a suitcase. She smiled and said, "You two should first sort out your clothes. I will check the kitchen." Zhao Jinshu interjected, "Mother, wait a moment. Here are some things I bought for you. You're spending money indiscriminately." Yu Shuang could not help but glare at her. "Our household lacks neither food nor drink. Refrain from unnecessary purchases." Zhao Jinshu prompted Lu Jintai to open the suitcase, and she stepped forward to retrieve its contents. "Mother, this woolen sweater was a gift from my mother-in-law. Take a look." Yu Shuang exclaimed in delight as she accepted the sweater. Turning to Lu Jintai with a smile, "Your mother is exceedingly gracious. Why did she buy me clothes? I have not given her anything." She was genuinely surprised. Lu Jintai smiled warmly and replied, "The dried chicken, duck, and fish that you sent with Jinsheng were greatly appreciated." Yu Shuang responded with a hearty laugh. "If they enjoyed it, I shall prepare more next year and send even more your way." Zhao Jinshu added, "They also bought a pack of cigarettes for father and brought 2 bottles of malted milk. My mother-in-law said it was not much, but it was their heartfelt gesture." "What do you mean by not much?" Yu Shuang felt somewhat reassured upon hearing this. The parents of Jintai are evidently willing to invest considerable effort in purchasing items for them. This suggests their satisfaction not only with Jinshu but also indicates that she must get along quite well with them. After all, which set of in-laws would take the time to buy gifts for their son's wife if they were not fond of her? Even if their son were to send gifts to his wife's family, it would be expected that he, having already established his own household, would handle such matters himself, and not burden his parents with the task. It seems that there are indeed matters referenced in their daughter's letter that have not escaped their notice. Zhao Jinshu said, "Here are the fabrics and yarn that Jintai and I have purchased for you. Please share them with your sister-in-law and third sister." Yu Shuang could not help but glare at her. "You previously bought shoes for your father and me, and even sent money. Now you're purchasing so many items. Do you have an abundance of funds?" After shooting another disapproving look at her daughter, who merely smiled foolishly, she turned her attention to Lu Jintai. "You shouldn't indulge her in everything. Such extravagant spending is unacceptable. Frugality is essential. They are both children, and it is imperative to save some money. Raising a child is no easy feat, and there are numerous expenses involved. Those outfits from Jinsheng must not have been cheap. And now you have bought so much more. What a significant sum. This daughter of mine has no sense of financial prudence at all." Lu Jintai looked towards Zhao Jinshu, who responded with a resigned smile. He then addressed his mother-in-law with calm assurance, "Mother, do not blame her. It was I who encouraged her to make these purchases." Yu Shuang was momentarily taken aback. While she could freely express her thoughts to her daughter, she felt a degree of restraint when it came to her son-in-law. Nevertheless, his willingness to buy gifts for them demonstrated his respect for their daughter, and it would be unreasonable to reprimand him for such a gesture. Having already voiced her concerns, she assumed they understood her perspective and simply cleared her throat, saying, "You both can tidy up. I will check on the kitchen." As she reached the kitchen door, she could not suppress a smile. The fact that her son-in-law was willing to show them filial piety, perhaps even more so than her daughter, brought her joy. What did this signify? It illustrated that he valued his wife and, by extension, cherished her family. In the village, there are daughters who, upon marrying, are met with disdain from their husbands and in-laws for purchasing gifts for their families, leading to a stifling existence. Although her daughter's letter conveyed reassurances, nothing could quell her anxiety until she witnessed it firsthand. Zhao Jinshu watched her retreating figure and chuckled softly, turning to Lu Jintai. "Please take the clothes out and place them in the wardrobe." Lu Jintai responded with a gentle acknowledgement, bending down to carefully retrieve each piece of clothing, folding them neatly before placing them in the wardrobe. Zhao Jinshu busied herself organizing the toiletries for their upcoming bath. "We are heading to the bathhouse in town shortly. Will you join me?" Lu Jintai raised his eyes to meet hers. "If you are going, then I shall certainly accompany you." Otherwise, someone might complain and deny me access to the bed, and your mother would surely worry. Zhao Jinshu stared at him in disbelief, unable to accept that he had uttered such words. When have I ever denied you access to the bed? Do not wrongfully accuse me. Jintai chuckled softly. I know you do not find me objectionable, I misspoke. Zhao Jinshu shot him an exasperated glance. We are currently in my home. Mind your words. If you bully me, my parents will not let you off easily. Jintai nodded earnestly. Understood. I am here without any support. Thus, Comrade Zhao must treat me well and never find me wanting. Zhao Jinshu could not help but laugh, gently pushing him. Can you not behave in a more normal manner? A smile flickered in Jintai's eyes. It is quite normal. Zhao Jinshu suppressed her laughter and cleared her throat, saying, let us maintain a semblance of normalcy. Mother is beginning to think there is something amiss with us. Jintai's gaze settled upon her face. So, we are indeed untroubled? Zhao Jinshu replied, of course. We are untroubled. Do you perceive any issues? In truth, she felt increasingly acclimatized to her reborn life, with everything progressing favorably. How could there be any problems? Jintai chuckled softly. None at all. As long as you feel there are no issues, everything else can unfold in due course. Chapter 85. Encountering acquaintances, Zhao Jinshu retrieved and neatly folded the spare clothes for herself and the children, glancing at Jintai, who was still organizing the contents of his suitcase. Once you finish packing, go take a bath. Bring me the clothes you wish to change into, and place yours with Luze's. Please assist me in finding them. Jintai, not lifting his head, continued his task. Zhao Jinshu remarked, I am unaware of which garment you intend to wear. Any of those you have chosen will suffice, Jintai replied. Zhao Jinshu thought to herself that it was rather presumptuous for him to ask for her help while he was the one sorting through his own clothes. Nevertheless, she sought out his change of attire. Out of the corner of his eye, Jintai observed her actions, a hint of amusement coloring his expression. After organizing their belongings, the two children returned with their grandfather, having ventured outside, their beautiful down jackets now speckled with mud. Yu Shuang shot an exasperated look at Zhao Jinshu. You didn't even dress them in proper coats. Look at the mess they've made. As Zhao Jinshu emerged, carrying a bag, she chuckled at the sight of the children, dirted from head to toe. It's nothing to worry about. We can wash it off. Once we return, they can wear the thick cotton jackets and trousers made by grandmother. Yu Shuang poured warm water for them to wash their faces and hands. We still look best in our elegant clothing. Grandmother's creations lack the finesse. Lu Zhe and Lu Rue giggled, with Lu Zhe exclaiming, grandmother's jackets are warm. I like them. Lu Rue echoed, I like grandmother's too. After washing their faces, Zhao Jinshu fetched a scarf, hat, and gloves, handing them to her mother to dress the children. Yu Shuang took a look and smiled. These gloves are quite lovely. Adorned with patterns. Who knitted them for you? Lu Zhe and Lu Rue chimed in unison, Mother. Yu Shuang turned to her daughter. Your hands are quite skilled. They are truly beautiful. It may be chilly while riding bicycles. Ensure you all wear your scarves and gloves. Does Jintai have a scarf? If not, let him borrow Jin Cheng's for now. She recalled that her son-in-law had never been fond of wearing scarves. Jintai glanced at Zhao Jinshu beside him, then directed his attention to his mother-in-law. Mother, Jinshu bought me a scarf and also knitted me some gloves. Yu Shuang looked at him with an approving expression. Well then, wear them. Jintai returned indoors to retrieve the scarf and gloves. Yu Shuang caught sight of the bright red scarf he held. Struggling to maintain her composure, is this the scarf Jinshu bought for you? Jintai affirmed with a nod, draping the scarf around his neck. Yu Shuang cast a glance at her daughter and silently pondered the lack of discernment. However, upon seeing her son-in-law donning a scarf, he appeared remarkably more vibrant and spirited, prompting her to refrain from further comments. She inwardly mused how adept her daughter was at enhancing her husband's appearance. The scarf instantly made him look several years younger. Then she noticed that both her daughter and granddaughter were also sporting bright red scarves, leaving her without any remarks. Zhao Jinshu caught sight of her mother's expression and chuckled. Red is festive. Don't you find it appealing, mother? Naturally, Yu Shuang could not claim it was unattractive. So she replied, it looks good. Indeed, it was visually pleasing, albeit one seldom encountered a grown man wearing a red scarf. Yu Shuang took out a bicycle, saying, your father and I will each take a child, while you two can share one bicycle. The bicycle borrowed in the morning had yet to be returned, and now it would serve its purpose once more. Zhao Jinshu was indifferent, while Jintai agreed. That works. Thus, they all rode off on their bicycles, leaving Zhao Jinshu, who had finished lunch, absent from sight, presumably off enjoying his own pursuits. Upon arriving at the bathhouse, the genders naturally divided. Zhao Jinshu had already separated their clothes at home, so she gathered the garments, towels, and bathing supplies for her husband and son, and led her daughter and mother to the women's bath. The family bath was communal, featuring a large pool divided by several open cubicles. They opted not to use the main pool, content to cleanse themselves in the smaller cubicles. The three ladies took their time washing, and by the time they emerged, Jintai and the others were already seated outside, waiting. Jintai glanced over to see Zhao Jinshu with a towel wrapped around her head. Her face flushed from the steam. Zhao Jinshu retrieved a hairdryer from her bag and handed it to her mother. Use this to dry your hair, find a socket. Yu Shuang examined the unfamiliar object, having neither seen nor used one before. It was a hairdryer she had brought along, intending to leave it at home for her parents, planning to buy a new one upon her return. Jintai headed to the small shop in the bathhouse and, after a brief discussion, rented a socket. Yu Shuang was unfamiliar with the hairdryer, but after Zhao Jinshu instructed her, she first dried her granddaughter's hair, then offered to dry her daughter's. Zhao Jinshu waved her hand. Hurry and dry your own hair. I'll just use a towel for mine. As they dried their hair inside, Zhao Jinshu took Lu Zhe outside to wait. A few people approached, one of whom was a young man in military uniform with a buzz cut. Spotting Zhao Jinshu, he walked over with a smile. Uncle Zhong, here for a bath? He offered him a cigarette, and the others echoed the greeting. Zhao Jinshu looked over, accepted the cigarette, and replied with a grin. Yi Zhong, are you all here for a bath too? Just as Yi Zhong was about to respond, he noticed the little boy standing beside Zhao Jinshu and remarked, this child looks somewhat familiar. Whose is he? Zhao Jinshu affectionately ruffled his grandson's hair, smiling. This is my daughter Jinshu's child, my grandson. Yi Zhong's hand holding the cigarette paused as he looked at Lu Zhe, meeting his bright, round eyes. Before withdrawing his gaze and smiling at Zhao Jinshu, Zhao Jinshu has returned? Upon finishing, he moved to light Zhao Jinshu's cigarette. She arrived this morning, Zhao Jinshu gestured. The child is present, so I'll wait until later to smoke. Yi Zhong hesitated but did not press the matter. Zhao Jinshu tucked the cigarette behind his ear, saying, you all go ahead and bathe. I'll wait for them here. Yu Zheng refrained from saying more, stating, very well, Uncle Zhong, we shall discuss this later. Let us proceed inside. Zhao Jinshu nodded in agreement. Go ahead. As Yu Zheng and his companions entered, they encountered Zhao Jinshu and her group emerging from within. His gaze was drawn to Zhao Jinshu at the center of the group. After such a long time apart, she had not only remained unchanged but had, in fact, become even more beautiful. Reflecting on this, his attention inadvertently shifted to the tall man beside her. At first glance, the man stood tall and distinguished. His features refined and elegant, his hair meticulously groomed. In comparison, Yu Zheng felt a pang of inadequacy. They were entirely different types of individuals. The man exuded an air of cultured sophistication, while Yi Zheng appeared rugged and unrefined, both in appearance and lifestyle. Did Zhao Jinshu prefer such a man? Hearing his wife's name, Jintai turned his gaze towards the source of the sound, noting a group of young individuals. He then redirected his attention to Zhao Jinshu, who was conversing with her mother. Upon hearing the commotion, she looked up and, upon recognizing the newcomers, smiled. Yu Zheng? Yu Zheng met her gaze. What's wrong? Do you not recognize me? Zhao Jinshu replied with a smile. How could that be? After all, we are old classmates. It wasn't that she had forgotten him. With the Yi family having moved away from the village, even childhood friends and longtime classmates had faded from memory over the years. Thus, their sudden encounter was simply a delightful surprise.